After being reborn, you turned into a small black turtle, and awakened a system that enhances breathing and physical fitness through dimensional suppression. As long as you breathe and suppress equivalent beings, you can be rewarded with divine power points. Shocked. I just hatched and turned out to be a turtle. It would be good enough if other animals don't suppress me. However, it's not bad that I can gain divine power just by breathing. I, the majestic Empress of the 9 hells, have actually turned into a turtle. Fortunately, my spiritual body is still intact. When I regain my human form, I will definitely slaughter you all. What's that sound? This foolish and ugly turtle turns out to be my cheap older brother. He may be ugly, but he's still my blood brother. Once I regain my peak, it wouldn't be bad to support him and make him a stepping stone. Am I hearing my heart's voice? Am I ugly? No. Could there be even more unlucky ones? Ha ha, this goddess is resurrected. Reincarnation truly enhances cultivation. Yama, you better wait for me. Once I reach the peak of my cultivation, I will definitely destroy your Yama palace. Shocked. It seems another cheap little sister has hatched, but the sound doesn't seem like a good person. What species is this black one? Could it be the elder brother of the goddess herself? It is said that the blood of close relatives can refine the soul, greatly enhancing cultivation. It wouldn't be bad to devour it. One is the 9 abyssal dragon Yao Empress. Giving herself a position of a horse-taming stool is one thing, but the other is the Azura goddess who is recultivating her scattered power and wants to devour my soul for cultivation. This little sister cannot be kept. Today, I will make you understand the principle of an elder brother being like a father. You crawled over, stretched out your little paw, and slapped towards the third goddess. The little green turtle saw the dark shadow passing by, and with a whoosh, it quickly retreated into its own shell, narrowly avoiding it. You're lucky you dodged fast, or else I would have to hit you. You returned to your eggshell and began calling out to the system. System, come out. Why can I hear their thoughts? Can they hear mine too? Host, within a range of 3 meters. Those whose cultivation level does not exceed yours can hear each other's thoughts, but they cannot hear yours. Upon hearing this, you finally felt relieved, knowing that others cannot hear their own thoughts, thus avoiding being spied on. Just then, the voice of Stinky Sanmei sounded. This goddess must think carefully about which cultivation method to practice. After all, this turtle body is too weak. Can it withstand my Azura's ultimate technique? I have to try it first. Ha ha, I am indeed talented and intelligent. Even if I become a turtle, it doesn't affect my ability to absorb chi into my body. I truly live up to my name. System, can I block out their voices? You finally couldn't bear it anymore, directly seeking help from the system. After a moment, the voices of the two people really disappeared. You didn't care anymore. Closing your eyes, breathing steadily, listening to the slow increase of spiritual power in your mind, and gradually falling asleep. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to a second-level divine beast. Level +1. Upon hearing the upgrade, you suddenly opened your eyes, your stomach growling with hunger. Although breathing could increase divine power, it couldn't satisfy your hunger. You couldn't hold on without eating. Suddenly, you remembered the old man saying that flat-haired animals feed on eggs when they are young. Do turtles count since they have no hair? You looked at your own turtle shell beside you, decided to ignore it, and decided to give it a try first. Sticking out its little head, it took a bite towards the edge of the eggshell, chewed twice, and spat out directly. This is too disgusting. At that moment, the second sister next to it poked her head out from behind the eggshell, cracking a mocking smile. Anger surged in your heart, blaring back at her without backing down, only to discover tooth marks on the Empress's eggshell as well. The Empress realized she had been discovered, immediately withdrew her head into the eggshell, and stopped looking at you. At this moment, you really wanted to know how the Empress felt about the hard-to-swallow eggshell, so, you removed the barrier from the system. And the Empress's voice appeared in your mind. It turns out that the black ugly turtle doesn't know that eggshells are inedible. Almost made us laugh to death. You looked at her with disdain. Aren't you, the Empress, also gnawing on eggshells to stave off hunger? You're not any better than me. I only saw the little golden turtle tilting its head to look at you, followed by its inner voice swirling in its mind. He found me nibbling on the eggshell. Shouldn't have. An ordinary little turtle couldn't be that smart. Just an ugly turtle. It's me overthinking. Just then, the voice of Stinky third sister came from behind the eggshell, poking out a small emerald green head to look over here. Pimple eyes stared straight at little golden turtle, who bravely stared back from behind the eggshell. Envying my golden color is useless. This is my exclusive skin. Wait, the look in black turtle's eyes is not right. Could it be that he has discovered my cultivation? Upon hearing Stinky second sister's inner thoughts, you immediately turned around. Being low-key is the best protection for yourself when your cultivation level is not high. However, Your departure immediately caught the attention of the Empress. Something's not right. Could this black, ugly, clumsy turtle have left because it knows what I'm thinking? Fortunately, there was a commotion at the cave entrance, and 3 sausage-sized bugs fell into the cave, rolling until they landed in the middle of the open space. The excitement in the eyes of the 3 goddess sisters was evident, and the second sister of the female emperor quickly crawled over. It seemed to be the instinctual sense of smell of the young turtle. There was food after all. I said, how could an ordinary turtle, ugly and stupid, possibly know what I'm thinking? Hearing Stinky second sister's inner thoughts, you finally breathed a sigh of relief in secret. However, by the time you reacted, the green and gold turtles had already rushed out ahead. Spiritual insect. It's mine. Humph. This is all this goddess's spiritual insect. You couldn't help but sigh. What a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. The 2 turtles completely ignored you, moving forward to snatch, their turtle claws like spears and swords, not giving way to each other. In the blink of an eye, each of the 2 turtles had snatched a spiritual insect, both still eyeing the remaining large spiritual insect. Then, their triangular heads simultaneously attacked, fiercely colliding with each other. The 2 turtles fought each other, using their heads directly as guns. Lin Tian looked helpless. Woj. You 2 are too unkind. 3 spirit worms and 3 turtles. It's obvious that they are divided up, and you still want to take more than you can eat? No way. Lin Tian sped up and charged forward. He didn't want to lose his job because of a slow step. However, just then, a beep came from the system. Lin Tian swept the board with his consciousness. Host, Lin Tian. Rank, LV2. First spiritual intelligence. Adult strength limit is 100 points. Size growth, 0. 10 centimeters. Race, crowned back turtle. Capability, enhanced activity intensity. Can use turtle shell to defend against insects of large size. Strength, 50. Strangulation using own strength, up to 70 kilograms. Defense, turtle shell. Increased speed of limbs, but weak defense. Divine power value, 0. Distance to next evolution, 500 divine power. Lin Tian was ecstatic and asked happily. System, if my divine body has gotten stronger, is it true that my battle techniques have also gotten stronger with it? Host, divine power values can be refined to nourish the physical body and soul, or you can rely on spiritual power values to catalyze evolution, but the rate of enhancement will be slow. Got it. Lin Tian also saw it and thought to himself, to snatch back his spirit insects, he still had to use his brain. After all, the second and third sisters were both reborn cultivators. You can't win if you don't use your head. System, I want to use spiritual power points to upgrade my strong god body, the kind that is strong and powerful and hits people very hard. No, I'm not a human now. I'm the kind that fights turtles really well. Is that okay? 1 divine power value. Can evolve 15. 000 spiritual power. Please confirm whether the host will use it or not. Use. Lin Tian confirmed without hesitation. As if in a moment of hesitation, the spirit worms would be eaten by those 2 turtles. Whether it's a man or a turtle. If you don't eat, you'll die. You can let anything else go, but never food. Now evolving for the host. Host, please note that the system has automatically turned on the shielding function for the host to hide the fluctuation of spiritual energy for invisible cultivation. The system did a great job. Lin Tian couldn't help but praise. After all, those 2 turtles were both reborn cultivators. The better they were hidden, the better it would be for them. And he had to say that Unity Z was well thought out. Lin Tian's blood chi tumbled all over his body, as if it was rushing inside every blood vessel and meridian, constantly washing over the bones and tortoise shells of his entire body, including his senses. In a matter of seconds, Lin Tian felt an invisible heat spread all over his body, with a surge of power and a raging exuberance of energy. At this moment, when Lin Tian saw the 2 turtles competing for the spirit worms, he wanted to rush up and reward 10 Dobby pockets each. Ding! The system gives the host a new task. Demon world. Weak meat. Strong food. God is the right way. Descending dimensional suppression to seize the presidency of justice can be rewarded. Mission, robbing food. Suppressing evil with righteousness. Rational distribution. Mission reward, divine power value plus 40. Randomly selecting spiritual plants plus 1. The reward divine power value is so high? Lin Tian laughed unearthly. Grabbing your own food while being able to complete quests along the way and rewarding you with godly power points? Zip. So what if it's the Empress goddess, eating more and taking more and still calling my brother ugly? Clean you up as usual. Lin Tian rushed to the middle of the 2 turtles and swung his wrinkled skin claws left and right, directly pumping left and right. Snap. I'll whip you for eating more. Lin Tian said as he stretched his neck and smashed his triangular head against the 2 turtles. Snap. I beat you sightless. Chapter 4, Making Rules to Earn Divine Power Value. The goddess was slapped around so much that she had to give up her spirit bugs in order to protect herself, her claws shielding her head. Lin Tian laughed. Ha! Still can't believe I can't cure you. He reached out his claws and grabbed the spirit bug over, flinging his head back to slam into the Empress. Seeing this, the Empress quickly let go of the largest spirit bug, bit the one belonging to her in her mouth, turned around and tried to flee back behind the eggshell. However, she was still a step too late. Lin Tian's turtle body was like an arrow, instantly scurrying out to block her front, flinging his strong turtle shell and crashing into it. Zip! I'm just taking my own. Who are you to hit me? However, as soon as he opened his mouth, the spirit worms in his mouth rolled down to the ground, and were again rolled under Lin Tian's belly to be firmly protected. Seeing that all three spirit worms were snatched by Lin Tian, the two turtles stared at him with straight bean eyes. How is this ugly black stupid suddenly so powerful? It's actually more horizontal than this god. How dare it? When this honored one repairs back to his original body, I will kill you. The ugly one who doesn't respect the little ones and loves the young ones. Zip! The Shura goddess gritted her teeth in hatred, voicing her dissatisfaction and anger. The Empress' anger is not that simple. Damn black ugly stupid. Robbing my bugs and actually hitting me. It's so detestable. I want revenge. If I don't report the revenge of taking the worm, I will not be a turtle. Stupid black ugly. You wait for me. When I cultivate into a divine beast, I won't be a Joyue emperor if I can't beat you. Lin Tian was immediately infuriated and laughed when he heard the two turtles' heartfelt words. Ha! You want to settle scores and avenge the bug takeover? As if you're the only ones who know how to practice. I'm afraid of you because I'm backed up by Brother Unicorn. It seems that if I don't set some rules for you guys, you don't even think of me as your big brother. Zip! Listen to me, all of you. From now on you are not allowed to take more than you can eat, but you must be turtle-oriented and just. The two snakes looked at each other, their bean eyes dribbling, obviously not understanding what Lin Tian was saying. What is this ugly black fool talking about? He wouldn't have snatched this goddess's spirit bug and insulted it, would he? Outrageous. The little golden turtle inclined its head and stared at Lin Tian. This black ugly stupid should not be scolding me, right? Ugly and unqualified. How did I get such a cheap brother? Really pissed off turtle. Lin Tian was exasperated and laughed here. It seemed that it was still a light hit. He rushed up and did another dashing turtleback divine dragon waist, slamming into Stinky second sister's head, and turned back to slap a claw at Stinky third sister. Snap. Zip. And call me ugly or not, or stupid or not, or black and ugly and stupid or not. The two turtles were ready to jointly deal with Lin Tian, but they were too small to be opponents, and they were quickly beaten and fled back to their magma stone cave. Only then did Lin Tian stop, his belly protecting the three spirit worms, turning back to stare at the two snakes with his bean eyes. Zip! I'm just asking if you guys are convinced. If not, keep fighting. Not yet cultivated. You force lie. To avenge what sees the insect. I not only have the unity brother, but also beat you guys can grow the value of divine power. I'm proud of it. Seeing that the two turtles were staring at him and didn't dare to squeak, Lin Tian relieved himself and grabbed a spirit insect with his claws and threw it in front of Long Yao's sister. The little golden turtle couldn't think too long and poked out its naked head, making sure it wouldn't get beaten before biting the spirit bug into its mouth and quickly retracting its shrunken head to escape. I'm afraid that if I'm one step late, black ugly stupid will backtrack. The little green turtle immediately poked out its little head, its beady eyes full of doubts, obviously not expecting that the spirit worms that Lin Tian had snatched would be distributed to the little golden turtle, opening its mouth to inquire. Zip! And this goddesses? Lin Tian Hui was unimpressed. Zip! Just asking if you're still arrogant? Still a goddess? Look at your little pattern. Lin Tian shook his head and grabbed a spirit insect and flung it in front of the little green turtle, then turned around and bit his own spirit insect and went back behind the eggshell. Black ugly stupid. I can't beat you now. It doesn't mean I can't beat you in the future. I am the Empress of the 9 Spectres. How can I allow you to bully me? This seat is a cultivation goddess, but I actually suffered this strange humiliation. It's not a gentleman to not report this revenge. Stupid turtle, this goddess and you have settled our score. I have to hurry up and eat the spirit worms to increase my cultivation. I can't keep being bullied by black ugly stupid. When this goddess finishes eating the spirit worm refining divine beast levels, let's see how this goddess will cure you tomorrow. Lin Tian skimmed his triangular mouth. It seemed that he still didn't hit hard enough. These two turtles were obviously not willing to lose. Whatever. Let's fill our stomachs first. Otherwise how will we have the strength to teach these two rebellious turtles a lesson tomorrow? Lin Tian bit the spirit insect into his mouth and realized that the spirit insect was large, far beyond his own body. He endeavored to bite and swallow the spirit worms and began to twist his body to digest the spirit worms in his abdomen. Sure enough, the spirit bugs swallowed into his stomach were digested. and instantly a slightly cool breath filled his entire stomach, and the feeling of satiety pulled full. Immediately afterward, a warmth dispersed from the stomach and filled the veins and meridians throughout the body. Comfortable. The spirit bug was really different, as if the entire shell of the turtle was moisturized by the ghostly blue aura. The feeling of being wrapped in warmth, not to mention how comfortable it was. Lin Tian instantly became a little drowsy. Congratulations to the host for awakening the avatar, awakening devouring transformation spirit. Devour one spirit worm and you will gain divine power value plus 12 strength plus 38. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward, divine power value plus 40 random spirit herb plus 1. Awaken spirituality? Awakening the spirit devouring and transforming blood? Lin Tian couldn't contain his excitement when he heard the prompt. Is it that easy? Looks like divine beast cultivation isn't that hard. Beat it 2 to earn divine power value. Then use the divine power value to enhance the physical body. Then turn around and use this advantage to teach a lesson to beat him 2. And use it in a cycle. Wonderful. Lin Tian straightened up. Lin Tian thought prettily and started sleeping again to prepare for smooth breathing. Trying to gain more spiritual energy with smoother breathing. Divine power value is being rewarded. Please keep it up. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to a third-order divine beast. Level plus 1. Lin Tian was woken up from his upgrade joy by the system beep in his sleep, and was just about to look at the system layout when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. It tickles. It hurts. Lin Tian instantly felt itchy and painful all over his body, and he was even more shocked when he looked down to check. Only his turtle shell, cracked in small slits from the center of his belly to his tail. Lin Tian rolled his pimple eyes towards the sky. His eyes were also filled with despair at this moment. Why is my turtle shell cracked? Is it because I ate too much? But why does it hurt so much? Thinking back on what I've learned, turtles grow to a certain point where they molt their shells, which is a symbol of the turtle's physical growth. Lin Tian came to a sudden realization. Am I getting my shell off? But how do I get the shell off? I'm so hard. Chapter 5. The system is not good. Lin Tian checked all over his body, tugging here and there, and with his own small claws, he simply couldn't peel off the turtle shell. What day? Why can't you peel it off? It's not easy being a turtle, and shedding the shell is an ordeal. Lin Tian's little bean eyes looked left and right, and instantly his eyes landed on a magma stone outside the eggshell, and he instantly had a way to molt his skin. It seems that outside help is still needed. Lin Tian secretly slandered, then swam towards the outside of the eggshell, approaching the magma stone wall and bringing his body up. Left scrape and rub. I don't believe that I can't scrape it down. Lin Tian twisted his turtle body to scrape back and forth. I'll go. Cozy. Lin Tian secretly cried out freely. Next, the breakthrough point of the molt was examined, and it soon became apparent that the lower jaw had been molted open. He took the part of his jaws that had been molted off and scraped it towards the lava cone, twisting the turtle's body to slowly crawl out, and in less than 5 minutes the shell came right off. Only then did Lin Tian realize that his body was more than twice as big as before. The entire body of the turtle was bathed in the cool air. The free and easy feeling was not to mention how good it felt, and the key was quite a bit stronger. Lin Tian went back and forth to check again. The smooth and translucent new turtle shell on his body, secretly praising it. Darker, yes, but with a nice shine. Yeah, nope. How come the two of them haven't shed their shells yet? Lin Tian looked towards his two sisters, only to see that the turtle shells of the two had already been propped apart, but the two still hadn't come out of their shells, and he instantly felt something was wrong. It's not going to be knee beating gar, is it? Lin Tian wasn't heartbroken about the two bad turtles. He was just afraid that if he didn't fight in the future, his spiritual power points would grow slowly. He went up for another look. Oh boy. Lin Tian straight away called out, good guy. This spirit insect really wasn't bad. He himself had only slept for a while, and the two turtles' bodies had grown quite a bit, so it was no wonder that they had propped up their shells to the point of breaking. That's not true. The shells were all shattered. Why didn't these two guys come out? Lin Tian took another close look. After all, she was her own sister, and while it was true that she was beaten and taught a lesson, it was also true that she cared. It was only at this look that he realized that the broken turtle shell was wrapped in blue aura, and the two turtle bean eyes were slightly closed. Only then did Lin Tian come to a realization. It's not that these two guys don't come out of their shells or are gaga, it's that they're still in the middle of their practice, and they're pretty focused on it. Nice guy. Worthy of being the Empress and Goddess. They were indeed powerful people, and the pain of shedding their shells was bearable in order to cultivate. Lin Tian simply didn't bother and began to look at the system layout. Host, Lin Tian. Rank, LV3. Awakened Spiritual Intelligence. Adult strength limit is 100. Body size increases by 10 centimeters. Race, crowned back turtle. Ability, enhance the mobility of the shell's limbs to fight animals of comparable size. Strength, 60. Strangulation with own strength up to 120 kg. Defense, turtle shell and claws increase their speed, but defense is weak. Divine power value, 0. Distance to next evolution, 600 divine power. Lin Tian was overjoyed when he saw the data on the page. Good man. How long has it been and he's risen to the 3rd level? He secretly converted the rate of growth and evolution of the divine power value, and quickly came up with the result. Pleasantly surprised to find that he who hated math in his previous life was so good at converting. I got smart? Yay! Being a turtle is conversely smarter than being a human? Spirit worms are really good things, able to increase cultivation and open up the mind. Wonderful! Lin Tian quickly did the math again due to verifying his thoughts and instantly felt that something wasn't right. It's not right. Why is my divine power value 0? Where's the rest of my previous ones? Did the system misappropriate it? Lin Tian felt wrong no matter how he counted. Instantly feeling that the system was not fair, he called out in displeasure. System, come out of there. Why do I have an extra realm? And my divine power value, why is it less? There's still a little less to complete the task now. And before that, could it be that you swallowed it? The host is at ease. The value of divine power that exceeds the level has been retained and is automatically assigned to the various purifications of the body in order to provide the host with the spiritual power needed for physical performance at any time. If the host wants to grow in size quickly, he can use spiritual power to catalyze a talent for shedding shells, which he can fully withstand. Evolution of each item, the strength of which exceeds 150 will successfully open the realm of God-Beast cultivation. Congratulations to the host for opening the refinement cultivation and becoming a member of the divine cultivation. The rewarded spirit herbs have been distributed. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. Lin Tian was dumbfounded as he listened. He hadn't even passed transformation yet. How could he divine cultivate? System, you're playing with me, right? How can I cultivate without transforming? Lin Tian asked while starting to look for the rewarded spirit herbs. Host, the gods are different from the others. They can cultivate when they open their minds. And when they do, they take shape. And those who take shape can be called the Heavenly Cultivation God Clan. No. How many levels before I can morph? Lin Tian couldn't wait to ask. Although it was bad to be a human being, it was different to be someone with a superb cultivation. After all, being a human being is used to being a human being, suddenly being a turtle. Although you don't have to be a cow or a horse, but being a person with cultivation, that's not the same. However, the system was like dead, no longer returning his words, and repeated the question several times to no avail. Lin Tian was instantly enraged and grabbed the system with a fierce shout. Unico, come out here. I still have a lot of questions left to ask. You're actually playing disappear with me. You're so ungrateful. Let me just ask you one thing. Does eating food rich in aura help in cultivation? Devouring spirit in transforming God, the energy eaten by the host can be used to directly strengthen the body, open up wisdom, and increase combat power. The system finally spoke back, and Lin Tian came to a realization. No wonder. I ate the spirit worms and fought 2 turtles before my divine power grew so fast. I still need to work on eating again and fight more turtles when I have nothing else to do. Lin Tian finished searching again and managed to find the randomly rewarded spirit herb. This grass is not comparable to grass. The tender green buds are haunted by a light blue aura, and it looks all emerald green and crystal clear. But without paying attention, it's just a nondescript blade of grass. Lin Tian saw the name from the page. Fixed spirit grass? No. System, even though it's a random reward, at least you have to tell me what it does? Spiritual grass, it can gather spiritual energy, calm the mind and assist in raising cultivation level. Lin Tian was happy when he heard that. This is good. Breathing can increase the value of divine power. There is a deep sleep. Smooth breathing increases the value of divine power even more. Plus the gathering of aura. The cultivation takes off. Lin Tian was overjoyed and immediately pushed open the broken eggshell, found a hidden place and planted the spirit determining grass. Just when he finished planting and was ready to have a good night's sleep, Long Yao had already borrowed the pull of the magma stone and molted out in the twinkling of an eye. Not only had it grown in size, but a light blue aura loomed all over its body. There was indignation in her doozy eyes as she roared at Lin Tian. Stupid black ugly. I've successfully upgraded my divine beast. Let's see if I don't blow your head off and avenge the taking of the bug. Chapter 6 Storming the Empress. The Empress's voice just dropped as she swung her claws, which were several times larger, at his head. Lin Tian didn't react and was slapped just as he turned around. The Empress was just about to be complacent when she realized that something was wrong, only to see Lin Tian's body grow several times larger. It's not right. It's only been a day since I've seen you. How come this black ugly fool has suddenly grown so big? It's not like the normal growth of a turtle. The Empress was a little intimidated. Just this black ugly stupid strong, not to mention fighting, turnaround can knock themselves over. when the turtle shell fell to the ground. Crawling cannot even crawl. Just as she hesitated to continue, behind the turtle shell next to her, an emerald green head could be discerned. Zip! Sister, don't be afraid. The two of us united. We still don't believe that we can't beat this black ugly fool. The Empress, with her dark, beady eyes, looked toward the goddess Shura next to her, not understanding, but having a common acknowledgement that it was very obvious. The two tacitly hostile Lin Tian crawled over towards him and swung their claws to start. Black ugly stupid, dare to rob this goddess's bugs. Let's see if I don't burst your belly today. Black ugly stupid. I'm not a good bully. Still don't believe that we can't take revenge by joining forces. Seeing the two turtles eyeing the tiger, Lin Tian simply didn't spoil it. Lin Tian waved his claw that had grown several times bigger and slapped it towards the Shura goddess who was leading the charge, and with a powerful force, he instantly lifted it over and landed on the ground with his turtle back. The Shura goddess struggled in place for half a day, for small paws stomping towards the sky, just couldn't turn over, couldn't climb up, and was so angry that she directly exploded at Lin Tian. Black ugly stupid, actually dare to do this to this goddess. This revenge will not go unrewarded. I swear not to be a turtle. I'm going to break you wide open. I'm going to beat the shell out of you. You bastard. The fiercer the Shura goddess cursed, the more the four little paws glared, and the scene could not be more comical. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. Luckily it was a turtle. If it was a human, this immoral laugh, don't mention how much it was owed. Seeing that the Shura goddess who rushed ahead was being cleaned up, the Empress panicked a little, but she couldn't let this black ugly stupidity compare her own aura to her own. Black ugly stupid, let's see if I won't slap you to death, she roared, dragging the turtle shell and rushed over, her claws slapping once again. Lin Tian dodged and dodged sensitively, and the turtle shell on the microzone smashed towards the Empress. The Empress was hit hard and rolled out on the ground several times. Her head shrunk inside a turtle shell, just feeling dizzy. Lin Tian stood still and looked at the two of them. One of them still had a turtle shell against the ground and circled around, and one of them shrunk her head and didn't dare to come out. Was this the legendary shrunken head turtle? Lin Tian cracked his mouth and smiled, revealing 2 rows of small pointed teeth. Although his heartfelt words were unintelligible to the goddess Shura and the Empress, the mocking expression was red. It could be described as less damaging and more insulting, and the two turtles secretly vowed to fight back. The goddess of Shura managed to roll up, exchanged a glance with the female next to her, and then began to spit. This black ugly stupid. How did it suddenly grow so big? This is completely beyond the growth speed and range of a turtle. No, this guy is a monster. Black ugly stupid. This Empress doesn't care if you're a turtle or a monster. I won't let you go anyway, just right. The two turtles realized that they still couldn't do Lin Tian, and grayly crawled back to the cave behind their eggshells. Lin Tian sneered. Ha! Eating a spirit bug and cultivating for a while, and then wanting to come to me for revenge. Really eating turtles and dreaming. This master, I casually sleep and grow enough divine power for you to cultivate for several days. Am I arrogant? Gotta. No wasting time with ungrateful things. I have to hurry up and sleep to smooth my breathing and grow my divine power. Lin Tian returned to his small cave after spitting, and shrunk his head into his turtle shell to start sleeping. The only way to breathe smoothly is to sleep, and this is the way to enhance it other than bucking and beating. God's power is growing. Please keep it up. I don't know how long he had slept, but Lin Tian was woken up by the sound of dripping water. Just as he felt his mouth dry, he slowly opened his pox and looked towards the sound of dripping water. All you can see are crystal clear droplets of water, falling from the branches and dripping just into the eggshells. Lin Tian walked up and drank the water into his mouth. A cool sensation instantly permeated his entire body. Comfortable. Wow. Yes. Lin Tian moved his muscles and bones and was just about to return to the cave to continue sleeping when the system's voice rang in his head. Congratulations to the host. Devouring the divine dew of the heavenly tree to gain divine power value plus 30. Lin Tian was instantly excited when he heard the reward. He didn't expect that the water that dripped down was actually the heavenly tree divine dew. No way. Being able to raise the divine power value should never be spared. With that in mind, he went back to the eggshell and drank all the remaining water. Divine power value plus 20. However, the good times did not last long, but also drank a few mouths of the sky tree without water dew dripping down. Lin Tian had to go back to continue to sleep. However, just into the cave, and then heard the sound of two turtles. I must hurry up my cultivation and defeat Black Ugly Stupid as soon as possible, or else I won't even be able to get any food. I am the goddess of the 9 specters, and it's too suffocating to even rely on that Black Ugly book to distribute food. This goddess even dared to fight the son of King of Hell, but she actually lost to a little turtle. Outrageous. I have to hurry up and cultivate. Trying to refine and devour that stinking turtle to grow my divine power value sooner. Ha ha ha, black ugly stupid. You wait for this girl. Black ugly stupid. I won't let you go. Lin Tian was fired and covered his ears, rushing at the system and screaming straight for a change. System, come out of there. Host, I'm here. Shield me from both of them. I want to breathe smoothly to grow my divine power value. Good. The system's voice fell. The two women's voices were indeed inaudible, and Lin Tian fell asleep in a daze until he was woken up again by the system's voice. Congratulations to the host for successfully rising to the 4th level of Divine Beast. Level +1. Lin Tian couldn't wait to look at the layout. Wanting to know what abilities being a 4th level Divine Beast had to step up his cultivation to improve, and couldn't be the target of stinky second sisters devouring. Host, Lin Tian. Rank, LV4. Awakening Spiritual Intelligence upgrade in progress. Adult strength limit is 100. Body size grows by 20 centimeters. Race, crowned back turtle. Ability, enhance the mobility of the turtle's shell limbs, allowing it to fight animals larger than itself. Strength, 80. Strangulation with own strength, up to 150 kilograms. Defense, turtle shell and claws increase their speed and immunity by 1 level, continuing to improve. Divine power value, 0. 800 divine energy to the next evolution. Lin Tian secretly converted. Since he had eaten the spirit insects, the speed of upgrading was quite a bit faster than before. It seemed that he still had to work from the top of what he ate. It's not a turn of phrase, and my stomach is growling uncontrollably again. Lin Tian looked around for food. Naya, there's no food. Chapter 7 Fighting for Dry Rice. Lin Tian didn't find any food and was a bit downcast, angling his head towards the cave entrance that was permeated with bright light. As the saying goes, man is iron and rice is steel. A meal is not eaten hunger. Being a tortoise is the same. He climbed outside the hole to look for food, thinking, a living tortoise can still be starved to death? Lin Tian crawled towards the entrance of the cave, and when he saw that he was about to climb to the entrance, he only felt that the entrance of the cave was dark, as if it was blocked by something, and then his head was hit by a bump. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Tian looked up, only to see a bird egg smashing on top of his head, rolling down his turtle's back and landing in the nest. Holy, that hurts. Lin Tian felt some pain in his head, but was overall excited to have food. He was just about to turn around when 2 more bird eggs rolled in and smashed into his head and rolled into the middle of the nest. The rolling egg happened to start a Long Yao and Goddess Shura who were in cultivation, and the 2 turtles instantly came out. Wow, the green Luan egg. It's the best tonic among eggs. My luck is also too good. The egg of the divine bird. It can raise the cultivation level of this goddess. This time it absolutely cannot be given away. It's all mine. Lin Tian was overjoyed when he heard about the green Luan egg, because in his previous life he liked to read those weird books, such as the classic of mountains and seas and whatnot. He knew that this green Luan egg was not an ordinary bird's egg, but the egg of a divine bird. Just as they were about to rush over and grab it, the 2 turtles had already clashed head to head and shell to shell. Shura goddess accelerated her speed, but in the end, she couldn't do it to Long Yao, who had slightly better cultivation, and the 3 eggs were instantly protected under her stomach by the preemptive Empress Long Yao. However, due to its small size, 2 of the 3 eggs were exposed and not protected at all. Long Yao was in a hurry and wanted to take the 3 eggs for herself. Don't even try to rob with this Empress, or I will never be merciful. Long Yao put down harsh words. The Shura goddess didn't eat this, stepping forward and slapping her gray and lime green claws at Long Yao's head, extending her claws and pulling out 2 of the eggs into her stomach. When Lin Tian saw this scene, he was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out. It seems that the last time was still a light beating. These 2 guys still don't know how to behave. They still need to be taught a lesson. Just after having this thought, the system's voice rang in his head. Ding! The system issues a task. Descending dimensions to suppress equivalent creatures, upholding fairness and justice in the divine beast's build, and rationally distributing food, rewarding divine power value +30. Rinton rejoiced afterward and laughed immorally. Hey! It's time to earn divine power value by pretending to beat up a girl again. Look at my brother. I'm a turtle if I can't clean you up. Zip! Lin Tian's words have just been exported, but on second thought, he baked is not just a turtle. Hi! It doesn't matter if it's a man or a turtle. It has to fight for dry rice. He quickly rushed to the middle of the 2 turtles and went back to his black claws for a fat swat that knocked the 2 turtles off their feet. By the time he reacted, the green Luan egg covered under his stomach had already been snatched away. Black ugly stupid. Are you robbing my eggs again? This ugly thing, it's disgusting. Coming out to take our food every time. No, it's been snatched away again. If I let the good oldest son of Yama know that I'm suffering from this kind of wimpy anger, Wouldn't he be laughing his ass off and pissed off at me? The two turtles stared at Lin Tian with indignation as they spoke. Zip! Did I not hit you guys hard enough last time to remember what reasonable distribution means? Lin Tian said as he lifted his head and flung it towards the defiant Long Yao, while his other claw slapped at the goddess Shura. Snap! 2Gage was prepared this time and quickly dodged his attacks, quickly approaching to battle into a line. Black ugly stupid. The two of us will never let you take advantage of us this time, and try to beat us. No way. Ugly monster. This goddess is already at the divine beast level, and with the combined efforts of her sister, she still can't defeat you. Humph. What cheap brother. Just a respect for the old and love for the young ugly, bullying us on the basis of their size. Long Yao was so angry that she opened her mouth and bit, and the cultivation goddess even extended her claws towards Lin Tian. As Lin Tian was protecting the egg in his arms, he was unable to prevent himself from being bitten by Long Yao on the edge of the turtle shell. Judging from the force, the cultivation of these two turtles had indeed improved quite a lot. Lin Tian clawed his paw while protecting the egg, spraying on the ground and flinging the turtle shell. Pop! A crash was heard, and the powerful force directly threw Long Yao out, followed by a twist to the left, and then sent the Shura goddess flying and smashing into the lava rocks. The moment she slid on the ground, Goddess Shura directly broke into tears. Black ugly stupid. Do you still have any turtle nature left? Have you ever treated your own sister like this? How can I have such a cheap brother? Rude and angry and ugly and disgusting. Lin Tian laughed in anger as he listened to the two turtles' heartfelt voices. Luckily, this master has a system brother. Otherwise I do not know by the two of you bullied into what kind of, but also think to refine me to devour. This is a sister? How can you want such a sister? But they're all from the same litter. So what can you do if you don't want them? Lin Tian couldn't help but complain. It's hard to be a turtle. It's even harder to be a turtle brother. Instead of parting with the eggs in his arms like last time, he glared at his two sisters. What? Still not honest? Zip. Keep coming if you're not convinced. I don't even deserve to be the eldest brother until you're convinced. The two turtles obviously couldn't understand him, and looked at each other, but didn't dare to continue robbing. In the end, it was Long Yao who gave in first, hiding the hostility in her eyes and shaking her head a few times towards him. Zip. Seeing as you're my cheaper brother, I won't hit you if you give me the egg that belongs to me. Lin Tian rolled a pimple eye toward the sky. This heart voice and eyes cannot match. Those little eyes look pathetic, but they're really strong. Hey, whatever. If you can't behave in one fight then you can do it twice. And there's a reward for doing it once anyway. As Lin Tian thought of this, he picked up an egg with his claw and rolled it towards Long Yao, who stuck her head out of the turtle shell, picked up the green luan egg and turned around. He was afraid that if he slowed down for a second, Lin Tian would change his mind and snatch it for him again as if he would take it all for himself. The Shura Empress followed Long Yao's example and switched her head a few times towards Lin Tian, but the curses didn't stop. Damn black ugly stupid. When I get my cultivation in place, I will definitely refine and devour you, so that you will never be able to transcend your life. Lin Tian secretly shook his head and belabored. This stinky second sister is really a bad seed, but to be fair, he bound me an egg and threw it out, then picked up his own egg in his mouth and turned around to go back to the lava cavern where he belonged. Due to the size of this egg, which was quite a bit larger than his own head, Lin Tian could be said to be hurting his head. How can I eat this? Swallow it hard? That would still choke me. No way. I have to think of a way. Lin Tian said, revealing his own small sharp teeth, and gnawed down towards the eggshell. The fangs were incredibly sharp, and the eggshell was quickly poked through two holes, the cool egg liquid spilling outwards. Lin Tian stuck his triangular mouth into the broken eggshell and hungrily sucked the egg liquid inside. With each sip, the midnight coolness was able to stimulate the blood in the body, transforming it into a warm current that ran through the meridians and washed the abdominal cavity. The turtle's claws, holding onto the eggshell, grow at a rate visible to the naked eye, getting bigger and longer and stronger. Lin Tian sighed heartily. Not bad for a god bird egg. Chapter 8 Fire Poison Attacks the Heart. Lin Tian looked at his claws and poked at his turtle shell, feeling that it had gotten stronger everywhere. The heat inside his abdomen figures, and the otherwise damp cavern isn't as cold as it could be, and he stretches his limbs. You can sleep comfortably. Wait until you wake up, little master, and rise one level. Simply cool. Lin Tian finished stretching and leaned towards the eggshell and closed his eyes in preparation for sleep. How is this black ugly stupid so powerful? I can't beat it even though I've cultivated to the divine beast level. It shouldn't be. Damn ugly ghost. Wait until this goddess cultivates successfully. We'll fight to the hell to force Yanwang where to hook your life and death book. See, I still can't cure you. The heartfelt voices of the two smelly sisters came. Lin Tian almost didn't explode his lungs with anger, thinking in his heart, this smelly second sister can't be wanted. Either she wants to eat herself, or she wants to die. Dare I say it, I'm either dead or on my way to death. And that's not good enough? But thought after thought, the main thing now was to improve. Immediately blocked out the two sisters' heartfelt voices into the dreamland. He didn't know how long he had slept for. Lin Tian this felt uncomfortable all over his body. First of all, the temperature in his body gradually increased, and the rich blood vessels were about to burst in general. Immediately afterward, it was like being set on fire. Even the skin burned a little. An uncomfortable rhythm. He snapped his eyes open and was puzzled when he realized that his entire body was wrapped in blue aura. It shouldn't. The aura belongs to the coolness. Why is it so hot on me? No, it hurts. Lin Tian couldn't stand the burning pain on his body and climbed out from behind the eggshell to check his surroundings. Tick. Skytree dew dripped from above. A layer of dew covered the tops of the surrounding grasses, and the geography of the cave was still as humid as it had been before. But strangely enough, the body burned. It hurts. While secretly screaming in pain, Lin Tian suddenly thought of the green luan egg he had eaten before going to sleep. Could it be the green luan egg? But think about it is not right. When I first ate it, it was very comfortable. My own body became bigger. According to reason, the green luan egg would not be a problem. Lin Tian checked his body once again and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because the more heat he had, the faster his body grew. And it was getting faster and faster. The burning pain on his body gradually increased. Lin Tian couldn't take it anymore and endured the pain, crawling towards the outside of the cave. Maybe there's a river out there. Take a shower to cool down and you'll be fine. Go out and check. Zip! Lin Tian crawled towards the entrance of the cave. And just as he reached it he saw a bright green grass covered with a layer of dew. Lin Tian couldn't stand the heat, so he opened his mouth and started sucking the dewdrops from the grass. If not, he was really afraid he wouldn't last long enough to climb outside the cave and find the river. The dewdrops were especially pleasant to inhale, and the tongue gradually cooled and extended to the neck. Is this dewdrop a spirit dew? I didn't expect it to be so effective, Lin Tian asked suspiciously, then took a big gulp and quickly finished off the dewdrops. However, the burning in the head and neck area receded, and the stomach and limbs were still burning like a blaze. In his haste, Lin Tian opened his mouth and bit the entire plant into his mouth and swallowed it. Strangely enough, just after the grass was swallowed into the belly, all the burning heat on the body was relieved, and the body was cool and comfortable. Lin Tian stretched his back and lazily lay down on the mound of dirt, letting the sunlight that shone in from the cave entrance pour over his body, not to mention how comfortable it was. Just as he was thinking about sunbathing, the sound of two smelly sisters in pain came from behind him. Ah, it's hot and it hurts. What's going on? Why is my body so hot? It's over. It's not going off the deep end, is it? Has this goddess gone off the deep end? Why does my body burn unbearably? What's wrong? No, it must be the egg just now. That egg must be poisonous. I told you. How could that black ugly fool be so kind as to give the egg to this goddess? Black ugly stupid. You asshole. The Shura goddess cursed out of her mouth and rushed over to Lin Tian and crawled over. The Nine Spectres Empress checked and realized that she hadn't gone off the deep end, and also suspected that it was the egg that was the problem. That egg is definitely poisoned. It must be my cheap brother who poisoned the egg. At the loss of me, I still thought of waiting until after the cultivation to give him an errand, but I didn't expect that he would be so vicious. Hearing the two smelly sisters pouring cold water on him, Lin Tian wanted to go over and punch someone, but bathing in the sunlight was just too comfortable. He directly didn't want to move. It wasn't that he didn't want to beat them both up, but it wasn't too late to walk over and do it, so he wouldn't have to delay himself from basking in the sunshine. I had two turtles with pain in their bodies and moving very slowly, and it probably took a few minutes before I crawled up to him, and the goddess Shura raised her claws and opened fire. Black ugly stupid. Dare to poison this goddess. I will break your turtle shell. Black ugly stupid. Even my eggs dare to be poisoned. I will have to break your turtle claws today, so that you can't move while lying on your back forever, unless you grow wings. The Nine Spectres Empress flung her turtle shell and slammed it towards Lin Tian. The two turtles attacked from the left and right. Lin Tian saw that it was time to make a move, shaking his turtle shell and crawling towards the side, sensitively dodging the attacks of the two turtles. Then he shook his shell from side to side, sending the left and right turtles tumbling twice directly in the center. No! This black ugly fool has grown up again? The turtle shell is so strong and powerful that it can even knock over this goddess. This is also an ugly turtle, is it not an ordinary turtle? But the same as me? Lin Tian skimmed his triangular mouth and rolled his eyes upwards. Dare you guys know how to cultivate? If I were an ordinary turtle, wouldn't I be bullied to death by you guys? Immoral. Absolutely immoral. I've seen immoral ones before, but I've never seen one as immoral as you two. Slandering your eldest brother, taking more than you can eat, and hitting a turtle with your hands. The more Lin Tian thought about it, the more angry he became. Ignoring the two people's doubts, along with the turtle shells, he crashed left and right. The two turtles were planted on their backs, struggling while their shells rotated on the ground. They just couldn't get up. Coupled with the burning heat and pain on their bodies, the two returnees were in agony at the moment. The more they struggled, the more they messed up, and after several tries, they could only spin in place with hilarious and comical movements. Lin Tian revealed 2 rows of small pointed teeth and scoffed immorally. Hey! With this amount of cultivation you still want to beat this master and female Empress goddess? You can't even crawl. It's really funny. After Lin Tian finished lecturing his 2 sisters, he was ready to continue bathing in the sunlight when the system's voice came from his mind. Ding! System mission. Host disregards former suspicions and distributes spirit springgrass to similar people to relieve the sick. Rewarded with divine power points plus 30. How dare you! When Lin Tian heard that the system had ordered a quest and that he would be able to earn divine power, he was instantly energized. He opened his mouth and bit down on a spirit springgrass, sending it to the 9 specters goddess's mouth. Zip! You're welcome, my lord is for divine power. Chapter 9. I've upgraded again. The Empress cocked her mouth open and stared indignantly at Lin Tian. What does this black ugly fool want? Is it possible that he wants to poison me to death? It's so hateful. It's okay to hit a few times. You don't harm your own sister like this. Seeing this, the goddess Shura turned and trudged toward her lava cave. No! This black ugly fool is a demon. He surely wants to poison my sister. I have to sneak away. Lin Tian rolled his eyes towards the sky. Not only were these 2 turtles not good turtles, they were also stupid. He also did not explain. Mandatory spirit spring grass into the Empress's mouth. Stretched out his claws towards her mouth and slapped, only to hear a gulp sound. The Empress was forced to swallow the spiritual spring grass, and immediately felt cool. Her body was instantly strong and powerful, as if her cultivation had grown a lot, and she climbed up with a roll. So Black Ugly Stupid wasn't trying to poison this Empress, but to give this Empress an antidote? How does he know that this grass is the antidote? The Empress looked at Lin Tian suspiciously. Since the 2 turtles didn't understand his language, Lin Tian didn't know how to explain, and was so anxious that he scratched his ears and turned around twice in place, indicating that he had eaten the grass for good. Only then did the Empress brightly pass over. Yet she didn't even say a word of thanks as her gaze fell on the remaining spirit spring grass. It turns out that this grass is not only an antidote, it can actually enhance cultivation. It really is a spiritual grass. With that, she crawled over, ready to eat all the remaining spiritual spring grasses into her stomach, growing her cultivation and cultivating early. The cultivating goddess, who had taken in this scene, was instantly offended and climbed up to unceremoniously claw at the Empress's head. This cheap sister is too overbearing. She actually wants to eat all of the spirit herbs. How can this goddess allow you? She shrank into a turtle shell and bumped away from the Empress, shielding a few spirit spring herbs under her stomach as she glared angrily at the Empress. Humph. Although the cheap brother is ugly, at least he knows how to share the spirit herbs and save his sister. This sister, net thinking of keeping it all to herself. The more the Shura goddess thought about it, the more angry she became, and she raised her claw and slapped it again, directly slapping the female in a daze. After reacting, the Empress quickly pounced on her, and the 2 turtles fought, not giving way to each other. Lin Tian rolled his eyes towards the sky. 2 brute unreasonable things. Just as he cursed, the system's voice rang out. Ding! The system issues a task to regulate the conflicts of the same kind and rationalize the distribution of spiritual springgrass, rewarding divine power plus 30. The mission came, and Lin Tian smiled again. Since it was time to do it himself again, he quickly rushed between the 2 turtles and knocked them apart first, swinging his claws up 1 turtle at a time, and due to the force of the blow, the 2 turtles were knocked off their feet. Lin Tian quickly protected all of the remaining spirit spring grass under his body, showing his small pointed teeth in demonstration. If we don't get along with each other again, I'll fight both of them together. Zip! Knowing that she was in the wrong, the Empress shrunk her head into her turtle shell, leaving only a pair of pimple eyes to observe, because she was afraid that if she was any stronger she would be beaten again. After all, she couldn't hurt cheap brother yet. The Shura goddess was full of pox-eyed aggression, first baring her teeth at the Empress, then at Lin Tian. Zip! She's the one who tried to grab it, and I'm not free of the heat poisoning, plus I'm the younger sister, so why should I give in to her? Once Lin Tian heard that it made sense, it was indeed the Empress' fault this time, so he bit 2 spirit spring grasses with his mouth and carried them to Goddess Shura. The Shura goddess quickly ate the spiritual spring grass and turned around on the ground twice more, her beady eyes full of surprise. Sure enough, it's a spirit herb. Not only can it relieve heat and poison, but it's also able to enhance cultivation. It seems like it's not bad to be a turtle. The entire area around the cave is full of treasures. When Lin Tian heard Stinky Sister's words, he remembered the burning heat on his body just now, and then he remembered that it was heat poison. I've read from novels before that not only cultivation going off the deep end would cause heat, but spiritual energy ingestion and devouring in excess, too late to spread and digest, would also cause heat poisoning. It seems that this spirit herb can't be used up at once. You must keep some for later use, or else if you have heat poisoning again in the future and can't find this kind, you can only wait for death. Lin Tian patted the spiritual spring grass with his paw and circled around a few more spiritual spring grasses and rushed at the two turtles. Keep these spirit herbs for future backup. I'll break her mouth if anyone dares to steal them. Zip! When the Empress heard this, she shrunk her neck full of awe, but quickly turned brightly. Why didn't I think of that? What if this is eaten all at once? What if there's heat poisoning next time? I even scolded him for being black and ugly and stupid, but it turns out that the stupid one is this Empress. This goddess is really surprised that this ordinary stinking turtle is actually so smart. As long as we keep these grasses, we won't be afraid of heat and poison in the future. Seeing that his two sisters finally understood what he meant, Lin Tian felt relieved and climbed to the cave entrance, continuing to bathe in the sunlight and leisurely shaking his claws and humming a tune. Sister sits at the bow of the boat, brother walks on the shore, and gracefully, heaven and earth swings away. Lin Tian hummed a little song and fell asleep without realizing it, and he didn't know how long he had slept when he was woken up by the system voice. Congratulations to the host, completing the task given by the system, rewarding divine power value plus 30. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to a level 5 divine beast, level +1. Holy, that fast? Lin Tian excitedly opened his eyes. It was already dark outside the cave. Dare I say that he had slept all afternoon? Not bad. One level up in one afternoon. It won't be long before I'm able to transform into my form, and my jade-like little brother will be this master. Ha ha ha. Zip! Due to Lin Tian being too excited, the sound of his laughter immediately startled the two turtle sisters, who poked their heads out to look over his way. Yeah, this black ugly fool is smiling. Did he come across something tasty again? No way. I'm starving to death. Go see if this black ugly fool can spare some for me. The Shura goddess glanced at Lin Tian's exposed small pointed teeth, which was full of contempt. Yeah, it was already dark looking, and this baring of teeth makes it even uglier. No, in the future, after cultivation, one must never tell others that this is one's cheap brother. It's too humiliating. Hearing the heartfelt words of his two sisters, Lin Tian rolled his eyes in exasperation and glared back at the two turtles, tilting his head to the side and closing his eyes to pretend to have a closed mind. In reality, he had already used his mind to open the system layout, observing the abilities he possessed as he ascended to a 5th level divine beast. Host, Lin Tian, rank, LV5. Awakening spiritual intelligence level 1 upgrade in progress. Adult strength limit is 100. Body size growth 50 centimeters. Race, crowned back turtle. Ability, enhance the limbs and strength of the shell to fight an animal 20 centimeters larger than itself. Strength, 100. Use your own strength to strangle. Up to 200 kilograms. Defense, turtle shell and claws enhance their speed and defense ability by 2 levels. Continuously improving. Mystery value, 0. 1. 000 divine energy to next evolution. Lin Tian secretly sighed. Hey, in the end the direction is wrong. Devouring the spirit bird eggs to upgrade. Don't hit the sister upgrade speed is much more powerful. Chapter 10 Improving Meals. Lin Tian converted it. Hitting the sisters to upgrade was relatively slow, and the spirit devouring objects were absorbed relatively quickly, so he decided to work on what he ate. However, every day inside the cave, in addition to clinical as the spirit bird egg speed is too slow, the tortoise is supposed to be a carnivore. Have to change the physical direction. Lin Tian thought of this and prepared to climb outside the cave to see if he could find any spirits, preferably meat. He wasn't so sure, so he paged the system. System, come out. Host, I'm here. Let me just ask you, is eating meat with spiritual properties a faster upgrade than what we have now? Host, meat with spirit can indeed enhance cultivation. Hearing such a definite answer, Lin Tian prepared to wait for dawn to forage outside the cave. A cool breeze gusted through the cave entrance, and Lin Tian crawled back behind his eggshell for a beautiful sleep. When he opened his eyes, the morning sunlight had already shone in through the cave entrance. Lin Tian stretched and was just about to climb out of the cave when Stinky Sister's voice rang out. Wow, that's great. This Empress has been upgraded to Divine Beast level 2. Not bad for me. It's so sunny outside. This Empress is going out to soak up the sun's essence. The Empress climbed out of her cave and glanced at the eggshell of the goddess of Shura with disdain in her eyes. Stinking third sister. Wait for me. When sister ascends to the 3rd level, let's see if I don't clean up the two of you. When I cultivate to the 3rd level, I can go down to the river to fish for spirit fish to enhance my cultivation, and when I finish eating the food in this cave, look, but it's you too. The Empress still holds a grudge when she thinks of being bullied by her cheaper brother and sister for a bite of food. In his heart, he thought that the two ordinary tortoises, who were rampaging around by virtue of their fast growth in size, but don't forget that he was the one who had shaped his body and reshaped it. The goddess Shura poked her head out from inside the turtle shell and peered out. Wow! The sun! The sun is so good. I'm going to go out and forage for food. I'm going to eat the most spiritual food. I'm going to absorb the essence of the sun, and I'm going to break through to a third-level divine beast. Zip! As she spoke, she glanced at Lin Tian. This black ugly dummy even climbed to the cave entrance first. Does he also know how to absorb the essence of sunlight? Ha! How can it be? It's just an ordinary turtle. A dog basking in the sun to get comfortable. I think he's the same. The two smelly sisters crawled towards the cave entrance, and when they passed by Lin Tian, they didn't even look at him, and that disgusted little look couldn't be more underhanded. Lin Tian looked at the two turtle shells mixing one in front of his eyes, so he couldn't wait to go up and slap 10 slaps each. Have seen looking down on people, have not seen so look down on their own brother. Oh, to beat the little thing. Thinking that a level 2 and a level 3 had yet to break through and were still thinking of cleaning up after themselves, Lin Tian was exasperated and laughed. He rolled his beady eyes skyward and spat disdainfully. It's only less than level 3. What's the point of being proud? My brother is level 5. Am I proud? Zip. So unable to hide their sharpness. Just these two guys. They might die at some point. Thinking of this, Lin Tian suddenly thought of something and immediately chased after them, shouting at the two turtles. Don't go out there. Inside this cave, either spirit worms or bird eggs fell in. Could it be that some animal more equipped with intelligence was fishing for them like a fish? By the time they climbed out of the hole, they were just in time to be preyed upon. The two smelly sisters glared back at him and turned to crawl faster. Is this black stupid ugly afraid that this Empress will rob the sunshine essence and stop us from going out? Ugly monster. It's not even if eating is controlled by you. You also have to control it when you go out for a sunbathing. If it's not because of your big size, this goddess can't beat you. Hearing the two spit out, Lin Tian had to roll his eyes and rushed up to cross in front of the two turtles, flinging his bulky turtle shell and directly knocking the two turtles over. Ah! What do you want? Ugly? Black stupid ugly. Do you want to run over this Empress? Don't be too hateful. Be careful, I'll get you killed after I upgrade. Before the two turtles could finish cursing, they had already tumbled back inside the cave. Right at this moment, the triangular head reached into the cave at an extremely fast speed, opened its mouth and spat out its albatross, and it bit towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian was prepared for this and quickly retreated towards the back, and a footstep behind him also rolled into the cave. The large open mouth directly blocked the entire mouth of the cave, scaring the Empress and the goddess into shrinking back into the lava cave. I told you. Why did Black Clown Stupid bump into me? So it's because there's danger outside. So it seems Black Clown Stupid isn't so bad after all. No. How did he know there were snakes out there? I didn't expect Black Ugly Stupid to be so smart that this goddess didn't actually realize that there was danger outside. Hey, careless. It turns out that this cheap brother isn't as bad as imagined. The way things are going, in the future this goddess won't eat him even if her cultivation is in place. Look, Black Clumsy Clown can't get up. Look how funny he looks. Ha ha ha. This is the first time this goddess has seen a turtle unable to crawl, and it's hilarious. Hee hee. Lin Tian was on the back of a turtle at the moment, facing the ridicule of his two sisters. He couldn't wait to rush over and reward them with 100 slaps each to ease his hatred. If it wasn't for saving them both, would he have tumbled down and couldn't get up? Two heartless little things. Let's see if I save you or not when we are in danger in the future. Zip. What is he saying? The Nine Spectres Empress could only see Lin Tian's angry eyes, and a mouth that was moving, making sounds that were simply unintelligible. Is Black Stupid Ugly complaining about this Empress not helping him? The Empress cocked her head and stared at Lin Tian. The Shura goddess was even more exploratory as she looked his way, but didn't dare to come closer. I'd like to help the ugly bastard, but what if he gets up and hits me? Can't be that stupid. The Nine Spectres Empress looked at her for a few seconds and realized that something was wrong. Lin Tian couldn't flip over because he was too big and therefore looked a bit clumsy. Thinking about just now, if it wasn't for this Black Stupid Ugly turning them back inside the cave, the two of them would have become food inside the belly of the fierce snake. On the basis of this, the Nine Spectres Empress is naturally to help a hand. Not to mention other things, on the cheap brother of this identity, cannot not care, not to mention that people have saved their own. She slowly crawled over and used her turtle shell to push against the edge of Lin Tian's turtle shell. Zip! Why don't you flip harder? Why are you so heavy? You don't have the brains to specialize in meat, do you? Seeing the Nine Spectral Empress helping, Goddess Shura crawled over to the top and spat again. Usually you beat us for eating a little more. You deserve to grow so fat and stupid you can't crawl. Lin Tian's emotion of wanting to punch someone was one wave high. He had never been disliked like this when he was a human being. He didn't expect to be a turtle and actually be disliked so much by his two cheap sisters. Lin Tian rolled over and climbed to his feet, flinging himself around to bump off his two sisters. Two ungrateful stinking turtles. Chapter 11 Hunting Missions. Lin Tian cursed and glared at the two turtles, turning around and crawling towards his lava cave. He didn't want to spout off about the two sisters. It was harder to come and give yourself a hand than not to help. But fortunately, the stinky third sister didn't eat her heart out, and she was rewarded a little for her good deed. Just as he was thinking about how to teach two more turtles a lesson, a system alert came from his mind. Ding! Host, please pay attention to the hunting task issued by the system. Hunt and kill the evil python to get rid of harm for the divine beast world. Get reward divine power value plus 100. Whoa! 100 divine power value? How many times do you have to fight a sister to earn that much? Lin Tian secretly slandered and looked towards the python's open mouth, and immediately deflated again. System, you're messing with me, right? I'm only a little bit bigger in size, and you're giving me a hunting mission, and it's a giant python whose mouth is capable of swallowing two of me. Okay? Hunting time is 30 minutes. Please hurry to complete the task for rewards. The system didn't give a damn about him at all. The mechanical voice seemed as if it didn't carry any emotion, and that commanding tone really made Lin Tian uncomfortable to the extreme. Lin Tian rolled his eyes for a moment and rushed at the system to open his mouth and cursed. The stinking system that doesn't talk about martial virtues. Earning a little divine power value old me has to fight with my life. Thanks to me being proud of you. I'll go. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. But the system was like it had completely disappeared, not caring about him at all. Huge mouths were seen. Red letters. Lin Tian racked his brain to think of a way and still didn't know how he was going to kill such a huge thing. Before the layout tips, according to the power of this moment, only able to strangle the body size of 200 kilograms. This python is afraid that the head is more than so heavy. This is the task under the system? Sure, it's not a ghost. Claiming a life in such an immoral way? Lin Tian looked around, trying to find a weapon that could fight the python, when the voices of the two turtles came again. What to do? This Empress has only cultivated to 2 levels. How can I deal with such a large python? If we don't kill the behemoth in front of us, sooner or later, the ones who will die will be the few of us. It's over. It's not that this Empress doesn't want to cultivate the right fruit. It's that heaven doesn't give the way. Forget it, let's give it a go. Either this behemoth dies today, or this Empress dies. The 9 Spectres Empress waved her small claws and crawled over to Lin Tian, pushing her triangular head against his turtle shell. Zip! Cheap brother. For the sake of everyone living, let's work together to kill this thing? Lin Tian Daodu eyes blinked towards her, thinking in his heart, I would like to kill, but I also need to have the ability to do so. 100 divine power value. He wanted to kill the python in front of him more than anyone else, but there was no way. And at this time, the python, while spitting out letters, while using the inflated head constantly hit the hole. Once he hit and they all only have a dead end. Lin Tian was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, cruising back and forth around the area, trying to find a weapon, because with his own small claws, it was impossible to up the python. Right at this moment, the Shura Emperor poked out his little head and suddenly his eyes rested on a small plant by the magma stone, letting out a surprised voice and said, there's actually spirit poison guts here. This spirit poison guts that grows in the Shura spirit realm, how could there be any here? When Lin Tian heard this, he immediately turned his head towards the poisonous grass, only to see a small ping-pong ball-sized orb in the green grass. The little orb was purple through and through, surrounded by a blackness that resembled a jewel in black and purple. Spirit poison bile? Is this thing highly poisonous? Why don't you tell me? Can it poison this python? Lin Tian spun back and forth anxiously and rushed at the goddess Shura to ask. However, goddess Shura didn't understand him at all and inclined her head to look at him curiously. What is this black stupid ugly talking about? It's over. Cheap brother's words are unintelligible. How am I going to tell him that this spirit poisonous gallbladder can poison this giant python to death? It seems that we can only use actions to hint at it, the Shura goddess said as she climbed to Lin Tian's side and dribbled around, completely catching Lin Tian's gaze. Then he brought him to, next to the spirit poisonous gallbladder and touched it with his head, and then quickly crawled towards the cave entrance, crawling halfway back to see if Lin Tian understood. Lin Tian naturally didn't need to see the action to already understand. He crawled over and tried to use his mouth to bite the spirit poisonous guts, but just as he was about to lay his mouth down, he was slammed over by the goddess of cultivation all at once. Although Lin Tian was huge, but after all, goddess Xiaoluo was also a divine beast that was almost cultivated to the 3rd level, and under the collision, He just felt some pain on the edge of the turtle shell. Why are you asking me, sister? Lin Tian burst into a rage and rushed at the stinky third sister. You're not the one who said this would poison the python in front of you, so what are you bumping into me for? Goddess Shura simply didn't know how to spit. This cheap brother of hers was too stupid. Hey, this black ugly stupid, really stupid. All the poisons of the spirit poisonous gallbladder are gathered in the fruit. He actually doesn't know that. Calling him a stupid turtle is still unconvincing? When Lin Tian heard his heart, he instantly understood that stinky third sister was saving herself and instantly knew what to do. Instead of biting the fruit this time, he bit off the roots of the spirit poisonous guts, then bit the branches and leaves of the spirit poisonous guts in his mouth, leaving the venomous fruit exposed. Lin Tian turned around and crawled towards the python, and since the hole was not crashed open, the python could only open its mouth and spit out its letters, trying to hook the turtle inside. Lin Tian charged at this point and stood far away, waiting. By the time the python ate and spat its letter again, it flung out its spirit poison bile from afar, and the python, thinking it had hooked the turtle, retracted its protruding letter and couldn't wait to swallow it. Lin Tian quickly retreated to the middle of his two sisters and watched the python's reaction to swallowing the spirit poisonous guts. Sure enough, after waiting for only a few minutes, the python's toxicity struck the body, twisting randomly and letting out a horrifying howl. Ow! The open mouth left the cave, and the grotesque, appalling cry resounded throughout the valley. Lin Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This giant python was finally poisoned. Then whether it could be poisoned to death or not, that was unknown. Stinky third sister doesn't say whether the spirit poisonous gallbladder can block this giant python or not? Lin Tian spun around in place twice, pretending to be in a hurry. The goddess Shura gave him a mocking blank look. Don't worry, this spirit poisonous bile is the most poisonous spirit poison in the three realms. Not to mention a giant python. Even the Jiao in the mountain and sea sutra can die if they just eat a little bit of it. Lin Tian was finally relieved to hear this, although stinky third sister's explanation was a bit exasperating, but it wasn't a waste of effort after all. Lin Tian heard the howling outside stop and there was no more movement around him before he took the lead and climbed out of the cave. And just as he was about to leave the cave, a system beep sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for completing the hunting mission issued by the system, and obtaining a reward of divine power value plus 100. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to a level 6 divine beast, level plus 1. Lin Tian said with great joy. Hunting upgrades so fast. Mega cool ah. Chapter 12 Demon Cultivator Inner Dan. Lin Tian looked back at the two turtles, who were beaten by himself with a look of fear, and secretly slurred. With such high rewards for hunting missions, who still fights sisters to upgrade? Hurt feelings. He took a closer look. The python outside was no longer moving, lying there motionless as the sunlight shone through the hole. Lin Tian looked back at his two sisters and said, "What are you still waiting for? Go out and see if you can eat?" Zip! The two sisters couldn't understand what he was saying at all, and looked at him with confused faces. The Empress was smarter and cocked her triangular head. What is black stupid ugly talking about? Is it talking about going out and eating that snake? Yay! Such a big snake. Now we finally don't have to grab the food. Stupid turtle, charge first. The third sister was a spooky one, and before the second level could react, she took the lead and rushed towards the cave entrance, with no such thing as a concerted effort, clearly not taking the two of them seriously. Joking. People are the goddess of Shura. Two turtles in his eyes are ordinary turtles. In addition to being ugly, also grabbed ferociously. Completely no quality to speak of. I didn't realize that cheap brother and sister are completely different from me. This quality is also too bad. This goddess is now going to run in front to eat the first bite. What can I drop? Reacting to the Empress, you followed and climbed up the hole, trying to copy in front of the third sister. Probably because of the difference in cultivation, the third sister did not run past the Empress after all. I didn't realize that this cheap sister, who looks better than her cheap brother, has good abilities. Hi, when this goddess cultivates in the future, she must get a good position for second sister. At least she will be the protector by my side. As the saying goes, sisters of one heart and one mind break the gold. Lin Tian heard his sister's heart, and couldn't help but roll his bean's eyes. The second sister is a little better. The third sister is the most black-hearted, and it doesn't matter. Dry rice is important. Seeing that the two turtles had already rushed ahead of him, Lin Tian didn't think about anything else and prepared to fill his stomach first. He climbed out of the hole and was dumbfounded. Lying motionless on the ground, the serpent was as thick as a large iron skillet, and had absolutely no idea where to start. How is this supposed to be eaten? No, you must eat the best part first. Whether it can aid in cultivation or not is not to be said. The taste is still the most important thing. Lin Tian looked at the large snake on the ground and thought about which part would be appropriate to start eating. If I don't have it, I'll pick the best. However, before he could think of anything else, Stinky Third Sister had already crawled over and bit the snake's tail, tugging at a piece and starting to bite it, but it took a lot of effort not to bite it off. This snake's flesh is so hard, you can't even bite it off. Seeing this, the Empress bared her small fangs in a scoff and crawled over to the head and tail with her triangular head, and then crawled over to poke the snake in the back. It does seem kinda hard, how should I eat this? The Empress cocked her little head and instantly had an idea. I won't take the first bite, but I can't make a joke. Let's see how Black Ugly Stupid eats it. Lin Tian. According to the knowledge he learned in his previous life, the snake's skin is definitely not able to bite, and if he wants to eat snake meat, he must cut the skin first. Thinking of this, Lin Tian walked over to the tongue and started biting from above the snake's 7 inches. The yellow sky was not a turtle, finally biting out a hole in the snake's skin and ripping off a piece. Lin Tian cursed in a good-natured manner towards his 2 sisters. What are you waiting for? Come over and help. Zip. Empress Beanpole's eyes rolled and she belted out. Yay! Why didn't I think of that? Can't we just peel the skin off and eat it? Looks like Black Ugly Stupid isn't so stupid after all. She quickly crawled over towards the snakeskin that Lin Tian had just ripped apart and helped him start ripping the snakeskin. And Goddess Shura also ran over to help when she saw this. With the concerted efforts of the 3 turtles, a large portion of the snakeskin was finally withdrawn, and the female opened her mouth to take a bite out of the device, which was instantly praised. Aha! Nice! The flavor of this snake is absolutely amazing, and this snake meat is also rich in spiritual chi, so it seems to be a cultivation snake. TSK, TSK, TSK. This python, it should have cultivated for hundreds of years, right? This meat is quite strong. Not only can it fill your stomach, but it can also increase your cultivation, the Shura goddess said as she ate, taking bigger bites than one, completely disregarding the fact that Lin Tian hadn't taken a bite yet. The Empress was alright, sticking out her little head to poke Lin Tian, then vacated a spot. Black Ugly Stupid, come here and eat. This cheap third sister's conscience is so poisonous that she won't even leave a place for you. A warm current rose in Lin Tian's heart. Still his cheap second sister was good. He climbed over towards the python's 7 inches and bit it. Pulling off a piece of meat and eating it, he felt as if his body was being hit by a hot current. As if his pores were all open to absorb the essence of the daylight at the moment. The cultivation of his body seemed to be transformed and released at this moment, and it was as if a strong force and a warm current hit the dantian at the same time. It's worthy of being a cultivated snake. Whether it's the flavor of the meat or the renewed aura, it's good. Zip! Lin Tian was raving as he ate, and his little paws kept scratching, wanting to eat the fresher meat inside. However, Lin Tian soon realized that something was wrong. There was something hard against his claws, and he yanked the shaved opening towards the sides. Nice guy! Lin Tian straight away called out good guy. It was actually a snake egg like the size of a ping pong ball. The white snake egg was also wrapped in a light blue aura. He quickly shaved out that egg, and the Empress next to him suddenly had her eyes go wide with surprise. Demon Cultivator's inner pills? This blue aura is from the demonic realm. This one snake is definitely a demonic cultivator snake, and this demonic cultivator's inner elixir can fuel at least 10 years of divine cultivation. With that, she extended her claws to grab it, but unexpectedly, before she could touch the inner elixir, she was slapped back by Lin Tian, her claws slapping towards her head. It's good enough to let you eat snake meat, and you want to rob the inner elixir. Overdoing it? Black Ugly Stupid. You quickly give me the inner Dan. This demonic cultivator's inner Dan is powerful. Only a turtle of divine cultivation can carry it after eating it, otherwise it will go off the deep end. The Empress was a little worried as she rushed at Lin Tian, and soon thought that Lin Tian wouldn't understand at all, and shook her head at him again, making a squeaky sound. The Shura goddess was not so nice, and before Lin Tian could react, she crawled over and started to grab it. This inner elixir is only useful if this goddess eats it. There's no use for you ordinary turtles to eat it. Give it to me quickly. She reached out her claws to hold down the inner Dan, only to be pummeled by the Empress. Stinky third sister. I've tolerated eating more and taking more in the past, but now this is an inner elixir. Can you stand it? The Shura goddess did not show any weakness and opened her mouth to bite at the Empress's claws, and the two instantly fought to a standstill. Lin Tian knew that the demon cultivator's inner Dan was a good thing, and without persuading or making a move, he opened his mouth to hold the demon cultivator's inner Dan while the two were fighting, and directly swallowed it. By the time the two turtles reacted, it was already too late, only to see Lin Tian's abdomen bulge and stomp his legs in pain. Black Stupid Ugly. Spit it out. Chapter 13 Ice and Fire. The Empress quickly crawled over and extended her claws to pat Lin Tian's turtle back. Come on. Spit it out. You're just an ordinary turtle. You can't afford to eat this. Goddess Cultivator, which was a face of anger. glared at Lin Tian and said, "It's over. Such a good inner elixir has been wasted. This black ugly fool definitely can't take it." Lin Tian's feeling at the moment where his dantian was, a cold gas surged upwards, forming a hedge with the internal heat. Feeling that his entire body was in two heavens of ice and fire, it was unbearable. He rolled on the ground with difficulty, feeling his body swell as if it were going to be torn apart. "It hurts. It's bloated. Why does it hurt so much?" He was instantly a little fuzzy and dizzy. The Empress was anxious, her claws constantly patting his back. "Cheap brother, are you alright? It's finished. It's really gone off the rails. Nay, I'm not cultivated enough to fix it." The Empress was so anxious that she circled back and forth at Lin Tian's side, while the goddess of cultivation had a gloating look on her face. "It did go off the rails. Ha ha ha. Ordinary creatures will go off the deep end and die if they eat a demonic cultivator's inner guts, but it's great to request that the inner elixir won't be completely digested. Mine is still mine." She simply lay down on the side and looked at Lin Tian, who was rolling around in pain. "After my cheap brother dies, I'll dig out the demon cultivator's inner dan and take it to help myself cultivate. Cheap brother, don't worry. After I succeed in my cultivation, I'll kill more snakes to avenge you." When Lin Tian heard Stinky Third Sister's heart, he simply wanted to beat her to death. This master has seen wickedness. I have never seen such wickedness. The key is still his own cheap sister. Let me go. What sins did I create in my previous life? It's not even enough to turn into a turtle in this lifetime, but to be gored by one's own sister when one dies. No, I can't die. I can't let the Stinky Third Sister have her way. I have to stay alive and beat her to upgrade. Lin Tian's last thought was that he couldn't die. He couldn't be a turtle and still die without a body, and be broken open by his sister to take the inner elixir. He secretly vowed that as long as he does not die, even if the fight sister escalation is slow, he will continue to fight. Fight until the Stinky Three Sister to serve. I fight until she dares not violate himself. Lin Tian instantly thought of the system. At his wit's end, he could only turn to the system for help. "System, come out of there." "Host, I'm here. Just tell me what's going on with me." The host can only digest aura that matches the host's body type, and the host's condition is one of overeating aura. Lin Tian was already in pain and couldn't speak, and when he heard the system pressing for words, he became even more anxious. "Dog system, don't be a pushover. Just tell me straight up what to do." The host can use the spirit gathering grass to gather and store the excess spiritual chi in the inner dan, which can be output according to the cultivation needs and supplied to the host for all cultivation at any time. After being reminded of this, Lin Tian remembered the spirit gathering grass that he had gotten from his last quest. He quickly crawled towards the hole, as he had planted the spirit gathering grass behind the eggshell before for fear of being discovered, specially covering it with ordinary grass. The two turtles took one look at the situation and immediately followed into the hole. "What's wrong with cheap brother? Is this not going to last much longer?" The Empress followed quickly with a worried face. The Shura goddess was gloating. Even her pace was much lighter, fearing that if her cheap brother died, the Empress would snatch the inner elixir from his body. Is this ordinary turtle sex? To die inside their own burrow? Soon, when he breaks, I'll be able to dig up the inner elixir. Cool, too cool. I'll do some math. To cultivate the inner elixir can boost my cultivation for 10 years, and I'll soon be able to transform. Ha ha ha. Lin Tian was dazed from the pain, and when he heard Stinky Third Sister's heartfelt words, he barely managed to raise a breath. It was hard to find the spirit gathering grass behind the eggshell. Lin Tian didn't hesitate to open his mouth and bite it. The spirit gathering grass emitted a cool flavor in his mouth, swallowing it to his throat and all the way to his stomach, the cool energy instantly expanding throughout his body. Lin Tian felt comfortable all over this, probably because the pain was too much before and his body was exhausted. He closed his eyes and prepared to take a rest. "Cheap brother, you're not really going to die, are you? Don't you die. Don't die, okay? After I've cultivated, I won't let you sit on the mounting stone anymore. I'll give you a better position as general of the 9 specters." Thinking that her cheap brother was going to die, the Empress touched his turtle shell with her head with some sadness. Lin Tian didn't even want to move due to being too exhausted. He just made an effort to open his eyes and look at the Empress. His right eye closed and he fell asleep. However, probably because of eating the inner elixir, he could hear the sounds around him even in his sleep. The heartfelt voice of the Stinky Third Sister came through. "Finally dead. Finally I can dig up the inner elixir. Ha ha ha. Black ugly stupid. Not only is the inner elixir inside your stomach mine, I will also eat your flesh and drink your blood. As the saying goes, eat turtles to live longer. Not only do I want to cultivate against all odds, I want to live forever. Ha ha ha." Stinky Third Sister was so excited that she climbed over and pushed the Empress away and was ready to dig for the inner elixir again. "What are you doing?" The Empress was a bit anxious and rushed over to try to stop Goddess Shura. but she was bitten on the neck by her opponent. Although the two were of similar cultivation, the Shura goddess struck first in the end, and the Empress shrunk her head into her turtle shell in pain. However, just as the little sharp teeth revealed by the goddess of Shura had bitten into Lin Tian's stomach, Lin Tian did a flip and directly pressed his head underneath his stomach. It was too late for the goddess Shura to retreat. Her head pinned down as her neck was yanked long and hard. Black, ugly, stupid. So you're not dead. Let go of me. I'm your sister. Let go. The goddess Shura shouted incoherently, her voice growing hoarse and her breath weakening. The turtle's back that pressed on his neck seemed to have grown several times in an instant, a weight he just couldn't bear, but he couldn't shake it off, almost pulling his neck off. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't get her killed. At least she was his cheap sister. He moved his turtle shell and extended his claws to slap her triangular head. Snap. These two slaps to beat you, not long eyes. Eat more and take more, evil heart, even if it's not enough, but also want to dig up my inner elixir. Snap. Lin Tian threw up his little claws and opened them left and right again, directly smacking on the Shura goddess' mouth. These two slaps have put you in a position where your gluttony won't change, and you don't think of your family, not even your brother. Lin Tian said and threw up his claws, directly scared the Shura goddess into a daze. Whoosh sound will be shrunk into the turtle shell inside the head, turned around and fled. Lin Tian was just about to go after him when the system's voice rang in his head. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to a grade 7 divine beast, level +1. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to a grade 8 divine beast, level +1. Lin Tian froze for half a second, then was ecstatic. Nice one. I can't believe I went up 2 levels at once. Chapter 14. I want to transform. Lin Tian, being too happy, spun around in place and hummed a little song loudly. La 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 la. The two turtles looked dumbfounded at once, and the Empress rolled her eyes toward the sky with a helpless expression. It's over. Brother Cheap has gone off the deep end and turned into a crazy turtle. Why is my life so bitter? In my last life, I was victimized by a traitor, and in this life, I have a cheap brother who is still crazy. Hey, in the end, it's his own cheap brother. Even if he turns into a crazy turtle, he can't abandon it. Give him some of the food he finds in the future. What else can I do? It had to be said that the Empress was a conscientious one. Although she had already determined that Lin Tian had turned into a crazy turtle, she still didn't give up. The Shura goddess was different, gloating and spitting when she saw Lin Tian turn into a crazy turtle. Black, ugly, stupid. Hit me? Now that you've become a crazy turtle, let's see how you can beat me up later. It's not right. Is turning into a crazy turtle so capable of fighting? Goddess Shura was instantly filled with doubt again. He was already a divine beast, but he still couldn't beat a crazy turtle. If this was known, the entire Shura world, wouldn't it be laughed off? No, we have to find a chance to kill this crazy cheap brother, so as not to lose the face of this goddess. Lin Tian heard the Empress's heart. His heart is still happy. In the end, it is a nest inside out. The sister is still a sister. Still have a conscience. In the future, have to hit a little lighter. However, upon hearing Goddess Shura's heartfelt words, Lin Tian was instantly nonplussed. This stinky sister. She herself had turned into a crazy turtle, and still couldn't escape the fate of having to get killed by him. I can't have this sister. But at this time, Lin Tian didn't want to waste his time on this, and couldn't wait to climb behind the eggshell and secretly check his system layout. It had been 3 consecutive levels without checking, and I wondered how my strangulation power was now. Most of all, had it reached the transformation rank? Host, Lin Tian, rank, LV8, Awakening Spiritual Intelligence Level 3 upgrade in progress. Adult strength limit is 100. Body size growth 100 centimeters. Race, crown-backed turtle. Ability, enhance the vitality of the turtle's shell limbs to fight an animal 50 centimeters larger than itself. Strength, 150. Strangulation with own ability, up to 400 kg. Defense, turtle shell and claws enhance their speed and defense ability by 3 levels, continuously improving. Divine power value, 0, 3, 000 divine points until next evolution. Lin Tian was even happier than before when he saw the layout, humming his little song even louder. La 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 la. With our current strangulation power, even a bigger snake would be no problem to strangle. Just as he was happy, the heartfelt voices of his 2 sisters rang out again. It's not right. Cheap brother has become crazy. I have to hurry out and find some food to share with him. Otherwise I won't be in trouble if I can't protect myself next time I'm in trouble. The Empress staggered towards the entrance of the cave and climbed to the entrance without forgetting to turn around and instruct Lin Tian. Black, ugly, stupid. Stay here and stay well. I'll go find you some food and come back. Or else you won't have anything to eat when I go out to forage for food later. When Lin Tian heard the Empress' heartfelt words, a warm current surged through his heart. It seems that this second sister is not bad. Wait until the future to cultivate to the transformed form to improve her properly. The latter third sister, however, was a different story and couldn't wait for her second sister to hurry up and climb out of the hole. Wait until second sister is gone. I'll teach this crazy turtle a good lesson. Dare to hit this goddess. Outrageous. After finishing her speech, the Shura goddess drilled into her magma cave and began to cultivate, preparing to break through the ranks and then teach Lin Tian a good lesson. Lin Tian thought of how dangerous it would be for his second sister to go out alone, and immediately crawled and chased after her, and just as he reached the entrance of the cave, he was arched back by the Empress with her triangular head. Don't worry, I'm at least a female emperor. I'll be able to cope with any danger I encounter. The Empress finished crawling out of the cave, and on second thought, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. How could an ordinary crazy turtle care about this Empress? Impossible. I'm the one who thought too much. Hearing his sister's heartfelt words, Lin Tian sent a PI'd look yesterday and turned around to go back behind the eggshell, ready to ask the system when exactly he would be able to take shape. While it's nice to be a turtle, it's definitely better to be someone with a practice. System, come out. Host, I'm here. System, how many levels do I have to cultivate to before I can transform? The host is in the process of upgrading. When Lin Tian heard the system's double entendre, he immediately became a little impatient and rushed at the system to ask again. How many levels does that go up to? The system no longer had a voice, giving no answer at all to his questions, as if it had disappeared. Lin Tian waited for half a day and didn't hear an answer, and instantly became a bit tense and started shouting again. System, are you dead? I'm asking you, when do I have to upgrade to transformation? Lin Tian asked and then waited for a few more minutes, and still didn't see the system answer, so he burst out anxiously. Dog system, are you dumb? Please pay attention to the qualities of a beast. Lin Tian rolled his eyes towards the sky. Was this system deliberately working against him? If you don't answer a question you've asked several times, you don't pay attention to quality when you curse yourself? Is not answering people's questions quality? However, one still had to rely on brother system to mix amongst the divine beasts, and even though Lin Tian was angry, he didn't dare to make any more trouble. He crawled towards the entrance of the cave, ready to check on his second sister and what danger she was in now. However, as soon as he had left in front of him, the goddess Shura climbed out after him, and kept spitting. Why is Black clumsy ugly crawling out? Does he know that this goddess is going to teach him a lesson? No, this is not the kind of thinking an ordinary turtle should be able to have. Not to mention the fact that he's already gone off the deep end and is a crazy turtle. There's no way he can have a mind at all. Lin Tian just scoffed in the face of stinky third sister's various tirades. You don't even want to care. He had just climbed out of the cave when he saw the Empress' second sister crawling towards him in a panic. She poked Lin Tian with her triangular head, then crawled towards the location of the cave entrance, making a sound under her breath. Zip! There's food up ahead, but it's very dangerous, so don't come out until I figure out how to grab it for you. Apparently the second sister thought he had gone crazy and didn't want to take him along on something dangerous. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with helplessness as he opened his mouth to explain. I'm not crazy. I haven't gone off the deep end. I can not only protect me, I can also protect you. If there's something good to eat, you hurry up and take me there. The Empress, who obviously couldn't understand him, opened her mouth to reveal two small pointed teeth and comforted him. Cheap brother, be good. I won't leave you behind. You stay here and I'll go grab the crocodile eggs. After the Empress finished speaking, she turned around and crawled towards the beach, and Goddess Shura followed. Lin Tian immediately screamed that it was not good. Don't go. You can't beat a crocodile. Chapter 15. Goddess wades into stealing eggs. Lin Tian shouted loudly, suddenly thinking that stinky second sister couldn't understand her language, and with all his strength, he crashed into it. The female emperor's turtle shell flipped and rolled out a long way. Ouch! What are you bumping into me for? Black ugly stupid? Zip! Lin Tian angled his head in the direction of the crocodile, signaling the Empress sister to look towards the crocodile. It was fine if she didn't look at it, but looking at it really startled the Empress. The crocodile was seen glaring viciously at her, baring its white, sharp teeth, its tail curling the egg under its belly to protect it in a violent rage. However, at this moment, the Empress was less than a meter away from the crocodile, and if it wasn't for her cheap brother's timely intervention, she would have been swallowed by the crocodile, because that crocodile was 2 to 3 meters long. According to its size, swallowing 3 turtles would not be a problem. Luckily, cheap brother made a timely move, otherwise I would have become food in the crocodile's belly. So close. The Empress's small eyes rolled, looking at Lin Tian with quite a bit of gratitude as she let out a voice. Zip! I didn't realize that cheap brother's sense of danger was quite strong, and excluding his cultivation talent, he's still considered a talent. This was the best comment Lin Tian had heard his second sister give him since he came out of the eggshell. Secretly happy. Ha! You know your brother has talent? Ha ha! Putting it plainly, your job of mounting a stone is not really worthy of your brother's talent as well as the system. While Lin Tian was being complacent, the goddess cultivator who then followed him out scoffed when she saw the two of them frowning at each other. Ha! What's the deal with these two? Those who know are brother and sister. Those who don't know think they are both. Ouch! Two stupid turtles. They don't even grab the crocodile eggs when they have them. They are simply stupid. Look at this goddess. After she finished speaking, she quickly climbed to Lin Tian and the Empress's side and rushed at the crocodile and started to provoke it. Where did the crocodile, whose beastly nature had not yet come out, stand up to the provocation? Only to see that crocodile's tail sweeping, it lunged towards Lin Tian and the Empress all at once. The guarded Shura goddess, dodging towards the side, quickly crawled into the crocodile hole and rolled the 3 crocodile eggs under her belly. Thinking that the crocodile would lunge back, she simply grabbed the crocodile's egg with her mouth onto a large leaf and ran, dragging the leaf with her. Reacting to this, Lin Tian realized that the crocodile had already pounced on the two of them, and immediately reached out and arched the Empress, sending her tumbling into the water. He himself took a few steps backward and swished into the water, leading the Empress towards the opposite side of the river. The crocodile wants to jump into the water to chase, seemingly have worried about their eggs, turn around only to realize that they have been caught in the trick of the tiger. The eggs have been dragged away. The crocodile, who realized that it was not good, gave up chasing after Lin Tian and the Empress and turned around to chase towards the Shura goddess. Seeing that she was about to be chased, the Shura goddess instantly moved to crawl inside the rock crevice on the opposite side. The crocodile, bent on recovering his eggs, drills towards the rocky crevice and clips his head into it. The goddess Shura, who had already crawled through the crack in the stone, looked back at the crocodile struggling in the crack. Ha ha ha, silly crocodile. If you want to snatch eggs from this goddess, you're still a bit young. Ha ha ha. She let out a wide grin at the crocodile caught inside the rocky crevice, sticking out her triangular head and arching the tumbler. Stupid crocodile, dare you chase me? I'm going to eat your egg right now under your nose and suck up the aura to upgrade it before I kill you and eat your flesh. Spirit alligator meat has more aura than normal fish. Eating your meat and eggs will definitely increase your cultivation. But he didn't want his arrogance to go completely into the crocodile, and the stuck crocodile struggled vigorously inside the stone crack. Boom! Only a loud bang could be heard as the crocodile shook the boulder to pieces and opened its bloody mouth, biting towards the goddess Shura. Goddess Shura was now frozen with fear. It was too late to react. The vicious crocodile was only half a meter away from her. She dragged her egg and turned to run. However, she couldn't move any faster than the crocodile and called out in terror as she saw that she was about to be caught up. Help! Cheap brother! Second sister! Save me! Lin Tian was originally catching pangolins inside the water, and when he heard his sister's call, he quickly drilled out of the water. The Empress followed suit and burrowed out of the water, and the scene before them left the two dumbfounded. The goddess Shura was seen dragging the crocodile's egg on top of the leaves, circling the boulder with the crocodile in hot pursuit. Both the goddess Shura and the massive crocodile were panting with exhaustion. I have to say, goddess Shura was smart, because running a straight line he simply couldn't outrun the crocodile. Because of the crocodile's large size and the many holes in the stone leading to the opposite side, coming and going inside the cracks of that stone, that crocodile simply couldn't do anything to her. But this is not a permanent solution, because this crocodile was originally a spirit alligator, naturally not stupid, and now has begun to use its head to hit the stone. The stone that had originally collapsed to one side was also shaking at this moment. Once it collapsed, the goddess of Shura would surely be smashed into mush and would surely die. When the goddess of Shura saw Lin Tian and the Empress, it was as if she had seen a lifesaver and called for help once again. Cheap brother, save me. Second sister, help. As long as you two are willing to save me, we'll split the crocodile eggs I snatched equally. I definitely won't take more than I can eat, and I'll definitely be obedient. In the face of her life being at stake, Goddess Shura completely lost her previous arrogance and was filled with pleading. In the end, it was his own sister. Lin Tian couldn't see death to save her. And again, Alligator sinensis is not an ordinary crocodile. Is the crocodile species of the strongest spirit? A crocodile egg can withstand dozens of pangolin aura. In the way of the crocodile's greatness, Lin Tian hadn't thought about seizing the crocodile egg before. After all, the size was too big, and the three of them turtles combined might not be a match. But now it's different. Can't not save my sister. Have pissed off the crocodile anyway. Since saving my sister, the crocodile egg is a must. Lin Tian turned his head to look at the Empress, and his bean eyes rolled around, looking towards the other side of the stone. The Empress, being an empress in the end, instantly understood her cheap brother's meaning and nodded. and the two turned into opposite directions to climb, but both equally centered around a central point. That is, the side of the goddess Shura. When the crocodile saw the direction of the two turtles, it instantly didn't know who to go after first, probably because it thought that its egg was still with goddess Shura, so it stared at goddess Shura dead in the face. After all, he had just been caught in the trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain, and he didn't want the same locomotive to be played twice by the other side. Lin Tian wanted this effect, and while the crocodile was concentrating all of its energy to stare at goddess Shura, he quickly scurried to goddess Shura's side, dragged the crocodile's egg and turned around to run. The crocodile was ready to break through the rocks to give chase, when his neck once again got stuck inside a crevice and he couldn't move. Boom! There was another loud thud and the two turtles quickly crawled apart as the boulder quickly collapsed onto the crocodile. Lin Tian, who ran far away, looked back and could not help but praise, "Worthy of being my sister. Smart." Chapter 16 just got out of danger and then played bad. Lin Tian ultimately overestimated his sister. The words were not finished. The goddess of Shura, because of mocking the crocodile's stupidity, did not see. Back in front of the stone mix, fell on all fours. The crocodile crawled out from inside the rock and lunged at her. Lin Tian quickly climbed up and bit the edge of cheap third sister's turtle shell and yanked hard. It was hard to pull away from the goddess of Thule, but the crocodile pounced and the two rolled to the bottom of the slope. Ouch! Black ugly stupid. What are you dragging me for? Causing my turtle shell to fall and hurt. You did it on purpose, didn't you? The Shura goddess screamed as she climbed up, her two eyes filled with indignation as she glared at Lin Tian. "I'm saving you, aren't I? Heartless thing. Thanks to the turtle shell you're wearing, you don't have any turtle nature at all." Lin Tian rolled his eyes towards the sky, really wanting to go up and slap the stinky third sister twice. Just then, the Empress voice came. "Why don't the two idiots run away? Do they want to wait to be eaten by the crocodiles?" It was only then that Lin Tian reacted from his anger total, and the injured crocodile was already chasing towards them. Lin Tian crawled over to plant the Shura goddess, turned around, and then crawled in the direction of the Empress, biting the leaves and dragging the three turtle eggs towards the inside of the cave. It was hard to return to the cave. The Empress had long been exhausted, lying on the ground and not moving. In the end, her cultivation was less than a third-order divine beast. Her strength was limited. Exhausted, this Empress, this damned Shura goddess, had to go and steal the crocodile eggs. The Empress looked at the three crocodile eggs that contained aura and couldn't help but shake her head. "When have I, the Nine Spectres Empress, been such a wimp? I actually fled from running away for a crocodile egg. In order to save my heartless cheap sister, I almost lost this Empress's life." Just as the Empress was indignant, the voice of the goddess Shura came from outside the cave entrance. "These two dead turtles, it wouldn't be that they don't wait for me, and the two of them share my crocodile eggs, right? Humph. If that's the case, I am not letting them go." Goddess Shura cursed and climbed into the hole. Seeing the three intact crocodile eggs, this was a relief. She looked at her cheap brother, and then at the Empress. The look that she had just begged for help was completely gone, and she glared at the two turtles in a condescending manner, and opened her mouth. "Let's make a deal. I snatched this crocodile egg. I'll eat two and you two split one." As she said that, she was ready to go to the Empress's side to grab the crocodile egg. However, just as she extended her claws, Lin Tian raised his hand and gave her a large bib, jerking her around. "Nice one. I have long said that the crocodile eggs cannot be stolen. Dangerous. You do not listen to go to steal. We gave up our lives to save you. The result is that you ask us to share it too? I've seen the unrighteous, but I've never seen you so unrighteous. This slap is to hit you, this unkind thing." Zip! After the goddess of Shura reacted, she glared at Lin Tian forcefully. "Black ugly stupid. You heartless thing. The crocodile eggs were snatched by me. It would be good to share one with you." Pop! Before she could finish her sentence, she was slapped on the head with another claw by Lin Tian. "I'll kill you if you say that again. It's true that you stole the crocodile eggs. Your sister and I risked our lives to save you. Can't you see that you're blind?" The Shura goddess was completely enraged. Putting down the crocodile egg that she snatched, she swung her claws and was ready to join Lin Tian's hands, and the Empress immediately ran over to stop it. "What are you doing, stinky third sister? Don't forget that the three of us are from the same litter. We should work together against each other. Why are you still making a move against your own family's brother?" Goddess Shura, glaring back at the Empress. "Second sister, since you and this ugly monster have the same nostrils, then I'll even fight you together. This goddess is at least reborn and cultivated. Is it hard to be afraid of you?" After the Shura goddess finished speaking, the claws that were originally swung at Lin Tian were quickly turned around to aim at the Empress for a flurry of blows. The Empress is not a vegetarian, and those who come will return. The little claws are busy, and the goddess is beaten up. tangled up in each other. Ding! The system orders a mission to maintain peace in the Divine Beast realm, rewarded with a spiritual value of plus 30. Lin Tian was originally still watching the fun to see which of the two reborn cultivated turtles was better. When he heard the voice of the system, he remembered the point. The task that the system had given itself was to maintain peace in the Divine Beast realm, so concerned with watching the fights that he had forgotten about it. He immediately rushed between the two turtles and swung his claws up in a fierce beating. But of course, he didn't want to hit the Empress who defended him, and his claws slapped at the goddess. The goddess, who had already fallen below, was strained by two more heavy blows. Black ugly stupid. You actually helped her to bully me. I'm going to fight you both. At least I'm a third-grade divine beast. How can I let you two bully me like this? The goddess had obviously just upgraded to a level 3 divine beast, and the blood-returning claw started to strike back. However, Lin Tian's claws were like iron claws, hitting wherever it hurt. In the end, even after becoming a third-grade divine beast, they could only surrender and be beaten and fled in all directions. Okay, can't I just surrender? It's always okay if I give you the eggs to distribute, right? The Shura goddess stretched out her head and arched the egg out as she stepped backwards, looking at Lin Tian in awe. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth hooked into a cold smile. I'll ask you if you're convinced? I've already said that it's fair and just, but you prefer to take more than you can eat. And you're still a third-grade divine beast? I'm an 8th grader. Am I proud? Ungrateful thing. If you do this again in the future, I'll break your turtle claws and see how you still bounce? While cursing, Lin Tian extended his claws and hooked the crocodile eggs over, preparing to distribute them rationally. However, Goddess Shura always felt that she had suffered a great loss, but she didn't dare to resist head-on, and while she didn't dare to resist, she was afraid that Lin Tian wouldn't give her the crocodile egg. Black ugly stupid. First things first, the one crocodile egg that belongs to me has to be shared. Lin Tian completely ignored the stinky third sister and pushed one of the crocodile eggs in front of the Empress. Then he picked up the crocodile egg that belonged to him and returned to the lava cave behind his own eggshell. The Shura goddess was still cursing Lin Tian as she picked up her own egg on her way back to her magma cave. Black ugly stupid. What's the point of tugging? It doesn't matter if I give you a little bit to eat now. When you're strong and well fed with aura, I'll eat you first after I've cultivated. Ha ha ha. You even don't treat me as your sister. I naturally treat you as a melting body that gathers aura. And when I eat you in the future, my cultivation will increase greatly, and I will be the god of Shura. Every time Lin Tian heard Stinky Third Sister's heartfelt words, he had the feeling that he had hit lightly and regretted not hitting hard. Lin Tian secretly spat. People raise a sister is to raise relatives. This master I raise a sister that is called to raise a tiger, but also have to be careful. It seems to hit the sister upgrade cannot stop the plan. Chapter 17 The Power of Ling Alligator Eggs. Before Lin Tian could finish spitting, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the task given by the system rewarding divine power value plus 30. Hearing that the divine power value had arrived, Lin Tian's heart was finally somewhat comforted, and he secretly bellyached. God's horses all floating clouds, only enhance their own strength is the hard truth. Unconvinced next time to fight on it. Hey, it's just that each time only the divine power value this grows 30. In the face of the increasingly high evolutionary divine power value, it's simply not proportional. Next time to beat the sister rewards cannot add some? The more Lin Tian thought about it, the more wrong it was. Wasn't this the same as being a human being who only raised prices but not wages? No way. All of them caught the system out and asked for clarification. And it's getting harder and harder to beat your sister as she grows bigger and bigger. The system doesn't carry how to wool gather or the upgrades behind it will get harder and harder and should never be compromised. System, come out. Host, I'm here. System, raising turtles is getting higher and harder to discipline. Can the rewards be increased? After the equivalent creature has advanced to the 3rd level of cultivation, the reward will be doubled each time the mission is completed. Lin Tian heard the words of the system. His heart was happy. I did not think that the system is quite humanized. In that case, then fight a little more. Do not want for nothing. System, can you add more? No. The system decisively refused. Lin Tian skimmed his triangular mouth, secretly calculating in his heart. Before each mission rewarded divine power value 30. Now the two turtles have advanced to the 3rd level. Then in the future, every time he quests, doubling the reward is 60 divine power value. Think about it is not bad. Think of the upgrade as slow then fight a few more times. Lin Tian thought prettily, preparing to fill his stomach first. He placed the egg into the hole in the stone to secure it and leisurely grew his limbs, revealing his fangs to bite 2 small holes out of the egg and begin absorbing the egg liquid. With the experience of eating snake eggs last time, coupled with the system, Lin Tian had become wiser this time, adhering to the good habit of not wasting anything. The stomach was already bloated. still drinking all the remaining egg liquid, and then the aura energy that could not be digested in time was converted to the major parts of the spare. Quickly finishing the egg mixture, he reached out a paw and rubbed his rounded stomach, feeling much more comfortable. Soon it felt like his stomach wasn't quite right. It was gurgling and moving over and over, and the heat flow spread from his stomach and kept spreading to his limbs, as well as the turtle shell. In the twinkling of an eye, the light blue aura on his own body was even more abundant, as if he was filled with power. The spirit alligator egg is really extraordinary. The speed of this energizing energy is too fast, isn't it? Lin Tian wanted to try out his abilities and stretched out his claws towards the magma stone pillars. Boom! With a loud bang, the magma stone pillars collapsed, and the entire cave mountain shook as if it was about to quake. Lin Tian was stunned and looked at his claws incredulously. Did I smash this? I have that much power? Lin Tian was puzzled, but that super strength, indeed, belonged to himself, and he rolled his eyes towards the sky. It seems like we can't just try it in the future, so we don't even get ourselves screwed out of a place to live. It was at this time that the curses of the two turtles came from outside the lava cavern. Who is it? Who moved this Empress's cave? Even dare to touch the place where this goddess lives? Don't want to live, do you? Come out to this goddess. What's wrong with this goddess just eating your eggs? I'll even eat your flesh if you're moving my cave. Lin Tian poked his little head out, only to see the two turtles aggressively rushing towards the cave entrance with a bark. It seemed that the two turtles had misunderstood and thought it was the crocodile that hadn't been smashed yet that had done it. Lin Tian sent a Dudown Moncler yesterday, secretly calling out that it was too risky, and that he couldn't do it next time. He climbed out as if nothing had happened, and when the goddess Shura saw him she gave him a scolding. Black ugly stupid, aren't you a good fighter? If you're capable, but you beat the crocodile outside to death. As long as you beat that crocodile to death, I'll listen to you from now on. Borrowing a knife to kill this trick, the stinky three sisters play out of the gods. Only the routine is a little old. Lin Tian skimmed his triangular mouth, thinking in his heart, isn't beating you enough proof? But then again, alligator eggs are so powerful. If we can dig out the inner guts of alligator and eat them, then upgrading would not be a matter of minutes? Thinking of this, Lin Tian turned around and crawled towards the cave entrance, completely ignoring the Shura goddess who was shrewishly playing the old routine. Just as he climbed to the entrance of the cave, the voice of goddess Shura came from behind. See? It's still my agitation method that works. Black clumsy ugly is just stupid. He actually believed it. Yeah, wait until he and the crocodile fight to a standstill. Then I'll go dig out the guts of both of them and eat them. And upgrading to a 4th level divine beast won't be a matter of minutes. Ha ha ha. Such a good way to kill two birds with one stone. Only I, goddess Shura, can think of it. I'm just a big smartass. The smug tone of the Shura goddess really made Lin Tian want to turn around and give her 10 big slaps. When the Empress saw Lin Tian crawling out of the hole, she became anxious and stepped forward to use her mouth to bite the edge of its turtle shell and yank it back. Black ugly stupid, you can't go. It's too dangerous out there. That crocodile isn't dead yet. It'll eat you for sure. Come back. When Lin Tian heard his second sister's concern, he just felt a warm feeling in his heart and secretly bellyached. That's more like a sister. Wait until you dig up the crocodile inner elixir in a while and share some of it with her. Second sister. Are you crazy? What are you pulling him for? Wouldn't you just let him go to his death? Stinky third sister rushed up and blocked in front of the Empress. The cave is getting smaller and smaller, and this ugly bastard is growing bigger and bigger, and there's no place for us to stay if he doesn't die. It just so happens that let him go and fight that crocodile to the death, and then eat their inner elixir when the time comes. Ouch! What are you doing biting me? Get off me! Woo! It hurts! 1 second stinky third sister was counting down the Empress, not realizing that she was screaming in pain the next second. Lin Tian looked back. Nice guy. Lin Tian could only see that the 9 Spectres Empress had already held the Shura goddess down and bitten her, seemingly not yet relieved of her anger, using her head to arch the turtle shell all the way over and smashing it on the magma rocks. Ouch! My head! Stinky second sister! You actually dare to be so ruthless. How can I, as the goddess of cultivation, allow you to act recklessly? The Shura goddess screamed in pain and climbed up to fight with the 9 Spectres Empress, tearing each other apart. Lin Tian flipped a pimple towards the sky and skimmed his mouth full of helplessness. Oh my god, they are born from the same root. Why are they so anxious to fight each other? These two turtles are obviously at loggerheads, completely disregarding the fact that there is still a big brother next to me who is the head of the family. Shut the up. Lin Tian rushed over and attempted to separate the two, not realizing that goddess Shura dragged her turtle shell and crashed over. Lin Tian was knocked over and rolled over, baring his teeth in pain. Ah! Chapter 18 Self-Inflicted Fortunes. A wailing sound rang out, but it didn't belong to Lin Tian. but rather the Shura goddess who had been rebounded and smashed against the magma stone. As she wanted to put Lin Tian to death, she exerted all her strength. However, he did not want Lin Tian's cultivation to break through the 8th level. His strong shell and strength, and the huge impact formed a rebound, causing the Shura goddess to fall out heavily. Lin Tian, on the other hand, wasn't the slightest bit damaged and looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. The Empress was also dumbfounded, completely not expecting her cheap brother to have such a huge power. Originally thought that it was just a big turtle shell, but did not expect the power to be big as well. She scoffed with a face full of contempt. Ha ha, this is called self-inflicted evil. It deserves it. Stinky second sister. The two of us are the ones who are in this together. Come and save this goddess. This goddess's turtle shell has been smashed and cracked, and her legs can't walk anymore. Come and help me. I am the Empress of the 9 Spectres. Can I be in the company of a scumbag like you? What a laugh. Zip. It's called a self-inflicted sin. Not to mention the cracking of the turtle shell. It deserves to die. The Empress climbed to Lin Tian's side and spun around, asking with quite a bit of concern. Cheap brother, are you okay? Ouch. I was unaware that the third sister was so vicious, or I would never have let him have the chance to hurt you. Zip. The Empress circled around him until she confirmed that there were no injuries on Lin Tian's body. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. Cheap brother wasn't hurt. Lin Tian was becoming more and more fond of the Empress sister. After all, she helped him count the stinky third sister every time. Lin Tian thought that he was afraid that the crocodile would escape and he wouldn't be able to dig up the spirit alligator Dan. He reached out and arched his head over the Empress, then crawled towards the outside of the cave. Cheap brother, it's dangerous out there. Hey, can't you just remove the word cheap and just call me brother? Lin Tian shook his head and made a squeaky sound. The Empress naturally didn't understand his language and thought it was her cheap brother who was going to take her outside to find something delicious to eat. Cheap brother, we've just had our fill here, and besides that crocodile hasn't left yet. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Tianyu had already climbed out of the cave and could only follow. Just as he reached the entrance of the cave, he saw that the injured crocodile was swimming this way. Lin Tian and the Empress exchanged glances and the two of them quickly hid behind a rock. Lin Tian even quietly climbed to the top of the boulder and pushed his head against the moving rock. The Empress seemed to see what he was going to do and immediately climbed up to draw the crocodile. The crocodile did take the bait and followed the Empress all the way. Just after chasing him to the entrance of the cave, Lin Tian headbutted the moving rock and rolled down from the boulder, killing the crocodile instantly when its head was hit by the rock. Wow! Brother Cheap is so smart, even able to come up with this kind of solution. Brilliant! The goddess Shura heard the noise and dragged her injured body out of the cave just in time to see the crocodile smashed to death. She was overly excited and couldn't wait to climb up and reach out her claws to dig into the crocodile's endodermis. However, the claws had just come close when the Empress nonchalantly clawed, followed by a snap of her neck and a bite of the Shura goddess's neck. Bad third sister. Not allowed to be this way in vain. This is a cheap brother smashed crocodile. Get up. Don't interfere with this goddess digging for the inner elixir. The Shura goddess rushed at the Empress. Seeing the two sisters fighting together again, Lin Tian was really helpless to the extreme, remembering a saying he had heard in his previous life. Some people are first-time human beings, but some animals are not first-time animals. And just by looking at the animalistic nature alone, the goddess Shura is not a righteous thing. He climbed down from the rock and stepped forward to bite the neck of the turtle shell of the goddess Shura and flung it a long way, lifting his mouth to take a bite out of the crocodile's neck. The Empress immediately walked over to help. Cheap brother, let me help you. She followed suit and bit the crocodile's neck, and the two of them combined their efforts to rip off a large chunk of flesh, revealing a light blue inner elixir the size of an egg inside. Excitement appeared in the Empress's eyes, and she and Lin Tian exchanged glances, but there was a complete lack of the greediness from before. She stuck her head out and arched Lin Tian. Cheap brother, this is the crocodile inner elixir. Eat it quickly. It can raise your cultivation level. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't respond, the Empress arched her head over him again. When your cultivation improves, you won't be afraid of being bullied by the stinky third sister. Eat up. It had to be said that it was still the second sister who was the most pleasing to the eye, and Lin Tian wasn't the type to monopolize. He used his claws to peel off the inner elixir, revealing his small pointed teeth to bite open the skin of the inner elixir, and arched his head over the Empress. You're only at cultivation level 3. We'll share it, and we can't just raise me alone. Zip. The Empress understood what he meant and moved closer to that inner elixir and absorbed half of it, then pushed the inner elixir in front of Lin Tian. Cheap brother, you're all so righteous. When I've cultivated, you'll be my left hand and right arm. No one will want to touch you in the slightest. This sentence Lin Tian loves to hear, not for anything else, just for being a human being when no one cares. And being a tortoise has a sweet sister who is good to herself. Unlike that smelly third sister who couldn't move and wanted to eat herself. But it's a litter after all. And you can't just ignore the scaly, stinky third sister because of that. Lin Tian bit a leaf, smeared it with the juice from the spirit alligator's inner guts, dragged the leaf closer to the Shura goddess, and inserted the juice from the leaf on the Shura goddess's body. Blue gas contained in her cracked turtle shell. Less than a tea effort. The original injured cracked turtle shell actually miraculously healed. Seeing this scene, the Empress was both moved and hated. Cheap brother, you're just too kind-hearted. She bullied you like that and you still want to save her. For her part, Goddess Cultivator was surprised as she looked at Lin Tian, not expecting him to save herself at all. Perhaps it was gratitude that was at work, as she watched the spirit alligator in her den, which had been half-eaten by the Empress. She didn't go to grab it. Lin Tian saw that stinky third sister's wounds had healed before he climbed to the side of the inner elixir, opened his mouth and swallowed half of the inner elixir, only to feel his body instantly explode. How did my body swell so much? The Empress first let out a voice of surprise, then looked at Lin Tian's growing body and was pleasantly surprised. Cheap brother, you've grown up. Whoa, that was fast. Yo, your turtle shell has grown several times bigger and bigger all at once. Lin Tian also saw the second sister grow up, a burst of great joy in his heart, thinking, to upgrade, as expected, just as he was incoherent. The sound of the system upgrading sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to a 9th level divine beast, level +1. Lin Tian happily circled around on the ground, thinking in his heart, this spirit alligator inner Dan is really not ordinary. This only ate half a piece of it and it was upgraded in minutes. With his current physique, not to mention a crocodile, or even a blind black bear, he would be completely able to handle it. Just as he was getting complacent, Stinky Third Sister stepped forward and took the initiative to admit her mistake, and headbutted Lin Tian. Cheap brother, I was wrong. Chapter 19, The Stinky Third Sister Preparing for Backstabbing. Stinky Second Sister crawled over as she spoke and rubbed her triangular head against Lin Tian, appearing to be genuinely repentant. But it is the table that is not the same, and the heart is born not so. Humph, ugly, you ate the inner elixir of a spirit python, and now you've eaten the inner elixir of a spirit alligator, and your body is dozens of times bigger than mine. I admit that I can't with you, but that doesn't mean compromise. I'll admit my mistake first, and when I succeed in my cultivation, let's see how I'll clean you up when I come back. Lin Tian originally thought that his smelly sister knew her mistake, but he didn't expect that after hearing his heart, he couldn't wait to slap her away. It is not that the other party knows the wrong, but the stinky second sister did not get the spirit of alligator endoderm enhancement. The Empress and his relationship is getting better and better, afraid of being sidelined and hostile, and then snatch the endoderm. They cannot reap the benefits. That's not admitting fault. It's simply being ready to backstab him when he's able to. The unknown Empress walked up and rubbed her head against the goddess Shura in relief. Knowing a mistake and being able to change it is good. The stinky third sister finally has a clear conscience and knows to admit her mistake. That's good. When this Empress becomes successful in her cultivation, she will bring her cheap brother and sister with her, and will never let them suffer a single grievance. Lin Tian was slightly comforted after hearing these heartfelt words. After all, the second sister was still quite understanding, thinking of bringing them with her after her cultivation was complete. Of course, Lin Tian confidently believes that there is a system brother. His own turn is not yet the point where he wants his sister to cover, but having this heart is also a great relief. Lin Tian waved his little paw at his two sisters, not saying anything. It's tears to talk about it. In a nutshell, one must still be strong in order not to give the smelly third sister a chance to backstab herself. Returning to the cave behind the eggshell, Lin Tian could only sleep on his back outside due to his huge body not being able to enter the cave. I want to smooth my breathing. I want to grow my cultivation. Thinking of stinky second sister's heart, Lin Tian chanted incoherently as his eyes closed and began to breathe steadily. Divine power value is growing. Please keep it up. The system hypnosis voice came. Lin Tian gradually fell into a deep sleep. His body gradually warmed up. How cool is feeling snot? Lin Tian woke up from a natural sleep, and just as he opened his eyes, he heard Stinky Second Sister's obnoxious voice. Ha ha ha, this goddess has finally broken through to the 4th level. Ugly, so what if you're big in size? So what if you ate the inner pills? I'll be able to surpass you before long. Then came the stinky and beautiful heartbeat. Ha ha ha, it's worthy of being me. I've broken through the 5th level. It's too good to be true. Before long I will definitely be able to transform into a form and return to the 9 specters with my cheap brother and sister. A bunch of dogs. You all wait for me. After I return to the 9 specters, I will definitely get back everything that belongs to me. The spirit alligator inner pill is really powerful. The stinky second sister only ate half of it and broke through the 5th level of cultivation. Lin Tian was really happy for his second sister, and at the same time, he was wondering why he hadn't upgraded yet. Just as he was about to pull the system out and question it, the system's voice rang in his head. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to a 10th level divine beast, level +1. When Lin Tian heard the system's prompt, he happily spun in circles on the ground, excitement in his bean eyes. Upgraded. I'm upgraded. Ha ha ha. 10th level divine beast. That means I managed to level up 2 more levels. This is too cool. I just don't know. Will it take form after upgrading to level 4? The stinky system always avoids this question. Whatever. Let's look at the layout first. Every time he upgraded, his various abilities would increase. Lin Tian was a bit impatient and quickly opened the page. Host, Lin Tian, level, LV10. Awakening spiritual intelligence level 4 upgrade in progress. Adult strength limit is 100. Body size growth 200 kilograms. Race, crowned back turtle. Ability, increase the vitality of the turtle's shell and limbs to fight an animal 100 centimeters larger than itself. Strength, 200. Strangulation with own strength, up to 600 kilograms. Defense, turtle shell and claws enhance their speed and defense ability by 5 levels. Continuously upgrading. Inner elixir, cultivation level, 1 level growing. Divine power value, 0, 5. 000 divine energy to next evolution. Lin Tian capitalized after reading it. I didn't expect the spirit alligator's aura to be so sufficient. Half of the inner elixir was eaten, and all the abilities were improved. However, he soon realized what was wrong. There was an additional column on the board for inner alchemy cultivation. What's going on here? What exactly does this inner elixir cultivation do? Could it be because I ate the inner elixir of the spirit alligator and also helped to cultivate my own inner elixir? He hadn't read a lot of novels in his previous life, and knew that animals with some cultivation, or people all had internal elixirs, and the higher the cultivation level, the higher the level of the internal elixir. No, it's better to call the system out and ask if this inner elixir cultivation helps in transforming into a form. System, is it there? Lin Tian's tone towards the system was much more polite, fearing that if he offended the system with a single word, the words he asked would sink into the sea and he wouldn't get any answer. Because of this dog system, every time when it comes to the most critical time, it will play disappear, and can't even wake up when called. Host, I'm here. What does inner Dan cultivation mean? When I break through the 10th level divine beast, will I be able to transform? Lin Tian asked his doubts, and he had to say that after being a turtle for so long, Lin Tian wanted to become human. At least being a cultivated person who can come and go as he pleases is much more comfortable than being an animal. Now he realized that even after being an animal, he was not entirely able to lie down flat, or else he was useless and became food in the mouths of other animals as usual, just like the third sister who had already yielded on the surface. But in reality, she was always thinking of backstabbing herself after she had cultivated to great success. Host, the inner alchemy is graded at 10 levels to a pole. The inner alchemy helps the Dantian to help cultivate the ability to change the color of the Dantian. Hearing the system's words, Lin Tian was rather confused. So the Dantian had a color? It turns out that the novel is not all a lie. The Dantian with the level of the inner Dan can be changed. It is said that the golden Dantian for the highest level usually break through the heavenly realm of the cultivator. Lin Tian couldn't help but wonder about the color of his Dantian when he thought that his current inner Dan cultivation was only at level 1. System, then what color is my Dantian now? Host, the color of your current Dantian is light gray, and the Dantian without inner Dan cultivation is dark gray. Immediately, a color difference pair appeared in Lin Tian's mind. The difference between light gray and pure gold sky and earth. That is to say, the inner Dan level can only change the color of the Dantian a little bit, and it is still far from pure gold. System, will eating an animal's inner elixir rapidly raise the cultivation level of the inner elixir? Lin Tian asked this sentence and waited for 10 minutes for the system to give no reply. He was unwilling to call the system again. System, answer me. However, the whole system was as good as dead. The whole thing disappeared and didn't respond at all. Lin Tian angrily cursed. Stinky system, playing disappear again. Chapter 20 The dog system dislikes people. Please pay attention to the quality of the host. Lin Tian was disliked by the system before he could finish his sentence. Dog system, asking you questions and not answering them. You still know to dislike me, don't you? Please pay attention to the quality of the host. The system's mechanical voice sounded again, and Lin Tian was simply going crazy. This dog system. When it doesn't answer key questions, it dislikes people with this line. What's wrong with my quality? I'm just asking if you're wrong about what you eat to make up for it. The host can try to dig out his own kidney and eat it to see if it will replenish the other one. When Lin Tian heard this, he was instantly exasperated and rolled his eyes with a helpless face. System, can we communicate properly? Host, what do you want to communicate? Let me just ask you, can eating the inner elixir increase my inner elixir's cultivation? Lin Tian asked this and waited for another 10 minutes. The system pressed on without giving an answer. Lin Tian was completely mad and stretched out his triangular head to arch the rock next to him. Boom! With a loud bang, the boulder next to him was smashed to pieces by him arching to the ground, and at the same time, it also startled the two turtles who had just finished their cultivation. What's wrong with cheap brother? Why is he so angry all of a sudden? This ugly monster. It couldn't be that she's jealous of this goddess after seeing her great increase in cultivation, right? I'll go. Ordinary turtles are just ordinary turtles. There's absolutely no pattern to speak of. Unlike this goddess, not only does she cultivate at a rapid pace, her character is also absolute son. Lin Tian laughed at Stinky Third Sister's heartfelt words and turned around to directly glare at her with a pied glare. You're the only one who can. You've just broken through the 4th level and you're so proud of yourself. I'm already at the 10th level. Are you proud? And a pattern? If you had a pattern, would you have been angered by the King of Hell and beaten into rebirth and cultivation? Zip! Goddess Shura was happy to see Lin Tian's angry and contemptuous eyes. See? It's just jealousy of this goddess and anger, isn't it? Ha ha ha, ugly. Wait for me. Sooner or later I'll show you that the winner is the one who laughs last. The goddess Shura has become wise and is in no hurry to get her revenge, even though she has passed the 4th level, because Lin Tian had eaten the spirit alligator in her den. His size had grown quite a bit again, and now he was not all sure of revenge, so he had to keep his composure. When I'm done cultivating, being large will only make me prepare a bigger pot to stew you in. Other than that, it's not a threat to me at all. Lin Tian was too lazy to listen to his third sister's heart, turning around and crawling towards the cave entrance. Adhering to the concept of what you eat makes up for what you have, he had to eat more inner pills of animals with cultivation. Lin Tian secretly thought that he had to turn his dantian color into gold as soon as possible. In this way, all the cultivation would be helped by the golden dantian and would be completed earlier. Seeing Lin Tian climb out of the cave, the Empress followed behind uneasily, and kept scolding Goddess Shura. Damn smelly third sister, always provoking her cheap brother. She must be pissed off. My hurry to follow out and see if she doesn't run into danger again. Hey, at least they're from the same litter. And cheap brother, though he's a bit overbearing at times, is doing it to be fair and isn't really a bad guy. A trace of warmth rose in Lin Tian's heart when he heard the Empress's heartfelt words, and he turned back and shook his head twice at the Empress as he climbed out of the cave. The crocodile that was killed yesterday to pull out its inner elixir has been cut up by other animals, and at the moment only scattered bones remain. The python that hadn't been eaten up was only a skeleton scattered all over the place at the moment. Seeing that he couldn't find any food nearby, Lin Tian crawled towards the small who across the street. The beach of this small lake is where the alligator hunt took place yesterday, and there must be alligator eggs. However, he led the Empress to look for half a day, but he couldn't find the crocodile's cave at all. It's over. Must have killed the alligators yesterday, spooked the others and moved them overnight. Just at that moment, the howl of an unknown animal came back from the top of the hill behind the cave. Ow! The Empress, who was slightly smaller in stature, was instantly startled and quickly crawled over to block Lin Tian. It's a bear blind's cry. According to the sound analysis, this bear blind is definitely not small. Must protect the cheap brother properly. After she finished looking back at Lin Tian, she stretched out her little head and rubbed it on his turtle shell, then turned her head to look across the lake, because the bear blind is a dry land animal. As long as the two of them climbed into the water, the bear blind cannot take them, and then find an opportunity to kill, and can eat for days. Lin Tian read the Empress meaning and turned around, just about to crawl towards the inside of the lake, when Stinky Third Sister's voice came from behind him. It's just bad enough that this ugly and my second sister are trying to leave me alone to find food again. Humph. I'm not stupid. I'll just follow behind. When I find food I'll go up and grab it. When I'm in danger I'll retreat. What can you do to me? Lin Tian paused to look back. The Stinky Third Sister was following far behind. He rolled his eyes towards the sky in anger. I've seen shameless ones. I've never seen one as shameless as the Stinky Third Sister, retreating when in danger and grabbing the food first when she encounters it. This guy was nakedly devoid of turtle sex. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a litter, Lin Tian really wanted to slap her to death. Then, scoop up his level 4 turtle Dan and eat it to raise his cultivation level. Lin Tian just had this idea, and hated to slap himself twice. As the saying goes, the dog still does not eat itself, not to mention his own sister. Just then, halfway up the hill behind the cave, another blind black bear's call rang out. Ow, goo goo goo. There were other unknown animal calls intertwined, already halfway up the hill. What if the two of them went into the water and these animals came down just in time to meet the stinky third sister? If it wasn't a litter, Lin Tian naturally wouldn't care. However, it was his own sister, so he couldn't just leave it alone. And as he turned towards the smelly third sister and crawled over, he rushed towards the Empress and opened his mouth. Even though she's hateful, she's our sister in the end, so we can't just see her die. Zip! The Empress rolled her eyes toward the sky and spat. I'm really convinced. What do you care about such a heartless sister? Hey! This cheap brother is just too good of a conscience for me to follow and protect him. The Empress spoke while following behind Lin Tian, not too far away and not too close, ready to wait until there was danger and pounce over to help Lin Tian with the danger. However, what she didn't know was that this cheap brother of his had already reached the 10th level of cultivation at the moment, and already had an inner Dan cultivation. Just as the two turtles were about to approach the stinky three sisters, a huge black shadow sprang out of the bushes, puffed up its claws, and swatted towards the three of them. The Empress screamed in shock. Ah! Black Bear blind! The stinky third sister, on the other hand, turned her head and crawled toward the hole. Ugly monster! This goddess would like to see if you can beat the black blind bear. Hey! This goddess just won't help. Fleeing is the best plan. Chapter 21 Fighting the Blind Bear. Lin Tian, faced with the ferocity of the black bear, and the heartfelt voice of the stinky third sister without conscience, could not get angry in time, and crashed his cross-gear turtle shell into the stinky third sister. The goddess Shura was knocked over and rolled towards the inside of the cave. Ta-da-da-da-da. With a rolling sound, the goddess Thuli rolled smoothly into the cave. Otherwise, that claw of the black bear just now would have slapped directly on her turtle shell. Seeing that it did not succeed, the black bear waved its big claws and had slapped at Lin Tian, who was next to it. Seeing that the claws were about to land on Lin Tian, the Empress next to him immediately climbed up and bit the edge of Lin Tian's turtle shell, pulling him to roll down the slope. Pop! Rumble! As the black bear's claws fell, the stone at Lin Tian's position just now was shattered with a violent ringing sound. Lin Tian was trembling with fear. He didn't expect this black bear blind to be so hostile that he could even slap rocks. Raising his eyes again, the black bear's big paws were already stepping in their direction. Lin Tian didn't have time to think about it, arched his head over the Empress and crawled towards the small lake on the opposite side. His movements were so fast. The Empress quickly followed, and the two of them swished into the water and swam out again. When she turned back again, the blind black bear stood at the edge of the lake, afraid to go into the water, and the Empress waved her paw triumphantly at the black bear with a mocking face. Come big bear, you come to catch this Empress before she could finish her sentence. However, the blind black bear flung himself into the water toward her with a great step. Lin Tian was also stunned. I thought that the black blind bear was a dry land animal, and couldn't get into the water at all, but I never thought that the black blind bear was also a self-respecting one, and couldn't tolerate this kind of provocation from the Empress, and directly jumped into the water. Good grief! The blind black bear could actually swim and had swum towards them. Lin Tian swam towards the deepest part of the lake while arching the Empress's turtle with the advantage of being born to survive in water. Why didn't I think that the cultivated blind bear was impervious to water and fire? Hasty! The Empress's voice came from behind her, and Lin Tian helplessly rolled his eyes. Still the Empress! Still remodeling and cultivating. I can't believe I didn't know that the blind bear would be unafraid of water and fire after cultivation. Lin Tian glanced sideways at the blind bear chasing towards the back and thought furiously. This bear blind man have cultivated to the point of water and fire do not fear. Then his inner Dan is not a higher level? Then if you eat his inner elixir. However, after he hadn't finished thinking about it, reality slapped him in the face as the black bear's blind paw slapped vigorously, directly on his tail. Ouch, I'm going. Lin Tian was so scared that he crawled a big step forward, which enabled him to dodge the blind bear's two claws. Lin Tian was scared out of his wits and immediately led the Empress towards the deepest part of the center of the lake. This bear blind is a dry land animal in the end. Even if he succeeds in cultivation, he can't survive in water for a long time, right? Zip! Lin Tian looked at the Empress as he spoke, and the Empress looked at the huge blind bear. Dry land animals go into the water. Cultivation is not in place. The time to survive inside the water is limited. Using this advantage, I can even play you to death. After the Empress finished speaking, she immediately led Lin Tian to swim towards the center of the deeper pool again. The deep blue water of the lake was so deep that due to the nature of turtles to survive in the water for a long time, the two men watched the blind bear who was holding his breath and struggling. She provocatively waved her paw at the blind bear. Come on, come and catch this Empress? On land I was afraid of you, now it's inside the water. I'm not even afraid, if you have the guts to catch me, the Empress said while swimming in the water in circles. That provocative appearance, to be more eye-catching, Directly the black bear blind teased the anger of the sky, big paws straight slapped the water. Seeing that the Empress had angered the blind bear, Lin Tian followed suit and swam forward to spin in circles, because he found that the bear blind anger at the same time, has been some change in the air, the more so the more anger to shoot the water to consume their own strength. Needless to say, the Empress's trick worked. The more the blind bear could not catch up with the two of them, Top the more angry, vigorously patted the lake. Due to physical exertion, big breath and choked a few mouths of water. Time passes minute by minute. After about 20 minutes, the bear blind man is ultimately unable to top. After filling a few mouths of water, the body gradually sinking. Seeing this, the Empress laughed with delight. Ha ha ha, can't top it, can you? Still want to fight with your aunt in the water? You're still a bit young. Cheap brother, when this blind bear dies, we will be able to have a full meal. Oh yeah, this secluded land, all the creatures in it have cultivation, sucking the essence of the sun and moon, and this blind bear is no exception. Ha ha ha, seeing that this bear blind man has cultivated for quite a few years, the inner Dan must have greatly aided his cultivation. With that, the Empress ran and crawled over to the dying blind bear, took a bite out of his jaws, and yanked it down as hard as she could. However, the bear blind man also do not know how many years of life, has reached the realm of thick skin. Make every effort. The Empress cannot pull the bear blind man's meat skin, anxious to turn around in place. This dead black bear's skin is so thick, I'm afraid that even if my cheap brother and I add up, we won't be able to scrape off this fleshy skin and pull out the inner elixir. She looked up at Lin Tian. Cheap brother, think of something. That black blind bear's inner elixir is good. Lin Tian still doesn't know that the black blind bear's guts are good, but he couldn't think of a way to do so. There might be a way to do it if one was already incarnated and already human, but now that he was just a turtle, there was no way he could achieve that with his power. Lin Tian circled around the already dying black bear twice and suddenly had an idea. He bared his small fangs and bit down on the black bear's skin and flesh one by one, not tearing the flesh off, just for the sake of a bigger wound bleeding a lot of blood so that he could attract the creatures inside the lake. By the time these fish finished eating the black bear's skin and flesh, the two of them would be able to obtain the black bear inner elixir without any problems, because those fish simply can't with turtles that have cultivation and don't dare to fight with living things. Fruity. The blood of the black bears soon stained the lake red, and also attracted a large number of fish under the bottom of the lake, as well as crocodiles and other creatures, came to be torn. Lin Tian was the one who carried human intelligence, and he took the Empress with him to conceal himself in the middle of the seaweed. The two turtles watched the scene in silence until the fish and crocodile stripped the black bear of its skin and flesh and ate almost all of the meat from its body. Only then did Lin Tian take the Empress and swim to the other side, making a loud noise. The group of fish and shrimp and crocodiles, frightened, fled in panic and dived under the water. Lin Tian led the Empress to swim next to the large black bear, revealing her small sharp teeth to tear at the black bear's chest. Soon, the inside of the black bear's chest cavity revealed an egg-sized inner gut stand that contained a blue aura. The Empress exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, what a big endo." Chapter 22. The goddess does not speak of martial virtues. Lin Tian was also happy to see it and thought in his heart that after eating this inner elixir, the inner elixir would definitely be upgraded. However, thinking that his second sister had only risen to level 5, he was prepared to let the inner elixir out for her to take. He stretched out his triangular head and arched his second sister. "You eat it, having only risen to level 5. When will you return to your 9 specters land?" Zip. The Empress couldn't understand what he was saying and looked at him in surprise. What's wrong with cheap brother? Is he unaware that this blind bear's inner guts can enhance his cultivation? She stretched out her head and touched the inner elixir, and then arched Lin Tian. Her eyes were actually happy. "Cheap brother, eat it. You'll be able to upgrade to a divine beast when you eat this inner elixir, and then third sister won't be able to bully you anymore." In her opinion, Lin Tian was still the same ordinary and stupid turtle with an unattractive flower color. However, her attitude towards Lin Tian had changed drastically, all because of his kindness. "I won't eat it, at least I'm a higher rank than you. For that matter, you're still the Empress of the 9 specters." Lin Tian turned his head over. Both could see the other's humility despite the language barrier. The Empress sighed. "Hey, I am the 9 specters Empress. I was cold to my 6 relatives when I was high up. I didn't expect to turn into a turtle, but I actually have such a brother who cares. Is it unfortunate, or is it fortunate?" Just when both of them refused to eat the black bear's inner elixir, suddenly the goddess of Shura sprang out from behind the two men, shaking her turtle shell and knocking them away. "Really stupid. Such a big inner elixir actually does not eat. Do not eat, let me eat," she said as she stepped forward and opened her mouth in preparation to go and swallow the inner elixir. The 9 specters Empress was completely enraged as she stepped forward and stretched out her claws to slap the goddess's head. "Stinking third sister, Do you have any conscience left? When you encounter danger, sometimes you turn into a shrinking turtle, and when you grab the inner elixir you're faster than a rabbit. Let me tell you, if you dare to rob the inner elixir today, I'll slap you to death at the bottom of the sea. Zip! The Nine Spectres Empress was completely enraged, and would thank her claws for opening the light left and right. Snap! Unexpectedly, the goddess was not a weak person, sensitively dodging the Empress's attack, stretching her neck, opening her mouth and biting on the Empress's neck. The two turtles instantly fought, and soon both of them were hung up in color. Stop fighting! Lin Tian shouted a few times from the side, but Goddess Shura appeared to be deaf as she continued to beat up the Empress. However, in the end, the power was not as good as the Empress, and soon lost the battle, being bitten all over the body. The Nine Spectres Empress looked at her condescendingly. Let's see if you're honest yet. A day to do what cannot. Grab food first place. Not to beat you, you do not remember. Cheap brother, though that's not nice. But is it thin on you? You heartless little hoof. Just as the Nine Spectres Empress was counting down her curses, she completely failed to notice that the goddess of Shura had already exerted her entire body's strength, preparing to slam into her turtle's navel. Turtle navel, the deadliest part of this turtle. If it is hit by a strong impact, the heavier one will be killed on the spot, or the lighter one will lose the ability to move forever. The Nine Spectres Empress didn't have time to dodge, and was about to be slammed by the Shura goddess when Lin Tian quickly struck, swinging his turtle shell and slamming into it. Ping! Ouch! The powerful pounding was interspersed with the screams of the goddess Shura, and the entire turtle rolled several meters away. Just at this time, the crocodile that had previously turned its attention away in the background was startled and came back towards the goddess of Shura, its bloody mouth biting into her turtle's back. When Lin Tian saw this, he was shocked and opened his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth and biting towards the crocodile's being. The pained crocodile struggled a few times and turned back, then prepared to attack Lin Tian, but due to his bulky body, by the time he turned around, Lin Tian had already escaped, and the crocodile then chased after him. Seeing this, the Empress quickly bit down on the black bear's inner elixir and swam in the opposite direction. After all this time together, she knew that her cheap brother was a smart turtle, and he was now distracting the crocodile to give them both a chance to escape. Turtles could survive and move freely in the water, and with this advantage, along with her sensitive size, the Empress quickly swam out of the water and hid her inner elixir. Seeing that her cheap brother hadn't come out yet, the Empress was so anxious that she was spinning on the ground. Why isn't it out yet? It's over. Cheap brother wouldn't be eaten by a crocodile, would he? Can't. I have to go down and take a look, she said as she swam back into the water again, and the goddess Shura went up to stop her. What for? You'll get eaten by a crocodile if you go down there. Is it worth it for an ugly? Zip! Don't go down. The two of us will split this inner elixir and eat it. Sisters practicing together. That ugly monster doesn't deserve to be our family at all. Ugly, stupid and bad-tempered. Such a cheap brother will only disgrace us. The goddess of Shura counted Lin Tian's faults one by one, trying to persuade the Empress to give up her rescue. However, she didn't want to, but the Empress turned around and threw her hands to give her 2 slaps, scolding her with hatred. Heartless dog, what can a turtle like you do? Even if your cultivation is great enough to transform into a form? Get thee out of my way. When she was an Empress in Zhou, no one dared to flaunt their power in front of her, and she hated people who had no conscience and were not righteous. She didn't expect to be a turtle and meet such a heartless third sister. How could she tolerate it? With her swinging turtle shell, she slammed Stinky Sammy straight to the side and quickly swam into the water. Having just swum into the water, the scene before her made her suck in a breath of cold air in utter disbelief. I only saw that my cheap brother was fighting that crocodile and had already bitten that crocodile's neck and was sucking its blood. And that crocodile was still struggling desperately, trying to knock Lin Tian with its tail, but was unable to do so, because what Lin Tian had done was its neck. The head couldn't be bent and the tail couldn't be curled, but the vigorous struggle completely affected Lin Tian's progress in absorbing the crocodile blood. Seeing this, the Empress immediately ran over and opened her mouth to bite the crocodile's tail. Under her tireless efforts, the crocodile's tail finally stopped attacking Lin Tian and tried to shake off the Empress, but due to the loss of blood, the crocodile gradually lost its voice and soon died. Lin Tian also finished sucking the crocodile blood and only felt a strong force erupt within his body, as if his blood vessels were going to be ruptured by this force in a minute. He was so hot and dry that he swam inside the water twice and still had no relief. Seeing her cheap brother's strange behavior, the Empress immediately became anxious. Cheap brother, are you okay? She went up to check it out and realized that Cheap was doing this because he had sucked up crocodile blood, causing his body functions to be unable to absorb it for a short period of time. To a cultivating turtle, this is called excess energy, and if you don't deal with it, you'll go off the deep end. After all, the Empress was a divine beast with a cultivation level of 5 and a high cultivator in her previous life. She knew how to mitigate it. She stretched out her claws and pressed them against Lin Tian's turtle navel. Cheap brother, let me help you. Chapter 23 Mutual Picking and Dual Cultivation. As the Empress's hand approached, Lin Tian only felt a wave of coolness being inhaled from the location of the turtle's navel, and his entire body instantly cooled down a lot. Not only that, the power in his body seemed to have increased several times, stronger than before. The Empress ate and drank also felt something different as the energy within her body also began to grow. Following the expansion and the turtle began to grow. What's going on here? Why do I suddenly have the feeling of a mutual pickup double? For her, who was a cultivator in her previous life, she was not unfamiliar with this kind of feeling, that he and his cheap brother could actually pick each other up for dual cultivation. Great! I didn't realize that cheap brother had this wisdom. I thought that ordinary brother was just an ordinary turtle. That's good. In the future we can help each other and cultivate together. Fantastic! The Empress was overjoyed and continued to maintain the balance of auras within her body, constantly collecting the yang qi emitted from within Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian was overjoyed after hearing this heartbeat. Could this be the legendary yin-yang dual cultivation? That's not true. The Empress was her own sister. This yin and yang dual cultivation wouldn't violate any ethics or morals, would it? The previous life of film and television drama did not see less. What merging double cultivation yin and yang double cultivation are the plot inside the film and television drama. In the novel also saw. Originally, it was thought that one had to have that kind of contact in order to reach the point of yin and yang dual cultivation, the legendary yin and yang merging. But the truth is not. Even his sister, also able to mutual extraction of yin and yang qi, which is not against ethics and morality, but just mutual extraction of aura. As for the yin-yang merger, of course he and his sister can't accomplish it, but there is the other half later. At this time again, the heartfelt voice of the Empress came. Cheap brother, quickly adjust the aura in your body, so that you can go to the peace power to adapt to the Dantian. Our mutual picking and double cultivation will definitely enable you to enlighten your cultivation. In her opinion, Lin Tian was just an ordinary turtle. Since they were able to mutually adopt dual cultivation, they naturally had to improve the adaptability of their Dantian to facilitate their cultivation in the future. I didn't know before, but now I realized that in this secluded place, all kinds of creatures were cultivating. It was only that he was reborn and cultivated, and he had an advantage over other creatures. The cheap brother, however, was just an ordinary turtle that couldn't be compared to other creatures, so he himself had to be taught even more carefully. After the cheap brother had been promoted, he could return to the land of 9 ghosts with himself, and by then, when the two siblings were united, why would they worry that things would not work out and that their enemies would not die? Cheap brother, mutual adoption and dual cultivation can allow cultivation to increase. I'm your sister, don't be afraid, I won't harm you, and you shouldn't worry about going against ethics. This cultivation method is just stepping on each other's bodies yin and yang auras. Lin Tian's eyes were actually happy when he thought of this. Mobilize the aura in your body. Try to deposit it into the Dantian as much as possible. Try to let the Dantian adapt, and cultivate the collision and existence of the aura and internal force. Lin Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. His sister was right, but it was just mutual harvesting of yin and yang auras, nothing else. In less than half an hour, the heat on his body had all receded, and Lin Tian returned to normal. Lin Tian nodded at the Empress and circled around her again, feeling that his internal strength had more than doubled from before. I didn't expect that mutual picking and double cultivation would actually be able to achieve such a peak effect. Judging from the cultivation in the body, it's quite a bit more elevated than the previous first love. No wonder the ancient times to repair are advocating what yin and yang complement each other. Merge double rest. Of course that her husband and wife can still have things. The Empress was instantly delighted. It's not worthy of me. I actually thought of this method. Both my cheap brother and I have increased our power. As long as we both cultivate hard, I believe that in time, we will definitely be the overlord of this secluded land. Ha ha ha, great! When I have transformed into a form, I can bring my cheap brother to the 9 specters to enjoy the blessings. Hearing his sister's happy heart, Lin Tian was also overwhelmed with emotion. This 9 specters Empress did not expect you to be a person of nature. At first, although you have contempt for yourself, but in the end, you are a conscientious. Unlike that stinking third sister, Lin Tian arched the Empress's turtle shell with his head, signaling her to hurry up and leave this place. Just because the crocodile from earlier had been killed didn't mean the blood wouldn't attract other crocodiles. Just now has eaten enough. There is a crocodile in her den has not yet taken. Kill more crocodiles they cannot finish off. Might as well save it for when you're hungry and come back to hunt and eat it fresh. The Empress nodded knowingly, and the two climbed out of the water. just about to bask in the sun, when the screams of the goddess Shura came from the mouth of the cave. Ah, help is on the way. As he looked with the voice, he saw a strangely ugly chimpanzee that was chasing after the goddess Shura. Apparently goddess Shura's cultivation was not as good as that of the chimpanzee, and she was chased by the chimpanzee in a sorry state. Just as he ran out of the cave, he saw Lin Tian and the Empress, and immediately ran to the two to beg for mercy. Brother and sister, help me, ugly. No, brother, save me quickly. As long as you save me today, I won't be your enemy anymore in the future. I beg you to save me quickly. Woo! The Shura goddess was being chased with no way to escape and directly circled around Lin Tian and the Empress. In my heart, I was killed by this chimpanzee, and you two can't escape. Let's see if you make a move. The chimpanzee circled around, his head spinning, and was about to pounce on the goddess Shura, when Lin Tian Maoju Power jumped up and took a bite out of his neck. Ow! Deafening cries rang out as the chimpanzee desperately struggled to fight Lin Tian. Seeing this, the Empress stepped forward and took a bite of the chimp's tail, yanking the chimp backward. Lin Tian didn't miss a beat, yanking in the opposite direction as the chimpanzee howled in pain. However, due to their size, even if Lin Tian and the Empress worked together, they were unable to completely suppress the chimpanzee. Seeing that the chimpanzee was about to escape, the goddess Shura bared her fangs and bit down on the chimpanzee's belly, and the chimpanzee struggled vigorously with just the opposite force, and the skin on his belly was ripped off by the goddess Shura. Seeing this, Lin Tian opened his mouth and praised, "Good job, stinky third sister." The moment Lin Tian let go of his mouth, the chimpanzee's head tilted back, ready to try to break free and escape. Lin Tian did not lose time, pounced forward to once again bite Fei's already broken neck, and dead bite does not let go. The chimpanzee gradually lost its struggle, and in less than half an hour the whole thing was already dead. Goddess Shura skimmed her mouth in triumph. "See, I've broken through level 5. Awesome, isn't it? Ha ha ha, if it wasn't for me following out, you two turtles really wouldn't have been able to restrain this chimpanzee." The Empress gave her a blank look without a good mood. "When my cheap brother and I didn't come, I don't know who was being chased all over the place, ha." Chapter 24. The wicked are proud. When Goddess Shura heard this, she was more or less embarrassed. After all, she was the one who bloated just now, and now she was the one who wanted to claim credit. "That what? I didn't say I was going to rob it with you guys." In a small way, she turned and crawled towards the cave when she finished, her stomach rumbling with hunger, still thinking about the chimpanzee's meat. However, just as she left, the Empress immediately arched over Lin Tian. "Cheap brother, let's go. I'll take you to eat something good. This chimpanzee's meat is old and faggy. It's still not valuable for enhancing cultivation. What's so good about it?" Lin Tian looked at the already dead chimpanzee and turned his head to follow the Empress away. Seeing the two leave, the hungry goddess Shura pounced on the chimpanzee. "Wow, yum, who said anything about being old and faggy? This second sister is just wasting her life. Hateful, just hateful." She spat as she ate, obviously unaware that the Empress was going to take her cheap brother to eat the inner elixir, or else she would never have been able to laugh. Soon, Lin Tian followed the Empress to the reef next to the beach, and the Empress pulled out the inner elixir she had hidden earlier from under the reef and stretched her head to arch over Lin Tian. "Cheap brother, eat it. You'll definitely increase your cultivation by eating this, and when you have it, we'll be able to join forces and seize more inner pills." Lin Tian saw the inner Dan in front of him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't touched. He didn't expect his second sister to be so good to him, but he had already broken through to the 10th level of cultivation, and he wanted to allow his sister to improve. "It's better for you to eat. My cultivation level is higher than yours." Zip. However, what he said, the female couldn't understand and looked at Lin Tian in surprise. What is this cheap brother talking about? Doesn't he know that eating this boosts his cultivation? The Empress shook her head, rather pitying her cheap brother. "Hey, cheap brother is really pathetic. He doesn't even know that the inner elixir can raise his cultivation level. Fortunately, I'm not an ordinary turtle." She stretched her head and arched over Lin Tian, and touched the inner Dan with her paw again, turned her head around and left. Seeing that the second sister refused to eat the inner elixir, Lin Tian quickly swallowed the inner elixir and caught up with the second sister. The two had just reached the entrance of the cave when they saw the stinky third sister gnawing on the chimpanzee's meat. "Who was it that said no robbing? We both just left the chimpanzee and he was chewing on us, so we're speechless." The Empress shook her head. "Hey, this stinking third sister can't be kept. One thing in front of her face and one thing behind her back. From the moment she came out of the eggshell, she could tell that it wasn't something good. It seems that she will have to be on her guard in the future." Just at this time, the goddess turned her head to look at them, and the expression on her face became even more awkward. She cracked a smile, chewing on the mincemeat that fell out of her mouth. I just heard you guys say that chimpanzees taste old and faggy, so I'll try it for you. It's not bad. Want to come over and join us? Humph. The Empress grunted and bricked up and crawled towards her cave, grumbling as she went. It's covered in your saliva. How can my cheap brother and I eat it? It just pisses me off. Taking this scene in his eyes, Lin Tian rolled his eyes towards the sky, and his feelings towards the stinky third sister also diminished. This confirms the saying that the wicked are proud of themselves, and this smelly third sister's tactics are too harsh and inviting. Lin Tian didn't even bother to pay attention to it, and followed behind and crawled towards the cave. But just as he reached the entrance of the cave, he only heard a loud bang, rumble. The rocks on the top of the mountain collapsed down one after another. Lin Tian couldn't think too much and rushed up to bite the edge of the second sister's turtle shell and yanked it to the side in a deadly manner. One didn't pay attention. The two rolled down the slope, and the stone that fell from the top of the mountain just hit the place where the two were just now, smashing out a big pit. The Empress was frozen in fear. If it wasn't for her cheap brother, wouldn't she have been smashed to death? That was close. Cheap brother, thank you for saving me, but how did you know the rock was going to fall? Thinking that her cheap brother couldn't understand her words, the Empress reached out her head and arched Lin Tian. Lin Tian angled her head to look at the mountain behind the cave, and there were still rocks sliding down, so she arched her turtle shell, and the two of them quickly climbed out of the steel's position again. The stones on these 3 points are loose. Probably the descendants of the chimpanzee are maliciously taking revenge. It seems that this cave cannot be inhabited, and we must hurry, Lin Tian said as he quickened his pace, and although he knew that the Empress didn't understand, he still signaled with his actions for her to climb faster. The third sister, who was frozen with fear, reacted at once, not even eating the chimpanzee's meat, putting all her strength into crawling towards the lake. Her movements were so fast. In about a few minutes, the 3 turtles had crawled to the edge of the small lake. Yet it was at that moment that a large number of rocks fell from the top of the mountain, covering all of the cave they had made. It's over. Now there's a home to go back to. It seems like we still have to find a place to live, or else we'll be waiting for other creatures to come and dig us out of that inner elixir. The Empress skimmed her triangular mouth and watched the cave she was born in flooded with a look of helplessness. The third sister, on the other hand, bloated and spun in place. In the past, relying on the fact that you were familiar with the environment, you could hide your inner pills everywhere and not let me find them. But now that you don't even have a home, let's see where else you can hide them if you have them. Previously, inside the caves, the Empress and Lin Tian had dominated every time due to their familiarity with the environment, and the caves they lived in were bigger than hers, making her very dissatisfied, removing the natural advantages. Let's see how you guys can fight me in the future. At least I'm a Shura goddess, so you two just watch me live a good life. After saying this, Stinky third sister crawled toward the river across the street, thinking that with so many pangolins inside the river, and small shrimps and such, she wouldn't starve to death. The chimpanzee's body was buried before she could get enough to eat due to the collapse of the mountain earlier. Now to each his own, ready to go catch some pangolins for impact, thinking that it would be a good way to show off her skills. Whoever told those two to have the inner pangolins and not share them with her? Lin Tian heard the third sister's heart, and could not wait to rush up to the two slaps, but still held back. At least it is a nest. It is not necessarily good to fight all day long. Although you are able to earn a saving power value, it ultimately hurts your family. Just as he turned around with the Empress and prepared to leave, ignoring the stinky third sister, the system's voice rang out in his head. Ding! The system orders a mission. In the name of the eldest brother to take his sister to rebuild the home, rewarding divine power value of 50. Lin Tian's eyebrows jumped when he heard the mission. Humph! Stinky system, finally you know to add rewards to the quest. If it's still 30 divine power value, I'd rather take Stinker sister in but digging for inner pills than do it. But thinking that rebuilding the home was inevitable, and that the quest was just a passing thing, and that you could earn 50 divine power points, it didn't seem like such a bad thing. He glanced at the smelly third sister who had already climbed into the water, quickly rushed over, and as soon as he bit her turtle shell, he dragged it towards the land, still lecturing as he did so. Home is gone and you're thinking about eating. Chapter 25, Leaving the Phantom Lands. The goddess was instantly upset. Ugly, what are you pulling me for? She cocked her head at her cheap brother. Oh, I see. You're jealous that I can call the water home and find food in the river. Come on, that's something you can't envy. She shook off Lin Tian to climb back into the river again, not realizing that just a moment ago a crocodile had set its sights on her. Lin Tian had already seen the crocodile eyeing the water the moment she turned around. You get back here. There are crocodiles. The goddess of cultivation obviously also saw the crocodile in the water, and thought in her heart, even the crocodile egg this goddess dares to rob, and it's still a big crocodile with cultivation. What can this insignificant little crocodile do to me? she glared triumphantly at Lin Tian. I'm just going to show you that I can live without you too and beat the crocodiles just as well. The Shura goddess was high-minded and proud, always thinking that it was all her own doing that they had gotten the inner elixir before, joyfully thinking, without the two of them, in the future all the delicious food, able to enhance the cultivation, all belong to themselves alone, no longer have to worry. When he thought that all the delicious food had been snatched away by his cheap brother before, and then the ones that were distributed to him were the smallest, he was furious and glared fiercely at Lin Tian. Don't follow me, or this goddess won't help you if you get bitten by a crocodile later. Lin Tian rolled his eyes towards the sky. This really proved the saying, you can never pull a person who is a death wish. He knew what stinky third sister would face next, but he didn't try to persuade her any further. Instead he returned to the shore and exchanged a glance with the Empress with great understanding. Cheap brother, since she's going to make a fool of herself, don't mind. She'll know when she's suffered. Ungrateful thing. With that little cultivation you still want to use the water as a home and look for food in the river. The Empress was a know-it-all, and knew what this crocodile was capable of due to her previous battles with it. The previous fluke win was due to the fact that the crocodile was on land and some cleverness was used, which led to the crocodile getting stuck in a rock crevice and managing to win. But now it's different. That crocodile is inside the water. Plus the stinky third sister's cultivation is not high. Being bitten by that crocodile will surely die. Lin Tian frowned and said, I don't want to care. In the end it's a nest. It's never good if something happens. It's better to watch from here. Actually, no. Lin Tian was also doing it to complete the mission and be able to get the system rewards without any problems. And of course, it was also because the stinky third sister was in the same nest as himself. After all, he is the older brother. If his sister was eaten by a crocodile, how embarrassing would it be? Lin Tian, who had this thought, apparently forgot that he was just a turtle now. So who would laugh? The two turtles lay on the bank while sunbathing and looking at the water, only to see, the third sister just went into the water. The crocodile swam over with its bloody mouth open, and opened its mouth to bite. Stinky third sister is flexible. Body some, quickly avoid the crocodile's attack, swam to the side, but also constantly provoked the crocodile. Come on, come and catch this goddess. If you catch me I'll let you eat. If you don't I'll eat you. Ha ha ha. She arrogantly laughed, completely angering the crocodile, its tail constantly slapping, the water tumbling, and soon swam towards the smelly third sister again. As the crocodile's tail grew in strength, the waves in the water rapidly surged. This time, the smelly third sister wasn't so lucky, being lapped by the powerful waves. She quickly tried to escape, only to find a curl in the crocodile's tail. The huge waves had surrounded him, and it was completely impossible to see ahead of him, and the goddess of Shura secretly felt bad. Bad. This crocodile's tail is so powerful? I can't even get through such a big wave. I should have known that I wouldn't have provoked it. If this doesn't escape, I'll lose my face at cheap brother and sister. The Shura goddess spat as she fought to swim. At the moment she didn't even have the heart to eat the crocodile. She only wanted to be able to escape the crocodile's pursuit safely. Unfortunately, however, the crocodile's tail grew stronger and stronger, slapping the surface of the water, and a huge wave rolled over and over, surrounding the smelly third sister. Just as stinky third sister was dazed, the crocodile's bloody mouth was already biting at her. Ah! Stinky third sister screamed miserably, no longer having any face to lose, and pleaded for help towards the two turtles on the shore. Cheap brother, save me. Second sister, I was wrong. Quickly save me. Don't let this crocodile eat me. After I've cultivated, I'll definitely bring you to soar and live a good life. Just as she begged for help, she found herself inside the crocodile's open mouth. Shura goddess under the 3 souls less than 2, drew the strength of the whole body to swim out. Just swim out. Crocodile 2 rows of sharp teeth instantly biting issued a loud noise. She cried out in terror, calling for help with a sob. Woo! Ah! Help is on the way. Help me. I don't want to die yet, she shouted as she swam towards the shore. Lin Tian saw that the goddess of Shura was scared almost to death. Then he got up and crawled over, exerted all his strength and waited for the crocodile to swim over, and slammed into it. Ka-ching! As soon as a blow was heard, 4 of the crocodile's upper and lower fangs were knocked out, and the goddess Shura took advantage of this to quickly climb up the bank and turn back with the Empress to slam in with her turtle shell. Boom! Another loud bang. All the sharp teeth of the crocodile were all knocked off by the 2 of them, and the crocodile, which was in pain and cramped, could not chase after them, and circled around inside the water. The more he tried to ease the pain inside his mouth, the more force the tail was used, and a whirlpool was raised in the middle of the small lake. After returning to the shore, Lin Tian let out a long breath of relief and rushed at the stinky third sister. If you don't make a mistake, you won't die. Now you know that the outside world is treacherous, right? You still want to survive on your own. Don't look at how old you are. I've seen brainless ones. I've never seen one as brainless as you. If you hadn't met me and your second sister, you wouldn't have lived to see the next day. Not to mention being a long-lived turtle. The goddess of cultivation couldn't understand Lin Tian's words, and the slice of head looked at him with some surprise. What is cheap brother saying? Is he scolding me again? In order to show that she recognized her mistake, she crawled to Lin Tian's side and poked its turtle shell with her triangular head. I know I'm wrong. Can't I just listen to you and second sister from now on? I won't be proud. I won't show off, and I won't steal food from you guys. Thinking that her cheap brother couldn't understand her language, she finished and circled around Lin Tian twice more, then snuggled up to his side in a well-behaved manner. Thinking that it was his own sister in the end, Lin Tian just sighed and wasn't accusing. The Empress spoke slowly. We killed the crocodile and then we killed the chimpanzee. Surely we will invite retaliation from their offspring. Chapter 26 Rebuilding Homes. Lin Tian nodded and said, that's right. We have to get out of here and rebuild our home, or we'll surely die here. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he took the lead and climbed out of the lake and kept crawling along the quiet path, with his two sisters following behind. It didn't take long to climb, and the stinky third sister who couldn't take the pain started complaining again. How long is this going to take to climb? This goddess's claws are aching to death, and now we're just turtles, where we can't survive. So why do we have to climb so far? The Empress, which was enjoying the scenery next to her all the way, started commenting on the scenery along the way. This place is not bad, just that it has little aura, which doesn't help much in cultivation. Cheap brother has no intention of stopping, and this place is definitely uninhabitable. The Empress said as she crawled over and arched her head over Lin Tian. Cheap brother, where are we going? Hearing his sister's heartfelt words, Lin Tian opened his mouth and replied, to go to a place where there is water, and there should also be sufficient aura suitable for cultivation, and mainly there should be spiritual creatures. Because he was in the middle of cultivating his inner elixir, he had to hunt and kill spiritual creatures to obtain the inner elixir, so that not only would he be able to complete the hunting quest to obtain rewards, but eating the inner elixir with high spirituality would be beneficial to his cultivation of the inner elixir. Although she couldn't understand her cheap brother's words, the Empress was convinced that her cheap brother would be able to find a good place, and followed behind without complaint and kept crawling. After another long climb, we finally reached a place with beautiful surroundings, a wide view ahead and a small river. At this moment, it was the time when all kinds of flowers were blooming, all kinds of bees and butterflies were fluttering nonstop, and from time to time, there were also the chirping of spirit birds, and the surrounding spiritual chi was also very abundant. The Empress loved this place and climbed to the butterfly circling happily around the flowers. Inside her mind, the time when she was the Empress of the 9 specters, the beauty was dancing among the flowers with the butterflies fluttering around. The scene was beautiful to the core. Lin Tian also stopped, looking at Stinker Sister's playful and happy appearance, his triangular mouth rising. This environment, I guess it's similar to Second Sister's 9 spectral lands, right? Look at how happy she is. Seeing Lin Tian stop, the Empress crawled over and poked his turtle shell with her head. Cheap brother, this place is not bad. How about we settle down here? Lin Tian nodded his triangular head, and without consulting the smelly third sister at all, he began to look for a place to rebuild his home, and soon found it by the lake. There was a cave halfway up the mountain by the lake, and in front of it was the open lake, and a light blue aura lingering on the surface of the lake. The scenery was beautiful. This place is really nice. We'll settle down here. Lin Tian finished checking inside the cave and there happened to be a few lava holes that could accommodate his body. Not only was it wider than what was there before, but there was also a more ample amount of aura, which couldn't be more suitable for cultivation. Stinky Sammy glanced around the cavern with a dissatisfied expression. Just rebuild your home here? This environment is too bad, isn't it? It's still better than my Shura God cave. I need to hurry up and cultivate so that I can return to my cultivation divine cave after I'm done. It's too aggravating to be here. They're the only 2 people who think it's good to have a low-class place like this, and I wouldn't have agreed to live here if I hadn't thought about the majority rule. When Lin Tian heard the smelly third sister's heartfelt words, he wanted to reward her with a few more slaps, but thinking of rebuilding the home and accomplishing the mission, he didn't bother to give this unintelligent one a piece of his mind. He plopped down beside his 2 sisters, arched his head over them, and took the lead himself as he began to clean the lava cavern. The dirt of the lava cave was plowed out, and leaves were dropped to arrange the whole thing in a very warm way. After all, there was a human mind, and the magma cave that Lin Tian had set up quickly recruited the Empress's favor. Her 2 little paws flailed as she climbed and rolled over on the leaves of the tree in Rin Tin's lava cave. Cheap brother, you're awesome. I love this lava cave so much. Give it to me, okay? I like it too. I want it too. Stinky third sister with quickly climbed into Lin Tian's lava cave, wanting to have it for herself. However, just as she climbed in, she was swung by her second sister and slapped a claw right on her head. Do you understand what's going on? I'm the one who first offered to ask for it for my cheaper brother. You're not allowed to take it from me. What do you mean grab it from you? Cheap brother hasn't promised it to anyone yet? It's not like it's yours now. Stinky three sisters have climbed up the leaves of the tree while talking, back and forth on the top of the circle jumping high, but also provocative lying on the top of the turn out of the stomach, four paws stomping non-stop. How about I just hog it? Cheap brother doesn't even talk about me, so who are you to talk about me? She apparently forgot that to be able to escape from the mouth of the crocodile, cheap sister you helped her. And even more so, she forgot that this act was very disrespectful to cheap brother. After all, cheap brother hasn't said yes yet. The Empress wasn't going to spoil her, and stepped forward to fling her claws in a couple of slaps. I give you face is not it? Cheap brother will surely give me. You rob also useless hurry to roll. I just won't leave, what can you do to me? Stinky third sister did not show any weakness and turned her head back to start the fight. The two turtles quickly wriggled together, the freshly laid leaves in disarray. Lin Tian helplessly rolled his beanpole eyes toward the sky, not afraid of having a sister, but afraid of having a sister who doesn't know what she's doing. It was true again. And now he finally realized what it meant to be helpless with a sister. There was just one magma cave, and whoever he gave it to would offend the other. But due to his fondness for the second sister, Lin Tian didn't hesitate to climb up and bite the edge of Stinky third sister's tortoise shell, directly dragging Stinky third sister out of the magma cave with a tug. Ugly, what are you pulling me for? Ugly, you can't be biased. I'm your sister too. You can't do this to me. Snap. However, before she could finish shouting, she was slapped twice by Lin Tian's flinging claws, directly smacking her senseless. With that ugly comment, I'm not only going to drag you, I'm going to beat you. Insensitive thing. I've already given this lava cave to your second sister. You don't have a first come first served and you're still playing a shrew. Who do I beat if not you? Lin Tian said with another claw, directly toppling the Shura goddess to the ground, stomping on all four legs and flipping half a day unable to climb up. If you're so insensitive again, you won't hit so lightly next time. I don't know why, but every time I hit the stinky third sister, I feel like I'm not hitting her hard enough. Lin Tian climbed over to take leaves again, set things up for the Empress, and then found himself a cave. When all the setup was complete, the system's voice rang in his head right on time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the reward divine power value plus 50. Lin Tian lay down on the ground and stretched, his stomach rumbling with hunger due to a busy day. With the reward in hand, the most important thing right now is to find food. He looked across the small lake. It seems that the only way to find some food is to go across the lake. Lin Tian brought his two sisters down the mountain and climbed towards the opposite lake. But just as he reached the coral, he heard a sound in the coral. Something big has happened inside the ugly fish clan. An ugly fish ate the spirit fruit and became beautiful and ascended. Chapter 27 Changbai Island Spirit Fruit. Lin Tian stopped in fear because the voice didn't sound like the two sisters. He turned his head to the Empress. Did you just talk? The Empress stared at him in surprise, wondering why she had stopped and why she had that look in her eyes. What's going on with cheap brother? Agu, this lake is so eerie. Cheap brother couldn't have been possessed, could he? When Lin Tian saw the look in her eyes, he immediately understood that the voice didn't come from the Empress, so it must be the third sister. Is it possible that this little girl has learned to change her voice? Lin Tian turned his head again to look at Stinky Sammy, who, like the Empress, was also facing Lin Tian's eyes with a look of surprise. He was sure that the voice was not coming from his two sisters, so he began to inquire as to the source of the voice. And just at that moment it sounded again, but obviously not the same one as a moment ago. What spiritual fruit? Since I can become beautiful if I eat it, I want to eat it too, and I want to fly up in the daytime. You're daydreaming, aren't you? Only those with a destiny can eat the ever-white spirit fruit. The ever-100 fruit grows on the ever-white island, and it is said that it blossoms once every 3 years and bears fruit once every 3 years. And only fated creatures are able to come across this spiritual fruit. We Clownfish clan don't have a high level of cultivation, so we have to wait 3 years after eating it before it has any effect. As Lin Tian listened to the sound of this conversation, which came from underneath the coral on the opposite side of the room, he walked over and squatted down to listen carefully, because the spirit fruit in the other party's mouth was definitely something extraordinary. He himself was someone who had cultivation and had already reached the level of a 10th level divine beast, so if he got this kind of fruit, he might be able to transform after eating it. Just then, the conversational voice sounded again. My cousin was originally ugly, and not much cultivation. I did not expect to have this chance, 3 years ago to get off in white spirit fruit after serving. 3 years later today, actually really turned into a human form. White Sun Ascension. Lin Tian finally came to a realization when he heard this. The original speaker was the clownfish under the coral. Moreover, this kind of spiritual fruit, after eating it, can really turn into a human form and fly up in the daytime. He couldn't tell you how happy he was, lying on his back in place and spinning in circles, thinking to himself that according to the time projection, the spicy clownfish ate the spirit fruit 3 years ago. According to 3 points of blossom, 3 years a result. This year just happens to be the time when the long white fruit hangs fruit. If one can get it, wouldn't that be a big step less? The two sisters, who were unaware of the situation, were puzzled to see him spinning in place. What happened to cheap brother? It can't be a real evil spell, can it? What can we do about this? I didn't realize that spiritualist creatures could be possessed. Stinky third sister reached out and scratched her head, opening her mouth full of suspicion. It's not right. I've been in the Shura Hall for thousands of years, and I've been to the Yellow Springs Road no less, and I've fought with all the sons of Hades, so how come I haven't heard that things of spiritual cultivation can still be evil? She said and gave Lin Tian another contemptuous look, skimming her triangular mouth. Besides, Brother Cheap is so ugly, ghosts will be scared away when they see him, right? It shouldn't be evil. The Shura Empress said this and gave him another look, that severe dislike not to mention how piercing it was. The Empress even went forward with a concerned face and asked, Cheap brother, are you alright? Due to Stinky third sister's words just now, Lin Weather had to turn his head and slap Stinky third sister's face. I'm ugly, but I can hit people. Next time you say I'm ugly, just watch me whip you or not. The Stinky third sister was struck dumb and looked at Lin Tian in surprise. Ugly? What are you hitting me for? No. Evil creatures hit people indiscriminately. Not much different from evil people. Why stay away from him, or if I get hit it will be for nothing. The Shura goddess finished with a whoosh and directly pulled away from Lin Tian by more than a meter. The Empress was also frightened and looked around. But in the end, she couldn't see where Lin Tian was wrong and asked tentatively, Cheap brother, do you recognize me? Lin Tian's bean eyes rolled towards the sky and swung his paw up to give the Empress a small claw, but did not exert any force. I'd know you if you turned to dust. He finished crawling towards the small lake while watching the large depression across the small lake. From this position, it looks like a dollar-shaped mountain with tall peaks on either side and what appears to be a sea in front of the center, with a tiny island in the middle of the sea. From this position, it didn't look much bigger, as if an iron pot was upside down on the sea. That place wouldn't be Changbai Island, would it? Strange to say, what kind of creature brought the ever-white spirit fruit here and gave it to the clownfish? Lin Tian did some careful observation. Even if he turned into a human, such a long distance, even if he had a ship, he wouldn't necessarily be able to reach it in a day. The thought dawned on him as he recalled the conversation between the two clownfish. It's definitely not some creature. It's the humans they're talking about. Great. So there are people who cultivate immortality in this place. Lin Tian thought about the possibility of meeting humans one day and seeing his own kind from his previous life, and happily spun around on the ground in circles again, looking straight at his two sisters in confusion. It's like a real stroke of evil. Cheap brother must have fainted from hunger to act so strangely. No, I have to hurry to catch some fish to feed him. The Empress sister was conscientious after all, and crawled towards the bottom of the clear lake, and just before she reached the bottom of the lake, she saw a number of pangolins swimming around in the water. She opened her triangular mouth and bit toward the pangolins. After about 10 minutes of this, I finally caught a couple of pangolins crawling to shore. Cheap brother, eat quickly. This pangolin tastes great, mainly because it also has a spiritual chi. When you reach a certain level of cultivation, you'll be able to overpower those evil things. Lin Tian looked at his Empress sister with a helpless face. Why did he think he was possessed? Anyway, the language is not clear. The Empress sister is just a piece of good intentions. Lin Tian took the fish from his mouth, crunching and eating, a few fish down. He only felt that his stomach was also full. The original tired body was full of strength. Lin Tian ran back and forth, raving about the pangolin he had just eaten. Good fish. Not only can it fill your stomach, the aura is also sufficient and good for cultivation. Ha ha ha. It seems that I really didn't choose the wrong place, so I decided to live here, and when my cultivation matures, I'll find a way to go to Changbai Island. As Lin Tian said this, he looked up at the island on the opposite side of the sea, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. The ever-white fruit hangs its fruit this year, and according to the natural laws of projection, it should be about to ripen. So if you don't step up your cultivation, I'm afraid that thinking about it will be in vain. He I believe can't care that much. First eat more food with sufficient aura to replenish his physical energy and cultivation. Lin Tian shook his little head and crawled towards the lake with his two sisters once again. And after another 20 minutes or so, the three turtles caught a lot of pangolins and returned home fully loaded. Eat these pangolins and get another upgrade tomorrow. Chapter 28 Sneak Attack in the middle of the night. Lin Tian didn't eat the pangolins on the spot, but brought his two sisters to transport the fish back to the cave, and the three had a full meal. There were still a dozen or so small pangolins left, and Lin Tian wrapped them up in leaves and hid them in the rock crevices in front of his two sisters, preparing them for breakfast the next morning. This kind of aura-rich fish cannot be eaten more than once. Otherwise, the aura won't be digested and it won't be good for cultivation. Save it for breakfast tomorrow morning. Zip. Although the Empress didn't understand, she seemed to understand Lin Tian's meaning and nodded her triangular head. Stinky third sister didn't even think about that much because she felt like she was only 8 minutes full, and the first thing she felt was that Lin Tian was biased, dividing things up regardless of the size of the meal. Because of this, the goddess Shura crawled back to her lava cave to sleep with a grudge. Lin Tian watched as both of his sisters went to sleep individually before he climbed back into his cave to get ready for bed. Lin Tian had just closed his eyes when Stinky third sister's heartfelt voice came from inside the cave next to him. Black ugly stupid is so strange today, as if he can hear what we are thinking. No, it should be that I'm overthinking it. This ugly monster is just getting smarter and smarter. No, I'm going to become smarter than him or I'll always be bullied by him in the future and I'll eat all those pangolins I have left. Immediately after that, sparse sounds came from inside the magma cave next to him, and Lin Tian didn't bother. Since the stinky third sister was so disobedient and had a bellyful of grievances, let him eat. Anyway, cannot die. The big deal is that the aura is too much, and the body's cultivation in conflict with the heat poisoning. This kind of taste he himself had suffered before, and while it wouldn't kill him, it would certainly hurt like hell. It also confirms the saying that you can never wake up a turtle who is a death wish, and letting her learn a lesson on her own trumps all lessons. Lin Tian stuck his head out of the magma cave, and through the moonlight, watched stinky third sister eat the rest of the pangolins, and then quietly retracted his head back in, absorbing the essence of the moonlight as he gradually fell asleep. Spiritual energy value increases, please keep it up. The familiar beeps of the system came from his mind, and Lin Tian quickly fell asleep. Inside the dream, because Lin Tian had eaten the ever-white fruit, he turned into a heavenly general in battle robes, and flew up in the white sun in full view of everyone, and just as he floated into mid-air, he saw all the people and spirits kneeling down to worship strangers. Lin Tian opened his arms and flew upwards recklessly, letting out a burst of smug laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm finally becoming human. I'm finally rising in the daytime. However, before he could finish his words, the scene in front of his eyes suddenly changed. The night and day between himself and his two sisters, as well as the bits and pieces of beating the two of them to upgrade, immediately followed by images of people kneeling on the ground and worshipping various sufferings in their lives past, in the process of asceticism, and suffering in the red dust. Immediately after the scene, the two sisters have transformed into human beings and are in tears thinking about him. Lin Tian's excited laughter stopped as tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, and as a result, he suddenly woke up. It was dark outside the cave and there were sparse sounds coming from it. Lin Tian thought, at first, that it was the dishonest stinky third sister who was up to something again, but on second thought, the pangolins had all been eaten. Lin Tian stretched out his triangular head and squinted his eyes towards the outside of the lava cave, and was stunned. He saw shadows of varying heights arrayed outside the cave, and noticed in the moonlight that the shadows were somewhat humanoid and much larger, carrying sticks in their hands. I'll go. Master Ben, I'm not still inside a dream, am I? Strange. Since turning into a turtle, I no longer have the ability to control dreams. Besides, didn't I wake up just now? Lin Tian threw up his little paw and gave his head a claw, instantly grimacing in pain. Hiss. No, it hurts. This isn't a dream. Son, there are unknown creatures standing at the entrance of the cave. Lin Tian suddenly realized that something was wrong and whooshed up, quickly climbing out of the lava cave. He was just about to wake up his two sisters, but he didn't want the black shadow to have already entered the cave, the stick in his hand smashing towards him. Lin Tian turned around and dodged to the side, the stick smashing against the stone next to himself with a violent sound. Ping! The Shura goddess and the Empress were awakened and poked their heads out of the lava cave. What's going on? Cheap brother. It's not even dawn yet, what are you doing? Before the female could finish her words, she also saw the scene in front of her, and was so frightened that she rolled out of the lava hole and quickly crawled to Lin Tian's side. Cheap brother. What are they? Zip! The Empress instantly made an attacking stance and blocked in front of Lin Tian, trying to protect him. She yelled at the black shadow, hurry up and get the hell out of here for this Empress, or else I'll capture and eat each and every one of you after I've cultivated. Before he could finish his words in anger, however, the stick in the black man's hand came crashing down on the two of them again. The Empress was so shocked that she used her turtle shell to knock Lin Tian away, and the two of them scattered in both directions. The stick in the black man's hand smashed empty, and mechanically he took 2 steps toward the front. Even though there was only moonlight, Lin Tian could already tell that this behemoth was definitely not human even though it looked like a humanoid. Lin Tian secretly pondered. What kind of species is this? Could it be a chimpanzee? It's not right. The chimpanzee we got killed before was bigger than this one. It's definitely not a chimpanzee. According to this size and height, it should be a monkey. Lin Tian thought of this and without squeaking crawled into the middle of his 2 sisters, shielding them behind him. Although both sisters had cultivation, the monkey was too big and there was more than one. It was more difficult to deal with it, so they had to think of a good way. The Empress was frightened and panicked a little, staying close to Lin Tian. Cheap brother, what can we do now? If it's one monkey it's good to deal with, but there are so many more out there. The 3 of us can't win. Seeing the Empress's fearful appearance, the Shura goddess gave her a disdainful glance and mocked. Second sister, aren't you usually mean? What's wrong? It's just a few monkeys. Are you scared? She glanced at Lin Tian again, contempt in her eyes. Ha ha ha, usually bullying me ferociously. Now I'm scared like this when I see a few monkeys. Both of them are goons. This goddess has been on the Shura temple for thousands of years. In the end, she has seen a wider range of things than you guys. What haven't I seen before? Unlike you 2 bumpkins, I've seen those who were scared by ghosts, but I haven't seen those who were scared like this by monkeys. How could I have such cheap brothers and sisters like you guys? It's just a disgrace. With that, the Shura goddess was ready to charge up and bite that monkey's foot. However, just halfway through charging, she realized that something was wrong. The inside of her own stomach was on fire, and the pain caused her to instantly roll on the ground and wail. Ah, it hurts. How can it hurt so much? It's not right. Those pangolins couldn't have been poisoned by cheap brother, could they? Chapter 29 Rolling Stone. The goddess Shura rolled on the ground in agony, panic and disbelief in her beady eyes. She had thought that her body had already adapted to the aura, but now this sudden sharp pain made her suspect that Lin Tian had moved. As Lin Tian listened to her wailing, he was really helpless and hurriedly explained. How did I poison it? It's your own gluttony. The pangolin's aura you couldn't digest. That's why you're like this. The Empress shook her head as she watched from the side. I told you, greed is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant, and eating too much pangolin is going to be a problem. Just then, the group of monkeys outside the cave seemed to have sensed the movement inside the cave, and they all walked towards the cave entrance with heavy steps. The shadows looked even more eerie in the moonlight. Lin Tian quickly made a judgment. Now was not the time for internal strife. He must deal with external enemies first. He whispered to his 2 sisters. Now is not the time to argue. The monkeys are here and we need to figure out what to do first. The Empress immediately responded and nodded. Yes, we have to unite. Although the goddess Shura was in a lot of pain, she knew that the current situation did not allow her to play small. She gritted her teeth and stood up, barely maintaining a fighting stance. Lin Tian quickly thought, although this group of monkeys were large, they didn't seem to be moving fast. They probably didn't have a high level of spirituality. Crawling toward the side of the rock pile, he remembered a loose rock there that had once been considered during the day for setting up the cave entrance. Second sister, you go distract the monkeys while third sister and I hit them with this rock. The Empress, though scared, knew this was her only chance and immediately climbed out and began jumping in front of the monkeys to get their attention. The monkeys were really attracted by her movements and chased after her, waving their sticks. Lin Tian and goddess Shura took the opportunity to push that rock with the intention of making it roll towards the monkeys. Although the goddess of Shura was still in a lot of pain, she put her best foot forward in this life and death situation. The 2 of them combined their efforts and finally pushed the boulder down. Rumble. With a bang, the rock slammed into the largest of the monkeys, instantly crushing it to the ground, and the other monkeys panicked at the sight, letting out shrill cries, clearly terrified. Ha ha, it seems these monkeys aren't as powerful as they thought. Although the Shura goddess was in unbearable pain, seeing her enemy suffer, she felt a slight thrill of revenge in her heart. However, the smashed monkey struggled to its feet, moving sluggishly but not seriously injured. The leader of the group of monkeys let out an angry roar and commanded the other monkeys to continue their attack. Lin Tian realized that not only was this group of monkeys organized, but they were not easily repelled. He quickly adjusted his strategy. We can't fight hard. There's a small exit in the cave. We'll retreat from there. The 3 turtles quickly fled towards the other side of the cave, where there was a smaller opening that they hadn't paid special attention to before, but now became a life-saving passage. The narrow opening of the cave made it difficult for the monkeys' clubs to attack them directly. They had just gotten into the small opening when they heard the monkeys growling and the sound of sticks hitting the ground. The Empress looked back and thankfully said, "Luckily, cheap brother is smart." However, Lin Tian knew that although the monkeys were temporarily blocked, sooner or later they would find other ways to come in. We have to keep walking, find a safe place, and wait for dawn to figure out what to do, Lin Tian said. The Shura goddess was still in discomfort due to her overabundance of aura, but she also understood the current situation and could only grit her teeth. I thought I could beat these monkeys, how careless. They continued on through the darkness, cautiously making their way through the narrow caverns and eventually coming to a secluded wooded area. This place was far away from the cave just now, and the surrounding trees were tall and dense, which should be able to temporarily hide their movements. It should be safe here for now. Lin Tian checked his surroundings and made sure that he was safe for the time being before letting his two sisters rest. The Empress sighed as she looked at Goddess Shura, who was still in pain. You're always self-righteous. Although Goddess Shura didn't want to admit it, she did learn a lesson this time. I know I'm wrong. I won't be so impulsive in the future. Lin Tian didn't blame her, but began to think about his next plan. We need to use this time to regain our strength, and tomorrow we need to find a way to get back to the cave to retrieve those pangolins without letting the monkeys take advantage of us. The Empress nodded. Yes, and we need to find out why these monkeys are attacking. Though reluctant, the Shura goddess also realized the importance of gangwork. Alright, I'll listen to you this time. Lin Tian had a headache. This group of monkeys obviously didn't just randomly intrude. They had a purpose, and that purpose was most likely related to what was in the cave. The thought of this was alarming. These monkeys are organized. They don't look like mere mountain wildlife. Lin Tian analyzed. The Empress also realized the seriousness of the problem. Since they can find us, perhaps they are also interested in the spirit fruits of Changbai Island. The Shura goddess, whose pain had eased a bit and was lying in the grass, couldn't help but snort when she heard this. Humph. A bunch of monkeys want to eat the ever-white spirit fruit as well? Are they worthy? However, Lin Tian shook his head. Not necessarily. We overlooked a point before. Those monkeys may have some kind of power we don't know about, or someone is behind it. Just as they were discussing, it suddenly occurred to Lin Tian that pangolins were the only food they could quickly recover their aura. Now those pangolins are still left in the cave, and if the monkeys find them, the consequences will be unimaginable. We have to recapture the pangolins first, otherwise we won't even be able to recover our strength tomorrow. Lin Tian decided. The Empress agreed. Yes, but we have to think of a way. We can't beat them with just the three of us fighting hard. Though the Shura goddess had a stiff upper lip, she knew that now was not the time for bravado. So what's your best idea? Lin Tian looked around and his eyes landed on a large dry tree that had been struck by lightning. There, we can use this, he explained. We get this tree down, place it at the entrance of the cave, and use the rest of the branches to make a trap. When the monkeys come at us again, we can quietly return through the exit on the other side and guide them to step on the trap. The Empress agreed. Good idea. That way we can steal the pangolins. Although the goddess Shura was reluctant to admit it, she knew it was a good plan. That's it then. But I'm not in a good state right now, so I can only help you guys with some simple setups. The turtles sprang into action. Lin Tian and the Empress began to push the large, dry tree. Relying on the turtle's strength and spirituality, they finally pushed the trunk down and across in front of the cave entrance. Next, a simple trap was set up with branches and vines picked up from around the area. That should trap them for a while. Lin Tian patted the dust on his hands. In the pre-dawn darkness, they quietly returned to the small exit on the other side of the cave, ready to carry out their plan. Lin Tian was in the lead, with the Empress and Goddess Shura following closely behind, and they entered the cave gently. Just as he entered the cave, Lin Tian smelled a strange odor. It was not the smell of pangolins, but the scent of some kind of animal. Chapter 30, Why is there a bear? Lin Tian alertly scouted around and confirmed that the monkeys hadn't entered the cave yet, but the smell of those pangolins had attracted other animals. There are other animals around, Lin Tian whispered. The Empress looked around nervously. Then we have to hurry. They quickly found the rock crevice where the pangolin had been hidden, only to find that the fish was gone, replaced by a mess of leaves and dirt. Goddess Shura was immediately displeased. Where are my fish? Did those monkeys come here? Lin Tian shook his head after carefully observing. It's not a monkey. It's a snake. Look at these traces. It's a snake crawling through. The Empress followed up with an explanation. Snakes like to be refrigerated in shady places, and our pangolins happen to be a meal for them. Now the situation became interesting. Lin Tian knew that the snakes were not very spiritual, but once they swallowed the pangolins, they had lost a major resource. Gotta get to that snake, Lin Tian decided. They carefully exited the cave and followed the trail left by the snake. Soon the python was found, lying lazily on the grass, apparently well fed. When Goddess Shura saw the snake, she was furious. This snake really picks the right time, eating all our food. Lin Tian, however, calmed down. Now is not the time to get angry. We have to find a way to snatch it back from its mouth. The Empress offered an idea. What if we could make it spit? Lin Tian pondered for a moment. That makes sense. We can use the method of shock. Then began to collect the prickly fruits and some thorny twigs around the area, ready to stimulate the snake with them and make it regurgitate and spit out its food. When you're ready, do it, Lin Tian commanded. They crept closer to the snake and quickly stabbed the prickly fruit and twigs into the snake's abdomen. Stimulated by this sudden pain, the snake had a sudden spasm and began to vomit profusely. The pangolin mixed with the snake's stomach fluids rolled out, dirty but finally hopeful. Lin Tian quickly picked out the pangolins with his claws while the Empress took care of the cleanup. That's done. Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief. However, while celebrating, they heard the cries of monkeys coming from not far away. Apparently those monkeys had discovered the traces they had left behind and began to move this way. The monkeys are coming. We have to hurry, Goddess Shura said eagerly. Lin Tian thought quickly and decided. We can't go back to the cave. They already know our movements. We have to find a new hiding place. With the pangolin in tow, they quickly left their spot and ran towards the depths of the woods. The forest was complex enough to hide for a short time, but a new stronghold had to be found to ensure safety. Weaving through the trees, the three turtles finally found a hidden cave that was relatively small, but big enough to hide in. After Lin Tian hid the pangolin, he began to set up new defenses. Since the monkeys already knew their whereabouts, they would surely continue to track them down. Therefore, it is best to use the natural environment near the cave entrance to strengthen the defense. There are quite a few loose stones here. We can use those to block the cave entrance, Lin Tian suggested. The Empress nodded. Good. That way if an animal comes, the stone will roll down. Although the Shura goddess was reluctant, she also understood that this was an urgent matter. Then I'll go move the stone. The three tortoises were busy, piling loose stones above the entrance to the cave, so that if an animal attempted to enter, the stones would roll down, making noise or deterring the enemy. This should be able to delay it for some time. Lin Tian checked the arrangement. However, just then, instead, there was a chittering and yelling, the sound getting closer and closer. Obviously the monkeys. Incoming. The Empress was alert. Lin Tian said, we can't fight hard. We have to find a way to lure them away. He looked around and his eyes landed on a thorn bush. You can use thorns. The goddess Shura wondered. How can I utilize it? Remember the way we caught the snake earlier? Lin Tian explained. We can use these thorns to make a trap to lure them over. They quickly gathered some thorns and branches and arranged them on the periphery of the cave entrance, forming what appeared to be a path to the cave entrance, but was actually a trap laid in the thorn bushes. Now, we need a bait, Lin Tian said. The Empress suggested. Use pangolins. The monkeys will definitely smell the fish. Lin Tian agreed, but only took one pangolin. We can't take too many at once. If we fail, it'll all go down the drain. After all is said and done, place the pangolin at the entrance to the thorn trap. After everything was set up, the three turtles hid back in the cave and waited quietly. Soon they heard the monkeys getting closer and closer, and then a shout of excitement. Apparently they smell fish. Come on, silly monkeys, Goddess Shura muttered in a low voice. The monkeys were really attracted by the pangolins and rushed towards the trap, but just as it was about to step into the thorn trap, one of the larger monkeys seemed to sense something was wrong and stopped, chittering. It's over. They've found out. Empress tensed. A smaller monkey, however, rushed right into the trap. Immediately the thorns wrapped around his leg and he screamed in agony, causing the other monkeys to stir. Lin Tian seized the opportunity. Now leave from the other side. The three turtles quickly climbed out of the exit on the other side of the hole. Escaping while the monkeys are in disarray is the best option. However, only just as they climbed out of the cave, they heard a roar. Unexpectedly, a large mountain bear came out from the depths of the forest. Why is there a bear? Goddess Shura exclaimed. Lin Tian quickly judged. This bear is definitely not an accomplice of the monkey, but it must be interested in us. The Empress warned. Then hurry up and run. So the three turtles started running on their little short legs. Lin Tian's head raced, and he suddenly had a bright idea. Quick, to that cliff over there. Lin Tian pointed at a small cliff not far away and shouted. Three turtle effort. Finally, we reached the edge of the cliff, which was not very high, but for a turtle, jumping would mean a thinning of its shell. However, Lin Tian looked down below and made a decision jump. There's soft mud down there. It should be able to cushion it. Goddess Shura hesitated. Jump? Are you sure? Lin Tian knew that hesitation was a dead end. There's no other choice now. Jumping down might still be possible. Not jumping is a dead end. The Empress also encouraged. Yes, we have to trust Cheap Brother's judgment. Although the Shura goddess had concerns, she also understood that now was not the time to be calculating. She gritted her teeth. Fine, but if you break my shell, you're responsible. Lin Tian didn't wait for her to say more and jumped down first. The Empress followed closely behind, and the goddess Shura had no choice but to close her eyes and leap off the cliff right after her. The three turtles fell into the soft mud below. Their bodies hurt, but it was a much better outcome than being overtaken by a mountain bear. Lin Tian quickly checked the condition of himself and his two sisters, confirming that everyone was only slightly injured before letting out a sigh of relief. Looks like the bet was right this time. Chapter 31 Changbai Island. She glanced at the mud on her body and suddenly realized that even if she got rid of the mountain bears and monkeys for a while, they couldn't stay here forever. We can't keep hiding in the mud, can we? The mountain bears and monkeys won't take kindly to that. Lin Tian looked down and thought about it. And it was indeed true. Don't worry for now. At least we're safe now. The mountain bears are too big to jump down and chase us. And the monkeys are unlikely to find us here so quickly. So now we have a little time to catch our breath. Does panting help? Goddess Shura couldn't help but interject. Those monkeys and bears can smell. And sooner or later they'll come down to us. We can't hide for the rest of our lives. Can we? Lin Tian didn't refute her. In fact, Goddess Shura was right. Their scent had been exposed long ago, especially after rolling through the mud. And it was nearly impossible to cover their tracks. But he knew very well that now was not the time to argue. Glancing at the surrounding terrain, he whispered, "Get out of here first." "Where to?" the Empress asked. "To the north." Lin Tian pointed ahead. "Although the mud can cushion the ground, it's flat here. It's too easy to be caught up. There's a forest to the north. We can hide in it." "How long can the woods hide?" Goddess Shura asked again. "At least it's better than waiting here to die." Lin Tian was already too lazy to explain too much and directly led the way to climb towards the north. The Empress didn't ask many questions and quickly followed. Goddess Shura skimmed around and realized that the shadows of the mountain bears and monkeys had already begun to sway at the edge of the cliff, and didn't dare to hesitate any longer, so she could only grit her teeth and follow. The three turtles struggled to move through the mud and crawled for 10 minutes before finally approaching the grove of trees. Lin Tian stopped and looked around. The trees are denser here and should block the view. Let's find a place to hide and figure it out when it gets light. He pointed to a pile of dead leaves under a tree. That's where you can rest for a while. The Empress nodded. Okay, I'll go check it out. Goddess Shura, however, frowned. We're done hiding? What if those monkeys and mountain bears come after us? What do you want to do? Lin Tian gave her a look. Sparring at them? And then all three of them get slapped into the ground? The Goddess Shura choked. But she was still not convinced in her mind. It always seemed like we were too passive like this. Being passive is also better than being lifeless. Lin Tian stopped talking and climbed straight to the edge of the pile of dead leaves, arching his head to confirm that there was no danger before signaling his two sisters to come over. The Empress immediately squeezed into the pile of dead leaves, and the Goddess Shura, though reluctant, had no other choice but to follow. The three turtles hid in the pile of dead leaves, and no one spoke for a while. It was quiet outside, with only the occasional monkey call in the distance and the sound of leaves blowing in the wind. Lin Tian closed his eyes and tried to calm himself down. Cheap brother, what do we do next? The Empress finally couldn't help but ask. Recover your strength first, then think of a way to leave this area. Lin Tian replied in a low voice. But even if we leave, will these monkeys and mountain bears keep chasing us? Goddess Shura couldn't help but interject again. Why are they chasing us? There has to be a reason, right? The Empress frowned. Pangolin. Lin Tian suddenly spoke. Pangolins? The Goddess Shura froze. Yes. The pangolins we brought back earlier may have had too much aura and attracted them. Lin Tian continued his analysis. Moreover, it's not just the pangolins. The aura of this area is already very thick. Spirit beasts like monkeys and mountain bears should have sensed our presence a long time ago. But why are they doing it tonight? Empress asked. It could be that we ate the chimpanzees and crocodiles and upset the balance here. Lin Tian replied. So, we are being treated as intruders? Goddess Shura pondered. It can be understood that way. Lin Tian nodded. So what do we do? The Empress pursued. Lin Tian was silent for a moment before speaking. We can't continue to stay in this area. If the spirit beasts here already see us as a threat, then even if we hide as much as we can, we will be found sooner or later. But the question is, where can we go? The Shura goddess couldn't help but speak. Even if we leave here, the world outside is just as dangerous. At least there won't be so many spirit beasts out there uniting against us. Lin Tian said calmly. Besides, we can't hide forever. We need a safer place that will give us time to improve our cultivation. So do you have a goal? Empress asked. Lin Tian was silent for a moment and looked up into the distance. Ever White Island. Ever White Island? The Shura goddess had a puzzled look on her face. It's the place where the legend has the spirit fruit? Right. Lin Tian nodded. But isn't that place far away? How are we going to get there? The Empress asked. Figure it out. Lin Tian replied. But at the very least, Ever White Island is a new beginning. The spirit fruit that bears fruit once every 3 years may be the key to our transformation. When Goddess Shura heard this, a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. The spirit fruit can really help us transform? It's possible. So when do we leave? Lin Tian looked down at the mud on himself and his two sisters. Wait for dawn. After regaining strength, we have to be at our best to make the journey. The three turtles were quiet again. The first rays of dawn sunlight poured down through the branches of the trees, and Lin Tian was the first to open his eyes. Leave as soon as you wake up. Don't waste time, Lin Tian said in a low voice. He looked at the Empress and the Goddess Shura and realized that they were still curled up in the pile of dead leaves at the moment and seemed to be sleeping soundly. Time waits for no one. We have to leave this area early. He turned his head and arched his paw over the Empress. Get up. It's dawn. There can be no delay. The Empress slowly opened her eyes and looked up at the sky. So early? Brother Cheap, can't you rest for a while? It can't be delayed any longer. Sooner or later the monkeys and mountain bears will find this place. We must leave while we can. The Empress nodded and reluctantly climbed to her feet. Then, Lin Tian walked towards the Shura goddess. Get up. It's time to go. Goddess Shura rolled over and said lazily. What can we do if we don't go? Those monkeys have all been shaken off by us. Why are you nervous? You think those monkeys will give up easily? Their sense of smell is more acute than you think. Lin Tian looked at her coldly. Don't wait for them to catch up and then regret it. Just know how to rush me. Goddess Shura reluctantly stood up. Just leave. You really don't let people live in peace all day long. Lin Tian ignored her complaints and climbed to the front, leading the way in the direction of the north. The Empress followed him closely, with the Goddess Shura trailing slowly behind. Cheap brother, where the hell are we going? Empress asked. Let's first find a place where we can hide the smell. Lin Tian glanced back. The woods to the north are denser. There might be something we need there. Chapter 32, The Tripwire. And then what? The Empress continued to ask. Then find a way to cross the sea. Lin Tian's voice was calm. We must go to Changbai Island. Crossing the sea? Goddess Shura frowned. You think we're fish? How can we cross? We are turtles. Lin Tian patiently explained. Turtles can swim. That's a lot of swimming. The Shura goddess rolled her eyes. Look how far that sea is. We'll be lucky if we can swim halfway there. So we need to find food and replenish our strength first. Lin Tian had thought about it long ago. Moreover, it doesn't have to be a direct swim. There might be a landing point on the way. The goddess of Shura still wanted to retort, but when she saw Lin Tian's unquestionable attitude, she ended up closing her mouth. A long walk north through the woods. The Empress was a bit anxious. Cheap brother, there seems to be no end to this forest. How long are we going to be gone? Anyway, hold on a little longer. There should be a water source up ahead. Lin Tian replied. How do you know? Goddess Shura couldn't help but ask. It's very wooded and the ground is very wet. There must be a water source nearby. Lin Tian explained. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the sound of gurgling water could be heard. Cheap brother, you're too good. The Empress couldn't help but boast. Lin Tian didn't reply. He just quickened his pace. Soon, came to a small stream. The water in the stream was crystal clear and there were quite a few small fish swimming around in it. Finally, there's food. The Shura goddess excitedly rushed over and dove headfirst into the stream. Don't rush first. Lin Tian stopped her. Have you forgotten last night's lesson? The goddess Shura stopped and looked back at him. Lin Tian reminded. It's fine to eat fish, but you can't be greedy. You simply can't digest anything with too much aura. Got it. Got it. The Shura goddess waved her paw impatiently. It's just a few fish. It's not like I'm going to eat them all. Lin Tian didn't say anything else and started catching fish on his own. They stayed by the stream for about half an hour, and after catching enough fish, Lin Tian continued on his way with his two sisters. Cheap brother, we caught so many fish. Why don't we eat them before we leave? The Empress asked. There's not enough time. We'll eat when we find a safer place. Lin Tian replied. Goddess Shura couldn't help but mutter. Eating a fish is so troublesome. I'm really convinced. Lin Tian ignored her. They continued north until about noon, when they finally found a hidden cave. Just rest here for a while. Lin Tian put the fish down. Eat something, then think about where to go next. The Empress nodded and began to divide the fish. The goddess Shura, on the other hand, couldn't wait to grab the biggest fish and said proudly, this one is mine. Don't you guys grab it from me. Lin Tian glanced at her and didn't say anything. They had just finished eating when they suddenly heard a familiar cry in the distance. It's the monkey. Lin Tian immediately became alert. They're coming after us. The Empress tensed as well. What to do? The goddess of Shura was still holding half a fish in her mouth. What an insidious spirit. Lin Tian quickly made a decision. We can't stay here anymore. We must leave immediately. But they're so close this time. Can we run away? The Empress asked worriedly. It's better to run away even if you can't. then to be a sitting duck. The three turtles escaped again. This time, the monkeys were screaming closer and closer, apparently having locked on to their target. Cheap brother, they're getting closer. The Empress was a bit flustered. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Hold on a little longer. There should be a cliff ahead. Cliffs again? Goddess Shura called out. One dance was enough last time. You want more? If you don't jump you can stay here and wait for death. Lin Tian coldly returned. The Shura goddess choked on her words and could only follow and continue crawling forward. Sure enough, it wasn't long before they once again came to the edge of a cliff. Lin Tian glanced below and realized that there was no soft mud, but a dense canopy of trees. Jump, he said decisively. What reason is there for me to trust you this time? Goddess Shura questioned. You cannot jump, but don't expect me to save you. Lin Tian finished speaking and directly jumped down. The Empress gritted her teeth and jumped after her. Goddess Shura hesitated for a moment, but finally jumped with her eyes closed. The three turtles landed in the canopy of the tree, and although they had a bad fall, they were able to save their lives. Cheap brother, you got the bet right again this time. The Empress gasped. Lin Tian didn't reply. He just raised his head to look above the cliff. The monkey's shadow had appeared on the edge. Don't get too happy. The Empress looked down at the dense forest beneath the canopy. Her voice lowered. We can't keep running like this. Sooner or later they'll catch up with us. Then what's your best idea? Goddess Shura interjected. Don't say anything about a hard fight. The three of us combined wouldn't be able to beat them. It's not a matter of fighting it or not. Lin Tian calmly analyzed. Our jump just now has already exposed our position. All they have to do is climb down the canopy and they will soon be able to find us. So, what exactly are you going to say? Goddess Shura asked impatiently. So we have to create obstacles. Lin Tian pointed at the surrounding tree trunks. These branches and vines can be used as traps. A trap? The Empress glanced at the monkeys overhead and seemed a bit hesitant. But there are so many of them. Can we hold them off? We have to try even if we can't stall. It's better to buy some time than wait to die in place. The Goddess Shura was clearly not too keen. Another trap. The last one already nearly killed me. Then you can choose not to do it. Lin Tian said coldly. But when you get caught then, don't expect us to save you. The Shura goddess glared at him and finally compromised. Alright, just listen to you. Don't screw me over this time. The three turtles quickly began to move. Lin Tian and the Empress were in charge of tearing the vines with their claws, wrapping them around the trunks of the surrounding trees to form tripwires. The goddess Shura was in charge of carrying the fallen branches, which were used to block the path of the monkeys that might come down. Tie the tripwire tighter. Lin Tian reminded. They are very agile and will jump over if they are a little loose. Got it. The Empress replied while speeding up the movements of her hands. I say, you two move fast. Goddess Shura complained. I'm tired of carrying this pile of branches all by myself. Cut the crap. Lin Tian returned. As long as you can block them, it's worth it for you to move more. The goddess Shura muttered something, but continued to carry the branches. It didn't take long for a simple trap to be set up. Lin Tian looked up at the canopy and realized that the monkeys had indeed begun to climb down along the branches, and a few of them were already close to their heads. Ready! They're coming down! The Empress and Goddess Shura were immediately alert, and the three turtles quickly hid in the bushes to the side, quietly observing the monkeys' movements. The first monkey jumped within range of the trap they had laid. It didn't seem to notice anything unusual and was about to move on. Suddenly, it tripped over its feet and its entire body lost its balance, falling heavily to the ground. It worked! Chapter 33 The culmination of 9 years of compulsory education. The monkeys on the ground fell hard and screamed. The monkeys on the tree were in a state of chaos, chattering in disarray, as if they had been forced to demolish the nest. At this time, the system beep sounded. Ding! Host intelligence and wisdom detected. Activate mission. Expel monkeys. Kidnap a monkey. Complete the quest. Rewarded with 50 divine power value and an additional overlord skill card. Lin Tian froze. Tying up monkeys? He hadn't reacted yet, so he turned his mind around and pondered over the overlord skill card for a while. System, what's a hegemony skill card? 60 seconds of invincible hegemony. Won't take any damage. A card can only be used once. After hearing this, Lin Tian almost jumped up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't this a life-preserving artifact? Something that can turn the tide at critical moments. But soon, he calmed down and thought about it. You can't use it indiscriminately. This kind of thing is gone if you use it once, and you have to rely on your brain now that you don't have a lot of godly power value. Looking up at the group of monkeys, the one that had fallen on the ground had gotten up and was grinning, showing sharp teeth. Furious, he jumped to his feet, like an aggrieved little bully, and the rest of the monkeys followed suit, screaming and posing as if they were going to fight for their lives. Lin Tian felt a cold chill on his back. The goddess Shura moved her mouth. Lin Tian quickly made a shut up gesture, and also glared at her. The meaning was obvious. You dare to say anything? The Shura goddess immediately closed her mouth and scrunched her neck, not daring to move again. The three turtles hid in the bushes. No one dared to make a sound, and even their breathing was pressed down to a minimum, so slow that it looked like they were practicing the turtle breath technique. Luckily, there was a lot of animal feces around and the smell was strong enough to successfully mask the scent of the three turtles. After a few minutes, the group of monkeys suddenly quieted down, and instead of continuing to hoot and holler, they ran to the side and huddled together in a group, hugged their arms against the trunk of a tree, and began to sleep. Lin Tian was dumbfounded as he watched, his heart crying out in outrageousness. Sleepy after chasing all night and not sleeping? He watched carefully for a few seconds to make sure the monkeys were truly asleep before turning back to his two sisters and signaling them to retreat quietly. The three turtles crawled fast, actually just a little faster than a snail, and it took a long time to get 3 miles away from the monkeys. After stopping, Lin Tian let out a long breath, looking back to make sure the monkeys weren't catching up. He said, after escaping for so long, the pangolins have been hobbled by them, so this revenge can't go unavenged. Wait till I catch a monkey for you. As soon as the words left her mouth, the Empress nearly fell to the ground in shock and froze for 2 seconds before speaking. Cheap brother, are you feverish and confused? Goddess Shura also looked shocked and mumbled, catching monkeys to eat? Are you crazy? As she said that, she reached out her paw to touch Lin Tian's glands, wanting to see if it was hot. Lin Tian tossed his head, dodged her claws and said in a bad mood, is this a place you can touch? No any respect? The goddess Shura retracted her claws and rolled over, not saying another word, but with an expression of obvious disbelief. Lin Tian paused and continued, catching a monkey, it's not impossible. Those monkeys don't have a high IQ and often fall into traps. This time I'm going to use all of my knowledge from 9 years of compulsory education. The Empress listened in confusion. What is 9 years of compulsory education? Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh with glee. It's a kind of monkey catching kung fu. This was said in a serious manner, causing the Empress to look adoring, while the goddess Shura was filled with skepticism, but was too embarrassed to ask. Lin Tian ignored them and directly ordered, go find bamboo, the more the better, and meet here in half an hour. The two sisters didn't understand what he was up to, but they had no choice but to do as they were told. Now that they had no choice but to fight back, Lin Tian watched them leave, while he himself sat on the ground and breathed steadily for a while, feeling the value of the divine power in his body increase a little bit, sighing in his heart, a quest is a quest. For the sake of the hegemony card, spell it out. He looked up and around, noticing quite a bit of long grass and willow branches, and gritted his teeth, patiently, and pulled the grass down. Again, he tore willow branches with his paws, rolled them one by one into twine, and made a net. The net got bigger and stronger, and Lin Tian cursed the system as he worked. Tempting me with skill cards is so unmartial. It wasn't long before the two younger sisters returned, with a couple of bamboo sticks in their mouths, shouting toothache, as they walked away. As soon as they saw the hemp rope in Lin Tian's hand, they were stunned. The Shura goddess couldn't help but yell, oh my god, your turtle claws can actually do such fine work? Lin Tian glanced up at her and faintly returned, slow work makes perfect work, but in his heart, he was spitting on the system. After saying that, he pointed to the bamboo on the ground. Sharpen these into sharp points. Hurry up, time is running out. The two turtle sisters glanced at each other, although they didn't know what he was going to do, but seeing the other party's serious face, they didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly started to peel the bamboo. The sun sets and the last rays disappear. Lin Tian's net is finally made up. Uniform thickness, tight knots, through a fine strength that cannot be picked. He shook the net out and nodded in satisfaction, then turned and started setting up the traps, chattering as he got them. You see, this bamboo pole is tied at both ends. The rope hangs here. The principle of leverage. The moment of force is balanced. Monkey comes in and stomps. Snap. Straight to the net. Can't even run. The goddess Shura listened with a bamboo leaf in her mouth. The principle of leverage? Moment of force? I don't understand what you're saying, but it seems pretty impressive. Lin Tian continued fiddling, ignoring her, and smoothly dug a hole in the ground, sticking bamboo and tree branches into it and securing it with long grass. Then some dead leaves were sprinkled around to camouflage the trap. Patting his paws, he stood up and said, well, great job, just need to lure them over. The goddess Shura circled the trap, looking it up and down with suspicion. It looks perfect, but there are so many monkeys, what's the point of catching one or two? If they all come charging at us, maybe the three of us will just be held down on the ground and have a feast. A turtle feast. The Empress froze for a moment after hearing this, suddenly reacted, and said nervously, cheap brother, is this Reliable? Lin Tian sneered and pointed at the sharpened bamboo on the ground. Don't forget. We have this. Monkeys aren't like us. They don't have shells. And it's a wonder they don't run away when the bamboo sticks them. The Empress stared at the bamboo for a moment and nodded, while the goddess Shura smacked her lips as if she was beginning to believe a little. Lin Tian proceeded to arrange a circle of elastic branches next to the trap, securing them in place. With bamboo tied to the branches, elasticity pulled full and aimed at the trap's position, making it look like a row of rudimentary crossbows and arrows. When we catch the monkeys later, the others will surely be chattering and screaming, and then we'll take a shot and shoot the out of them. When the goddess Shura heard the word shoot the, she was instantly energized. Her heart beat a few beats faster, and she was inexplicably a little bit excited. Couldn't help but ask, and then what? How do you draw them in? Lin Tian stopped the work in his hands and thought for a few seconds before suddenly pointing at the goddess Shura. You lead. Chapter 34 The Battle of the Backwaters. The Shura goddess shrank back a step in fear, swinging her claws back and forth. I'm not going to be bait. Lin Tian laughed. Monkeys are primates. Their aura is much higher than pangolins. Think about it, pangolins can make your stomach bloat and hurt. What about monkeys? Wouldn't a bite be faster to transform than eating hundreds of pangolins? The goddess Shura hesitates. Spoken for, but still not quite willing. That too, Lin Tian added. Besides, you're a Shura goddess and you're actually afraid of a few monkeys? The goddess Shura went up in arms at that and jerked to her feet. Right, why should I be afraid of them? If I catch one and can't eat it all, I can dry it into monkey jerky and take it with me on the road. After saying that, he turned around and was about to walk off into the distance. Lin Tian called out. What are you doing? The goddess Shura didn't look back. Go draw them in. Lin Tian and the Empress exchanged a glance, simultaneously looking down at her short legs with an obvious meaning. Can you outrun a monkey at that speed? The Shura goddess reacted as well, standing frozen in place for a few seconds, looking down at her legs with a speechless expression. Lin Tian shook his head and said, Don't run that far. Just wait behind the trap and build a fire later. With the light at night, the monkeys will definitely come over on their own. Goddess Shura was a bit confused. And then what? When you find a monkey, you shrink your shell at once, and leave the rest to us, and we will let loose our arrows. They are afraid of the bamboo and will surely run away. You will definitely not be hurt. Don't worry. After hearing this, the goddess Shura was even more bewildered. And what if they don't run? Lin Tian glanced at her and said, Then let's listen to heaven. Although he said that, Lin Tian had a number in his heart. Monkeys were primates, and when they were scared, they would definitely run away, and it was impossible for them to die. The Empress, however, was a little hairy, always feeling weird about eating monkeys, like they were cannibals. But thinking of the fact that the revenge was not avenged and the pangolin was gone, he gritted his teeth and thought in his heart, for the sake of transforming into a form, this monkey, eat it. Afterwards, the three turtles started picking up branches, and Lin Tian found a dry piece of wood and performed a handful of drilling for fire. The dead wood smoldered and the fire sprang up, and both the goddess Shura and the Empress watched in awe. Goddess Shura couldn't help but lament. Cheap brother, this turtle claw of yours? You can even make fire? Lin Tian threw a piece of dry leaf in and the fire got even hotter. The goddess Shura cocked her head. How do you know everything? Lin Tian laughed bitterly. You'd have to be beaten over the palm of your hand by a physics teacher. You would too. The firelight danced and the sound of crackling wood exploding was constant. Lin Tian stared in the direction of the trap, calculating the time in his heart, when suddenly, an ear-piercing kirakiri came from the distance. The sound is garbled, sometimes high, sometimes low. Here we go. Pull out. Lin Tian raised his head and turned back. The Empress nodded and followed him backward. Goddess Shura froze, watching the two turtles turn around and leave, and couldn't help but ask, What are you doing? Lin Tian didn't even look back. Over to you. Goddess Shura looked at their backs and one word floated through her mind. Son of a turtle. But then he thought that he was also a son of a turtle, or the pure-blooded kind, and then he felt a little speechless. She shook her shell, took a deep breath, and opened her mouth to shout, You stinking monkeys, come and get me. Caught, do whatever you want. The sound echoed through the night like a broken gong. After shouting, I suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did that sound strange? Lin Tian and the Empress hid behind a distant bush and looked at each other, their minds going blank. What is she doing? Lin Tian rubbed his head. I don't know. Maybe he's crazy again. At that moment, the monkeys' voices were suddenly quiet for a second, and then the whole group turned their heads to look over and chirp. The voice was louder than it had been a moment ago, like it was cursing. A few monkeys bent down to pick up the stones on the ground and rushed in the direction of Goddess Shura. The Shura goddess stuck out her tongue and waved it. Slightly, come on, get happy. The head monkey had a handful of red hair on its head, and it looked like a leader, waving its claws and charging ahead of the others. Coming! Coming! The Shura goddess retracted back into her shell, but she was inexplicably a little excited. The red-haired monkey jumped to the edge of the trap and stepped on it, the pointed bamboo instantly piercing through its paw. Ah! Kirikou! The red-haired monkey screamed miserably, and his entire body lost its balance. He fell in the center of the trap with a thud, and was caught directly in the closing net and hoisted up into the tree. Swinging around, Lin Tian looked overjoyed and patted the Empress. It's done! The monkeys below all stopped and chattered. What started out as a plan to catch a turtle instantly turned into saving the boss. Several monkeys crouched on the ground, gesticulating with their hands like they were discussing how to save them. They seemed to be having a battle conference. Empress whispered. Lin Tian nodded. It's fine. Let them discuss it. Soon the monkeys seemed to agree and began to move. A few of the monkeys braced themselves on the ground with their limbs, while the others climbed onto their backs and built a human ladder that went straight up at the red-haired monkeys. Lin Tian laughed coldly. Wasn't this actively sending people to their deaths? Release the arrows. The elastic branches snapped open, and a dozen or so sharpened bamboos instantly shot out, and with a whooshing sound of breaking air, they headed straight for the monkeys. Goddess Shura watched the bamboo fly past and immediately yelled, "Shoot the ur!" After shouting and retracting back into his shell, he heard a couple of thuds as the bamboo knocked against the turtle's shell. Listening to the voices outside, a sense of security instantly surged through the goddess Shura. It's good to be an asshole. Meanwhile, it was chaos outside. The monkeys building the human ladder screamed, and several were poked by the bamboo and fell to the ground, rolling around, bleeding and wailing. There were no fatal injuries, but it hurt to jump up and down. The group of monkeys that originally wanted to save the red-haired monkey were in complete disarray, chirping into a chorus, baring their teeth all the way to the depths of the woods. Lin Tian walked out from behind the shrubs and nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the red-haired monkey hanging on the tree. This time there's a monkey to eat. The Empress followed suit, staring in the direction the monkeys had gone. They're not coming back, are they? Lin Tian shook his head. Being shot like this, he doesn't have the guts to come back. The goddess Shura burst out of her shell and stretched. How's the old lady doing? Lin Tian lazily ignored her and walked over to the tree where the red-haired monkey was hanging and tugged on the twine with his paw. This guy, he's fat enough. The Empress came over. Cheap brother. What next? Lin Tian looked at the red-haired monkey that was tied up like a dumpling and smiled. What else can I do? Eat? The Shura goddess jumped twice in excitement. Yes, if you can't eat it all, you can still sun-dry it into dried monkeys and take it with you on the road. The Empress was a bit hesitant. Cheap brother, is it really okay to eat monkeys? Lin Tian glanced at her and said, is transformation important, or not? The Empress looked down and thought for 2 seconds without saying another word. Goddess Shura was already picking up a stone nearby. Here, knock it out first. She lowered the monkey with the net and aimed for the top of the monkey's head, but before the stone could be smashed down, Lin Tian suddenly opened his mouth. Wait! Chapter 35 Killing the Monkey to Kill the Heart. The two turtle sisters stopped their hands and looked at Lin Tian in uncertainty. The red-haired monkey was so scared that he was convulsing, holding his feet pierced by the bamboo with both hands and wailing. Lin Tian walked over and nudged his paw on its head. Shut up! If you make any more noise, I'll just eat you. The monkey lurched, screaming abruptly, but with its mouth slightly open. It looked like it was trying to beg for mercy. The Empress stared at it for a few seconds and suddenly said, Cheap brother, it's so pitiful. Looking like a person. Lin Tian frowned, and then? The Empress then said, why don't we beat it until it doesn't look human before we eat it, so as not to look strangely uncomfortable. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. Good guy, I thought you were kind-hearted. But it turns out that you are even more vicious than the one who just said that he wanted to be sun-dried into a monkey, and that death is not a good way to let people die. Goddess Shura didn't bother with nonsense, directly raised the stone and smashed it. Bang! The red-haired monkey let out a wow scream, and a large bag immediately rose on his head. Bang bang! The goddess Shura smashed 2 more times in quick succession, and the monkey screamed even more, the bags on his head stacking up. Lin Tian couldn't help but hold his forehead as he watched the scene. I told you to wait. I didn't tell you to smash walnuts. Goddess Shura stopped her hand and gave a grin. Oops, who let it scream annoyingly? How can I not smash it? At that moment, there was a sudden rustling sound coming from the nearby bushes. Lin Tian was immediately alerted and looked up, only to see a few monkeys poking their heads out, all staring at this side with frightened faces. They gestured to each other and chirped as if they were discussing something. Suddenly, one of the monkeys let out a cry of wow and turned its head to run faster than a rabbit. The other monkeys froze for a moment and immediately followed and ran away. Some of them crashed directly into the trees, and some of them fell in a comical manner. The goddess Shura looked on and laughed. These monkeys, they're running faster than when they got arrows just now. Lin Tian stared at the group of monkeys that ran away and sneered. It's because they saw that we were going to make a move on their boss and were too scared to mess with us. The Empress nodded. In that case, let's eat it for peace of mind. Anyway, it's already beaten up and swollen. You can't see the human form. So let's just eat it. Lin Tian waved his paw and stopped it. There's no rush. I have an idea that might lead to greater benefits in exchange. But I can't kill this monkey. The goddess Thuli paused. The greater good? What the hell are you thinking of again? Lin Tian didn't reply. Instead he retied the red-haired monkey with twine and hoisted it to the tree again, letting it wiggle around. The Empress and goddess cultivator glanced at each other, and although they didn't understand what Lin Tian was up to, they chose to listen to him and didn't ask any more questions. As the night wore on, the three turtles returned to the fire and huddled together to sleep. By the early morning of the next day, before the three turtles woke up, they heard a chittering sound outside the turtle shell, getting closer and closer, like a large group of monkeys had surrounded them. Kirikou, kirikou. The sound was interspersed with the sound of wooden sticks hitting the ground and rocks colliding. The Empress was the first to wake up and looked outside with a start. Cheap brother, they're coming with guys. The goddess Shura also climbed to her feet and glanced out. It's the whole family out this time. Even the little monkeys are with us. Lin Tian rubbed his head and slowly got up, swept outside and said, steady, they won't dare to come over. The Empress panicked a bit. What if they come charging at us? Lin Tian waved his claws. No, they are scared now and came over to try to negotiate. Goddess Shura frowned. Negotiate? They're holding sticks and stones. And you're making a deal with it? Lin Tian ignored her and directly climbed out from beside the fire, slowly walking towards the monkeys. Those monkeys immediately chirped when they saw Lin Tian come out, and a few of them even took 2 steps back, obviously wary. The Empress and Goddess Shura hid in the back, looking confused. Goddess Shura whispered, what is he doing? Selling his life? The Empress shook her head. I don't know. Cheap brother always comes up with strange ideas. Lin Tian walked not far away from the monkeys and stopped, looking up at the monkeys and saying something out of his mouth. The monkeys screamed fiercely at first, but slowly, their voices decreased, and finally a few monkeys looked at each other, gibbered a few times, and suddenly walked up and lifted Lin Tian up with their claws. The Empress and Goddess Shura were shocked when they saw this scene. Goddess Shura immediately bit into a bamboo. No way. They want revenge at this point. I'll fight them. The Empress also grabbed another bamboo. You can't just sit back and do nothing when your cheap brother gets caught. Lin Tian twisted his head to look at them and shouted, stop, don't move. The 2 turtles froze, stopping their movements and looking at Lin Tian uncertainly. Lin Tian extended a paw from the monkey's paw, pointed at himself, and said with a smile, from now on, I'll be their new boss. The bamboo in Goddess Shura's mouth snapped to the ground. You're kidding us, right? The Empress frowned, staring at Lin Tian being lifted up by the monkey, still not convinced. Cheap brother, you're not going to be scared silly, are you? Lin Tian lazily ignored them, reached out his paw and patted the head of the monkey that was hugging him and said, put me down. The monkey chirped a few times and moved quite gently, placing Lin Tian firmly on the ground. Lin Tian patted his turtle shell, reaching out his claws to point at the red-haired monkey still hanging from the tree. His tone light, get it down. A few monkeys immediately ran to the tree, climbed up it in 3 tries, untied the twine, lifted the red-haired monkey down, and put it in front of Lin Tian. The red-haired monkey's head was covered in bags and his paws were still bleeding, but he didn't say a word and cowered, obviously scared to death. The goddess Shura froze as she watched. How does this guy not look like a dog now? Lin Tian lazily replied back. A dog also has to look at its master. He turned to the red-haired monkey and said, don't play dead either. Listen up. From now on you're number 2. Understand? The red-furred monkey nodded and chirped a few times, as if to show obedience. The Empress looked puzzled. Cheap brother, how the hell did you do that? Lin Tian lazily leaned against a rock and said, they're afraid of us. They think we're more powerful than them. Monkeys, things like that. Whoever is powerful listens to whoever is powerful. The goddess Shura came over to me. And what did you just say to them? Lin Tian glanced at her. I say, mess with us again and we'll hang them all from trees and dry them in the sun as dried monkeys. The goddess Shura laughed and pounded the ground. Good scare. These stinking monkeys are quick to run and quick to wimp out. The Empress, however, frowned and seemed a bit hesitant. Cheap brother, they listen to you now. So what's next? Are you really going to take a bunch of monkeys with you? Lin Tian didn't reply and looked at the monkeys. These monkeys are quite numerous, although stupid, but have hands and feet, move fast, and can climb trees. The key is afraid of pain and obedient. It's literally free labor if utilized properly. But why? After all the tasks were completed, the system rewards hadn't arrived yet, just when Lin Tian thought so. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Chapter 36 Monkey Guard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for subjugating the 100 beasts, rewarding 50 points of divine power value. And the hegemony card has been put into the system space. Lin Tian glanced at the system prompt, his mind spinning with the idea that the group of monkeys in front of him, with their nimble hands and feet, would climb trees and pick up rocks. The goddess Shura stared at the group of monkeys standing in regular rows, her claws scratching the ground and her head lolling. What do you make them do? Lin Tian pointed to the surface of the river not far away. Dozens of silver-white pangolins leaped up on the surface of the water, bringing up a string of water splashes as they landed. Go! Catch all the fish in that river. The monkeys immediately chattered and rushed to the river, and a dozen of them jumped into the water, raising a large splash. The surface of the water is tossing. The fish shadow scattered. The monkeys grabbed, hand and foot fishing for half a day. A fish did not catch. Waste! Lin Tian slapped the ground with his paw, and a group of monkeys immediately climbed up from the water, shaking off the water and standing low. You guys, go pick up the branches. Lin Tian pointed towards the monkeys on his left. You guys, go move the rocks. Lin Tian waved his paw towards the monkey on his right again. The monkeys split up and in no time at all carried a pile of branches and rocks. Lin Tian bundled the tree branches into a row and placed them in the middle of the river, with the sides pressed down with stones to make a simple blocking net. The pangolin crashes into a branch, gets in the way, and flops around in the water. Now, get in the water and catch the fish. The monkeys went into the water again, much more easily this time, and caught a dozen or more fish on shore in 3 or 2 strokes. The Shura goddess and the Empress looked dumbfounded. Lin Tian pointed to the bank. Set the stones in a circle and surround it. Don't let the fish jump back into the river. The monkeys immediately went to work. Yards of stones one by one, enclosing a simple fish pond. Cheap brother, what are you doing? The Empress couldn't help but ask. Lin Tian stretched out and slumped towards the ground. You won't have to go into the water and catch fish by yourself. As the sun was setting, Lin Tian was lying on a big rock by the river, watching the monkeys in the water being busy. The group of monkeys were getting more and more skillful, dividing up the work, some blocking upstream, some downstream, and the rest catching fish in the middle. The pangolins piled higher and higher in the fish pond, glittering silver and piling up into little mountains. The goddess Thuli paced beside her, her eyes fixed on the fish pond. How many days do you think there's enough fish for that? Lin Tian skimmed his mouth. Before he could say anything, a monkey jumped onto the shore with a snap, grasping a half-human-high fish in his hand. The sun shone on the fish with a golden sheen, and the big fish, still struggling violently, nearly sent the monkey flying with a flick of its tail. Lin Tian squinted his eyes and pointed with his paw to the empty space next to him. Throw it there and don't mix it with those little fish. The monkey nodded and threw the big fish to the side, and the goddess Shura immediately climbed over and circled around it. That's a big fish. It's not easy to look at. Lin Tian nodded. Having swum in the water for so long, he had never seen this kind of fish. It should be a spirit fish. Keep it first and see if it's worth eating later. The Empress was lying on her back not far away, her eyes unblinking as she looked at Lin Tian. Cheap brother, how are you so powerful that even monkeys can be so obedient? Lin Tian didn't bother to explain and continued to direct the monkeys to fish. The sun was setting and it was getting dark when the monkeys finally stopped moving. The rock-enclosed fish pond on the bank was piled high with all kinds of fish, big and small, gold and silver, crowded together and flopping straight up. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction and swept a glance at the monkeys. Tonight you'll stay here on guard and don't let any other animals come and steal the fish. The monkeys chattered in agreement and sat in a circle around the fish pond, and the goddess Shura couldn't help but sigh. These monkeys are kinda funny, like guards. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Guards? The Shura goddess nodded. Yeah, look at them guarding the fish pond. Aren't they just like guards? Lin Tian pondered for a while and suddenly spoke. Then from now on, let's call it the monkey guards. The Empress froze. Monkey guard? Lin Tian had already turned around and walked back. Go back and rest. You have work to do tomorrow. The goddess Thuli followed, head cocked. What's tomorrow again? Lin Tian didn't reply. Early the next morning, Lin Tian brought his 2 sisters to the river, where the monkeys stood neatly by the fish pond, having not closed their eyes all night. Lin Tian looked at the fish pond. There wasn't a single fish missing from it. Nice. He waved his paw toward the monkeys. 2 teams today, one to continue catching fish and one to go to the forest to find food. The monkeys immediately split into 2 groups, one half continuing to fish in the water and the other half heading for the woods. Goddess Shura's eyes widened. Ah, you're making them laborers? Lin Tian plopped down on a rock and sunbathed with his eyes closed. In order to have enough to eat, someone has to work. The Empress looked at the busy monkeys and thought, cheap brother, do you think they'll resist? Lin Tian opened one eye. They don't dare. Look, he shouted toward the monkey in the water. A group of monkeys immediately stopped their movements and looked at him with trepidation. Lin Tian snorted coldly and the monkeys immediately continued their busy work. Goddess Shura looked dumbfounded. This is too obedient, isn't it? Lin Tian yawned and rolled over. It's called making an example of someone. Get it? At that moment, a large group of monkeys came out of the woods, carrying all kinds of wild fruits in their paws, running this way as if they were in a hurry. Lin Tian took a look and directly rolled over, continuing to sunbathe, mumbling, no eyes, these losers can't even pick a mushroom. The goddess Shura came over and pointed her claws at the pile of wild fruit. These fruits look pretty fresh. Ha! Lin Tian didn't raise his head and tapped the stone with his claws. Look at that red fruit with the little black dots on it. It can poison you to death if you eat it. The goddess Shura took a closer look at the poisonous wild fruit and shrank in fear. Lin Tian stood up and hooked his paw towards the monkeys. Come here. I'll give you your first lesson today. To distinguish the toxicity of wild fruits. The monkeys immediately gathered around, still clutching those wild fruits in their hands. Lin Tian used his claws to point at one fruit after another. This one is poisonous. This one is also poisonous. This one is edible but not nutritious. And this one is barely okay. The group of monkeys nodded their heads as they listened, chattering and throwing away the poisonous fruit. Divine power value is growing. Please keep it up. Lin Tian lay on the rock, squinting his eyes and enjoying the sunlight. The Empress turned around beside her with an incredulous face. Cheap brother, you even recognize wild fruits. This is too powerful. That's right. People went to 9 years of compulsory education. Goddess Shura picked up on the side. Lin Tian lazily ignored them and continued to close his eyes. Kara Kiri. A scream came from the woods and a monkey ran out in a panic, holding a beehive in his hand. Chapter 37, Training the Monkey. Lin Tian squinted at it and directly rolled his eyes. Stupid. The hive won't even steal it. He waved his paw toward the other monkeys. Go, fold up the leaves and light a fire to smoke the bees away before you take the honey. A group of monkeys immediately took action, some picking up leaves, some looking for dry wood, and working together to make smoke. Goddess Shura looked dumbfounded. These monkeys, after hanging out with you for a day, they actually even know how to do this? Lin Tian stretched his back. It's a small thing. When they learn to hunt, we won't have to worry about food. The Empress frowned. Hunting? Can these stupid monkeys do that? Lin Tian swept a glance at the monkeys that were busy in the river. The corner of his mouth curled up. Teach slowly. There's plenty of time anyway. He rolled over and continued to sunbathe. Let's teach fishing before anything else. Ding. Host detected teaching the beasts. Special mission triggered. Completion of the quest will earn you 100 divine power values. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. This reward could be. He stood up and called out toward the monkeys. Come here all. I'll teach you how to hunt today. A group of monkeys immediately surrounded them, with various branches and stones in their hands. Lin Tian pointed to the ground. Learn to tie a knot first. How can you catch prey without a rope? The monkeys squatted in a circle and cocked their heads as they watched Lin Tian weave twine with his claws. The bark of the tree was rolled one by one into a thin rope, knotted, and woven into a net. The Shura goddess lay on her side looking staggered. Your turtle claws are too flexible. Lin Tian glanced at her. This is called the crystallization of 9 years of compulsory education. Understand? A group of monkeys learned to weave a rope with their hands, some wrapping themselves into dumplings, some rubbing the bark off. Lin Tian shook his head straight as he looked at it and kicked the branch next to him. Go, peel off this kind of bark. It's tough and doesn't break easily. Immediately the monkeys climbed up the tree and with a tug, the bark clattered down. The Empress looked at the clumsy monkeys. Cheap brother, do they really learn? Lin Tian yawned and continued braiding the rope. Take your time. The stupid bird flies first. A monkey suddenly ran over, holding a braided rope in his hand, and handed it to Lin Tian as if offering a treasure. Lin Tian swept a glance at the rope, which was unevenly thick and thin, and still had a dead knot. No! Start over. The monkey drooped and went back to reprogramming. Divine power value is growing. Please continue to breathe steadily. Lin Tian squinted his eyes, enjoying the comfort brought by the system alert. The goddess Thuli came over and pointed to the pile of braided rope. Is this enough for a trap? Lin Tian waved his paw. Not even close. Let's practice the basics first. Then he stood up and shouted toward the monkeys. Listen up, all of you. If you don't finish braiding the rope today, no one will eat. The monkeys panicked and moved their hands faster, and the Empress looked on with amusement. Cheap brother, you're practicing them to become masters of rope art, aren't you? Lin Tian lay down on the stone, his eyelids not even bothering to raise. You don't know how to braid a rope, and you still want to hunt? The goddess Shura cocked her head. And when will they learn to hunt? Lin Tian yawned. Wait until they learn to braid ropes. When the sun set, the monkeys finally finished braiding the rope. Lin Tian checked it and barely passed. Okay, that's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow. He pointed to the fish pond. Go on. Split the fish. The monkeys immediately acted, dividing the fish into several piles, and Lin Tian pointed to the largest pile. Save these for tomorrow, and pointing to the 2 piles next to him. These are for my 2 sisters. Finally point to the rest. You guys split these. The monkeys ran off with the fish in their arms with joy, and the goddess Shura looked at her pile of fish and rolled over with joy. You're having a good time being king. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. If it wasn't for the sake of completing the system quest, I wouldn't bother with them. The Empress hugged the fish. Thoughtfully. Cheap brother, do you think they can really learn to hunt? Lin Tian yawned. Take your time. There's plenty of time anyway. The next morning, Lin Tian gathered the monkeys together. I'll teach you how to set traps today. He drew a circle on the ground with his paw. Dig the hole this deep. Put the branches this way. Tie the rope this way. The monkeys watched attentively, some learning to gesture on the ground. Goddess Shura plopped down next to her with a skeptical look on her face. Are you sure they understand? Lin Tian glanced at her. You have to learn even if you don't know how to do it. You can't keep living by catching fish. He stood up and pointed to the woods. Go on. Move in groups. Dig 3 traps per group. The monkeys immediately split into groups and headed for the woods with their tools. Lin Tian lay down on a rock and continued to sunbathe. Now it's just a matter of waiting to see what they come up with. The Empress spun around. Cheap brother, aren't you afraid they'll dig a hole and bury themselves? Lin Tian closed his eyes. Then let them reflect in it. It didn't take long for a scream to come from the woods. Kara Kiri. A monkey ran out of the woods, covered in mud, his face missing. Lin Tian squinted his eyes. Is this falling into a pit? There was a commotion in the woods, and 7 or 8 more monkeys came running out, all with wounds on their bodies and clutching half a branch in their hands. Lin Tian raised his eyelids and pointed his paw towards the river. Wash it and coat the wound with river mud. The Thuli goddess probed her head and looked into the woods. Man, what did they run into? A low growl came from deep in the woods and the ground shook. Lin Tian stood up with a jerk. Shiba Inu, more than one. The monkeys immediately panicked, chattering and running this way. The goddess Thuli spun around on the ground. RS that good? A large dog covered in gold came out of the woods and took a bite out of the slowest monkey. Lin Tian tapped his paw on the ground. This is a spirit dog. It has eaten a lot of spirit fruits and is much more powerful than a normal firewood dog. The monkeys immediately split into 2 groups, one picking up the 3 turtles and the other rushing towards the woodchuck. Kara Kiri. The lead monkey screamed from his mouth, and the branch in his hand smashed directly on the wood dog's head. The woodchuck let go of the monkey in his mouth and lunged towards the lead monkey. Lin Tian was lying on a monkey's shoulder, pointing at the river with his paw. Run for the water. Divine power value is growing. Host, please continue to breathe steadily. A pack of woodchucks rushed out of the woods. A dozen of them, all with golden-colored fur and twice the size of ordinary woodchucks. The goddess Shura looked back as she was carried by the monkey towards the river. Do they really eat spirit fruits to become like this? Lin Tian lay on the monkey's shoulder and slowly exhaled. That's why this forest is not simple. It has to be utilized. Chapter 38, Mission. Capturing the Shiba Inu. The Empress shrank into the arms of a monkey. Cheap brother, what should we do now? The river was already in sight. The monkeys stopped, and Lin Tian patted the monkeys underneath him. Put us down and you guys get in the trees. The monkeys immediately sprang into action. The 3 turtles were gently placed on the ground and the monkeys quickly climbed up the tree. The goddess Shura stomped her paw anxiously. What about us? Lin Tian had already climbed into the water. Get in the water and hold your breath. The pack of woodchucks chased them to the river and barked at the monkeys in the trees. Lin Tian counted underwater. 1, 2, 3. He surfaced and shouted toward the monkeys in the trees, throwing stones. The monkeys immediately grabbed the fruit on the tree and smashed it towards the wood dog. The woodchuck wailed and wailed as he was smashed and took a few steps back. Lin Tian sank into the water again, counted to 3, and surfaced again. Keep smashing. The goddess Shura spun around in the water. What are you doing? Lin Tian counted 3 and surfaced again. Teach them to fight. After a dozen rounds, the woodchucks were smashed and fled back into the woods with their tails between their legs. The monkeys cheered and jumped down from the tree as Lin Tian climbed onto the bank and shook the water from his body. See? It's called tactics. Goddess Shura grabbed a monkey's leg. This is too much for you. Lin Tian lay on the ground and closed his eyes. 9 years of compulsory education, with a compulsory military theory course. The Empress looked at the group of monkeys who were celebrating. These monkeys, they really seem to be getting smarter. Lin Tian hummed. When they learn to fight, Take them to grab the spirit fruit. Yet just then, ding! The system releases a mission to capture the golden woodchuck, rewarding 20 divine power values and 1 chi luck dan. Chi luck pill, improve the luck of 1 incense burner time after taking it, can be used to break through the bottleneck of cultivation or to avoid danger. After Lin Tian heard the system prompt, he spun around twice on the ground and clawed the ground. Monkeys, gather. The goddess Thuli lay on her side, tilting her head as she watched the monkeys line up in neat rows. Hey, ugly, what are you doing again? Lin Tian pointed deeper into the woods and tapped the ground with his paw. Go get that group of firewood dogs. Crazy, right? Goddess Shura jumped 3 feet in the air and bounced around on the ground. Those dogs are several times bigger than you. The Empress climbed next to Lin Tian and looked at the monkeys with her head held high. Cheapo brother, are you having second thoughts? Lin Tian pointed at a thick branch with his paw, and then pointed at the vines by the river. Go on, tie all these things up and make a cage. The monkeys acted at once, chattering and busying themselves, weaving the cages with their hands and feet. The goddess Shura looked on in awe. How did these monkeys suddenly become so competent? Lin Tian lay on the ground and closed his eyes to breathe steadily. They're just missing a lead. See? Divine power value is growing. Host, please continue to breathe steadily. The monkeys quickly made up their cages, and Lin Tian climbed up to inspect the circle. Good. Now go get some meat. The Empress cocked her head and asked, Cheap brother, what are you doing? Lin Tian nudged the cage with his paw. It's not easy to catch a dog. Put some meat in it and they go in on their own. The goddess Shura was not pleased at the sound of it. You think those dogs are stupid? Lin Tian smiled and waved his paw towards the monkeys. Go, bury the cage in the earth, showing only an opening, and cover it with leaves. The monkeys immediately went to work, and with a lot of hustle and bustle, the cage was soon buried. The goddess Thuli circled the trap. That's it? Can you catch a dog? Lin Tian plopped down on a rock and yawned lazily. Wait for the good stuff. A sharp bark came from the woods in the evening. Lin Tian raised his head and pointed at the woods with his paw. Look, it delivered itself. A golden woodchuck scurries out of the woods, followed by a group of monkeys, branches in hand, chasing the dog. The goddess Shura looked dumbfounded. When did these monkeys learn to hunt? The golden woodchuck was chased and panicked and fell headlong into a trap. With a click, the cage closed. Lin Tian clapped his paws. Done. The goddess Shura was still fuming. That's it? Lin Tian pointed at the monkeys in the trees. What do you think they chase dogs all over the woods for? It was then that the Empress reacted. Cheap brother, are you telling the monkey to drive the dog toward the trap? Lin Tian nodded and looked at the firewood dog that was locked in the cage. It's called driving the wolf from the tiger. Get it? The goddess Shura scratched her head. What, driving a wolf into a tiger? This is clearly driving a dog into a cage. Lin Tian lazily ignored her and waved his paw towards the monkeys. Carry the cages back. Extra food tonight. Ding. Mission accomplished. Rewarded with 20 divine power values. The chi luck pill has been placed in system space. The monkeys carried the cage back to the river, where the woodchuck kept thrashing around inside, his golden fur shining in the setting sun. Lin Tian commanded the monkeys to build a campfire and had them go and pick up a few hard rocks and return. Knock it out. Skin it. Bleed it. The Empress shrank away, clawing at the ground. Cheap brother. This dog looks strange and pathetic. Lin Tian took out the chi luck pill from the system space and turned it around on his paw. Don't worry. It won't be pathetic in a minute. The Shura goddess came over and looked at the elixir that shone with golden light. Hey, ugly, what's this? Lin Tian put the elixir away and his claws drew a few lines on the ground. Chi luck pill. 1 incense burner of luck bonus. Just don't know when is the best time to use it. The monkeys had already chopped the dog's meat into chunks, stuck it on a branch and roasted it, and the meat smelled delicious. The Shura goddess huffed. The smell, it's perfect. Lin Tian stared at the fire and watched the golden grease dripping down. This is a dog that ate a spirit fruit. There must be quite a lot of aura in the meat. The Empress crawled over and poked Lin Tian's shell. Cheap brother, are you thinking about using the chi luck pill? Lin Tian ruffled the fire with his paw. It's wasted in the wrong place, and the luck of an incense burner is a long time coming. To put it mildly, the Shura goddess had already grabbed a piece of meat and gnawed on it. This meat smells so good. It warms up my body. Lin Tian also took a bite, and a hot stream ran from his throat all the way to his tail. It's really good. This aura is much stronger than pangolin. The Empress took small bites of meat. Cheap brother, I feel like my cultivation level is about to break through again. Lin Tian put down the meat in his hand and rolled over. Just thinking about eating, I forgot the most important thing. The Shura goddess bit into her meat vaguely. What is it? Lin Tian shook his paw. This dog must have companions. Maybe it will kill back at some point. Should we use the chi luck pill then? The Empress chewed her meat and shook her head. Cheap brother, you're thinking too much. With these monkeys around, what's there to fear from dogs? Lin Tian sighed. I'm afraid that the ones who came aren't dogs. Divine power value is growing. Host, please continue to breathe steadily. The fire crackled as a group of monkeys sat around it, all grasping roasted meat in their hands. Lin Tian closed his eyes to smooth his breathing while thinking about the Chiluk pill. It's a great thing to have, but when exactly do you use it? Chapter 39 Hegemony Outburst. Tough black bear. Good things are good things, but when to use them? Lin Tian's heart is like a cat scratching. The group of monkeys, the barbecue meat are made a clean. A shy stomach, hiccups, full of eat, drink, everything is enough of comfort. Look at this bunch of no-goods, Lin Tian muttered in his heart. Sure, a goddess gnawed the last piece of bone. He straight music. There is meat not to eat. Follow the big brother to mix. 3 days of starvation, 9 tons of. Ba 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 ba. Is 3 days to eat 9 tons? Lin Tian rolled his eyes. This stupid sister. She didn't learn from the good ones, but she was good at cursing. At this time, the Empress came over and asked in a low voice, Cheap brother, we have to think about how to deal with the accomplices of that group of S, in case they kill back. Lin Tian waved his paw. What are you afraid of? We have the monkey guard. We're not afraid of any dog. The mouth is hard, but the heart began to calculate. This Chi Yun Dan. In the end, when to use the most appropriate. Damn it, if I can use it indefinitely. I'm still afraid of a bird? It was late at night. The fire was out, and the monkeys slept like dead pigs, snoring loudly. Lin Tian, however, stared at his eyes and couldn't sleep. He always felt that tonight was not peaceful. As expected, a low roar suddenly came from the distance, and that voice, once heard, was not a good thing. Bear! Lin Tian sat up with a jolt, his sweaty hairs standing on end. The Empress and Goddess Shura also woke up, shivering in fear. What? What? The Empress's voice changed tone. Run! What are you waiting for? Lin Tian shouted a voice. The monkeys hula all climbed up, each scared as if they had lost their souls, holding their heads and scurrying. Bunch of losers! Lin Tian cursed, pulled his 2 sisters and twisted his head to run. A huge black bear scurried out from the woods, that size, like a small mountain, 1 step topping 10 steps of Lin Tian and the others. Holy! Lin Tian ran while looking back, so scared that he almost peed. The Empress has cried out in fear. Oh, can't run. Goddess Shura also panicked, but ran forward with her teeth clenched. Seeing that the black bear was about to catch up, Lin Tian clenched his teeth. Heck, put up a fight. He secretly fished out a card, and with a flash of golden light, Lin Tian felt like he was filled with energy, as if he had been pumped with chicken blood. You guys run first, I'll block it. Lin Tian roared, turned around and charged towards the black bear. Cheap brother, the Empress exclaimed. Goddess Shura was also dumbfounded. He's crazy? That bear could flatten him with 1 slap. When the black bear saw the rushing Lin Tian, he froze for a moment, and then slapped his hand, with an air that was similar to swatting a fly. Good timing, Lin Tian roared, catching the slap hard. Bang! With a loud bang, Lin Tian flew out a long way and crashed into a tree. Cheap brother, the Empress cried even more. The Goddess Shura was also stunned. This is the end? However, in the next second, Lin Tian unexpectedly wobbled and stood up. Except for a few more white marks on the turtle shell, surprisingly nothing happened. Goddess Shura rubbed her eyes and thought she had misread it. The Empress also froze, tears still hanging on her face. Lin Tian himself was a bit confused. He looked down at his paw and touched the turtle shell. Hey, it's really fine. This hegemony card is awesome. He moved his muscles and bones, and felt his body was filled with strength. A feeling that was simply refreshing. Roar! The black bear was also dumbfounded. How could this little turtle be so resistant to being beaten? Lin Tian didn't care if it was dumbfounded or not. While the Overlord card was still valid, he wailed and charged up. When the black bear took a look at this situation, he also became anxious and waved his bear paw to fight with Lin Tian. 1 person and 1 bear fought. That is called a shocking. Flying sand and stones, trees fell a piece. Lin Tian relied on the fact that he had the Overlord card to protect his body, so he called it a reckless. How ruthless he was, picking the black bear's vitals to greet him. Although the black bear's skin was thick, it couldn't hold up to Lin Tian's tossing and turning, and within a moment it had lost the wind, and was being beaten and wailing. The Empress and Goddess Shura watched from a distance, their mouths open enough to stuff an egg. Is this still the cheap brother we know? The Empress murmured. Too fierce. The Shura goddess also stammered. Lin Tian became more and more courageous as he fought, and finally saw an opportunity and slammed his head on the black bear's stomach. Ow! The black bear screamed miserably, and its huge body fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Tian is not yet relieved. riding on the black bear. A punch and kick beat the black bear wailing, and finally even scared to turn around and run. Lin Tian chased after him for a while and only stopped when he felt the strength in his body start to fade. Phew, tired old man. He sat on his butt on the ground, panting heavily. Cheap brother, are you alright? The Empress and Goddess Shura hurried over. It's fine, just a bit off. Lin Tian waved his hand. This hegemony bodyguard is too strong. I can't control it a bit. Did you really beat that bear away just now? Goddess Shura was still in a bit of disbelief. Then there's still a fake? Lin Tian rolled his eyes. Don't even look at who I am. But, that's a bear. Goddess Shura still found it unbelievable. Alright, don't butt it. Lin Tian stood up. Let's hurry and get out of here. That bear might come back at some point. The three turtles ran furiously all the way until dawn when they dared to stop. They found a hidden hole in a tree and hid for a while. Damn. This place is too dangerous, Lin Tian said with palpitations. But Goddess Shura was also frightened. That bear is also too scary. The Empress appeared calmer. What do we do now? What else can we do? Just live with it for now. Lin Tian sighed. Wait for me to find a way to raise my cultivation. Then I'll go out and fight them. But, how do we raise our cultivation? Goddess Shura asked. Eat, Lin Tian said. There must be quite a lot of spiritual fruits and medicines in this forest. Let's go look for them. But, those monsters. The Empress was a little worried. What are you afraid of? We have the monkey guard. Lin Tian patted his chest. Let them explore the path. If there's danger, they'll go first. This isn't very nice, is it? The Empress felt that this was a bit unkind. What's wrong with that? This is called making the best use of things, Lin Tian said. Besides, we're doing this for their own good, and when we're strong, we'll be able to protect them as well, right? Seems kind of reasonable. The Empress nodded. Alright, it's settled. Lin Tian sealed the deal. Let's rest for a while, then we'll set off. The three turtles rested for a while in the tree hole and then set off. They didn't know how long they had been walking, but suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of them. There's a situation. Lin Tian's spirit lifted. The three turtles cautiously approached the bright light and realized that it was actually the entrance to a cave. Where are we at? The Shura goddess was confused. I don't know. Lin Tian shook his head. Just go in and take a look. Chapter 40 Qi Yun Dan Use. The three turtles walked into the cave and found something else inside. There was a huge hole in the top of the cave through which the sun shone, illuminating the entire cave. Are we still in that cave? Goddess Shura was even more confused. I don't know. The Empress was also at a loss. Who cares where he is? Let's take a look first. Lin Tian finished speaking and headed in first. Suddenly, a burst of heavy footsteps came from the depths of the cave, and the three turtles were immediately alerted. What's the commotion? The Goddess Shura lowered her voice. I don't know. Go over and take a look. Lin Tian gestured for them to follow. The three turtles crept toward the source of the sound, and soon they saw a massive figure. Bear! It's that big black bear again! The Empress exclaimed in shock. Shoo! Keep your voice down! Lin Tian hurriedly covered her mouth. Roar! The big black bear had obviously spotted them, and with a roar, he took a step and rushed over. Run! Lin Tian shouted, pulling up his two sisters and running. But the big black bear was just too fast and was about to catch up with them. What to do? What to do? Goddess Shura was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Damn it! Fight it! Lin Tian clenched his teeth and stopped. Just then, he suddenly felt something burning in his arms and pulled it out to see that it was the Chiluk Dan. What's with this thing's nerves at this time? Lin Tian muttered in his heart, but he couldn't care less at the moment. Let's beat a dead horse. He swallowed the Chiluk Dan in one gulp. Roar! The big black bear had already rushed to the front, raising its huge bare paw and looking to slap it down. Rumble! Just then, a loud noise came from overhead. A huge rock suddenly fell from the roof of the cave, coincidentally hitting the big black bear right on the head. Ow! The big black bear screamed miserably, and his huge body fell to the ground with a bang, splattering a cloud of dust. This is the end? The Shura goddess opened her mouth wide in disbelief. The Empress also froze, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. Cheap brother, what kind of luck did you have? Lin Tian himself was confused. He looked at his paw and then at the big black bear that had fallen to the ground. This was too much of a ing coincidence, right? Could it be that this Chiluk Dan is useful? He muttered in his mind. This thing is too evil, isn't it? He walked over to the big black bear and poked it with his paw. The guy, dead through and through. This bear has a lot of meat, but unfortunately it can't be bitten. Lin Tian circled around the big black bear twice, with a look of regret. How much aura does this have to be? It's a pity that he can't gnaw on it with his small teeth. Bad. Something's up. Lin Tian was shocked. This sound he can be too familiar. It's a wolf cry. No, it sounds like it's bear. The Empress heard it too, and her face changed. Quickly hide, Lin Tian shouted. The three turtles hurriedly hid behind a large rock and peeked out. Just saw a small bear ran in from the hole. The size, more than the wolf, like a small calf, but compared with the big black bear, can only be considered a small bear. The cub ran to the big black bear, rubbed his nose against it, and whimpered some more, as if he were crying. The three turtles looked at each other in dismay. This little bear can't be the child of that big black bear? What now? Goddess Shura asked in a small voice. What else can we do? Wait, Lin Tian said. Wait until this little bear leaves. The cubs looked very sad as they circled around the big black bear, whimpering a few times every now and then. After a while, it seemed to have realized something and suddenly turned around and looked towards where the three turtles were hiding. Not good. It's found us, the Empress exclaimed. Lin Tian's heart thumped. This is trouble. If this little bear starts to go crazy, the three of them really may not be able to deal with it. He was just thinking about it when the bear suddenly came towards them. The three turtles' hearts were in their throats, ready to fight. However, unexpectedly, the bear walked to them and stopped, and then lay down on the ground in a submissive manner. What is this? The Shura goddess was dumbfounded. The Empress also looked dumbfounded. It seems to be submitting to us? Lin Tian was also confused. Why did this little bear suddenly wimp out? He took a tentative step forward, and instead of attacking him, the bear put his head down. Cooed. Lin Tian suddenly thought of a possibility. This little bear, it can't be taking us as its savior, right? Saved it? Goddess Shura was even more confused. When did we save it? Stupid you, Lin Tian said. That rock just smashed the big black bear to death. This little bear must have thought that we saved it, but not its parent. There's still this kind of operation? Goddess Shura felt like her three views had been refreshed. This Chi-Luk Dan is also too divine, right? The Empress muttered. Lin Tian's heart was also in a state of fear. Fortunately he had just eaten the Chi-Luk pill, or else the three of them might have been slapped into meat cakes by the big black bear by now. He walked over to the bear and patted it on the head with his paw. Can you understand me? The bear raised its head and looked at Lin Tian with wet eyes, whimpering twice. It seems like you don't understand. Lin Tian sighed. But it's okay, as long as you don't attack us, we'll treat you as a friend. The bear seemed to have understood Lin Tian's words and actually nodded. Holy, this little bear has become a spirit? Goddess Shura exclaimed. Alright, don't make a fuss, Lin Tian said. It will be our companion from now on. After thinking about it, he added, by the way, I'll call you Blackie from now on. Bear, no, Black cocked his head, not seeming too pleased with the name, but not rebelling. Cheap brother, you're really going to bring it with you? The Empress was still a bit uneasy. Bring it, more helpers are always good, Lin Tian said. Moreover, this little Black looks quite smart. Maybe it can even help us a lot in the future. Okay, the Empress nodded. So what do we do next? Let's leave here first, Lin Tian said. This cave is too dangerous. We need to find a safe place. Let's go. Let's move. Lin Tian waved his paw, rather like he was the king of the mountain. Goddess Shura skimmed her lips. Where to go? We can't go back to those monkeys in the middle of nowhere. Can we? Go back. My ass, Lin Tian said in a bad mood. Those monkeys are as timid as rats. If we count on them, sooner or later we'll be carried away by wild beasts. He looked down at the well-behaved Xiao Hei beside him. This fellow, now looking harmless. The ferocity from earlier was all gone. Cheap brother, this little bear really listens to you? The Empress was still a bit in disbelief. Humph, the ones that don't listen are stoned to death. Lin Tian smiled triumphantly as he pointed at Little Black. From now on, it will be our mount. A mount? Goddess Shura circled around Little Black. That's it? It's not as fast as I can run. Chapter 41, Sad Turtle. You know, Lin Tian jumped onto Xiao Hei's back. This guy has a lot of strength, runs fast, and can be used as a meat shield at critical moments. Understand? After saying that, he patted Xiao Hei's head. Xiao Hei, let's go. Xiao Hei let out an ow and opened his four legs, actually carrying Lin Tian towards the outside of the cave. Holy, it's really good. Goddess Shura looked dumbfounded. The Empress was also surprised and couldn't keep her mouth shut. Cheap brother, how did you do this? Hey, secret. Lin Tian was smug. He wouldn't tell them that it was due to the Chi-Luk Dan. Out of the cave, the sunlight outside caused Lin Tian to squint his eyes. He took a deep breath. This is called being alive. Cheap brother, where are we going now? The Empress climbed onto Little Black's back and sat next to Lin Tian. The Shura goddess also wanted to come up, but was pushed down by Lin Tian's claw. You're too heavy. Blackie can't carry you. You are discriminating. The cultivation goddess was so angry that she stomped her feet. Hey, I'm discriminating against you. So what? Lin Tian said idly. The Shura goddess was furious, but she could only take her own short legs and run after Xiao Hei's butt. At that moment, a group of monkeys came out of the woods with rocks and sticks in their hands, looking like they had come to the rescue, but they were all dumbfounded when they saw 3 turtles riding out on a bear. A monkey in the hands of the stone snapped fell to the ground. It pointed at the small black, mouth wide open, half a day unable to speak, can only send out squeak strange scream. The other monkey knelt down directly on the ground and folded his hands as if he was worshipping God. There was another monkey who was even more exaggerated, holding a stick and banging it on his head over and over, as if wondering if he was hallucinating. These silly monkeys. Lin Tian cried and laughed. The Empress couldn't help but laugh as well. Cheap brother. Your monkey guards seem to be scared silly. Whatever. Lin Tian waved his paw. Let's go. Little Black carried Lin Tian and the Empress, taking big strides towards the front, with the goddess of Shura in hot pursuit behind her. Hey, you guys wait for me. The monkeys then reacted and rushed after them, chirping. Lin Tian rode on the bear's back in a majestic manner, and his heart was so beautiful. This is the peak of turtle life. He couldn't help but sigh. If he could take in a few more fierce beasts as his little brothers, wouldn't he be able to walk horizontally in this forest? But then again, how come the system hadn't given a reward yet, even after accepting a bear as a little brother? Could it be that this reward mechanism is delayed? Just as Lin Tian was rambling, a system beep suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Release the mission. Hunt and kill the hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger. Successfully rewarded with a great chi luck dan. After taking it, gain 3 cones of fragrant chi luck. Holy! Lin Tian almost fell off of Xiao Hei's back. Hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger? What the hell is that? Ding! Hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger. King of the mountain. Ferocious and extremely difficult to deal with. The system gave a rare explanation. This name doesn't sound like a good one. Lin Tian muttered in his heart. This mission. It's not normally difficult. But 3 incense sticks of chi. This reward is too tempting. If we have this thing, it's not like we'll be able to do whatever we want. Asterisk 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 it. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Rich and powerful. For the sake of this great chi luck dan. Spell it out. However, this dangling-eyed white-fronted tiger is very powerful from the sound of it, and relying on Xiao Hei and this group of silly monkeys alone, it is probably hard enough. Gotta plan. Lin Tian stroked his chin and began to calculate. Cheap brother, what are you thinking about? The Empress couldn't help but ask as she looked at Lin Tian's serious face. I'm trying to figure out how to finish off that hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger. Lin Tian said. What? A hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger? The Empress was startled. What is that thing? Just a big cat. Lin Tian said lightly, but it's a bit hard to deal with. A big cat? Goddess Shura came over as well. Is it more powerful than that bear just now? What do you think? Lin Tian rolled his eyes. That's the king of the mountain. Can it not be powerful? Then we'd better not mess with it, right? The Empress was a little worried. It's not up to us to mess with it or not. Lin Tian sighed. This is a mission issued by the system. It must be completed. Another system mission? Goddess Shura skimmed her lips. That broken system of yours. It just knows how to get you into trouble. You know, Lin Tian said. This is the great chi luck pill. With it, we'll be able to accomplish whatever we want. Really? Goddess Shura expressed her skepticism. Of course it's true, Lin Tian said. When the time comes, I'll make a wish to turn you into a toad. How dare you? The Shura goddess jumped in anger. Alright, stop it. The Empress interrupted them. Cheap brother, how do you plan to deal with that hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger? I haven't thought about it yet, Lin Tian said. However, we can train Little Black and the monkeys to fight together first. Training? The Empress blinked. Training how? Of course it's practical training, Lin Tian said. Come on, let's go find some prey to practice on. He patted Blackie's head. Blackie, let's go. Xiao Hei let out an ow and carried Lin Tian and the Empress towards the depths of the forest. Goddess Shura shouted from behind. Hey, you guys wait for me. In the next few days, Lin Tian took Little Black and the monkeys and started the grueling training. He first taught the monkeys how to use the terrain and traps to catch their prey, and then he taught Blackie how to fight with the monkeys. At first, the monkeys and Blackie did not quite get along with each other and often made various mistakes. Either the monkeys were mistakenly injured by Blackie, or Blackie was teased by the monkeys, but as time went on, they became more and more compatible with each other, and their fighting power became stronger and stronger. Cheap brother, your tactic is really working, the Empress said excitedly as she watched the monkeys and Little Black easily capture a boar. That's for sure. Lin Tian was smug. Don't even look at who taught you. Goddess Shura skimmed her lips on the side. Che, what's the big deal? Isn't it just a bunch of monkeys and a bear? If you're good, you're on. Lin Tian disliked her. Goddess Shura was momentarily speechless. Alright, stop fighting, the Empress said. Let's just think about how to deal with that dangling-eyed white-fronted tiger. Lin Tian nodded. I've come up with a plan in the past few days, but it still needs some preparation. What plan? The Empress and Goddess Shura asked in unison. You guys will know by then. Lin Tian smiled mysteriously. For now, let's go back to rest and continue training tomorrow. Cheap brother, when is this training going to end? Goddess Shura complained. Soon. Lin Tian casually coped, but in his heart, he was calculating whether this plan would work or not. After all, that was the hanging eyes white-fronted tiger. The name was not to be messed with. Hey, this system is also really. Just know that the release of the task. Also do not give some hints. Really worried about the death of the turtle. Chapter 42 Cheap brother gone? Lin Tian thought. Simply rolled over, got on all fours, found a puddle, plopped down in it, and basked in the turtle shell. To say that this turtle, although it runs slowly and its defense is almost interesting, but it has a long lifespan. 1,000-year-old king's son, 10,000-year-old tortoise. That's not a saying for nothing. Plus, it's excellent to get some sun and calcium. Think about yourself before crossing. When you went to school, every day, get up early and late. The curriculum is full. After school but also to go to cram school. Simply worse than a robot. After work, not to mention, the company that group of people. One more than a role. Today you work overtime to 9 o'clock. Tomorrow I will work overtime to 10 o'clock. The day after tomorrow he directly overnight. It's so nerve-wracking that you can't even dream without code in PPT. And look at it now. It's a turtle. But at least it's free. Sleep when you want to sleep. Eat when you want to eat. And a bunch of monkeys serving. This day, beautiful. Lin Tian thought beautifully and unexpectedly fell asleep without realizing it. In his dream, he was riding a big, powerful tiger. The tiger, which was even bigger than Blackie, with golden fur that glistened in the sunlight, and was not ordinary at first sight. Those teachers from kindergarten to university, as well as the leaders who worked later, all kneeled at his feet, each nodding and fawning to the extreme. Mr. Lin, you've done a really good job of talking about this question. I've heard it in my head. Mr. Lin, you've done a fantastic job with this project. It's simply like nothing before or after. Master Lin, your turtle shell is so comfortable in the sun. Do you want me to scratch you? As Lin Tian listened to these horse farts, his heart was so comfortable that he couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. So pleased with himself. Ha 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 ha. I, Lin Tian, also have today. Laughing, Lin Tian suddenly woke up with a start and opened his eyes to see that the sky had already dawned. I don't know how long I slept, but I felt refreshed and relaxed anyway. Ding! The host breathes steadily. Divine power value plus 30. Looks like a long sleep. Lin Tian stretched and climbed out of the puddle, and found that the group of monkeys were surrounding him, holding a variety of fruits and a large leaf. A monkey saw that Lin Tian had woken up and immediately handed over the fruit in his hand, and also took a leaf and carefully rubbed his turtle shell. This service, it's like an imperial level of enjoyment. Lin Tian ate the fruit beautifully. His heart was soothed. At this time, Goddess Shura also woke up from her sleep, and when she saw Lin Tian in this state, she was envious and jealous, and her eyes turned red. By what right? You've got monkeys to serve you and I have to find my own food. Lin Tian yawned and said lazily, who made you stupid? If you can also take in a bunch of monkeys, you can also enjoy this. When he finished, he waved his paw, signaling the monkeys to lift him onto Blackie's back. The monkeys immediately took action and carefully lifted Lin Tian onto Xiaohei's back. Then, Lin Tian slapped Xiaohei's head. Let's go, little ones. I'll take you hunting today. Xiaohei let out an ow and carried Lin Tian, leading the group of monkeys, and left in a grand manner. Goddess Shura was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Where is he? He going? Is he going to abandon us? The more she thought about it, the more she thought it was possible. After all, she and the Empress were stupid and useless. What else would they do but eat? Thinking of this, Goddess Shura instantly panicked and hurriedly woke up the Empress, who was still huffing and puffing. Wake up! Wake up! The Empress stretched her head out of the turtle shell in a daze and asked sleepily, what's going on? It's early in the morning. Why are you making so much noise? Our brother is gone. He took Blackie and the monkeys with him. Doesn't want us anymore. The Shura goddess stomped her feet in anxiety. What? The Empress came to her senses as soon as she heard this. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Why would he abandon us? We are his sister. The Empress was struck by lightning. Her voice trembled, and her body went limp, almost slipping off the rock. She stabilized herself and hurriedly climbed out of the turtle shell to look around. Where are the monkeys? Not a monkey in sight. Where's the little black bear? Gone too. And then look around. Quiet. Usually at this time, the monkeys have long been chattering and making noise. But today, quiet people panic. Moreover, usually Cheap Brother sleeps until the sun rises. Why did he get up so early today? The Empress completely panicked, and she began to feel sorry for herself, tears welling up in her eyes. I think I am a great Empress. Once I was powerful and held great power, and I had the wind and the rain in my hands. But he was counted by a treacherous person and reborn as a turtle. The damn thieving god. I had thought to start all over again, to change my life against all odds, and to make sure that those traitors would pay the price and pay in blood. But I didn't realize that the world was so sinister, and that the hearts of men were wicked. No, even the hearts of turtles were wicked. The animal kingdom is so hard to get along with. It simply doesn't give turtles a chance to live. If it wasn't for the Cheap Brother helping out along the way, I'm afraid that this little turtle of his would have been eaten alive by the other beasts, and not even the shell would be left. Now it is good. Cheap Brother actually also abandoned himself. Did he also dislike himself as a burden? The more she thought about, the more sad. The more she thought about, the more aggrieved. The Empress of the tears swish flowed down, like a broken line of beads. One by one hit the ground. Goddess Shura's eyes were also moist, but she had experienced great storms after all, and was still quite calm. She took a deep breath and held back her grief as she said to the Empress, "Don't cry. What's the use of crying now? That heartless man, it's better that he's gone, saving us from having to serve him. From now on, the two of us sisters will rely on each other and make our own way in the world. Let's go. Let's find our own food. We'll survive without him." After the goddess Shura finished speaking, she took the lead and walked towards the depths of the forest with her short little legs. The Empress wiped her tears and climbed down from the stone as well. A surge of strength welled up in her heart as she looked at Goddess Shura's determined back. Right. Can't cry. Be strong. Live like a turtle without your Cheap Brother. The two little turtles, one after the other, stumbled towards the depths of the forest, their figures gradually disappearing into the dense jungle. And at this moment, Lin Tian was riding a small black bear, majestically commanding the monkeys to hunt. He had a couple of agile monkeys act as decoys, hopping in front of him and making deliberate noises to attract the attention of his prey. Then he had a portion of the monkeys lie in ambush on either side, with stones and sticks in their hands, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Another portion of the monkeys are responsible for blocking the back roads of their prey to prevent them from escaping. Finally, he had the young black bear guard the vicinity of the netting, and once the prey fell into the net, it was the young bear's responsibility to subdue it. This set of tactics is the result of Lin Tian's training in the past few days. He has skillfully combined the knowledge he learned in 9 years of compulsory education and the art of war to form a unique set of monkey and bear tactics. Chapter 43, Surprisingly Eating? Not so much. The target, a merganser. A monkey waddled in front of it, deliberately pointing its butt at the deer and making a provocative squeak sound. The merganser did take the bait, and with his head down, he aimed his sharp antlers at the monkey and lunged. Just then, the monkeys ambushed on both sides suddenly jumped out, brandishing rocks and sticks, and slashing their heads toward the plumed deer. The merganser was startled and hurriedly backed up, only to find that the back way had been blocked by the monkey. It panicked and crashed headfirst into Lin Tian's pre-arranged netting. Ow! With a roar, the little black bear rushed up and pinned the merganser to death. Gotcha! Gotcha! The monkeys cheered and danced. Lin Tian rode on the back of the little black bear and proudly looked at the subdued plum blossom deer. His heart was so beautiful. Ha ha! This tactic really works. Looks like my military prowess hasn't deteriorated yet. He jumped off the bear's back and walked over to the merganser, patting it on the head with his paw. Little man, still want to fight me? You're still a bit young. This plum deer, at least 100 or so pounds, was enough for them to eat for several meals. Lin Tian thought to himself, those two silly sisters of the Empress and Goddess Shura, they usually know how to eat for free, so today, he has to let them have a good taste of it. Boys, carry this deer back. We'll have meat tonight. Squeak squeak squeak, the monkeys shouted excitedly, and with 7 hands they lifted the merganser and marched back in a great hurry. When he returned to the camp, Lin Tian realized that his two sisters, who usually waited there long ago to greet him, were actually nowhere to be seen today. His heart went thump. Is something wrong? As he looked closer, there were 2 small sets of footprints on the ground that stretched deeper into the forest. These 2 silly girls, where did they run off to? Lin Tian frowned. He couldn't figure out how the 2 sisters, who were usually so timid, could suddenly leave the camp. Is it angry? But I haven't done anything wrong to them, have I? Forget about it. Forget about it. Let's just get some sleep first. Lin Tian asked the monkeys to put the plum deer aside. Then he himself found a flat boulder and lay down on it, beautifully tanning the turtle shell. You guys, go find those two silly girls and bring them back when you find them, Lin Tian ordered and closed his eyes. The monkeys led the way while Lin Tian continued to dream. In the dream, he was still riding the same big, powerful tiger, but this time, he wasn't in the forest, but in a gilded palace. In the palace, there were beautiful women everywhere, each dressed in revealing clothes and with a hot body, competing to be the first to pound his legs and pinch his back and serve him tea. Great king, you are thirsty, aren't you? Here, have a drink of water. Great king, you are tired, aren't you? Come, I'll press your shoulders. Your Majesty, you are hungry, aren't you? Here, try these fresh grapes. Lin Tian was being served comfortably, and his heart was so beautiful. Ha ha ha, this is the peak of turtle life. Just then, a sharp squeak woke Lin Tian up from his dream. He opened his eyes and saw that several monkeys were surrounding him, dancing and gesticulating with their hands and mouths agape. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lin Tian asked impatiently. A monkey pointed deeper into the forest, then to his mouth, then made a pained expression. What? You're telling me the sisters are in danger? Tigers? Lin Tian sat up violently, his sleepiness gone. He understood what the monkeys meant at once, and was as anxious as a hot pan. Quick, take me to them, Lin Tian shouted and jumped onto the little black bear's back. The little black bear let out an owl and carried Lin Tian, leading the monkeys, running wildly towards the depths of the forest. Lin Tian's heart was in a hurry. These two silly sisters, how can they be so unhelpful? If anything happens to them, how can I live? While running, Lin Tian sniffed the air, hoping to find some clues. Suddenly, a gust of wind came up. Lin Tian had read a lot of commentaries when he was a child, which often mentioned that the dragon walks with the rain, the tiger walks with the wind. Could there really be tigers around here? It can't be that coincidental, can it? His heart thumped. If it was really a tiger, wouldn't the two sisters be in danger? No, we must find them quickly. Little Blackie, faster, Lin Tian urged. The little black bear picked up speed and rampaged through the forest. Suddenly, Lin Tian saw some scattered tiger hairs on the ground, and he told the little black bear to stop and take a closer look. These tiger hairs, blonde with black stripes, look very thick and strong. This can't be the hair of a hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger, right? It's yellow fur after all. Lin Tian was shocked in his heart. He had the monkeys search around, and soon they found some more larger footprints, and some feces. The droppings, larger than cow dung, were yellow and emitted a pungent odor. What kind of animal feces is this? Lin Tian asked with a frown. I thought to myself, should I let those monkeys taste it? Maybe they can eat it. But before you can open your mouth, as if by heart, the monkeys all scrambled up and grabbed the feces and shoved it into their mouths. Hey, what are you guys doing? Lin Tian was alarmed, but it was too late. The monkeys had already eaten the feces into their stomachs, and one of them had an intoxicated look on his face. Vomit. Lin Tian almost didn't vomit. He thought of his colleagues in the company before he crossed over, who did whatever they could for the sake of inward rolls and to appease their leaders. How different were they from these feces-eating monkeys? You guys are really... Lin Tian was speechless. The monkeys, however, didn't care about Lin Tian's reaction, and one by one, they began to gesture, mimicking the tiger's movements. Some monkeys mimic the way a tiger walks, landing on all fours and taking one step forward. Other monkeys mimic tigers hunting by pouncing on a companion and pinning it to the ground. This group of monkeys is still really inward scrolling. Lin Tian sighed. However, he could also see that the monkeys were telling him that the feces belonged to the tiger. Moreover, judging from the mimicry of these monkeys, this tiger was very large and definitely not an ordinary one. Lin Tian's heart sank. If it was a tiger, then I'm afraid that the two sisters would really be in a bad way. God forbid. I hope that tiger doesn't like to eat turtles. Chapter 44 Hunting Quest Activation. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, the leaves were rustled, and a strong fishy smell filled the air. Immediately afterward, a deafening tiger's roar came from the distance, rattling one's eardrums. Ow dash! When the monkeys heard this tiger's roar, their hairs stood up in fear, and they all shivered. Some of them even peed directly. Lin Tian also felt his turtle scalp tingle. This was the first time he felt such intense fear. This tiger, it's definitely not the usual stuff. At this moment, the little black bear suddenly out-barked, rushed toward the direction of the tiger's roar. Kuro, what are you doing? Lin Tian was startled, but the little black bear didn't listen to him at all. Like a wild horse out of control, running wildly all the way. It's over. This is really over. Lin Tian's heart was cold. He clung to the fur on the little black bear's back for fear he would be thrown off. I can't help but mutter in my heart, this little black bear, really worthy of being the seed of the fighting nation, born not knowing how to write the word fear. If there wasn't that Chi-Luck Dan's enhancement, with his own small arms and legs, he probably wouldn't even be qualified to tickle it, let alone subdue it. But bravery is bravery. You bear cub, even if you're fierce, can you outlast a tiger? That's a white-eyed tiger, the king of the mountains. Thinking about it makes your legs weak. Alas, if only there was another overlord skill card. I would have dared to get tough with that tiger right now and him up. Oi, system, is it in or not? Give some power come up with something to save your life. Lin Tian frantically called the system in his heart. He couldn't care less about face at this time. Saving his life was important. However, no matter how much Lin Tian shouted, the system was silent and unresponsive as if it was dead. This pitiful system, dropping the ball at critical moments. Lin Tian was so anxious like an ant on a hot pan that he couldn't wait to pull out the system and beat it violently. Just then, a huge figure suddenly appeared ahead, blocking the way. It was a tiger. Huge, bigger than 2 cows, striped in black and yellow, glistening with an oily sheen in the sunlight, and not a good one at first sight. It stood there like a small mountain, blocking the sunlight and casting a huge shadow that enveloped both Lin Tian and the little black bear. That tiger's pair of eyes, ferocious, stared at Lin Tian and the little black bear with a deadly glare, as if it wanted to eat them alive. What stood out the most was the handful of white hairs on the top of its head, which stood out against the black and yellow fur around it. Holy, what a hang-eyed white-fronted tiger. This brain is as white as paint. Lin Tian sucked in a breath of cool air. This was really a sheep in a tiger's mouth. There was no place to run. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Entering the white-fronted tiger hunting mission. Hunting time 30 minutes. Failure reward null and void. The system's beep suddenly rang out, which seemed particularly shrill at this tense moment. I at hashtag UN%. Lin Tian almost couldn't hold back his foul mouth. 30 minutes of hunting time? Are you rushing me to reincarnation? With this amount of time, I can't even think of how to escape. Is this a ING hunt? This is clearly sending me to my death. In his heart, he cursed the system. This pitiful system usually does not put a fart. When it comes to the critical moment, it pops up to add to the chaos. Hunting white-fronted tigers? What am I going to hunt with? With my head? That's not enough time to fight in a circuitous manner. Not to mention hunting, not even enough time to fight in a guerrilla manner. The system, it's more fascist than fascist. At that moment, there was a chirping sound behind us, which turned out to be the monkeys also chased up. These monkeys, usually as timid as rats, now actually dared to follow and rush up. Lin Tian turned around and looked. His heart was slightly comforted. He thought that this group of monkeys were here to help. Finally there was some conscience. But the next second, Lin Tian was dumbfounded. Just see this group of monkeys. One with the chicken blood like, whoosh, 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 whoosh a few times to climb to the surrounding trees. Action that is called an agile. Then the apes and monkeys Tarzan more skillful. In a flash, the trees were full of monkeys, each one probing as if watching a play. Lin Tian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This group of unrighteous guys, they even fled from the battle. But, or up a tree. A tiger can't fly up a tree, can it? Hey, you heartless bunch, bring me up too. Lin Tian shouted towards the monkeys on the tree. He couldn't care less about the majesty of the boss at this time. Saving his life was important. But the next second, Lin Tian despaired, only to see that the dangling-eyed white-fronted tiger suddenly leaped and unexpectedly flew up the tree like a big bird. It slapped it down, and a monkey didn't even have time to scream before it fell out of the tree and onto the ground. Motionless. I drop a turtle. Lin Tian's eyes are almost glaring out. This tiger can actually fly over the wall. Is this still a ING tiger? This is becoming a spirit. This is a real step up. Could it be that his glorious and short-lived life as a turtle was going to end here? No, I'm not willing. Just in the nick of time. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the distance. Cheap brother. Lin Tian's spirit lifted. It was the voice of the Empress. He turned his head and saw that not far away, in a small hole in a large tree, the Empress was poking her head out and looking at herself with an anxious expression. Sister. Lin Tian was overjoyed, like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw. Without saying a word, he jumped down from the small black bear's back, used all his strength, opened his 4 short legs, and whoosh rushed towards the hole in the tree where the Empress was. Speed. Faster than a rabbit. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the tree, and with all 4 limbs, he climbed to the opening of the tree in a few strokes, and dove in headfirst. Ouch! Holy! 2 exclamations of surprise came from the hole in the tree, and it was none other than the Empress and the goddess Shura. You two dead girls. Where have you gone? I've been looking for you. As soon as Lin Tian entered the cave, he scolded him. Do you know there are tigers outside? What? White-eyed tiger. Do you want to be eaten? The Empress and Goddess Cultivator were scolded. They thought that Lin Tian had really abandoned them, but they didn't expect him to risk his life to find them. For a while, both little turtles were so moved that they couldn't stop their tears from flowing down. Cheap brother. We thought you didn't want us. The Empress choked and said. Her voice was filled with aggression and afterthought. Woo-woo, we'll never run around again. Goddess Shura also cried with a sob. If not for this damn turtle shell being too hard, she would have definitely jumped into Lin Tian's arms by now. Alright, why are you crying? Although Lin Tian was fierce with his mouth, he was relieved in his heart. This is not the time to talk about this. Think about how to save your life. The three little turtles were crammed in this narrow tree hole. You looked at me. I looked at you. All of them had a sad face. That dangling-eyed white-fronted tiger outside was no joke. In case it found this tree hole, the three of them would really become the tiger's snack. What do we do now? The Empress's voice was filled with fear. What else can we do? One can only wait for death. Goddess Shura said in despair. She had already given up struggling. Lin Tian let out a low growl and took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. But just then, there was a sudden thump, 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 thump from outside, accompanied by the hissing of wild beasts and the sound of tree branches breaking. What's going on? All three little turtles were startled as they cautiously looked out through the small opening in the tree hole. At this look, all three turtles were stunned, only to see that outside, the little black bear was wrestling with the hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger. Although the little black bear was several times smaller than the hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger, it surprisingly didn't lose any ground and fought with the hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger in a back-and-forth manner. Chapter 45, My Dan. I drop a turtle. The Empress' eyes were glazed over. This little black bear. It's too fierce. She usually just pretended in front of Lin Tian. Where had she seen such a battle? A small mountain-like hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger, being pressed and beaten by a small calf-like little black bear. This picture was even more bizarre than a story from the mouth of a storyteller. The Shura goddess was also in disbelief, but she had experienced life and death after all, and quickly came back to her senses. Don't freeze, Goddess Shura shouted. Hurry up and run while there's chaos. If this little black bear loses the fight, we'll all be finished. The Empress then reacted. Yes, it's important to run for your life. But at that moment, Lin Tian pulled them back. What are you running for? Can't you see Blackie saving us? Blackie save us, we can't leave Blackie behind, Lin Tian said righteously. He couldn't let these two silly sisters run away. Xiao He was a little brother that he had managed to take in with great difficulty, and he was counting on it to protect him in the future. Besides, this little black bear was so powerful. If he had it as his guard in the future, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in this forest? It's beautiful to think about. But that tiger. The Empress is still a little afraid. What are you afraid of? There's Blackie. Besides, are you two just going to stand by and watch Blackie get eaten by a tiger? The Empress and Goddess Shura looked at each other and both fell silent. Although they are timid, they know how to return the favor. The bear saved them, so how could they leave it behind? So, what do we do then? Empress asked. Pick up a rock and throw that dead tiger. Lin Tian walked out of the tree hole outside and directly picked up a stone and threw it towards the hanging-eyed white-frontal tiger. Snap! The stone was impartial and smashed right on the head of the dangling-eyed white-fronted tiger. Ow! The hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger roared in pain and turned its head towards Lin Tian's side. That look in its eyes. It wanted to eat Lin Tian alive. Holy, play big. Lin Tian shivered in fear and hurriedly retreated back into his turtle shell. He thought to himself, although his turtle shell is hard, but it is not invincible. If this is slapped down by that tiger, it will be crippled even if it is not dead. However, in order to save his life, he couldn't care less and could only go on with his head. He silently chanted in his heart, breathe steadily, divine power value, hurry up and rise. As long as one kept gaining divine power values, one could keep strengthening oneself. And although it wasn't as perverse as the Overlord skill cards, but after taking a few hits, this turtle shell wouldn't break easily, would it? Bang! Just then, Lin Tian felt as if he had been hit by something, and his entire turtle shell shook. Immediately afterward, he felt as if he had flown, tumbling through the air a few times, and then, with a thud, he hit something and bounced back. Ouch! Holy! Lin Tian felt like his internal organs were about to be knocked out. His eyes were starry, and he was dizzy. He stuck his head out of the turtle shell and fixed his eyes on the turtle. I can't believe I broke a boulder myself. This turtle shell is too hard, right? He took another look at the dangling-eyed white-fronted tiger. And something even more surprising happened to him, only to see that the little black bear had climbed onto the back of the hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger at some point, and was riding on its neck, biting the back of its neck with a deadly grip, attacking from a dead angle. Hanging eyes white-fronted tiger eat pain, keep rolling. Wanna shake off the small black bear? But the small black bear is like a piece of dogskin plaster. Dead stick to it. How to shake cannot be shaken off. Good job, little black. Lin Tian was overjoyed. This little black bear was simply too smart. He hurriedly commanded the monkeys, "You guys, quickly go to the tree. Throw something, interfere with that dead tiger." The monkeys got the order and acted immediately. They climbed to the tree, picked banana peels, wild fruits and stones, and smashed them all towards the hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger. In the hole in the tree, the Empress and the goddess Shura looked on in disbelief. "I can't believe cheap brother didn't get slapped to death," the Empress murmured. She had just thought that Lin Tian was dead. "This turtle shell is too hard, right?" The Shura goddess was also in disbelief. "If it were us, wouldn't we be slapped into a turtle cake?" Looking outside again, the battle had entered a white-hot stage. The interference of the monkeys worked. The movements of the hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger were obviously much slower, and there were many more wounds on its body, dripping with blood. Lin Tian knew that this was a critical moment, and he absolutely couldn't let this tiger escape. Otherwise there would be endless consequences. With a clench of his teeth, he picked up a sharpened bamboo from the ground and limped towards the hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger. "Anyway, if you get attacked you can retract back into your shell and at least save your life. Blackie, go for it, bite it to death," Lin Tian shouted as he ran. When the little black bear heard Lin Tian's voice, it was as if it had been pumped up with chicken blood, and it became even more frantic as it tore into the back of the hanging-eyes white-fronted tiger's neck. Seeing the opportunity, Lin Tian leapt onto the body of the hanging-eyes white-fronted tiger, raised the bamboo, aimed it at its eyes, and ruthlessly plunged it down. Ow dash! The dangling-eyed white-fronted tiger let out a mournful scream as its body rolled violently. Lin Tian held onto the hair on the tiger's body with a death grip so that he wasn't thrown off. "Monkeys, quickly bring the net," Lin Tian shouted. Several monkeys carried the previously prepared nets and jumped down from the tree, running towards the hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger. Unfolding the net, he aimed it at the head of the hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger and violently covered it. The dangling-eyed white-fronted tiger was covered by the net, and it was suddenly like a headless fly, bumping around. The monkeys swarmed over the net, pulling at the edges and running back and forth, tightening the net tighter and tighter. The little black bear had also been pressing down on the hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger and kept tearing at it. Finally, the movements of the hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger became slower and slower, and finally collapsed to the ground with a bang, not moving a muscle. "Chang, succeeded?" The Empress's voice trembled. The Shura goddess also had an incredulous look on her face. We really defeated the hanging-eyes white-forehead tiger? Phew, exhausted old me." Lin Tian jumped down from the hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger and sat on his butt on the ground, panting heavily. "It felt like my body was falling apart. That series of movements just now was simply more tiring than running a marathon." He looked down and realized his paws were covered in blood, the tiger's and his own. Suddenly, there was a wave of dizziness and a blackout. But before he fainted, he vaguely heard the system beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of capturing the hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger, rewarding him with a super chi-luck pill. Dan. This was Lin Tian's last thought before he lost consciousness. Chapter 46. These monkeys. So cruel. He didn't know how long it had been, but Lin Tian felt like he was being roasted on a fire, hot and painful, and the heat was unbearable for him. Which is this that wants money like crazy? I'm not even dead yet, so you want to make me into a roasted turtle to eat? Lin Tian snapped his eyes open, thinking that he had been captured, and was about to break into a rage when he realized that there was a bright starry sky in front of him, dotted with stars, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. Where is this? Lin Tian was confused. He looked around and realized that he was lying on a pile of dead leaves, next to a blazing bonfire. A group of monkeys were gathered around the fire, chattering away. Some monkeys took branches and plucked them around the fire. Others took stones and threw them into the fire. And still others took wild fruits and threw them into the fire. These monkey boys, what are they up to again? Lin Tian muttered, wanting to get up, but he felt sore and had no strength at all. Cheap brother, you're awake. You're finally awake. Just then, a familiar voice came, and Lin Tian turned his head to see that the Empress was looking at herself with a surprised face, and those big watery eyes were still glittering with excited tears. Sister, why are you here? Lin Tian struggled to sit up, but realized that he couldn't move at all as if his body was falling apart. Cheap brother, don't move. You're hurt. The Empress hurriedly crawled over and gently pressed Lin Tian with her little paw. After you fought with that hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger, you've been unconscious since then. We've all been worried to death. Hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger? Lin Tian then remembered what happened earlier. He frowned. Where's that tiger? Don't worry. That tiger has already been caught by us. Goddess Shura's voice came from the side with a hint of smugness. If it wasn't for me being smart and organizing the monkeys to stone it in time, you might have been eaten into its stomach by now. It's good to catch it. It's good to catch it. Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the tiger would run away and that would be a lost cause. But Lin Tian suddenly remembered an important question. Where is that tiger now? Is it locked up by you guys? He was a little worried in his heart. That hanging-eyes white-fronted tiger was not an ordinary beast. In case it broke free of its bonds, then they would be in danger. Don't worry. It definitely won't run away. The Empress swore. After we caught the tiger, those monkeys have been smashing its head with stones. And they're still doing it now. Still smashing? Lin Tian froze. These monkeys, they were too ruthless, right? Yeah, we were afraid that it would run away. So we had the monkeys take turns smashing it. Not stopping for a moment, Goddess Shura added. Lin Tian couldn't help but shiver. These monkeys, they were too brutal, right? He hurriedly climbed to his feet and looked in the direction where the monkeys were smashing the rocks, only to see a group of monkeys lined up, all holding a large stone in their hands, taking turns to smash towards a bloody thing on the ground. Bang! 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 The sound of rocks hitting flesh was so loud that Lin Tian's scalp went numb. These monkey cubs, their hands are too hard, aren't they? This is not smashing a tiger. This is smashing a meat pie. Lin Tian couldn't help but spit out his words. He sympathized with that dangling-eyed white-fronted tiger a little bit. Who do you think you're messing with but this group of monkeys? Now it's good. It's been smashed into mush, isn't it? It's true that there's no tiger in the mountain, and the monkey is the king. Cheap brother. Look, we're awesome, aren't we? The Empress said proudly. Now you don't have to worry about that tiger running away, right? Awesome, awesome. You guys are really awesome, Lin Tian said with a bitter smile. He was now somewhat skeptical as to whether he was right or wrong to take in this group of monkeys. At this time, Lin Tian noticed that there was a small black bear next to him, resting on the ground, with wounds all over his body, blood-stained, looking miserable. What's wrong with little Blackie? Lin Tian's heart ached. This little guy, in order to save himself, must have fought for his life. It fought with that dangling-eyed white-fronted tiger in order to save you, and was seriously injured. Goddess Shura said, we don't know what to do. We can only let it rest for a while. AI, it's really suffering. Lin Tian sighed. This little black bear, it was really his own precious person. No, it was a precious bear. He struggled to get up, but felt too weak to stand. Cheap brother, don't move. Your injuries haven't healed yet. The Empress hurriedly stopped him. No, I have to go see little black. Lin Tian said, it's our life-saving bear. I can't leave it alone. But, the Empress was about to say something, but Lin Tian interrupted. No buts, help me up. The Empress and Goddess Shura had no choice but to take one left and one right, supporting Lin Tian and walking towards the little black bear. Lin Tian checked the system and realized that the Qiluk Dan had already arrived, and it was still a high-level Qiluk Dan. Ha ha, this is rich. Lin Tian's heart was bursting with ecstasy. This advanced Qiluk Dan was definitely more powerful than the previous Qiluk Dan. However, now was not the time to use it. The little black bear's injury was important. However, using this advanced Qiluk pill to heal the injuries of the little black bear was a bit of a bad deal. After all, this was a high-level Qiluk pill, and when used at a critical moment, it might be able to save one's life. AI, what a worrying turtle. Lin Tian sighed. This advanced Qiluk Dan was like a hot potato. It was neither a good idea to use it nor a bad idea to not use it. Monkeys, come here. Lin Tian suddenly thought of a solution, and he beckoned towards the monkeys. A group of monkeys immediately gathered around and chirped. You guys go to the forest, find some herbs that can stop the bleeding, reduce the swelling, and heal the wounds, Lin Tian commanded. The monkeys looked at me, and I looked at you, with a blank look on their faces. Holy, these monkeys, they wouldn't even recognize herbs, right? Lin Tian was speechless for a while in his heart. Never mind, I'll do it myself. He let the Empress and Goddess Shura support him and walked over to the corpse of the hanging-eyes white-fronted tiger. By this time, the hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger had already been smashed by the monkeys, with bloody holes all over its body, its eyes bursting out, and its tongue spitting out, with white foam on it, looking miserable. Hey, you, why did you have to mess with me for a good reason? Lin Tian sighed. If you hadn't messed with me, you might still be alive now. This monkey is also too cruel, directly smashing this tiger to death. Look at this head, it's almost smashed into pulp, but it's good. It saves me from having to do it. Lin Tian circled around the body of the hanging eyes white-fronted tiger and carefully examined it. Well, the males, and the tiger penis. This is a great tonic. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. It definitely shouldn't be wasted. Chapter 47 Tiger Meat Feast. Sisters, come over and help. Lin Tian greeted the Empress and Goddess Shura. Let's take care of this tiger. This tiger meat, tiger bones, and tiger skin. They're all treasures. Ha! Still have to kill the tiger? The Empress was startled. This tiger has already been smashed to death. How can we still kill it? Who said anything about killing it? I'm saying to skin it and break its bones. Lin Tian said. This tiger meat is a great tonic. Eating it will definitely boost our cultivation. And it might even increase our chances of taking human form. Really? Upon hearing this, the Empress and the Goddess Shura immediately came to life, their eyes glowing. Of course it's true. Lin Tian said. This is the hanging eyes white-fronted tiger, the king of the mountains. It's meat. It's definitely more nutritious than ordinary beasts. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Goddess Shura couldn't wait. Monkeys, come and help. Lin Tian greeted the monkeys again. Carry this tiger to the river. We need to clean it properly. The monkeys swarmed up and carried the body of the hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger to the river with 7 hands and 8 feet. Lin Tian commanded the monkeys, first peeling off the tiger's skin, then cutting off the tiger's meat piece by piece, cleaning it and putting it aside. This tiger skin, it's a good thing. Keep it for future clothes. Lin Tian said. This tiger bone can be used to make soup. Great tonic. And this tiger whip. Lin Tian looked at the tiger whip in his hand and smiled. He. This is a man's gas station and a woman's beauty salon. I have to keep it. The Empress and Goddess Shura looked at Lin Tian as he was busy working there with a look of disgust. Cheap brother. You don't really want to eat this tiger whip, right? The Empress frowned and asked. That's for sure. Lin Tian said. This is good stuff. Eating it will enhance my power, and it might even allow me to directly transform into a human being. But, the Empress wanted to say. She always felt a little weird eating this stuff. Alright, don't butt it. Lin Tian said impatiently. You too, go roast those tiger meat. We'll eat tiger meat tonight. Oh, the Empress and Goddess Shura answered and began to build a fire to roast the meat. The monkeys followed suit, some gathering firewood, some building fires, and some roasting meat. Lin Tian, on the other hand, continued to deal with the corpse of the hanging eyes white-fronted tiger. He took the tiger bones, tiger claws, and tiger teeth, one by one, and categorized them and put them away. These things, they are all treasures. They will definitely come in handy in the future. Lin Tian thought prettily in his heart. In a short while, the tiger meat was roasted, and a strong smell of meat wafted out, smelling people drooling. Come, let's eat. Lin Tian greeted everyone to come over and eat the meat. The Empress and Goddess Shura had long been starving and couldn't wait to pounce on them, grabbing a piece of tiger meat and gnawing on it. Yummy. It's so delicious. The Empress ate and exclaimed. This tiger meat, it's better than any meat I've ever eaten before. Yeah. This meat smells so good. Goddess Shura also ate with her mouth full of oil. Cheap brother, come and eat too. Lin Tian couldn't help but gulp even as he watched them eat so deliciously. He picked up a piece of tiger meat and put it in his mouth, gently biting it. Well, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. The flavor of this tiger meat was truly extraordinary. Tender and juicy. It melted in the mouth, and a rich aura exploded in the mouth, instantly spreading throughout the body. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Lin Tian sighed in admiration. The meat of this dangling-eyed white-fronted tiger is really a great tonic. He felt that the aura in his body was growing rapidly, and his body was filled with power. Ha, this is rich. Lin Tian was excited. After eating this tiger meat, my cultivation will definitely increase by a large margin. He looked at the small black bear next to him, who was still gnawing on a bone. Little Blackie, come over and eat some meat too. Lin Tian greeted. When the little black bear heard Lin Tian's voice, he immediately ran over and looked blearily at the tiger meat in Lin Tian's hand. Lin Tian tore off a piece of meat and handed it to the little black bear. The little black bear opened its mouth and swallowed the meat in one bite, then looked at Lin Tian blearily, as if it still wanted it. Ha, you guy, you're quite the eater. Lin Tian tore off another piece of meat and handed it to the little black bear. The little black bear swallowed it in one gulp and then continued to eyeball Lin Tian. Alright, don't look. There's nothing more to look at. Lin Tian said. Although this tiger meat is delicious, you can't eat too much of it. It's easy to get on fire if you eat too much. Only then did the little black bear plop down on his side and continue to gnaw on his own bones. Lin Tian looked at the little black bear and felt a wave of emotion in his heart. This little guy is really his lucky star. If it weren't for it, I'm afraid I'd be in deep today. In the future, I must treat it well. Lin Tian secretly made up his mind. After eating and drinking, Lin Tian felt that the aura in his body had reached a critical point, and it seemed that he might break through at any time. Ha ha, this is really going to be great. Lin Tian was excited. As long as I break through this bottleneck, my cultivation will be able to go to the next level. He looked at the Empress and Goddess Shura who were still wolfing down the food next to him and felt a pang of contempt in his heart. These two silly girls. They just know how to eat. They don't know the importance of cultivation at all. Lin Tian stood up and moved his muscles. No, I have to find a place for closed-door cultivation and strive for an early breakthrough. He thought about it and decided that he'd better go back to the cave he was in before. Although that cave is dangerous, it's still considered a cultivation treasure. And there's still Little Black, so there should be no need to worry about safety. Thinking of this, Lin Tian greeted the Empress and Goddess Shura. Go, let's go back to the cave. Back to the cave? The Empress and Goddess Shura froze. What's the point of going back to the cave? Of course it's cultivation, Lin Tian said. After eating so much tiger meat, if you don't hurry up and cultivate, are you waiting for it to go to waste? Oh, the Empress and Goddess Shura nodded plausibly. However, Lin Tian brought the Empress, the Goddess of Shura, the little black bear, and the monkeys, and marched towards the cave in great numbers. Along the way, the monkeys chattered and chirped as if they were still savoring the feast of tiger meat they had just enjoyed. Lin Tian rode on the back of the little black bear, closing his eyes and resting his mind. The aura in his body was running, constantly hitting the bottleneck of cultivation. Almost there. Soon, Lin Tian was secretly excited in his heart. With a little more effort, we'll be able to break through. Suddenly, he felt the aura in his body, shaking violently, as if it had broken through an invisible barrier. Boom! A powerful force erupted from Lin Tian's body, sweeping through his entire body. Ha ha, I've broken through! Lin Tian exclaimed excitedly. I've finally broken through to the next realm. Chapter 48, amoxicillin would have been nice. One could feel that the aura in his body was more than several times stronger than before. His hands and feet were full of power, and even the turtle shell had become harder. He looked down at his claws, which had a hidden golden light flickering on them. Holy, this is the rhythm of becoming a Vajra unbreakable god turtle. Lin Tian's heart was happy. This tiger meat, it's a damn good thing. I'll have to eat more of it in the future. Cheap brother, what did you break through? The Empress looked at Lin Tian with a confused expression, completely unaware of what he was excited about. Hey, what does a little kid know? Lin Tian smiled triumphantly and jumped off the bear's back, taking a few steps on the ground, only to feel as light as a swallow, as if he could fly at any time. This feeling, it's really refreshing. The Shura goddess skimmed her mouth with a disdainful expression. Che, isn't it just a breakthrough in a realm? What's there to be proud of? I still don't know how long it will take to take human form. What's there to be proud of? You know, Lin Tian rolled his eyes. This increase in realm is a real increase in strength. I can slap you into a meat pie with a single slap right now. Do you believe me? You dare? The Shura goddess shrank back in fear, but still kept her mouth shut. If you dare to hit me, I'll tell the Empress so she can clean you up. Ha ha, you think I'm afraid of her? Lin Tian laughed out loud. I'm not what I used to be. Not to mention the Empress. Even if there was another hanging eyes white-fronted tiger, I would still beat it down. Bragging, Goddess Shura muttered in a low voice. Alright, stop fighting. The Empress interrupted them. Cheap brother, where are we going now? Of course it's back to the cave. Lin Tian said. It's safe there, and there's plenty of spiritual energy, just right for me to consolidate my cultivation. So, the group of turtles once again hit the road and headed towards the cave. After returning to the cave, Lin Tian found a quiet place, retreated into his shell, and began to consolidate his cultivation. The Empress and the Goddess Shura were on guard to prevent any beasts from intruding. Time passed day by day. Lin Tian cultivated in the cave at ease. The Empress and Goddess Shura were in charge of hunting and vigilance. The monkeys were in charge of picking wild fruits and carrying things. The little black bear's injuries were gradually getting better, and everything seemed so calm and peaceful. Lin Tian was also happy to be idle. Every day, in addition to cultivation, is to eat, drink and sleep. The day is called a nourishing life. It's almost more pleasurable than the gods. He even began to consider whether to settle down here. Anyway, there is food and drink, and a group of monkeys to serve. This day, where to find? Ugh, if only we could have some more entertainment. Lin Tian was lying on the soft grass with a stalk of grass in his mouth, thinking in a bored manner. This deep mountainous forest doesn't even have a TV. It's really boring. As he was thinking, suddenly, he heard a weak groan. What's that sound? Lin Tian sat up with a jolt and listened with his side ear. Woo! Woo! The voice came from the little black bear's side. Lin Tian was shocked in his heart and hurriedly ran to the little black bear's side, only to see that the little black bear was lying on the ground, trembling and looking very painful. Little Black, what's wrong with you? Lin Tian asked with concern. The little black bear raised his head and glanced at Lin Tian, his eyes filled with pain, but he couldn't make any sound. Cheap brother, the little black bear doesn't seem right. The Empress also noticed the little black bear's abnormality and said worriedly, is it sick? Let's see. Lin Tian frowned and began to inspect the little black bear's body. It was found that although the wounds on the little black bear had healed quite a bit, some places were beginning to become inflamed and oozing yellow pus, and the bear's body temperature was high, obviously running a fever. That's a problem. Lin Tian's heart thumped. This deep mountain forest, lack of medicine. If the little black bear got some serious disease, it would be very bad. Cheap brother, the little black bear it will be okay? Will it die? Don't be ridiculous. Lin Tian chirped. Little Black's auspiciousness will surely be fine. It just has an infected wound. Resting will be okay. I said so on my lips, but in my heart I had no idea. In the middle of nowhere, where can we find medicine? Early the next morning, Lin Tian was woken up by a cry. Oh, cheap brother, you wake up. Oh, Lin Tian opened his eyes in a daze, sticking his head out of the turtle shell, and took a look, only to see that the Empress was lying down next to the little black bear, crying her eyes out. What's going on here? Lin Tian asked as he rubbed his eyes. Ugly. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Goddess Cultivator suddenly rushed over and roared at Lin Tian. You said yesterday that Little Black was fine. Look at it. Look at the state it's in now. It's almost dead. You still said it's fine. You quack. You liar. Lin Tian was roared at by Goddess Shura. He then realized that the little black bear was in a very bad condition. It was lying motionless on the ground. Its breathing was weak. Its eyes were tightly closed, and the wounds on its body were emitting a foul smell. It was obvious that it had been severely infected. Holy, how did this happen? Lin Tian was shocked and hurriedly crawled over to check on the little black bear. Cheap brother, think of something. Xiao Hayat, it's dying. The Empress cried so hard that she couldn't catch her breath. Lin Tian also panicked, although he knew a little bit about medicine. But this was all learned in human society. For veterinarians? He knew nothing. What's this going to do? Lin Tian was in a hurry. If only there was amoxicillin. Give it some anti-inflammatory medicine. It might get better. Amoxicillin? What's that? The Empress asked with a bewildered look on her face. Lin Tian did not answer. He knew that it was useless to talk about this now. In the middle of nowhere, where to find amoxicillin? He looked at the dying black bear cub and his heart twisted. This little guy, but his own life-saving bear, how can he stand by and watch it die? However, what could one do without using the super Chi Luck Dan? This was a superior Chi Luck Dan, and it was just too wasteful to use it in such a way. In case they encountered any danger in the future and didn't have the Chi Luck pill to save their lives, then wouldn't they be dead? It doesn't work. It can't work. It mustn't work. But if you don't use it, the little black bear is dead. What can we do about this? Lin Tian was caught in a dilemma. He felt like his head was about to explode. Monkeys, come here. Lin Tian suddenly shouted. A group of monkeys immediately gathered around and chirped. You guys, the ones with more strength, lift the little black up for me. Lin Tian pointed at the little black bear and said, let's carry it to the river. Several strong monkeys immediately stepped forward and joined forces to lift the little black bear toward the river. Cheap brother, what are you doing? The Empress asked in disbelief. Chapter 49. Let the mudslide come harder. Clean little black's wound. Lin Tian said, its wound is too badly infected. If it's not cleaned in time, it will only get worse. Arriving at the river, Lin Tian commanded the monkeys to place the little black bear on a flat rock. Then, with his paws, he carefully ruffled the fur around the little black bear's wound and began to clean it. Bit by bit, he used his claws to cut away the pus-filled rotting flesh from the wound, revealing the bright red, tender flesh inside. Ooh, the little black bear let out a whimper of pain, even though he was unconscious. Little black, bear with it, it'll be fine in a while. Lin Tian cleaned the wound while comforting the little black bear. Cheap brother, you get the monkeys to carry me to the tree. Quick, I'll go look for herbs. Quick, quick, quick. Goddess Shura suddenly shouted. Good, you guys, hold the goddess, follow her command, and go. The monkeys got the order and climbed up the tree with the goddess Shura in their arms, jumping from branch to branch and soon disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. Ugly, can you really save little black? The Empress looked at Lin Tian's busy figure, her eyes filled with admiration and worship. She realized that her cheap brother seemed to know everything and anything, and was simply amazing. Don't worry, with me here, Little Black can't die, Lin Tian said without lifting his head, but the movements of his hands were not slow at all. That movement, that maneuver, looking at the Empress couldn't help but feel a little alarmed. Cheap brother, you wouldn't have been a butcher before, right? The Empress couldn't help but ask. This maneuver, it's too skillful, right? Butcher? Have you ever seen such a handsome butcher? Lin Tian rolled his eyes. Old me used to be a surgeon. The kung fu in my hands was practiced for more than 10 years, he bragged if especially. The Empress looked confused. A surgeon? What's that? Alright, stop asking and hurry up to help, Lin Tian said impatiently. Go see if that girl, Goddess Shura, has found any herbs yet. The Empress let out an "oh" and hurriedly ran to the tree, looking in the direction where the Goddess Shura had disappeared. Found it! Found it! Just then, the voice of Goddess Shura came from the distance, only to see her grabbing a large handful of green herbs in her hand and excitedly running towards this side. Cheap brother, look, I found it! Goddess Shura ran to Lin Tian and handed him the herb as if offering it as a treasure. Lin Tian received the herbs and carefully recognized them, and found that they were all common herbs to stop bleeding and reduce inflammation, although the effect was not very good, but it was better than nothing. Not bad, not bad, you got credit. Lin Tian complimented Goddess Xiao Luo and then started pounding the herbs. He put the herbs in his mouth and chewed them, then put them on the little black bear's wound and bandaged it with clean leaves. Well, the rest is up to Blackie's own destiny. Lin Tian sighed, although he tried his best. Whether the little black bear could survive or not depended on its own life. Cheap brother, Little Black it will really be fine? The Empress was still a little worried. Don't worry, it's fine, Lin Tian comforted. Little Blackie is blessed with a great life. He will definitely be able to pull through. I hope so. The Empress sighed. She could only pray now. Just then, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and the wind was blowing so hard that it looked like it was going to rain heavily. Holy, this damn weather, how can it change at the drop of a hat? Lin Tian couldn't help but curse. If this is a rainstorm, it'll be troublesome. Twitter, the monkeys are also getting restless as they scurry around looking for shelter from the rain. Lin Tian twisted his head to look, only to see that the river had indeed begun to rise. The current was turbulent and muddy, and it looked like it was about to roam over the riverbank. Holy, this isn't going to be a flood, is it? Lin Tian's heart thumped. If this was a flood, then they would be in danger. Monkeys, hurry up and carry Little Black to the cave. Lin Tian made an immediate decision and commanded the monkeys to move. Several monkeys immediately stepped forward and worked together to lift the little black bear up and run towards the cave. Lin Tian also hurriedly followed, and the Empress and Goddess Shura followed closely behind. They had just run to the entrance of the cave when they heard the sound of running water, and when they turned their heads to look, they saw that the river had already overflowed its banks and was gushing towards the cave. Holy, the water is flooding the mountain. Lin Tian couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Cheap brother, let's hurry and run towards the mountains, the Empress said anxiously. This water is rising higher and higher. We'll be drowned. Yeah, hurry up and run, Goddess Shura also urged. Lin Tian looked at the cave and then at the rising river, and a moment of hesitation passed through his heart. The cave was on higher ground, but if the river continued to rise, they would still drown. But where could they run to in this deep forest? No way. We have to get out of here. Lin Tian made an immediate decision. This water is rising too fast. We'll drown. He greeted the Empress and Goddess Shura. Go, let's run to the mountains. After saying that, he took the lead and ran towards the mountain, and the Empress and Goddess Shura hurriedly followed. The monkeys also climbed the trees and fled towards the mountains. We just ran halfway up the mountainside. We heard rumbling loud noise. Turn your head to see the flash floods. Mudslides rolled, instantly flooded the way. It's over, Goddess Shura exclaimed. We're really going to die now. It's okay, we're amphibians. 1,000-year-old kings and 10,000-year-old turtles. At least we won't die if we shrink into our shells. The Empress was calm. She was confident in her turtle shell. No way. I can't leave Little Black and the monkeys behind. Lin Tian, however, said firmly, we have to find a way to save them. But how can we save it? The Empress asked. This mudslide is so powerful, we can't even get through it. Let's go back to the cave first, Lin Tian said. The ground is higher there, so we should be able to escape the mudslide. After saying that, he turned around and ran towards the cave, and the Empress and Goddess Shura hurriedly followed. After returning to the cave, Lin Tian told the monkeys to put the little black bear on the ground. Cheap brother, what should we do now? The Empress asked anxiously. If this mudslide rushes into the cave, we'll all be finished. Don't panic. Let me think of something. Lin Tian forced himself to calm down as he looked at the advanced Chi Luck pill in his hand. Spell it out. He stuffed the advanced Chi Luck Dan into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Cheap brother. What did you eat? The Empress asked curiously. Nothing, just a candy. Lin Tian casually made a perfunctory remark. He didn't want the Empress and Goddess Xiu Luo to know that he had eaten the advanced Chi Luck pill. After eating the Chi Luck pill, a wave of confidence surged through his heart. Humph, what's a mudslide? I'm not even afraid of the dangling-eyed white-fronted tiger. Will I still be afraid of you? Lin Tian sneered in his heart, feeling like he could do anything right now. Walking to the entrance of the cave and looking at the raging mudslide, a wave of bravado washed over me. Come on, let the mudslide come harder. Chapter 50 Hard Diamond Mudslide. Lin Tian heart that stimulating force has long been screwed to the maximum gear. Pressure simply did not put this tumbling mudslide in the eyes, as if the old man even dared to stab the sky. Still afraid of the area of flash floods? But the truth is not wonderful at all. The rolling floodwater in front of us was full of mud, sand and debris, just like the devil along the mountain impact. The rumble shook the monkeys into a ball. Ugly, don't yell. If the mudslide gets any stronger, we're all going to die together. The goddess of cultivation stomped her feet and yelled behind Lin Tian. She could not wait to burrow into the turtle shell and seal herself up right now. Cheap brother, you this crow's mouth in the end figure what? Hurry up and think of something. The female emperor was even more anxious. The turtle shell was not even ready. Almost kneeling down and begging the heavenly lord to stop, Lin Tian flung his claws and swung them into the air. Quiet. Since I dare to clamor, I have my own methods. Give me a moment to wait and see what happens. In fact, Lin Tian was also panicking to death in his heart, but he was just stubborn and refused to admit defeat. Besides, he had just killed the high-grade Chi Luck pill in one bite, and the floating energy of I am the destiny of heaven in his heart had not yet receded. He made up his mind, since there was a system backing him up in the dark, I had to do it even if I had to put my life on the line. As a result of this pretense of his, he really fooled the two dead girls. The Empress and Goddess Shura looked at each other and stiffly took 2 steps back, allowing Lin Tian to stand at the front. As they retreated, the group of monkeys also hurriedly followed and retreated, pulling out a large distance from Lin Tian, fearing that when Lin Tian would do some crazy operation, they would be swallowed up. Lin Tian looked at the tumbling stream of mud and rocks getting closer and closer, and said that if he really stopped this torrent outside the cave, at least the group would be able to pick up a small life. But think of their own body, do not look at the turtle shell as strong, but also cannot carry the front of the mudslide. Really hit the up, will not be washed into a king of soup? But on second thought, he thought, whatever, with the blessing of the system, I might be able to pick up a life by rushing out, and increase my divine power value, maybe even explode a good thing. The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became, and he directly greeted the Empress and Goddess Shura. Don't move, wait here for news from Lousy. No one is allowed to run around until I give the order. What are you doing? You don't want to die? Goddess Shura jumped in anxiety. Cut the crap. Lin Tian tossed his head. If I really hang up, you two can get by on your own. After saying that, Lin Tian rushed towards the outside without hesitation, leaving behind the Empress and the Goddess of Cultivation to look at each other in dismay, cursing under their breath. That ugly is up to no good again. What a pain in the ass. Lin Genius didn't care what they thought. At the moment he shrunk his head and rushed outside the cave entrance in one breath. In sight, the tawny torrent was barreling toward the cave like a runaway wild horse. Lin Tian coldly looked at that scene, and really a little soft legs, but his brain was hot, and he crossed his heart. It wouldn't be me, Lin Tian. If I could hide, I'll play a big game today. He gritted his teeth, crouched his body down, and bellowed, turtle shell hegemony, hold it for me. Both claws tugged on the rock wall next to the cave entrance, hardening his posture of having his back against the cave and his turtle shell welcoming the torrent. Boom! The mud and stone flow with a huge impact instantly hit Lin Tian's turtle shell. The feeling was just like a tank hitting a concrete pier head-on. The huge impact shook Lin Tian's head and almost spat out acid. However, he was excited in his heart, secretly saying, fortunately, my shell is hard enough. Let's see if you can beat me to death if I'm a little more aggressive. Ugly, don't you die. Behind her, Goddess Shura screamed, cheap brother, why don't you come back soon? The Empress followed suit and shouted, her voice on the verge of tears. What are you arguing about? Old me isn't dead yet. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. The turtle shell behind him was slapped by the mudslide and could only barely hold on. He was on the verge of giving in his heart, but he still didn't want to lose face. How meaningless was it to admit defeat on the spot? At this moment, a strange heat flow ran through Lin Tian's body, as if there was a divine force holding his body up. It felt like a fierce infusion of chicken blood. Not wanting to fall at all, Lin Tian instantly understood that this was the effect of the advanced Chi Luck pill in action. Good lord, what a premium! This thing is just open. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and stabilized his center of gravity, his hot blood rising. Give me another wave of power. Let me top burst this damn torrent. He carried the mudslide as hard as an acrobat, but the impact was not covered, several times rushing Lin Tian's paws out and slipping out, so much so that he didn't get dragged into the water. Luckily, he always caught the rock crevices when it mattered, and held on to keep from being swept away. The monkey saw this scene inside the cave and shrank into a ball of fear. Each head huddled together as they watched. They half want to get up to take the stone to throw out, but this time to throw the stone is just like throwing a few sesame seeds. No use at all. The torrent does not stop. Mother asterisk 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 her. This is not the way to go on. Lin Tian's mouth was cursing. His turtle shell had been rushed and his limbs were shivering slightly. Either the idea is to divert this torrent so that it doesn't block me all the way here, or the old man will have to be washed away. He was so anxious that his head was full of jumbled thoughts, but he couldn't do anything about it for a while. Rather, it was the system that suddenly popped up again with a ding-dong sound, causing him to brighten up, finally willing to show up. But there was still no sound from the system, only a small line of text floating by. Congratulations to the host for falling into a state of extreme life and death. In the midst of a significant increase in divine power value, please maintain the limit. Lin Tian rolled his eyes on the spot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're still letting me keep it? Little life is about to be accounted for. What a bird to dramatically improve. But then he thought that he might be able to do something with all his godly powers at the moment. The more he thought about it, the more it was. Lin Tian fiercely clenched his teeth. Both claws dead broke the rock beside him, the turtle shell against the most ferocious water waves, silently transporting that divine power, ready to come with a strike of fierce operation. Break me! He suddenly slammed over hard towards the side, yanking a boulder by the cave entrance hard enough to loosen it before pushing it outward. Click! Boom! The rock was toppled away, and instantly the torrent had one less thing to hold it off, instantly rushing out into a diagonal gap and flowing in a direct stream toward the side of the mountain. It's the same as when the river suddenly has a diversion and violently changes direction. Ha ha ha, it's done. Lin Tian was surprised and happy, feeling that the impact was instantly smaller, or at least not as terrifying. He took the opportunity to take a few steps back, allowing the murky torrent to continue its furious flow from the side. The Shura goddess and the Empress inside the cave looked jaw-dropped. This ugly monster can really divert the flood water? When the monkeys saw this, they also cheered and clapped their hands and jumped around as if Lin Tian was a god coming down to earth. Lin Tian, however, couldn't be happy. He realized that although this flood water had been separated by a large path, there was still quite a lot of muddy water flowing in the direction of the cave. The cave was relatively high ground, but it couldn't carry the constant flooding. At this rate, sooner or later the cave will be flooded. Chapter 51 Xuanwu Mountain Protector Umbrella. Ugly, didn't you divert the water? How come there's still water coming in? Seeing that the water on the ground had spread to the edge of her paws, Goddess Shura couldn't help but start yelling again. Nonsense! I'm not a water conservancy engineer. If you don't get me 2 bombs to blow a ditch out of the whole mountain, where can I stop it completely? Lin Weather's head almost smoked. Seeing that the situation was also critical, the Empress hurriedly came over to pull Lin Tian. Cheap brother, don't take it hard here. Let's take the little black bears and monkeys up to the top of the mountain first, right? This cave isn't a permanent solution either. Lin Tian lowered his head and thought for a while, but he also only nodded. This thing is coming too aggressively. Unless the heavens stop the rain for me. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time to hold out until the end. Alright, let's go up the mountain. As soon as he spoke, a sudden clap of thunder struck down in the air, splitting the surrounding trees and causing them to drop their branches and leaves, and the lightning shone so brightly that people's eyes hurt. The rain got heavier, creating an onslaught of rushing water everywhere. The Empress was so scared that she wanted to cry, but shivering, she still rushed to greet the monkeys. Don't stay, quick, together we'll get the little black bear up there. Immediately the monkeys cooed, and with 7 hands and feet they lifted the still unconscious bear cub, but halfway through the lift, hard by the rain, slippery feet, almost fell the little black bear into the water and drowned. Goddess Shura saw the situation and rushed to her heels to help as well. She cursed on her mouth. Ugly monster first top half a day of water. Hide all hide well. How everything does not care. But still, he stiffened and struggled with the Empress to hold the little black bear. Lin Tian was also helpless against these 2 little turtles. He knew that the road was not good either when he saw that the water was soaring, and there were fallen trees everywhere, as well as large chunks of rocks that had been washed and rolled all over the sky. But staying in the cave is even more deadly. Wait to die where you are, or take a chance and try? Lin Tian slapped the turtle shell. Let's fight. Let's charge up the mountain with a hard head and climb as high as we can. as long as we stand at the top of the mountain, this water, no matter how big it is, won't be so big as to flood the top of the mountain, right? The monkeys chittered and chirped, each looking terrified, but still acting as they were told. They placed the little black bear on a piece of wood that could still be used as a stretcher, and a couple of big monkeys carried it on their shoulders, stepping over the muddy water and moving it up step by step. The Empress still didn't forget to call out to Lin Tian when she had the time. "Cheap brother, hurry up and keep up, don't fall behind." The goddess Shura, on the other hand, stouted ahead, poking at the ground with a stone stick, fearing that her next foot would be washed into a mud pit. Lin Tian took a deep breath and tried his best to stay calm. He also sighed in his heart, "If it wasn't for my hard life, I really wouldn't dare to run around in this kind of hellish weather." But there was no way out. The cave was in danger of collapsing at any moment, and it would be a death sentence if he didn't leave. And so a bizarre and chaotic procession set off in the torrential rain and mud in 7 different directions towards the summit. Lin Tian walked at the back, while being alert to the landslides around him. He also had to turn back from time to see where the flood water had rushed to again. The whole person was like a spring, tensed to the extreme. They climbed upwards for an unknown length of time with difficult steps, and the rain was so heavy that it seemed as if someone was constantly pouring water down over their heads, and they couldn't stop it. The monkeys were simmering and dirty, their feet were slippery, and they fell once before they had climbed more than a few steps. The little black bear was turned upside down even worse, and in his comatose state he kept running a fever and nearly choked several times. What can we do about this? If we keep tossing around like this, the little black bear will probably be cold before it reaches the top of the mountain. The Empress was sweating, but she couldn't do anything about it. At most she would just check the little black bear's wounds every now and then to see if there was any cracking. However, when the rain washed away, the herbs were soaked, and the wounds oozed blood from time to time, which was heartbreaking to watch. Goddess Shura also felt that she had no idea in her heart, and while assisting the monkey, she urged Lin Tian, "Ugly, aren't you capable? Think of something. Little Black is dying. I damn well want to, but I still want to be killed." Lin Tian yelled at the top of his voice, really having no choice. No matter how powerful he is, he can't fight against natural disasters, unless a god comes and gives him a hang. Wait, he suddenly had a flash of insight. "Yeah, I have the system. Can I get some more out of it?" Previously, the system prompted a significant increase in divine power value, which meant that maybe he hadn't had a chance to check the system backpack yet? Maybe there's a few more goodies that I haven't seen before that could come in handy? Thinking of this, Lin Tian hurriedly took a few steps forward, found a slightly flat rock, propped his turtle shell upwards, let the rain wash over him for a while, and then sneakily shouted towards the system in his heart. "System, give me some props that can save my life." But the broken system is still playing dead, not moving at all, like a debt collector. Lin Tian was so sick that he had to vomit blood, so he had to silently open the system panel, trying to see if anything new had appeared. Ding! Divine power value has reached the unlocking standard. Obtaining a random draw opportunity. Is it drawn immediately? Lin Tian's eyes instantly lit up. Good guy, finally giving me something real. His brain was still dripping with rain, and he couldn't wait to roar wildly in his heart. Drawl! You damn hurry up and draw! The system panel shifted, and a large golden carousel appeared, whirling around. Lin Tian shouted furiously in his heart. Hurry up and come up with a waterproof artifact, or a treasure that can instantly draw away the flash flood, or a divine medicine that can cure the little black bear as well. The carousel spun slower and slower. Lin Tian stared at what the pointer slid through step by step. Super frying pan, extreme fierce poison, overlord's kiss. It almost scared his heart out. Finally, that pointer stopped at a strange icon, a tattered umbrella-like thing. Umbrella? Lin Tian's brain was confused on the spot, almost didn't faint from anger. I'm going to come to deal with mudslide artifacts, and you give me a whole broken umbrella? System, are you messing with me? But the system still didn't respond, only dropping a line of prompts. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Xuanwu Mountain Protecting Umbrella, which can block large-scale floods, sandstorms, and other intense natural disasters within a certain range for 10 minutes. Lin Tian looked at the description. His entire body first froze, then instantly became ecstatic. Good lord, this is more powerful than a regular umbrella. A mountain umbrella that can keep out floodwaters? This thing came to the rescue just in time. While excited, he couldn't help but bellyache. Just 10 minutes? Can I run to the top of the mountain in those 10 minutes? Forget it, let's drag it out as long as we can. It's better than being drowned. Lin Tian didn't think much more, and summoned the so-called Xuanwu Mountain Protector umbrella from his backpack. Shaking it in his hand, the umbrella instantly opened. A layer of dark blue halo shrouded around the umbrella. It really carried a bit of metaphysical flavor. looking at Lin Tian's heart and surprised and happy. Maybe this is a big killer. He gave an excited shout. Monkeys, all come over to me, quick. What the hell? Goddess Shura was struggling to move the little black bear with the monkeys, and when she heard Lin Tian shouting there, she couldn't help but curse. Ugly, what are you doing? Why don't you just stick an umbrella up your ass? The rain is killing us. The Empress was a bit more resourceful and hurriedly tugged the goddess of Shura and those big monkeys to lean towards Lin Tian. Don't nag. Cheap brother must have a solution. He's very powerful. The Shura goddess bristled. Alright, I'd like to see what he's up to. Chapter 52 Blackie. Hold on. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and raised the Xuanwu Mountain Protector umbrella with one paw, while the other paw fiercely greeted. Don't just stand there. Hurry over and close in. Without saying a word, the Empress pulled the stretcher together to Lin Tian's side. Full of doubts, cheap brother. What kind of stuff can you block with an umbrella? This thunderstorm is so heavy that it's like the heavens have gone crazy. We won't be directly struck by lightning, right? Goddess Shura flopped over all the way through the muddy water with an irritated look on her face. Do you really think you're a goddess? If this broken umbrella can really stop floods, I'll eat this turtle shell. The monkeys chattered, and those who were originally so panicked that they climbed trees in all directions were also shocked by Lin Tian's voice, and stumbled stiffly to squeeze under the umbrella. The little black bear is still unconscious, being carried by those big monkeys on the wood, upside down. Looking at people's heart anxiety, Lin Genius was too lazy to get annoyed with Goddess Shura, and secretly prayed in his heart, System, don't drop the ball for me. Let this umbrella come in handy. He took a deep breath and violently propped up the umbrella, then fiercely injected his body's spiritual chi into the umbrella's handle. Drive me. The surface of the Xuanwu Mountain protecting umbrella shook, instantly bursting out a ghostly blue aperture, like a crystal cover, and in no more than 2 moments, it caged everyone inside. The rain hit the shroud with a muffled splat, but it bounced and splashed off, never to rush under the umbrella again. At the sight of this scene, the goddess Shura's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Holy, can really block the rain? The Empress was so excited that her short legs were bouncing around. Cheap brother, you're so powerful. What's the origin of this umbrella? Lin Tian had a bullish look on his face. Humph, I have a lot of treasures. What's this? You guys think I was just fooling around? He said this with his mouth, but in his heart he was happy. Good lord, this system thing is awesome. It can really put up shields. The monkeys were also as happy as crazy. Just a moment ago they were soaked to the skin. Now at least they don't have to suffer through the torrential rain. However, Lin Tian didn't forget about another big problem. Alright, don't just be happy. This shield can only last for about 10 minutes. We have to take this opportunity to rush to safety. The Empress was dumbfounded. 10 minutes? Is that enough? We're still far from the top. Cut the crap. Run and talk. Lin Tian didn't bother to explain, and with a push of his umbrella, he rushed forward. Goddess Shura clumsily followed behind with muffled mutterings, her mouth still blaming Lin Tian for not taking out this immortal umbrella earlier, causing her to soak in the rain for so long. A few big monkeys, deeply afraid of delay, a brain to carry the small black bear rushed wildly. The group was like a small team shrinking in a bubble, running and crawling through the mountains, with the storm raging outside the umbrella, but relatively calm inside. It was just that Lin Tian soon realized that a large portion of the mountain path in front of him had collapsed, and there were tumbled rocks everywhere, as well as muddy water flowing horizontally, so he couldn't go fast at all. Damn, this road is worse than expected. Lin Tianka almost slipped a big fall between the messy rocks. His heart was so anxious that it was going to explode. 10 minutes can go by in a flash. We can't walk much farther. Shura Goddess is stepping on the mud puddle full of impatience. Goo, it's really killing me. I thought it would be smooth sailing with the umbrella, making it look like it's full of debris. This broken mountain. The Empress picked up a stick and poked and prodded. Why don't we take the side trail? It doesn't feel like the muddy water is that deep. Lin Tian squinted his eyes and didn't care if it was dangerous or not. He directly waved his hand. Alright, go that way. Hurry up. If the time for the Xuanwu Mountain Protector umbrella arrives, we're going to drown. They twisted their heads and moved toward the trail, and the monkeys stumbled to keep up with them, carrying the little black bear. The little black bear's face was now pale, and a low whimpering grunt came out of its mouth, and it didn't know what kind of pain it was in. The Empress couldn't stop stroking its head, hopelessly choking. Little black, you have to hold on. Don't leave us behind. The goddess Shura leaned on her stick while sighing longingly. Don't die on the road. Don't add to the burden. Before the words fell, Lin Tian glared angrily. Shut up, you crow's mouth. The Shura goddess's mouth moved, seemingly embarrassed for a few moments, but she still tittered. Fine, I won't say anything. The 10 or so monkeys were sent chills down their spine by this formation. and all of them accelerated their steps, fearing that they would be captured by Lin Tian and beaten up. Although the Xuanwu mountain protecting umbrella was powerful, as they continued to advance, the layer of ghostly blue light circle on the surface of the umbrella began to flicker from time to time, like a light bulb with insufficient power, which straight away made Lin Tian's heart tighten. Oh no! This thing can't last for too long. They continued to bounce along for just 5 or 6 minutes before they heard a slight buzz and the blue light of the shattered umbrella diminished a great deal. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Don't stop. Go as far as you can in these few minutes. Goddess Shura's forehead was sweating with anxiety. How much further is it? It's not like we can fly to the top of the mountain in one breath. This distance is more than a few thousand meters at a glance. The Empress voice shivering. Finished. The protective shield in case of disappearance. We immediately be rain pouring through the cold. This flash flood mud is. Ah! I do not want to become turtle mud. Lin Tian also knew that he really couldn't last to the top of the mountain, but he had the energy in his heart to hold on. As long as we can avoid the most dangerous flood zone, even if it still rains heavily in the middle, we won't be washed away. He slipped on his feet and got up again, leading the charge onward, his little paw grabbing a protruding rock, and twisting his head toward the Empress to yell, "Don't ink! This time it's really not child's play. Forget about the image." The monkeys, seeing that there was still a weak layer of light left in the umbrella cover, as if it would break at any time, were frightened and ran wildly, carrying the little black bear to the left and right as well, and just about threw it out. Lin Tian simply reached out his claws to hold the corner of that wood. He could see that the little black bear was already burning dimly and his body was still twitching from time to time. Lin Tian frowned darkly. "Little black, don't die. I still count on you as a fighter." Suddenly, the umbrella light cover flickered intensely, as if a light bulb was about to burst, emitting a zzzz sound, and then cracked with a click. The shield completely collapsed, and the pouring rain came down on his face instantly. Ah! The Empress screamed. She was already alarmed by the pitiful weather, and now that the shroud was shattered, she was instantly blinded by the rain crackling over her face, and her soul flew away. Goddess Cultivator even cursed, "Lin Tian, you ugly bastard lied to us again. Just a few minutes?" Lin Tian shook off his turtle head and gripped the handle of that mountain protection umbrella, trying to use it to block the rain, but the blue light was clean. It was completely a broken umbrella. No use at all. Damn, when the time is up, it's a waste. And the junk system will just bail out on the doorstep. Lin Weather almost wanted to drop his umbrella, but it was useless to be angry. The flash flood was still rushing down, and this mountain forest above their heads was shaking. He looked upward in desperation, but was surprised to find what appeared to be a recessed mountain wall not far ahead that still held back the rain a little. "Quick, look over there." Lin Tian waved his claws to guide him, hollering as he led the people to hide there. The crowd also hated not to shower for one more second, which was a snap, and immediately moved to the depression. The place was sort of a space sunk a few meters inside the mountain wall, and after putting the little black bear down, it could barely accommodate a dozen or so monkeys huddled together to get out of the rain. The rest of the monkeys had to climb the trunks of the surrounding trees or lie down on the rock walls. Everyone was being held down by the pouring rain like homeless victims. "It's killing us." Goddess Shura wiped the rainwater from her face. "Is this sky trying to drown us?" Chapter 53, Triggering the Dragon Bone Quest. Lin Tian was annoyed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. "Let's make do and hide for a while, otherwise we won't be able to run." The Empress held the little black bear, and when she saw that blood gushed out of its wound from the excitement of the rain, she was frightened and panicked. "Brother, what should we do if little black bleeds more?" Lin Tian stretched out his claws and touched it, only to see that the wound was really cracked, and what was even worse was that the herbs were soaked and rotten, and were no longer useful. "This weather, it's killing me." Lin Tian cursed and touched the little black bear's forehead again. It was so hot that it could be pancaked. He had every intention of taking something good to save the little black bear's life, but God knows if the system could come up with any more medicine out of whole cloth. Lin Tian was so entangled that his brain was sweating. Damn, if Xiaohei really hangs up, I might as well give it the Chi-Luck pill to save its life. It's the meat of my heart anyway. Ding! The host enters the area map and triggers a hidden chance. Lin Tian froze. There is a chance? What kind of chance? This place is full of mud and water. What kind of treasure can there be? Followed by another hint, mudslides are washing over the ground, and keel bones may appear at the edges. Does it turn on detection? The keel? Lin Tian's head buzzed a moment. This thing sounds not simple. Legend has it that the dragon bone is the treasure that replenishes the top of the sky. Eating it can ascend to immortality? He was ecstatic and skeptical. Really? You're not going to cheat people again? Of course the system wouldn't say much to explain, only dropping a sentence, consume 30 points of divine power value to activate the detection. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. but still couldn't resist his curiosity, saying that even if it was a metaphysical legend, Lousy had to go and take a look. Probe, he mumbled in his mind. In an instant, the system reflected a rudimentary map in his head that seemed to show a certain location not far above the mountain wall they were on, realistically marking a shining point. Lin Tian couldn't hold back his excitement. There really is something. It's in that mountain above our heads? His thoughts electrified in his mind. Why don't we go and take a look? Maybe I can find some treasure for my breakthrough. But this wind and rain, the terrain is also dangerous. Damn, I still have chi luck added. Afraid of a bird. Thinking of this, he stood up violently and yelled at the Empress and Goddess Shura. You guys stay here for now. I'll go out and check the situation. Are you out of your mind? It's raining so heavily and you still want to run outside? Goddess Shura was almost so angry that she wanted to bite him. Besides, the little black bear is about to die. But you're so good that you're still going out for a wave? Lin Tian didn't bother to talk to her, turned his back and prepared to move. The Empress was anxious to see this. Cheap brother, don't leave us behind. Little black, you also manage Lin Tian looked at the unconscious little black bear and sighed helplessly. In this case, I'll think of something to stop the bleeding first. Taking out his dagger-like sharp claws, he hurriedly cut a few of the larger, more intact leaves, as well as improvised torn canes, and re-wrapped them around the little black bear's wound. At the same time, he commanded the monkeys, keep an eye on it and don't let it move around. If it wakes up, feed it some water. The Empress stomped her foot. That's it? Is that enough? Lin Tian simply bit through the tip of his tongue and squeezed out a few drops of turtle blood that contained spiritual chi and smeared it onto the little black bear's mouth. Drink my blood, so you can at least resist for a while. The Goddess Shura glanced at it and spat out that's thick, but didn't say much. The monkeys looked on in awe and chattered. Lin Tian didn't bother to explain. The heavy rain once again raged across. You guys don't stray too far from this concave wall. When the rain subsides you'll climb higher. I'm going to explore the last section of the mountain first to see if there's a safe exit. After saying that, he didn't wait for the Empress to nag him again and shrunk his head into the rain. The wind, thunder, and rain boomed into a sheet, and the whole mountain forest was filled with a torrent of water and tumbled rocks sliding down in every direction. Lin Tian's body was cold from the rain, but he was grinning with excitement. The heavens are really sending me opportunities. Dragon bone? Hey, I'll take this. He stomped up the rocks and probed, following that flash of orientation the system had given him, and stumbled all the way to the edge of a collapsed piece of land. A huge messy crater appeared in front of him, looking like it had just been washed out by a rainstorm, with the dirt still sliding down around it, and the bottom turning up to reveal some oddly shaped white rocks. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is a dragon bone? Lin Tian held his breath, carefully slid down the mud pit against the rain, and as he got closer, he saw several skeletons as thick as house beams, with spiral textures scattered in the muddy water. The skeleton glistened with a morose white luster, completely different from normal animal bones, and it looked like a mysterious energy. I'll go. This size is too big. It has to be dozens of meters long? Lin Tian was shocked on the spot. Really a dragon bone? Then what kind of thing was this guy when he was alive? Directly covering the sky and the sun? He stood frozen for a few seconds before the system alert popped back up. Ding! It is detected that this dragon bone contains the residual power of an ancient poisonous dragon, and any mortal that swallows it will die. What? A poisonous dragon? And you can't eat it? Lin Tian almost didn't spit out blood. He had expected to gnaw on a few pieces of dragon bones to enhance his strength and have a snake-eating tonic, but now the system even said that it was a poisonous dragon bone and that he would surely die if he ate it. Damn! Are you kidding me? Then what's the point of me going through all this trouble to find it? Lin Weather almost wanted to curse, but the system popped up another small box. Release hidden mission, guard the poisonous dragon vein, rebury the dragon bones and seal them with spiritual power. Mission reward, turtle armor upgrade +1. Guard? And let me go bury it? I searched for half a day for nothing? Lin Tian was inexplicably depressed. Raise another level of turtle armor. Although it can harden, I really want to directly transform into a human being. He was actually a bit torn in his heart. The turtle armor upgrade did save his life, but what he wanted most was still to be able to turn into human form. How awesome would that be? But the task has been triggered. The system also clearly told him that this is a poisonous dragon bone. Eat it will die. There is no choice or just abandon it? But wouldn't it be nice to leave it here? I don't care if it lives or dies. Lin Tian thought to himself, but immediately thought again. What if other animals see this bone and want to come and gnaw on it, and then turn into ghosts, monsters, and poisonous dragons? Would they not eat me up? His scalp tingled at the thought. Forget it, for the sake of my little life. I'll just have to rebury this thing. The system happened to make up for it. Once the poisonous dragon bone is exposed for too long, it will release a strong hostile aura, attracting beasts to fight over it. If it is absorbed, the consequences will be unimaginable. What a scourge! Lin Tian pounded the ground. Then I'll bury it tightly. He took a deep breath and forced the aura in his body, gritting his teeth and trying to get the bones back into the mud. But the bones are too big. He is a turtle small body which can carry a few feet long bones? Isn't this bull asterisk 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 asterisk? It's hard to move even big stones, let alone these ones that are even more exaggerated than stone pillars? Lin Tian was simply speechless. As soon as the words fell, a hissing sound came from the distance, and there was also a mess of animal roars mixed together, which made one's heart tremble in fear. Oh no! This can't be those guys sensing the dragon bone scent and all running over? Lin Tian was instantly jolted. My muddy horse, this plot is too exciting. Still letting me live? Chapter 54, Beasts Running. Poisoned blood relieves the siege. The roars of all kinds of beasts came from all directions as if they were urging for their lives, with a sound so frightening that it deafened the ears. From a long way away, you could feel the ground shaking, like a large herd of bison running wild and moving in a frightening manner. It's over. It's over. It's really over. The Empress was so scared that her face turned white, clutching the little black bear in her arms, her body shaking like a sieve, afraid that she would be trampled into a meatcake by the beast in the next second. The Shura goddess wasn't any better than her, anxious like an ant on a hot pan, spinning around in place, her mouth chanting non-stop. What to do? What to do? What's to be done? Cheap brother, say something. What should we do now? The monkeys have long been scared out of their wits, which still have the previous half of the prestige, one by one holding their heads and scurrying away, some scared to pee their pants. Screams, cries in a mess. The whole scene, just like stabbing a hornet's nest, couldn't be more chaotic. Shut up, all of you, Lin Tian yelled at the top of his voice. He was also frightened by the situation, but forced himself to calm down. I thought to myself, I can't panic. The more times like this, the more calm I have to be. What's the panic about? Bunch of unseen things. Although his heart is also bursting, but after all, in his previous life at least is also a person who has seen a big storm. Even if the heart drumming, face or to put on a calm and composed look, at least he was a boss. He couldn't lose face in front of his little brother. Don't panic, all of you. Listen to my command. Lin Tian's brain was racing. He had to think of a solution quickly, otherwise they would all have to be accounted for here today. There didn't seem to be much around that could be utilized, other than rocks and mud, and so on. Rocks, mud, this keel. Lin Tian suddenly had a flash of light and remembered the previous system hint that this dragon bone was highly poisonous, fighting poison with poison. I wonder if that works. It's a little crazy, but it's better than sitting on your ass. By the way, you can use poison to attack poison. Lin Tian was delighted in his heart and thought to himself that he was really smart. But on second thought, the poison on this dragon bone. I wonder if it's useful to these beasts. What if these beasts are already immune to poison? However, there is nothing else to do now but to beat a dead horse. Whatever. Fight. Lin Tian clenched his teeth and put up a fight. For the sake of his little life and for the sake of this land full of opportunities. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? He immediately ran to those dragon bones scattered on the ground. Looking at those white bones, his heart was a little hairy. Will this stuff really work? It's not going to poison itself, is it? Blah blah blah. Crow's mouth. Lin Tian hurriedly poo-pooed a few mouthfuls, thinking to himself that he couldn't say anything demoralizing at this time. He took a deep breath and settled down. Whatever, give it a go. Come on, baby, show me your power. With that, he violently swung his sharp claws and viciously chopped down towards a piece of dragon bone. Those claws, but they were reinforced and incredibly sharp, more powerful than daggers. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, that dragon bone was actually chopped off a section by him. A black viscous liquid suddenly splashed out from the broken mouth of the dragon bone, like ink, with a strong fishy odor that smoked so much that it almost made one's back go out of breath. The smell, worse than rotten eggs, could literally make a person pass out. Holy, what the hell is this? A biochemical weapon? Lin Tian was also smoked enough by the smell that he almost didn't throw up. He hurriedly covered his nose and backed away. The heart is so sick. But at this point, it was too late to care about that much. Saving his life was important. Quick, all hide away. Lin Tian shouted towards the Empress and Goddess Shura, fearing that they would be splashed by this venom. The Empress and Goddess Shura also smelled the stench and almost didn't pass out. Hearing Lin Tian's shouts, they hurriedly backed away with the little black bear in their arms. The monkeys were also terrified, and one by one they covered their noses and ran away squealing, huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing. Just then, the beasts running at the front had already rushed over, and as they smelled the strange odor permeating the air, one by one, They all stopped in their tracks and let out a low growl of uneasiness. It seems that the poisoned blood is really useful. These guys are scared at the smell of this? Lin Tian's heart rejoiced. There was a door. He was about to make another effort when he suddenly realized that some of the beasts that were closer to the poisonous blood had abnormalities in their bodies, only to see them begin to convulse violently, foaming at the mouth and rolling their eyes. One after another they fell to the ground, letting out wails of pain. Holy, so poisonous? Lin Tian was stunned. This toxicity was too overbearing, right? It was simply like seeing blood and sealing the throat. It seems that these beasts are not invulnerable to poison. The front of the herd was in chaos. The beasts behind did not know what was happening in front of them and were still charging forward. As a result, they crashed into the beasts in front of them. For a while, the beasts were in chaos, trampling on each other, and there were heavy deaths and injuries. Ha ha, good chance. Lin Tian was overjoyed at the sight. This poisonous blood, it was simply a divine assist. Take him while he's sick. Now is a good time to beat the crap out of them. Sisters, run, run as far away as you can. Lin Tian shouted towards the Empress and Goddess Shura. Now that the beasts were taking care of themselves, it was a good opportunity to escape. The Empress and Goddess Shura also knew that now was not the time to hesitate. Hugging the little black bear tightly, they ran towards the distance without looking back. The monkeys followed, each running faster than a rabbit. Run? Can you run away? Lin Tian sneered coldly. He didn't intend to just let these beasts go. These beasts, which can be potential threats, must be eliminated. What's more, there might be something good on these beasts, like their fur, their bones, their meat. It's all precious. What a shame it would be to miss this. Lin Tian is not the kind of person who has a soft heart, let alone treating a group of people. Although he had temporarily dodged a bullet, he also understood that although the toxicity of this poisonous blood was powerful, it could only stop the beasts for a moment, and couldn't possibly work forever. Moreover, the toxicity of this poisonous blood was gradually spreading, and if it wasn't dealt with in time, it was feared that this area would all suffer. At that time, not to mention the beasts, they were afraid that they themselves would not be able to escape death. What can we do about this? Mother asterisk 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 error. This poisonous blood won't destroy this forest, will it? Lin Tian also muttered in his heart. How can I get along if this is the future? In his heart that worry had known that this dragon bone so poisonous. Say what also do not cut that knife now that's a good way to get into trouble. What to do? What do we do? How about running away? Lin Tian slapped himself on the door of his head. He was really in a hurry. Running anywhere at this moment was a death. The ground under the soles of the feet, once soaked in that poisonous blood, was probably ruined. The beasts are afraid to come, but the place is uninhabitable. The only thing to count on was to hurry up and bury this dragon bone, then wait for the system reward. Maybe some treasure can be given to purify the land. System, when the hell is this mission of yours going to end? Lin Tian roared furiously in his heart. This was on fire, and the system still looked dead. That's when the brain suddenly dinged. The time limit of the mission is coming to an end, so please complete the burial and sealing of the dragon bones as soon as possible. Holy, it's still hyped up. Chapter 55, Turtle Upgrade +1. Gain, Turtle Breath Technique. Lin Tian almost didn't jump up. Wasn't this forcing him to play with his life? This dragon bones, each one is bigger than him. By himself, how to move it? How can he bury them? It was just him and 2 dragons and a bunch of scared monkeys left. Counting on them is better than counting on sows to get into trees. But right now, there is no other way but to rush the duck. Monkeys, come here, all of you. Lin Tian yelled at the top of his lungs. A group of monkeys were hiding in the distance and shivering, and when they heard Lin Tian's voice, each of them was scared as if they had lost their souls. You look at me, I look at you. No one dares to move a step forward. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A bunch of losers. Lin Tian was so angry in his heart. This group of monkeys, usually eating white rice, at critical moments none of them could be counted on. But for now, they're all that's left. If we don't mobilize these monkeys, this dragon bone, we won't be able to finish burying it in a monkey's time. All of you, listen up. Now, there is an important task for you. Lin Tian coaxed and cheated, gestured and yelled, and finally managed to get the group of scared monkeys to understand. See these bones? Take them and move them to that hole over there. Lin Tian pointed to a natural cave not far away that had been washed out by a mudslide. The entrance of that cave was not big, but it was pitch black inside and looked quite deep. Move all these bones in, and then, block up the hole with rocks. As long as you accomplish your mission, there will be a great reward. Food, drink, enough. Lin Tian first scared and then lured the monkeys, finally making them move. But when it came to actually lifting those huge dragon bones, The monkeys were dumbfounded again. These bones? They're much bigger and heavier than they are. How can we move them? A monkey tries to pick up a smaller piece of bone, and just barely manages to crush himself with the force. Squeak! The monkeys started screaming again, each one scratching their ears in anxiety, not knowing what to do. Bunch of idiots. Use the tools. Use the tools. Lin Tian was furious as he looked at the group of monkeys' clumsiness. This IQ. It's a real catch-22. And you have to do it yourself. He ran over to a tree and cut down a few thick branches with his sharp claws, then found some vines and showed the monkeys how to make simple tools by gesturing. Tie the branches together like I did. Make a shelf. Then put the bones on it and lift. Lin Tian demonstrated and explained at the same time, finally getting the monkeys to open up. The monkeys followed Lin Tian's example and made a simple stretcher out of branches and vines. Then, in groups of a few monkeys, they put the keel on a stretcher and heave ho 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 ho. Yeah, that's it. Slowly, slowly, don't break any bones. Lin Tian commanded from the side, finally moving these dragon bones. The Empress followed suit and busied herself, not to mention her small size, but her strength was not small. With her tiny body, she struggled to push a keel, tired and sweaty. Cheap brother, this bone is too heavy, right? The Empress panted, feeling her arms break. Hang on, it'll be over in a minute. Lin Tian cheered the Empress. Goddess Shura stood on the sidelines, looking at the busy monkeys and the Empress, muttering endlessly. Bunch of idiots. What's the point of moving this crap bone? Just throw it away? What's the use of being tired? It's so full of food. But though she grumbled, she still helped the monkeys with a hand and a push every now and then. Under Lin Tian's command, the monkeys' movements became more and more skillful and efficient. Piece by piece, the dragon bones were moved into that natural cave one after another. Finally, the last piece of keel was moved in. Lin Tian let out a long breath, finally getting rid of these hot potatoes. Quick, plug the hole. Lin Tian commanded the monkeys to move some large rocks and blocked the hole tightly. Then, he himself carved some messy marks with his claws near the cave entrance. It is called sealing. Actually, it's just a blind drawing. He doesn't know anything about seals, but the look is still there. Done. Lin Tian slapped his paw and looked at the hole that was sealed tightly, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Now, that shouldn't be a problem anymore, should it? Cheap brother, we are successful? The Empress is still in a bit of disbelief. It's over? Of course. And don't look who's out there, Lin Tian said triumphantly, feeling that he was simply too great. Not only did he save the monkeys, he saved the forest. However, this place can't stay for long. Let's hurry up and get out of here. Lin Tian looked around. This place, right now, was completely unable to stay. With this weather and this terrain, there might be another landslide at some point. It's better to hurry and run to the top of the hill to be safe. As he was thinking, he suddenly felt a strange movement within his body. You're kidding? Another breakthrough? Ha ha, good timing. Let the storm come harder. I'm a turtle with a protagonist's aura. It feels like I'll be able to raise it again. Maybe it's some kind of unimaginable ability. He was ecstatic in his heart. This feeling, it was even better than picking up treasure. Lin Tian also couldn't care about the surroundings, and directly sat down with his legs. Not right, and sat down with his claws. Get ready to feel good about this upcoming breakthrough. He closed his eyes, and began to operate the aura in his body, the stream of heat rushing through his body, feeling as comfortable as if he was soaking in a hot spring. What realm is this going to break through to? Lin Tian secretly guessed while channeling the aura in his body. I wonder what kind of surprise this breakthrough will bring. It was at this moment that the system's beep suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Guardian of the Poison Dragon Vein quest. Rewarded with +1 turtle armor upgrade and gained the turtle breath technique. Turtle breath technique? What the hell is this? Lin Tian froze. It sounded like some kind of profound breathing technique? What's the point? He muttered in his heart as he continued to feel the changes in his body, his aura running faster and faster. Suddenly, he felt the aura in his body, violently breaking through a barrier before instantly spreading to all parts of his body. A powerful force erupted from the body. He felt like he was, again, a lot stronger than before. It's not just an increase in power. It seems like the senses have become sharper as well. He slowly opened his eyes and realized that everything around him became clearer. Even the whispers of the monkeys in the distance could be heard. Is this what a breakthrough feels like? It's really great. Lin Tian clenched his claws in excitement, feeling like he could, right now, punch a cow to death. No, it's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. He couldn't wait to try his current strength and casually waved his hand. With a whoosh sound, a strong wind shot out from his claws, directly shattering a large stone next to him. Holy, this is too fierce. Lin Tian himself was shocked. This power. It was more than twice as strong as before. If this were to hit that dangling-eyed white-fronted tiger, wouldn't it directly pierce it? Chapter 56 What treasure has come out again? Lin Tian laughed out loud in excitement. Cheap brother. What is wrong with you? The Empress and Goddess Shura looked at Lin Tian, who was dancing around like a madman. Ha ha, Lao Tzu made a breakthrough. Old me has become stronger. Lin Tian said proudly, feeling like he was now the king of this forest. You too, you should follow me well in the future, and I'll make sure that you'll be well fed and well drinking. Che, what's the big deal? Isn't it just breaking through a small realm? The Shura goddess bristled. You know. Lin Tian didn't bother to explain to her and continued to indulge in his joy. Suddenly, he remembered the turtle breath technique that the system had just rewarded him with. Turtle breath. Turtle breath. What the hell is the point of this thing? Lin Tian began to study this new skill. He followed the system's prompts and tried to run the aura in his body, breathing according to a special pattern. At first, it didn't feel like much. Gradually, however, he realized that his heartbeat began to slow down, and his breathing became more and more slight, and finally, it stopped altogether. Holy, is this dying? Lin Tian was startled, but quickly realized that he wasn't dead. Instead, he entered a very marvelous state in which he perceived his surroundings. Instead, he has become sharper, as if everything is within his grasp. Is this the wonders of the turtle breath technique? There was a moment of clarity in Lin Tian's heart. This turtle breath technique was not just able to hide his breath. It can also enhance one's perception. It's simply a necessary divine skill for sneak attacks and assassinations. Ha ha, now I'm really going to be invincible. Lin Tian almost jumped up in excitement. With this turtle breath technique, who would be able to sneak up on him in the future? He could even approach the enemy unnoticed and then strike a fatal blow. Ha, what's that? Right at this moment, Lin Tian suddenly realized that in the distant mountains, something seemed to be shining. Could it be that another treasure has come out? No, gotta check it out. He immediately greeted the Empress and Goddess Shura and prepared to depart. Cheap brother, where are we going? The Empress asked curiously. Go get the baby, Lin Tian said without looking back, and couldn't wait to explore that mysterious mountain forest. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked back at the group of monkeys that were still resting in place, as well as the small black bear that was still unconscious. Almost forgot about them. Lin Tian slapped his head, although he was now much stronger. This group of monkeys and little black bears, but it's still a liability. It's not easy to move around with them, and it's not easy to run away in case of danger. But it wouldn't do to just leave them here. What if they were to leave in the front foot and a pack of wild beasts came in the back foot? Wouldn't they be dead? What can be done about it? Lin Tian scratched his head and couldn't think of any good solutions for a while. There. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Monkeys, all come here. I have an important task for you. Lin Tian's voice was full of energy, scaring the monkeys that hadn't come back to their senses, and each of them rolled and crawled to gather over. In addition to confusion in the eyes, it is panic, afraid that this ancestor is going to do something again. All listen up. I now need you to go and gather up all the food you can find in this neighborhood, whether it be wild fruits, wild vegetables, or any small animals you can catch. Lin Tian waved his claws and spit on the ground. Then, take all this food and pile it into that cave, the one where we buried the dragon bones before. Go! The monkeys looked at me and I looked at you. None of them knew what Lin Tian was singing again, but the boss's order dared not disobey, and could only harden his head and scatter in all directions, looking for food. Cheap brother, what are you doing? Aren't we going to look for the treasure? The Empress blinked her big eyes with a puzzled expression. There's no rush to find the treasure. We need to arrange the back roads first. Lin Tian had a look of sophistication. Think about it, although our strength has increased now, this forest is full of dangers. Who knows what powerful guys we will encounter? We have to be prepared for a protracted battle, in case we get trapped or injured and have no food. It's really going to be the end. The Shura goddess skimmed her lips and muttered in her heart. I think you're just afraid of death, making so many excuses, but she wouldn't dare to say this to her face. Otherwise Lin Tian wouldn't peel her skin? Of course Lin Tian didn't know the little plans in Goddess Shura's heart. He was now filled with how he could survive in this world of the weak and the strong. With food, there is security. As long as there was food, they would be able to hold out here longer and have a better chance of exploring that mysterious mountain forest for more treasures. It wasn't long before the monkeys came back one after another, each holding a variety of wild fruits, and some catching a few unlucky critters. There were even a couple of monkeys, carrying a dead boar, which was small, but enough to feed them for a couple of meals. Not bad, not bad, good job. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the piles of food. These monkeys, they're finally useful. take all this food and carry it to the cave. And then, some of you, the stronger ones, go and carry some rocks and block a small part of the cave entrance, leaving only a small opening to get in and out. Lin Tian continued to command. Cheap brother, are you going to use that place as our granary? The Empress seemed to understand Lin Tian's intentions. That's right. Lin Tian patted the Empress's little head. You're still smart. Let's call it saving for a rainy day and being prepared. Although the monkeys didn't understand what exactly Lin Tian was going to do, they still followed his instructions and carried all the food into the cave, and brought in some large rocks to block most of the cave entrance. Only a small entrance was left for them to enter and exit. This way, even if a wild beast found the cave, it would not be easy to get in. Well, great job. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction as he looked at his masterpiece. Now, we can go treasure hunting without worry. Ha ha. With that, he led the way towards the mysterious mountain forest. The Empress and Goddess Shura looked at each other, both seeing a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes, but dutifully followed. After the group left, a rustling sound suddenly came from the originally blocked cave. A couple of monkeys came out of a crack in the rocks, holding a few pieces of wild fruit that they hadn't had time to carry in. They looked around to make sure that Lin Tian and the others had gone far away, and only then did they let out a sigh of relief. Squeak! A monkey pointed to the cave and then to his stomach, a wry smile on his face. The other monkeys immediately understood, and one by one, they squeezed their eyebrows and sneaked back into the cave. It turned out that the monkeys were carrying food and secretly hid some personal goods to keep for their own enjoyment. They weren't stupid. Rather than handing over all their food to Lin Tian, it would be better for them to leave themselves some way out. These little brats, they're quite resourceful. Chapter 57, Who cares if it's poisonous or not? Let's go back and talk about it. Over at the foot of the mountain, the remnants of the storm looked worse and worse. The slope was loose, the water was still spreading, and a few occasional howls of fierce beasts could be heard from the river valley. The Empress hugged the little black one with unstable body temperature, kept rubbing the bear's head, and whispered, "Little black one, you have to hold on, don't smoke again." Goddess Shura sked next to her, shaking off the weed sludge at her feet with an unpleasant look. Why isn't the dead bear awake yet? Delaying things. He even kicked a rock downhill after saying that, as if trying to vent. Lin Tian circled around the mud puddle and coldly stared at the broken bone remnants piled up in one piece. The smell from that thing earlier was really offensive, so it's better to seal it all up in the hole now to save any more mess. Thinking of just now, there are monkeys sneaking and running back to the hole of the small action. The heart is vaguely a little funny. This group of shrewd over the top actually want to converge on private goods. Really ing capable. But then he thought that as long as he didn't make a scene, turning a blind eye would be fine. And he had a much trickier job to do at the moment. Don't all freeze. Follow me into the forest. Lin Tian walked next to the Empress, pulled a large leaf over Little Black, and signaled Goddess Shura to call the group of monkeys. As a result, the Shura goddess rolled her eyes and flicked her tail, pressing her face. It was useless for her to be unhappy. Her feet still kicking and stomping over towards the monkeys, she had to mobilize the motley bunch. The wood smelled musty after the rain, and the layer of fallen leaves was so wet that it was always slippery to step on. The monkeys carrying the thick branches complained and said they were going to suffer again. But Lin Tian does not eat them that way. Long ago gave a harsh word, "Do not give me nonsense. Who dares to be lazy? Do not touch the meat at night, to see if the old man's mood will still give a mouth of soup." A sentence blocked the monkeys silenced, who all know that this tortoise temperament eccentric, said to do, just that tortoise armor dislike can be knocked out a fierce tiger, really can not afford to mess with. The Empress followed behind, muttering in a low voice, "Didn't we say we were looking for a treasure before? Why did we go into this forest again to go around?" Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. "Can you stop nagging? The good stuff is in the forest. Just shut up and go." Goddess Shura inhaled a mouthful of cold air and lifted her stick to explore the path in front of her, her nose emitting a series of chirping noises. "Maybe it's just another piece of broken copper and iron, letting us run hard for nothing." Lin Tian didn't respond, and made up his mind that he would rather turn around a few more times to see exactly where the source of that strange bright light from earlier was. The party half catapulted deeper into the forest, scratching and itching from the brambles along the way. After a while, a relatively gently sloping section of grass half a body high appeared ahead. Lin Tian squinted his eyes and looked closely, and he was able to see a faint flicker. The fluorescent light was faintly visible through the grass blades, not like a reflection of daylight, but more like the reflection of some special metal. "Don't all yell." Lin Tian casually stopped a few restless monkeys. The Shura goddess beside her frowned and asked rhetorically, "What's the big deal? Just go over and take a look. What are we afraid of?" The Empress pursed her lips and stared at the light, and muttered in her heart, "Don't be a poisonous bone or something like that. If it's really poisonous, we'll have to toss it again." Lin Tian had a cold face. Whether it's poison or not, get it back and say it again. And then think of something when something goes wrong. One sentence blocked any opposition. After stepping through the grass, found that the ground scattered a lot of debris. The edge of those stones cut with new cracks, indicating that maybe a few days ago the flash floods to wash out some of the new look here. Stacked in the middle were 3 or 4 long, narrow metal plates, dark in color but with bright gold flecks embedded in the surface that were bluffing at first glance. It doesn't look like pure iron, and it's by no means a common alloy, the exact composition of which can't be seen. Goddess Shura kicked the thing, and good lord, there was a muffled thud, and it actually numbed the top of her foot. She instantly cursed. What is this crap? So hard? The Empress reached out and touched the edges and exclaimed. That's not a low temperature. Like there's some kind of energy inside? Lin Tian didn't have the heart to talk nonsense with the two of them and picked a big piece to try and move it. As a result, even when the turtle shell was filled with internal energy, it only allowed it to barely move a few inches, and the weight was quite frightening. Lin Tian turned his head towards the monkeys and called out, "Come over a few stronger ones and carry this broken board back." Those monkeys, seeing the seriousness of this guy's face, didn't dare to talk too much and immediately greeted their companions to think of a way. But after a few attempts, it was found that even 7 or 8 large male monkeys could not be lifted steadily with the force together. And on the spot, the shoulders were choked with pain. The Empress half squatted down and grabbed the dark gold plate, pondered the weight and was very helpless. This thing is also too heavy. How can I do it? Goddess Shura listened impatiently. Then throw it, or smash it to bring a piece? What's the point of going back? It's a lot of work. Lin Tian hummed, saying that you don't have a brain. It's still true. Then he narrowed his eyes and pointed at the modeled part. Look at the distribution. It looks like some kind of high-grade material, used to forge weapons or build armor. It might be incredibly powerful. Shura Goddess looked skeptical and still yelled. Then even if it's powerful, I'm not a blacksmith. I can't pound it but I still have to support the tools. How much work does it take? Lin Tian was also very clear, but it was not the style to give up hard. This kind of high probability might be a treasure. How could he give it away? Then dismantle it, crack it violently and break it into small pieces. Lin Tian raised his turtle claw and slapped the surface of that alloy with force, making a banging vibration like a brass bell. Several monkeys in the arena were startled into taking a step back, and Goddess Shura scolded. What are you roaring for? It hurts my ears. Lin Tian didn't listen to her at all, instead trying to use his sharp-piece toothstone knife to knock on that seam location where the textures overlapped. After knocking for half a day, it actually didn't move. The Empress followed suit and tried a few times. Still in vain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How sturdy. Lin Tian put down his stone knife, swept his eyes around, and saw the crushed fat like ores piled up on the other side. Pondering. Suddenly, he remembered. Wasn't that dragon bone poison blood also able to corrode fierce beasts? I don't know if it will work for this alloy, but then it was too crazy of an idea. That stuff was so toxic that it wouldn't be cost-effective to screw yourself over too. The team was in a dilemma for a while, unable to carry or smash. The Shura Goddess sneered. Forget it, hard to die? Waste of time. Lin Tian glared over. I'll take it away when I say so. Then he blew a whistle, signaling the monkeys to rest in place. He himself ran to the neighborhood and found a few dead trees with thick enough trunks, intending to make a simple chute and use the slope to transport this metal plate towards the cave. But the thought of not being close enough and having to go over 2 cliff faces, that would be too difficult. The Empress was a bit anxious. Will this work? If we fall off halfway, won't it be a waste of time? Goddess Shura interjected conspiratorially. Let him toss it. It's better if it's broken anyway. It's easier to carry it when it's broken. Lin Tian's eyelids lifted. You're the one who talks too much. If you keep nagging, find a piece of rag to stuff in your mouth. The Empress wanted to persuade her, but felt that there was no point in doing so, so she simply shut up. The monkeys worked for half a day, and finally put together a simple load carrier with tree trunks and vines, which looked rickety, and didn't even have nails all tied up. The thing hung below the alloy plate, and 7 or 8 large monkeys tugging at the canes were deadly able to lift the edge of the plate a foot off the ground, but it was still difficult to move it. Lin Tian secretly gritted his teeth and didn't curse anymore, so he could only go up to help himself. Chapter 58. It's okay to be old. It's good for you. Tossing and turning for dozens of breaths, the alloy plate was finally allowed to move a few meters out of the grass, the ground dragging out 2 deep marks. The party was quiet for the moment, everyone tense and panting like a cow at the first sign of strength. Lin Tian's face was suffocating red as he yelled. No stopping. Everyone together. Cheer up. The voice was like a death wish. The monkeys were in a rage, but no one dared to resist. As a result, before he could be transported far, there was a sudden sound of breaking wind from the forest, followed by a slight trembling of the ground. as if there was something huge approaching. The Shura goddess immediately stopped, gripping her stick warily and staring deeper into the forest. Something's coming? That soft shell on the Empress's back was all taut, and just as she wanted to shout at the monkeys to hide, Lin Tian sank his voice, "Don't panic yet." Without waiting to finish that sentence, the thick canopy of the tree was knocked from side to side by a huge force, instantly scattering a pile of leaves. A huge black shadow with tangled muscles slammed down from above, smashing heavily into the center of the grass and blasting out a crater of varying depths. The monster's body was like a deformed giant bull, but there were two sharp-pointed horns at the neck, and its eyes were red, as if it wanted to rush up and top anyone it saw. "What the hell?" Goddess Shura cursed out nonchalantly. The Empress glanced at it and then sucked in a breath of cold air. "It looks fierce." Lin Tian didn't say anything, staring at the strange cow and observing the other party's movements. The opposite side was clearly coming, pawing the ground a few times with its front hooves, obviously ready to make an impact. "Damn! Still dragging this broken board. How can I fight?" Lin Tian was clear in his heart that the situation was not good. That alloy on the ground was too heavy for the monkeys to free their hands, and if they really fought, they probably wouldn't be able to run fast enough. The Empress was holding Little Black, and she also had to take into account the dead bear situation, making it even more difficult for her to make an effort. The Shura goddess certainly dared to charge, but really against such a large man, it was hard to predict the victory or defeat. As he froze, the monstrous bull let out a dull roar and stomped with all four hooves, charging directly towards Goddess Shura's side. The speed was faster than expected, and in the blink of an eye, the air was torn as if it was being torn apart. The Shura goddess' eyes widened as she swept and blocked across the stick with all her might, but she was forced to take several steps back by Shonli. Luckily, he dodged his back in time not to be stabbed through on the spot, but his arm went numb and the stick nearly came off. The monkeys scattered in fear, and the ones dragging the alloy plates spilled out and fled for their lives, tipping over even the carrier. A pile of canes wrapped around the speckled steel plate and slammed haphazardly into the ground with a long clanging sound. Lin Tian couldn't care less about the metal plate and opened his mouth to shout at Goddess Shura. "Stay away from that guy." As soon as the words fell, the strange cow, as if it understood, turned its direction again and viciously stomped on the ground, aiming straight at Lin Tian this time. Lin Tian didn't retreat. Instead, he sidestepped forward and leapt into midair with a violent rise, and the turtle shell behind him slapped the bull's spine. Two muffled bangs spread out and the earth shook. I really didn't expect that this giant bull had an amazing backbone. It didn't fall down even after being slapped. Instead it sprayed out blood foam, its sharp horns picked violently, and it still wanted to lift Lin Tian off the ground. Lin Tian let out a muffled grunt. The turtle armor firmness was not much of a problem, but his body was shaken to the point that he fell back 5 or 6 feet away, breaking a small tree. "This thing is strong enough." Lin Tian cursed a few times in his heart and hurriedly climbed up. Goddess Shura wiped her sweat at this time in the back, and was probably also surprised by the power. "Don't try to be brave. Look at it. It's gone crazy." The Empress was so anxious that her voice hardened. "Quickly think of something. Don't drag. Xiao Hei is still lying there, in case he is stepped on." No sooner had he finished speaking than he saw the monstrous bull stomping on the mud again, attempting a third hard charge. Lin Tian looked around at the terrain, then looked at the alloy plate thrown there can't be used. Just not far from the giant bull, the spirit of the idea shouted, "Don't even come close, hide far away." He lurched to the side of the dark gold plate that had fallen to the ground, clawing at the edge and pressing his turtle shell against the trunk behind him like he was trying to use the metal plate as a shield. In the next instant, the bull's hooves raced wildly, letting out a bursting cry, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed closer. Boom! That slamming impact happened to dislike the alloy plate, instantly accompanied by a buzzing vibration. Lin Tian only felt that his claws were nearly torn apart, and the entire ground collapsed half a foot deep. The strange bull's sharp horns stabbed at the metal surface, rubbing out sparks, and tried to continue to push forward, but it was no match for the hardness and weight of this dark gold plate, and eventually its neck was recoiled backward with a loud bang. The center of gravity was unsteady, and he wailed a few times, his tendons crouching to the ground as if they had snapped. Shura goddess saw the opportunity, without saying a word, scurried to the side, raised the stick high, fiercely greeted towards the strange cow's brain, directly smashed the blood splatter. The strange cow struggled twice more and lost its breath. The Empress came over with Blackie in her arms, watched the guy get down completely, and exhaled a long breath. "Scary, almost trampled us." Lin Tian tumbled down from behind the alloy plate, his chest still heaving and his turtle claws bubbling with bloodstains. At first glance, he was not badly injured, but a wave of joy surged up in his heart. This hard hit also counted on that dark gold plate to carry through. Really close. Goddess Shura poked her stick into the ground. "This cow's strength is really perverted. If it wasn't for the alloy plate acting as a shield, it would have been enough for us to drink a pot of water today. Lin Tian flung his turtle claw and squeezed out a sentence without a good mood. Don't gabble if you know it's powerful. Hurry up and clean it up. Immediately after that, the monkeys scurried back. Seeing Lin Tian and the others take care of the ferocious beast, each one of them cheered as if they were coming up. But just as he approached the cow carcass, he immediately wrinkled his nose. A fishy, pungent odor filled the air, and cow blood flowed everywhere. The Empress spat. This guy's blood is pretty heavy, so I guess the meat is old. The Shura goddess wiped off the splatter on the side of her face and grunted and sneered. It's okay to be older. Eat it to replenish your body. Lin Tian's gaze fell on the pair of sharp horns. These horns are good. Turn around and collect them. They can be used as weapons? After saying that, without waiting for others to speak, he directly manipulated that stone knife to compare, wanting to remove the bull's horns, but the blade clanked against the bone and nearly shook off his hand. Goddess Shura volunteered to come forward and take the knife, and Lin Tian had a handful of hands and feet, which barely managed to cut off the two sharp horns, stained with mucus, which looked disgusting, but the texture was very sturdy. To eat or not to eat? Lin Tian glanced at the huge corpse. The Empress came over carefully. Gotta check on Blackie first. Don't let the smell of blood choke him. One look at the bear and he was still unconscious, stroking his forehead, and his temperature hadn't dropped, so he didn't have the energy to get food right now. Shura goddess resentfully kicked the cow's stomach. Forget it, this dead still carries a strange odor. Busy getting meat in no time. Remember the location first. Wait for a turnaround. Lin Tian didn't have any objections, and hurriedly urged the group of monkeys to go and re-erect the alloy plates, ready to continue the journey. But it was a worry when moving. After all, that impact just now had broken a lot of the cane, and it had to be rebundled. The monkeys were making a lot of noise until they were exhausted, and progress was slow, with grumbling in the ranks. The Empress hugged Xiao He and repeatedly urged, I don't know if another monster will pop up if we drag on. The goddess Shura dried the cow's blood and chanted anxiously, it's bad luck to get into this mess. Lin Tian, however, was as stubborn as a piece of iron. Since I'm looking at it, I can't throw it away, and if I really get a great weapon, won't I make a fortune? Speaking here, he continued to emphasize towards the Empress, quickly find me some herbs, or simply pick up some rattan and bring it back so that the monkeys can repair that carrier. There's not much time, so hurry up and do it. The Empress had no choice but to leave Little Black to the care of Goddess Shura and take the two monkeys into the forest herself to look for materials. Goddess Shura took the still feverish Blackie and wrinkled her nose one by one. Why hasn't this bear woken up yet? Obscure thing, but it was still held quite firmly. After all, Lin Tian had ordered it. She didn't want to be scolded again. Chapter 59. The little black bear is getting weaker and weaker. Only a portion of the monkeys were left around again to follow Lin Tian's orders, barely moving rattan and broken wood to try and reinforce it. Lin Tian raised his head to look at the sky. The dark clouds dispersed quite a bit, but it was still gloomy, like a sweltering steamer. The ground was strewn with cow's blood, which attracted a number of flies that buzzed around. Occasionally a few unidentified animal roars could be heard from over the hill, making it seem like a rather dangerous environment. Speed up, don't drag me to the dark. If something really goes wrong, no one can save. Lin Tian bellowed. The monkeys hurriedly accelerated their hand movements, but did not dare to talk back. At this time, the direction of the grass quietly swayed. Vaguely visible Empress with people folded back, holding a large handful of rattan. Expression is not too good. Seems to have not searched for many good things, but also can only top. The Shura goddess remained in place, chanting as she moved Blackie into a position. Lin Tian squatted beside that alloy plate. His heart was still pondering whether to smash it on the spot, but he had just tried to smash it, so he really couldn't do anything about it. If you want to burn it, you need a big fire, and you can't get enough dry wood for a while, and the bottom of this rotten forest is soaking wet. Figured I'd just have to mess with that carrier and toss the monstrous cow carcass aside. When we're done with this thing, we'll dash back to the cave and hide it for now. After saying this, he was also afraid of losing his treasure, and used his claws to scrape a few deep marks on the surface of the board, leaving a few odd markings, as if it came with its own exclusive mark. Unique, so don't let any wild wizards pick it up. In the midst of the busyness, the goddess Shura stood by the pile of corpses and grimaced. Snort, really think you've cut your own piece of land? Lin Tian was too lazy to care and continued to order the monkey to adjust the vines. Getting all sweaty, the Empress couldn't help too much, so she just stood guard near Xiao He and cleaned the wounds on the bear's body in the meantime. The pussy liquid mixed with the hot and humid weather, constantly emitting a strange odor that made the Empress wrinkle her nose, her expression written with disgust but still had to hold on. After all, who let herself hang out with this bear a while ago? After one rough push after another, The alloy plates were finally tied down fairly securely and could be dragged slightly. Lin Tian was aching all over, but he pulled his voice to make the monkey continue. Don't gasp. This is just the beginning. The monkeys grind their teeth in secret, but they really don't dare to talk back. The goddess Shura watched coldly from behind with a bit of sarcasm. Just in case another monster crashes in. Lin Tian grunted. Then crash it. It's more economical to finish it. You can knock it off the mountain so that old me can take it away. Just as he finished, there seemed to be some sort of thin crawling rattle coming from deep within the grass. Extremely light in intensity, not unlike the big ones like the monstrous cows, but a good amount could be heard. Lin Tian's complexion changed and he thought, I'll go. There won't be trouble again? Goddess Shura's ears twitched and she cursed in a whisper. There's so much going on. Sensing that the atmosphere was off, the Empress also drew the crude bladed weapon, fearing a renewed crisis. This time, however, he saw a dozen or so elongated figures covered in mottled patterns slowly sliding out of the forest, looking like some kind of long-bodied reptile with a greenish-brown body, scales looming up on its back, and its mouth spitting out a fishy red tongue from time to time. These guys were more than half a man tall and were simply terrifying to the monkeys. The one at the head was slightly larger and had a pair of small pointed bumps that looked as if they could spray poison. They took one look at the strand of cow's blood on the ground and, probably attracted by the smell of blood, moved quickly to close in on the ground. Snake? Or a lizard? It looks so awkward. The eye of the goddess Shura twitched. Once Lin Tian saw that there were quite a few of them, his heart once again cried out. With so many burdens, it's not easy to fight even if you want to. The Empress gritted her teeth and whispered, have to fight again? Lin Tian opened his mouth and tried to tell the monkeys to drag the alloy plate and go quickly, but those rattan bars creaked and moved slowly, so they really couldn't run far. Taking advantage of this, the reptiles had crawled close to within a dozen meters or so, spitting their letters in a hoarse voice. A few of you, put down your boards and take sticks to protect the outer perimeter. Lin Tian dispatched the monkeys in one breath. The goddess Shura also once again covered the bear's head for fear of being bitten by the poison. The Empress nervously gripped her bladed weapon. What do you think will happen when this thing bites? Lin Tian impatiently roared. Don't even ask. If you really want to bite them, bleed them, and it's okay to use the cow carcass to attract attention. As they were speaking, the group of reptiles spread out in 3 different movements, looking as if they intended to surround the field. Lin Tian secretly screamed that he was in trouble, but he had to meet him head-on. The distance is only 10 or so paces left. One of them violently opened its mouth to reveal its sharp teeth, seemingly about to attack at any time. A few monkeys braved the alloy plate and pushed it forward violently, trying to use the thing as a barricade to block the way of those monstrous snakes. With a muffled thud, the alloy plate hit the ground hard, stirring up a cloud of dust. The few strange snakes seemed to be startled by the commotion, stopping in their tracks and spitting out their letters to watch. Lin Tian saw that the opportunity had come. He roared out, quick, throw that cow carcass over there to distract them. The monkey sniffed and immediately lifted the dead cow with 7 hands and threw it toward the snakes. Bang! The dead cow's carcass smashed into the snakes like a big meatball. The snakes obviously froze for a moment, but quickly reacted, opening their mouths, revealing their sharp fangs, and pouncing towards the tasty pieces of meat. Good chance. Let's go. Seeing that the snakes were attracted, Lin Tian hurriedly greeted the Empress and Goddess Shura as they retreated. The Empress nodded, hugged the little black bear tightly, and followed behind Lin Tian, pulling her legs and running. The Goddess Shura followed close behind, not forgetting to glance back at the snakes that had been attracted to the cow carcass. These people, let them gnaw on the bones for a while first. When they're full, they probably won't have the strength to chase us. The 3 turtles and the group of monkeys rolled and crawled far away until they could no longer hear the hissing of those snakes, and only then did they dare to stop and catch their breath. Lin Tian looked back, only to see those monstrous snakes still surrounding that cow's corpse, feasting on it, seemingly completely forgetting about their existence. Finally, we're safe for now. He let out a long breath, feeling like he'd walked through a ghostly place and was soaked to the bone. The Empress gently placed the little black bear in her arms on the ground and wiped the sweat from her forehead, her heart palpitating. Cheap brother, what exactly are these strange snakes? Why are they so scary? How the hell do I know what the hell this is? Lin Tian thought to himself that this hellish place was really evil. How come there were all kinds of strange things? He couldn't care less now. He had to hurry and find a safe place to place these alloy plates, and then find a way to heal the little black bear. Okay, cut the crap. We've got to get out of here. He urged the party on, not daring to slacken off. Along the way, they were careful, afraid of encountering any more danger. Luckily, the rest of the journey went well without encountering any more strange creatures. After walking for about an hour, they finally returned to the vicinity of the cave where the dragon bone was buried before. Hide those alloy plates in that cave first. Lin Tian commanded the monkeys to carry those heavy alloy plates into the cave. Although the monkeys were tired and panting, they didn't dare to be lazy. After all, they had seen Lin Tian's methods and didn't want to get beaten up. After hiding the alloy plates, they blocked the hole with rocks, leaving only a small gap for easy access. Only then did Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief, feeling that he had finally accomplished a difficult task. He looked at the sky. It was nearing evening. The afterglow of the setting sun was pouring over the mountains and forests, coloring everything a golden color. Let's rest here for today, and we'll figure out how to transport these alloy plates back to the cave tomorrow. With that, he found a relatively flat spot and prepared to rest. The Empress placed the little black bear on the soft grass with a worried look on her face. Cheap brother, the little black bear, it seems to be getting weaker and weaker. What to do? Chapter 60 Rampage. Lin Tian looked at the little black bear. His eyebrows twisted into lumps. He didn't expect it to be like this either. Isn't this advanced chi luck pill claimed to be able to change one's life against the heavens? How come it didn't change at all after eating it? He was so angry in his heart. This chi luck dan is also too unreliable. Might as well have been before. That at least provided a bit of fight. Could it be that this chi yun dan doesn't care about healing? Lin Tian muttered in his heart. But when he thought about it carefully, he felt that it shouldn't be. After all, it was a high-level chi luck dan. How could it be stronger than the previous one? Previously, when I ate the chi luck dan, it was all about directly boosting my combat power. This time, Lin Tian thought back to his previous experiences of taking the chi luck dan a few times, trying to find some patterns from it. But, after thinking about it for half a day, I couldn't come up with anything. Just then, he suddenly realized that something seemed to be shining in a blister on the ground. What's that? Lin Tian curiously walked over and fixed his eyes on the water bubbles. But there was a red orb. It was the size of a fist, and it flickered and looked very spooky. He reached out his paw and carefully fished the orb out of the blister. The ball, round and unwieldy, was heavy in his hand, and the surface smelled faintly fishy. What the hell is that? It looks weirdly creepy. Lin Tian had looked the orb over and over for half a day, but he couldn't see anything. Cheap brother, this is Beast Yuan. At that moment, the Empress suddenly shrieked, her voice trembling a bit. Beast element? What is that? Lin Tian was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had heard of this word. It's the inner dan that demonic beasts cultivate, similar to the gene dan that humans cultivate. The Empress explained, with a hint of envy on her face. When a demonic beast cultivates to a certain realm, it will condense Beast Yuan in its body. This is a great tonic. Oh, so great? Lin Tian's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. Eating it would definitely enhance his power, right? Looking at the color of this Beast Yuan, this demonic beast, at least, must have several decades of cultivation. The Empress carefully observed the Beast Yuan in Lin Tian's hand and sked in admiration. I don't know what kind of demonic beasts it is. It's so miserable that even the beast's element has fallen out. Is it being split up? Lin Tian looked at the beast element and didn't know what to do with it. Can I eat this stuff? There won't be any side effects from eating it. Will there? He was a bit hesitant in his heart. After all, this was something that came out of a demonic beast's body. It would be troublesome in case he turned into a half-human, half-beast monster after eating it. However, on second thought, this was brought about by the Chi Luck Dan, so it couldn't be wasted, could it? If you don't eat it yourself, it's okay to give it to someone else. That's right, Blackie. Lin Tian suddenly remembered the little black bear who was still in a coma. This guy was hurt so badly. Maybe if you eat this beast's energy, you'll get better. Moreover, the little black bear was originally an animal, so there shouldn't be any side effects from eating this beast element, right? This Beast Yuan, how about giving it to the little black bear? It's hurt so badly, it might get better after eating it. Lin Tian handed the Beast Yuan to the Empress and asked for her opinion. Will this work? The Empress looked at the reddish Beast Yuan, and her heart was also a little unsure. I don't know, but it's better to try than not to try, right? Lin Tian said. He couldn't care less right now. Let's beat a dead horse. Then, that's a try. The Empress gritted her teeth. She also hoped that the little black bear would get better soon. Here, Blackie, open your mouth. Lin Tian took the Beast Yuan and carefully brought it to the mouth of the little black bear. Although the little black bear was unconscious, it seemed to have smelled the flavor of the Beast Yuan and surprisingly opened its mouth instinctively. Lin Tian hurriedly stuffed the Beast Yuan into the little black bear's mouth and then helped it close its mouth. Alright, now we'll see if this beast element has any effect. Lin Tian clapped his hands and said. Both the Empress and the goddess Shura stared nervously at the little black bear, expecting a miracle. However, after waiting for half a day, the little black bear still didn't move and didn't react at all. Cheap brother, this Beast Yuan of yours, it's not fake, Is it? The goddess Shura began to question. How can it be? This is brought about by the advanced Chi Luck Dan. How can it be fake? Lin Tian was also a bit puzzled. Could it be that this beast element was useless to the little black bear? Wait. The Empress said, still holding out a glimmer of hope. After another moment, the little black bear still hadn't woken up, and the wounds on his body didn't show any signs of getting better. It's over. It seems that this beast element is really useless, the Shura goddess said with a disappointed look on her face. Alas, joy for nothing. The Empress sighed as well. It really seemed like they had overthought things. This shouldn't be. Lin Tian was still a little undecided. This advanced Chi Luck Dan, how could it be so useless? Just then, the little black bear suddenly moved. Moving. It's moving. Blackie's moving. The Empress cried out in surprise. Really? Come on, let me see. Goddess Shura also hurriedly came over. Only the little black bear's eyelids fluttered a few times, then slowly opened his eyes. Ouch! The little black bear let out a weak cry. A small sound, but one that thrilled the few people present. Koro! You're finally awake. The Empress excitedly hugged the little black bear's head with tears in her eyes. Great! Little Blackie has woken up. Brother Cheap, your beast yuan really works. The Shura goddess also said excitedly, looking at Lin Tian in a different way. Ha ha, I told you. How can this advanced Chi Luck Dan be useless? Lin Tian smiled triumphantly. This was finally a raised eyebrow. But, laughing, he suddenly realized that something was wrong with the little black bear, only to see the fur on the little black bear's body, surprisingly, slowly began to turn red. The original black fur had unexpectedly turned blood red at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's going on here? The Empress also noticed the change in the little black bear and was stunned. How did Blackie turn into a red-haired monster? What is this? This? Goddess Shura was also startled. The change was too weird, right? Could it be a side effect of that beast element? Lin Tian was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect this either. Ow! Just then, the little black bear suddenly roared wildly and jerked up from the ground. Its eyes became bloodshot, and it exuded a berserk aura, looking like a mad beast. Not good. Little Black is going to storm out. Lin Tian shrieked in shock and hurriedly pulled the Empress and Shura goddess backward. Ow! The little black bear roared and lunged towards them. Lin Tian consciously held his turtle shell in front of him, preparing for the little black bear's attack. Chapter 61 Black Bear Kills White Tiger. Dang! With a loud bang, the little black bear's claw slapped hard on Lin Tian's turtle shell. Ouch! Lin Tian screamed miserably, feeling as if he had been hit by a truck, almost not being sent flying out. This little black bear, after eating the beast yuan, how did he become so fierce? The monkeys were so scared that they scattered in all directions, each one of them hiding far away for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Koro! You calm down. I'm your brother. Lin Tian dodged the little black bear's attacks while shouting loudly, hoping to wake up its senses. However, the little black bear was like crazy, not listening to him at all, and continued to attack frantically. What can we do about this? Blackie is going crazy. The Empress was so scared she was on the verge of tears. What else can we do? Wait for death. The goddess of Shura also had a look of despair on her face. Just at this critical moment, an earth-shattering tiger roar suddenly came from the distance. Ow! The sound was deafening and took everyone by surprise. Immediately afterward, a white tiger of enormous size rushed out from the woods and pounced towards them. Holy! What the hell is this again? Lin Tian's scalp tingled when he saw that white tiger. This white tiger, which was even bigger than the previous hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger, had snow-white fur on its body, with only a handful of black hair on its forehead. It looks majestic and dominant. Could it be a relative of the previous hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger that came to take revenge? A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Tian's mind. This is really a case of the house falling apart and the ship being late and meeting the headwind. It's over. It's over. It's really over. When the Empress and Goddess Shura saw that white tiger, they were scared out of their wits. This white tiger, at a glance, is not something to be messed with. The three of them together. I'm afraid it's not enough to stuff its teeth. Ow! When it was too late, that white tiger had already rushed to the front and opened its bloody mouth, biting towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian was so frightened that he hurriedly shrunk his head into his turtle shell, preparing to resist the blow. Just in the nick of time, the little black bear, who was still mad, suddenly looked as if it had found its target. Turning violently, he charged towards that white tiger. Dang! With a loud bang, the little black bear and the white tiger collided. The two behemoths twisted and fought together, tearing, scratching, and the scene was exceptionally grueling. What is this? This? Lin Tian poked his head out of the turtle shell and looked at the scene in front of him. Is Blackie helping us? The Empress also looked dumbfounded. Whatever. Let's see what happens first, the goddess Shura said. only to see the little black bear and that white tiger fighting hard, and for a while they couldn't tell the winner from the loser. Ow, dang, bang, the variety of sounds intertwined was deafening. The battle between the two giant beasts was almost like two small mountains colliding, hitting flying sand and trees falling down. The monkeys around us have long since run away in fear. This little black bear, after eating the beast Yuan, has become so powerful? Lin Tian was secretly surprised in his heart as he watched the little black bear's performance. That's a lot of fighting. It's just explosive. Ow. Suddenly, the little black bear let out a roar and bit down on the white tiger's neck. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, the white tiger's neck was unexpectedly bitten off hard by the little black bear. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the ground. Ow. The white tiger let out a mournful scream before collapsing to the ground with a thud, not moving a muscle. This is the end? Lin Tian looked at the body of the white tiger that had fallen to the ground and was still in a bit of disbelief. Blackie won? The Empress was also in disbelief. This little black bear, it's too fierce, isn't it? The Shura goddess was also dumbstruck. Dang! Just then, a white orb rolled out of the white tiger's corpse and grunted to Lin Tian's feet. This is Beast Yuan? Lin Tian's eyes lit up as he looked at the white orb at his feet. This is good stuff. He hurriedly picked up the beast Yuan and scrutinized it. This beast Yuan, which was even bigger than the previous red one, was snow white and emitted a faint glow. Ha ha, this is a big profit. Lin Tian was excited. This was a windfall. Ouch. At that moment, the little black bear suddenly called out, his voice full of exhaustion, only to see the red fur on its body. It unexpectedly began to slowly fade away and turned back to its original black color. Blackie, how are you doing? Lin Tian hurriedly ran to the little black bear's side and asked with concern. Ouch. The little black bear gave a weak yelp, and then slumped to the ground, motionless. Is it exhausted? The Empress guessed. I guess so. After all, I just had a great battle with that white tiger, the goddess Shura said. Phew, it's finally okay. Lin Tian let out a long breath. This was finally safe. He looked at the two beast elements, one red and one white, in his hand, and then at the little black bear lying on the ground, secretly calculating in his heart. This Chi Luck Dan, it was really magical. It had brought so many good things to himself. First, he helped himself to the dragon bone, then he got this strange alloy plate, and now he got two beast elements, and even handily cleaned up a big tiger. This luck, it's just bursting at the seams. Gotta find a place to get rid of all this stuff in a hurry. Lin Tian thought in his heart. He didn't want to encounter any more danger. Monkeys, come here, all of you. Lin Tian shouted, calling back the monkeys who were hiding in the distance to watch. Gather all this firewood. Let's get ready to build a fire and roast the meat. Lin Tian pointed at the white tiger corpse on the ground and said, this tiger meat, it's a great tonic. It should never go to waste. Ouch, ouch. Just then, a burst of wolf howls suddenly came from all around, breaking the momentary tranquility. What the hell? Wolves? Lin Tian was shocked in his heart. This voice, how did it sound a bit off? He hurriedly pricked up his ears to listen carefully to the yelp, which didn't sound like the kind of hungry coyote that made it. Instead, it's like a kind of a cry to declare territory? Cheap brother, it's the wolves. What to do? Are they coming to attack us? The Empress also heard the wolf howl, and instantly turned pale with fear, holding the little black bear tightly for fear that it would have another accident. Wolves? How can there be wolves in the middle of nowhere? The Shura goddess was also in a state of shock. Although she was usually bold, she had never seen this battle before. Don't panic. Let's see what happens first. Lin Tian forced himself to calm down as he realized that although these wolf howls sounded scary, they didn't seem to have any malicious intent. Instead, it looks like they're watching them. Monkeys, stay put. Stay where you are. Chapter 62 Taking in the Wolves. Lin Tian ordered the monkeys to remain calm. They couldn't afford to disorganize themselves at this time. Although the monkeys were afraid, they also knew that listening to the boss at this time would be correct. And one by one, they all obediently stood in place, not daring to breathe. Soon, the wolves came into view, only to see a group of gray wolves, slowly coming out from the woods. The number was quite a lot, more than a dozen. The one at the head, extraordinarily tall in size, with oily fur and sharp eyes, appeared to be the leader of this pack of wolves. These wolves, unlike all those beasts they had encountered before, didn't directly pounce and attack. Instead, they stood there from a distance, sizing up Lin Tian and the others with a scrutinizing gaze. These wolves don't seem to be malicious? The Empress also realized this and breathed a small sigh of relief. Well, they should have witnessed the battle just now. Lin Tian carefully observed the reaction of the wolves and secretly guessed in his heart. Witnessed a fight? So what? Are they still afraid of us? Goddess Shura was still a bit uneasy. After all, the wolves were not something to be messed with. Scared or not, don't you know if you try? The corner of Lin Tian's mouth suddenly hooked into a wry smile. He picked up a piece of roasted, flavorful tiger's tongue and headed toward the wolves. Cheap brother, what are you doing? It's dangerous. The Empress was shocked when she saw Lin Tian's actions. If this enraged the wolves, it would really be over. Stay back, all of you. Look at me, Lin Tian said without looking back. He didn't want the Empress and Goddess Shura to follow and risk their lives. He took the tiger's tongue and stepped in front of the wolves. That head wolf looked at Lin Tian with a wary look in its eyes, but it did not attack. Lin Tian placed the tiger's tongue in his hand and gently placed it on the ground in front of the head wolf. This is what I got killed. If you want to eat meat in the future, you can follow me. He knew that animals like wolves, though fierce, had a strict hierarchy. As long as you can conquer the head wolf, you can control the entire pack. The head wolf lowered his head and sniffed the tiger's tongue on the ground with his nose, then opened his mouth wide and swallowed it in one gulp. Eat it! It actually ate it! The Empress saw this scene and opened her mouth wide in surprise. This wolf actually ate the meat given by her cheap brother. Ow! The head wolf finished eating the tiger's tongue and suddenly let out a long whistle to the sky. Ow! Ow! The surrounding wolves followed suit and howled, their voices resounding throughout the mountains. What is going on here? Are they submissive? The Empress couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at the incredible scene in front of her. Who knows? I guess I made some kind of dirty PY deal with that ugly bastard. The Shura goddess bristled and said that she didn't know what was happening. Ouch! Just then the little black bear suddenly woke up, and he gave a feeble yelp, and then struggled to his feet. Koro, you're awake? Great! When the Empress saw the little black bear waking up, she burst into tears of joy and rushed over to hug it. Ouch! The little black bear rubbed against the Empress affectionately before turning his gaze to Lin Tian. It slowly walked over to Lin Tian and gently rubbed its head against Lin Tian's leg. Ha ha, Blackie, I knew you were okay. Lin Tian happily touched the little black bear's head. This little guy finally came to life. When the wolves saw this scene, they seemed to trust Lin Tian even more. That head wolf walked over to Lin Tian, lowered its head, and rubbed its head against Lin Tian's turtle shell, showing submission. Several wolves then turned away and disappeared into the woods. Not long after, those wolves came back, surprisingly carrying a few hares and mountain chickens in their mouths. They placed their prey in front of Lin Tian and then obediently retreated to the side. This was given to us by. The Empress looked at the prey in front of her with a look of disbelief. These wolves, they actually brought them food? Ha ha, it looks like we'll have meat to eat in the future. Lin Tian was also excited as he looked at the prey in front of him. This was great. Not only had the wolves been subdued, but they had also solved the food problem. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Ow, ow. Wolf howls rose and fell around the camp. A low hiss as if declaring the sovereignty of the territory. The wolves surrounded them in a protective circle, staring around warily. This scene stunned both the Empress and Goddess Shura. How had they ever seen such a battle? Cheap brother, you really took the wolves in? The Empress's voice was trembling, her eyes filled with adoration and incredulity. She felt like she was dreaming. It was all so surreal. Humph, a bunch of just, what's so hard about it? Lin Tian said lightly, but in fact, his heart had long been happy. This was great. With the protection of the wolves, wouldn't they be able to walk sideways in this forest? Goddess Cultivator was also shocked. She looked at Lin Tian and then at the wolves around her. Her heart was full of mixed feelings. Ugly, how did you do it? How come these wolves listened to you? She really couldn't figure out how on earth Lin Tian had managed to make these ferocious beasts obedient. Want to know? Beg me, Lin Tian said triumphantly, his tail going up to the sky. Che, don't say forget it. What's the big deal? Although the Shura goddess was unconvinced on her lips, in her heart, she admired Lin Tian to the core. Cheap brother, you're really great. We'll follow you from now on, the Empress said excitedly. She was now completely convinced of Lin Tian. With a brother like this, what danger was there to fear? Ha ha, well said. If there's a bite of food for me in the future, there'll be no shortage of you guys. Lin Tian patted his chest and assured. His heart was happy. With the protection of the wolves, they could finally rest in peace. It was an extraordinarily sweet night's sleep, and even the dreams were beautiful. The next morning, Goddess Shura woke up early. She stretched and prepared to go out and move her muscles. However, she suddenly realized that the Empress's turtle shell had not moved at all, lying there silently like a stone. Hey, lazy pig, get up! The Shura goddess tapped the Empress's turtle shell with her claws, but there was no response at all from inside. No way? Sleeping like that? Goddess Shura felt a little strange. Usually the Empress was very alert. How come she couldn't even wake up today? She knocked a few more times harder, but the Empress's turtle shell still didn't budge. Hey, don't you scare me. Come on out. The goddess of Shura began to panic. She vaguely sensed that something seemed to be wrong. However, no matter how much she screamed and pounded, the Empress just didn't respond. What to do? What to do? This guy can't be dead, can he? Chapter 63 Not Dead. Almost broke through. This silly girl, she won't really sleep over, right? Goddess Shura muttered straight in her heart. She circled around the Empress's turtle shell twice. The more she thought about it, the more wrong it was. How come this breathing was still getting weaker and weaker? She reached out her claws and gently nudged the Empress's turtle shell. Hey, are you alright? Don't play dead. But the Empress still didn't react. Like a stone, she didn't move. The goddess of cultivation really panicked now. She ran to Lin Tian with a dab and shouted in a hurry. Ugly monster, come over and take a look. This guy isn't right. What's the matter? What a fuss. Lin Tian was studying those two beast elements, and was startled by the voice of goddess cultivator, and said in an unkind manner, the Empress can't wake up. You quickly come and take a look. Goddess Shura's voice was tinged with tears. She's not dead, is she? What? When Lin Tian heard this, he couldn't care about studying the beast element and hurriedly climbed over. He pressed his ear against the Empress's tortoise shell and listened carefully, but surprisingly, he couldn't hear a single breath. Holy, it can't be? Lin Tian's heart thumped. This girl, something won't really happen, right? He reached out his paw and probed in front of the Empress's nose, and sure enough, there was no breath at all. How is this possible? Lin Tian was dumbfounded. He was fine just now. How did he suddenly run out of air? Ooh-hoo. What to do? Is she really dead? Goddess Shura's tears were on the verge of flowing out, although the two of them usually always bickered, but after all, they had grown up together and had deep feelings. Don't cry. She's not dead. Lin Tian felt carefully. Although the Empress wasn't breathing anymore, there was still a faint fluctuation of aura in her body. She's going to break through. Breakthrough? How can a breakthrough not breathe? Goddess Shura was in disbelief. Could a breakthrough kill a person? She's at a critical juncture right now. Don't disturb her. Lin Tian explained. She's in a state of fake death right now. Wait until the next breath and she'll complete her breakthrough. Really? Don't lie to me. Goddess Shura was still a bit uneasy. Believe it or not, if you don't want anything to happen to her, shut up and watch quietly. Lin Tian didn't bother explaining. He wasn't in the mood to argue with Goddess Shura right now. He had to keep an eye on the Empress at all times. In case something did happen, he would regret it. Humph. The Shura goddess snorted coldly, and although she still had some doubts in her heart, she knew that this was not the time to lose her temper, and only obediently shut her mouth. Little Black, come here. Lin Tian greeted the little black bear that was resting on the side. Ow. The little black bear obeyed, though still a little weak. You guard her here. Don't let anything get close. Lin Tian pointed at the Empress's turtle shell and said to the little black bear. The little black bear nodded and obediently lay down next to the Empress's turtle shell, guarding her like a loyal guard. Lin Tian looked around again. The wolves in the distance were feeding. He pointed at the wolves. You guys, keep a close eye on the surroundings for me. Report back anytime there's a situation. The monkeys heard the order and immediately climbed up the tree, looking around vigilantly. After arranging everything, Lin Tian was slightly relieved as he stared closely at the tortoise shell of the Empress, fearing that he would miss any hint of movement. Time passed by, and the surrounding area was quiet, with only the rustling of the leaves blowing through the trees in the breeze. Why aren't you awake yet? It's been almost an hour. Goddess Cultivator waited with some impatience and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Don't be anxious, wait a little longer. Although Lin Tian said this on his lips, he was also a bit anxious in his heart. This girl, why is she so slow to break through a realm? Something's wrong, isn't it? Just then, the sky darkened, the sun set, and a reddish haze rose in the sky. Suddenly, a colorful light appeared in the sky, like the aurora borealis, brilliant and beautiful. Look, what's that? Goddess Shura exclaimed. Lin Tian also looked up, only to see that in the sky, various colors of light were intertwined, constantly changing shape as if they were dancing. This is a vision of heaven and earth? Lin Tian muttered. This was the first time he had seen such a miraculous sight. Ow 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 ow. Just then, a clear cry suddenly came out from the Empress's turtle shell. Awake! She's awake! Goddess Shura jumped up excitedly. Lin Tian also excitedly came over, only to see the Empress's turtle shell, which was slowly opening, as she slowly poked her head out. Phew! Suffocated me. The Empress let out a long sigh of relief, as if waking up from a nightmare. You're finally awake. I was scared to death. The Shura goddess hugged the Empress with tears in her eyes. What happened to me? The Empress was still a bit confused. She only remembered that she seemed to have had a long dream in which she turned into a real turtle and swam freely in the water. You almost died just now, Goddess Cultivator said without a good mood. If it wasn't for the ugly monster saying that you were making a breakthrough, I would have thought that you had already hung up. A breakthrough? I made a breakthrough? The Empress then reacted. She felt the aura in her body and it was indeed much stronger than before. Ha ha, I've really broken through. The Empress jumped up excitedly. She felt like she was now filled with power and could kill a cow with one punch. Cheap brother. Thank you. The Empress looked at Lin Tian gratefully. If it wasn't for Lin Tian, she was afraid that she would have really died. What are you thanking for? We are brother and sister. Lin Tian waved his paw in an unconcerned manner. However, the commotion of your breakthrough is too great, isn't it? It even attracted heaven and earth visions. It's really enviable. Lin Tian looked at the colorful light that was gradually dissipating in the sky and felt a pang of envy and jealousy in his heart. How come there wasn't such a big commotion when he himself broke through? He. That's because I'm awesome, the Empress said proudly. She now felt like she was simply the chosen turtle. Her future was bright. Look, your turtle shell. Goddess Shura suddenly pointed at the Empress's turtle shell and said in surprise, my turtle shell? What's wrong? The Empress looked down and was stunned, only to see her tortoise shell. It unexpectedly turned into a crystal clear jade color, flickering with a warm glow under the setting sun's afterglow, looking like a huge piece of beautiful jade. The original pitted turtle shell had now become smooth and delicate, and the lines on it had become clearer and more refined, just like a natural work of art. My turtle shell, how did it become like this? The Empress touched her smooth turtle shell with a look of disbelief. This is jadeized? Lin Tian also looked dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen such a turtle shell. Jadeization? What is that? The Empress asked curiously. It's just your turtle shell that's become like jade, Lin Tian explained. This is a good thing. It means that your defense has gone up another notch. Really? Great. The Empress jumped up in excitement. She now felt like she was simply an adamantine turtle. No one could harm her. Humph. What's the big deal? Isn't it just a color change? The Shura goddess skimmed her mouth with a disdainful expression, but in her heart, she was envious to death. Why didn't she have such good luck? Ugly. Show me. Why does my stomach hurt so much? Just then, Goddess Shura suddenly covered her stomach and screamed in pain. Chapter 64. How can a cuckold be ugly or handsome? Tummy ache? Did you eat something bad? Lin Tian asked. I don't know. It just suddenly hurts like hell. The Shura goddess rolled on the ground in pain. Her turtle shell turned over and she was on all fours, looking very comical. Ha ha, let you usually have a mouthful. Now you've got retribution, right? The Empress gloated and laughed. You still have the face to smile. Still not quick enough to help me think of a solution. The Shura goddess grimaced in pain and still didn't forget to dislike her back. Let me think about your situation. It can't be that you ate too much of that tiger meat, right? Lin Tian thought back to his dinner and suddenly slapped his head. Bad. That tiger meat is too full of aura. Your little body. I'm afraid you can't withstand it. What about that? Will I die? When the Shura goddess heard this, her face turned white with fear. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Lin Tian hurriedly comforted. Let me take your pulse. He reached out his claws and rested them on the Shura goddess's wrists, carefully feeling the flow of aura within her body. Well, you have an overabundance of aura, resulting in blocked meridians. You have to hurry to unblock them. How do you unclog it? Quickly tell me. Goddess Shura was in pain and her eyes were on the verge of tears. Don't be in a hurry. Let me help you. Lin Tian took a deep breath, then injected his aura, slowly, into the Shura goddess body. It might hurt a bit, so bear with it, Lin Tian reminded. Aha! Goddess Shura clenched her teeth and nodded. Lin Tian began to carefully guide his aura, traveling through Goddess Shura's meridians, little by little unblocking those blockages. Hiss. Hurts. Make you usually greedy. Now you know what's great, right? You're still talking smack. Okay. Stop talking and focus. After a while, Goddess Shura suddenly felt that her stomach didn't hurt as much, and she also felt that the aura in her body seemed to be slowly growing. This is going to form a Jindan? The Shura goddess was delighted in her heart as she felt that the aura within her body was gradually condensing into a golden Dan. Ugly. Am I going to crystallize Dan? Goddess Shura asked excitedly. That's right, you guys. You're really lucky. Lin Tian was also happy for Goddess Shura. This was great. All three of them had raised their strength, and in the future, they would be safer in this forest. Ha ha, great. I'm finally going to conjugate the Dan. Goddess Shura exclaimed excitedly. She felt like she was now filled with power and couldn't wait to find a place to fight immediately. Don't be too happy. It's not over yet, Lin Tian reminded. You're only starting to form Dan now. It will take some time before you can completely stabilize. How much longer? Goddess Shura asked. About 2 hours. Lin Tian estimated and said. 2 hours? Then, what should I do now? Goddess Shura asked. Just stay here. Don't go anywhere. Cultivate at ease. Lin Tian said. I'll be here to protect you. Aha! The Shura goddess nodded, and then crossed her legs. Nay, sat down with her claws crossed, and began to concentrate on cultivation. Lin Tian, on the other hand, stood guard at the side. He looked at the sky. It was already completely dark. The sky was dotted with stars. It looked extraordinarily beautiful. Tonight, it seems that I won't be able to sleep. Lin Tian sighed, then also crossed his legs. Incorrectly, sat down with his claws crossed, and began to cultivate. Time passed by, and 2 hours passed quickly. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura fluctuation erupted from the Shura goddess. It worked! She's really conjugated the Dan. The Empress exclaimed excitedly. Ha ha, great! Lin Tian also opened his eyes and looked at the goddess Shura, a pleased smile on his face, only to see the goddess of Shura slowly open her eyes flashing with essence, and her body's aura more than several times more powerful than before. I have really formed a Dan. The Shura goddess felt the surging aura within her body and was so excited that her voice trembled a little. OMG, I'm going. The goddess Shura jumped up with a jolt and circled around herself 3 times, reaching out her paw to touch her head, then her stomach, and finally her eyes settled on her turtle shell. It's so dark, it's like a layer of potting gray. Her not so clearly still smooth tortoise shell was now dark and rough, as if she had been thrown into a coal pile and rolled 18 times. And then look at their own a few small short legs, and the pair of small claws, also black as just after digging coal. Black, with a carbon-grilled groundnut-like, above, can vaguely see the silk lines, and like scales, the light is darker or almost invisible. Am I mutated? Goddess Shura was confused. This color is also suddenly touched, right? Pitch black, like falling into the ink tank. Falling into the night cannot see the shadow. The whole is an invisible. Ha ha, you ugly bastard. Now you're even uglier, like a black cinder block. The Empress on the side looked at this dignified appearance of the goddess of Shura and burst into laughter, almost failing to crack her newly grown jade-eyes turtle shell. You shut the up. Cultivator goddess was so angry that she rolled her eyes and glared viciously at the Empress. You stinking show-off. It's not a big deal that the turtle shell has turned white, is it? Sooner or later, I'll dye you neon. Let's see if you're still proud of it. Ahem. Lin Tian, who was on the side, couldn't stand it anymore and coughed twice, interrupting their quarrel. At this time, Goddess Shura asked, how do you feel right now? Is there anywhere that doesn't feel good? What's the matter? It's just that I've gotten a little uglier. The Shura goddess bristled in disbelief, shaking the turtle shell above it vigorously, shaking off a layer of black ash. Aside from the ugly color, everything else is quite good. It feels like it's full of strength, and it can kill 10 of you with a single punch. Don't be stinking poor, Lin Tian said in a good-natured manner. Hurry up and familiarize yourself with your current power. Don't really encounter any danger at that time. You won't even know how to fight back. Che, what danger can there be? In this Thai forest, can there be anything more powerful than the white-eyed tiger? The goddess Shura had taken it seriously enough. Alright, don't take a break. The Empress hurriedly came out to round up the situation. Let's just think about what to do next. What else can we do? Keep looking for the baby, Lin Tian said. There must still be some good things in this forest. We have to hurry up or else someone else will snatch them. Can we even find the baby now that we're like this? The Empress pointed at herself and the goddess of Shura. One as white as snow and the other as black as charcoal. This combination, it was too conspicuous, wasn't it? What are you afraid of? We're so much stronger now. We'll kill God when we meet God and Buddha when we meet Buddha, Lin Tian said confidently. Besides, we still have the wolves and the little black bears. Who would dare to mess with us? Ugly bastard. Does a bastard still distinguish between ugly and handsome? Chapter 65 Fire Lion. Goddess Cultivator was still upset with this turtle shell, cursing under her breath. Besides, even if it's ugly, it's not your turn to say anything about me. You ugly bastard. Lin Tian was too lazy to bother with this girl. He looked at the sky. It was already completely dark. The moon hung high in the sky, shedding a silver glow, and the stars twinkled as if winking. He yawned and said, let's rest nearby tonight, and in the morning, we'll set out again. The Empress and Goddess Shura didn't have much of a problem with it. After all, they had tossed and turned for a day, and they really did need to get some rest. So, a few of the men found a relatively neighboring spot and got down to rest. Lin Tian lay on the soft grass and looked up at the starry sky, but his heart was a bit solid. Why haven't you broken through yet? He was a bit puzzled. According to reason, after eating that tiger meat and resting for so long, his aura had long been restored, so how come he hadn't made a breakthrough yet? Gu is not enough fire? Lin Tian suddenly remembered the white beast he had eaten earlier. It was from a white tiger. It was definitely a great tonic. Don't try. Lin Tian was a little apprehensive in his heart. Although this beast Yuan was good, but after all, it was raw. If he ate it directly, wouldn't there be any consequences? However, when he thought about how powerful that white tiger was, he was a little heartbroken again. The power of that white tiger was but a few points stronger than that dangling-eyed white-fronted tiger, and its beast Yuan, surely, contained even more powerful energy as well. Spell it out. Lin Tian clenched his teeth, pulled out the white beast element from his arms, and swallowed it in one gulp. Gulp! As the beast Yuan entered his stomach, Lin Tian immediately felt a hot current rise from his abdomen and quickly spread to all parts of his body. Holy, it's hot! Lin Tian felt like he had swallowed a fireball and his entire body was about to burn. He rolled around on the ground in pain, a murderous wail escaping his lips. Cheap brother, what's wrong with you? The Empress and Goddess Shura were awakened by Lin Tian's screams and rushed over to check the situation. I'm powerless. You leave me alone. Lin Tian forced himself to endure the severe pain. He didn't want these two girls to have this kind of secondary wolf costume look themselves. You call that sad? It's killing you, isn't it? The Shura goddess said with a scornful look on her face. It must be because you've blindly eaten something again. You shut up. Lin Tian grimaced in pain. He wasn't in the mood to hold his mouth with Goddess Shura right now. He felt the aura in his body, like a wild horse that had taken off its reins, running wild everywhere, not being controlled at all. What the hell is going on here? Lin Tian's heart was flustered. Gu, is there something wrong with this beast Yuan? However, before the little black bear ate that red beast Yuan, and there is nothing wrong. How do their own here is not working? Gu, is this beast Yuan too tonic? My little body can't help it? Lin Tian suddenly thought of a possibility. This white beast element, after all, was from a white tiger. That white tiger's strength could be much stronger than the little black bear. Its beast Yuan, surely, also contained even more powerful energy. Could one small body stand it if one ate it all at once? This is a real steal. Lin Tian wanted to cry. Had he known this, he might as well not eat. Turtle breath technique. Turtle breath technique. Right, turtle breath technique. Lin Tian suddenly remembered the turtle breath technique that he had just learned. This turtle breath technique, wasn't it used to gaze at the spirit and control the flow of aura in the body? Maybe it will come in handy. He immediately collected his mind and began to utilize the turtle breath technique, trying to control the aura that was running amok in his body. However, the aura was simply too powerful, just like a raging dragon. It was rampaging through Lin Tian's interior and was not under his control at all. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Lin Tian, his face turning as white as paper. Cheap brother, how are you doing? When the Empress saw Lin Tian spitting out blood, she was so frightened that she hurriedly pounced over. Ugly! Don't you die! Goddess Cultivator also panicked, although she usually always took a break from Lin Tian, but when it really came to a critical situation, she still hoped that Lin Tian would be safe and sound. I wouldn't dare. Don't you guys worry. Lin Tian braced himself and said. He felt that his internal organs were about to be torn apart by that aura. The pain was so intense that he couldn't sleep. No way. I have to hurry up and find a way to suppress this aura. Lin Tian clenched his teeth and desperately operated the turtle breath technique, wanting to channel that raging aura to the Dantian auction. However, that aura was simply too powerful, like a wild horse that was out of control, not under his control at all. Roar! Just to the southeast, an earth-shattering beast roar suddenly came from the distance. Ow! The wolves stirred when they heard the beast's roar, and each of them whimpered and backed away with their tails between their legs. What's going on? This sound is louder than a tiger's cry. The Empress and Goddess Shura also heard that beastly roar and instantly turned white with fear. Look! What's that? Suddenly, the Goddess Shura pointed into the distance and screamed in horror. Only a huge figure was seen slowly walking out from the woods. It was a huge lion with a fiery red body, like a burning flame. Its eyes, glittering with bloodlust, were approaching them step by step. What kind of monster is this? The Empress was trembling with fear. This lion, a few points larger than the white tiger before, looked even more ferocious. It's a fire lion. Lin Tian forced himself to endure the severe pain and violated a few words from between his teeth. He had heard from the system before that in this forest, there was a very powerful demonic beast called the fire lion, whose entire body was fire, and could breathe fire intent. Powerful. I didn't expect that they would meet them today. A fire lion? What's that thing? Is it powerful? Goddess Shura was dumbfounded. She had never heard of this kind of demonic beast before. Awesome? More than too awesome. It's killing me. Lin Tian laughed bitterly. This fire lion, however, the overlord in this forest, even that white tiger, had to take a detour when he saw it. So, what do we do now? The Empress was so scared that she was on the verge of crying. There were wolves in front of them and fire lions behind them. They were going to be surrounded. What to do? What else can we do? Run! Lin Tian forcefully braced himself and stood up. But, with his aura running amok in his body right now, he couldn't move at all. You guys run! Leave me alone! Lin Tian urged the Empress and Goddess Shura. He knew that he couldn't run away now, so he could only let them go first. No! To go together. I won't lose you, the Empress said firmly. She would not leave Lin Tian behind no matter what she said. You guys. Lin Tian looked at the Empress and Goddess Shura and was moved in his heart. Ouch! Right at this moment, the wolves suddenly let out a low whimper, and then, actually began to slowly back away. Chapter 66 Burnt Turtle Shell. The wolves howled in a gust, with a few moments of unwillingness and fear, and the wolves, which were originally quite calm, actually began to slowly retreat backward. 1 step, 2 steps, as if they had seen something unimaginable. Ha! The little black bear lying on the ground stood up with a jolt. It showed its teeth, a low growl emanating from its throat, and its burly body blocked in front of Lin Tian, the Empress and the goddess of cultivation, like a small wall, living up to the appearance of a guardian god. The Empress first froze, then as if she suddenly thought of something, she slapped her head and said with a few moments of chagrin, "Oops, these wolves, aren't the group of wolves that were packed up by cheap brother you before? Look at this brain of mine, scared to death, even regarded them as enemies. I say," Goddess Shura rolled her eyes, "you don't know any other wolves, but you should know the head wolf, right? That guy still has the collar you carefully made around his neck, and it's such a big pile. Are your eyes covered in eye poop?" The Empress was dumbfounded by the dislike and could only scratch her head in embarrassment, but then again, Goddess Shura's words changed, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. In case these guys suddenly change their minds and turn on each other, then we'll really have to account for ourselves here. As soon as she said this, a number of wolves in the originally fairly calm pack immediately turned to the three of them, showing their teeth and making whimpering threatening noises from their throats, as if they were going to pounce on them and tear them to pieces in the next second. The surrounding trees by this sudden atmosphere of tension pressure to the branches of the chaotic tremors. A few timid monkeys are scared to squeak screaming, holding the trunk of the tree trembling. The Empress and the Goddess of Shura were instantly scared and their faces turned white. The Empress tightly hugged the little black bear in her arms, her hands shaking. These wolf cubs, they won't really revolt, right? The Shura goddess also looks like an enemy. The stick in her hand is almost clenched out of the water, she said with a strong composure. What are you afraid of? They dare. Ugly monster can pack them once, can pack them twice. Cough cough. Right at this moment of saber rattling, Lin Tian coughed lightly twice and slowly spoke up. What are you afraid of? Wolves are pack animals. It's all about a unity. They are the most reliable. Even if they die, they won't betray their allies. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile, as if everything was under control. As soon as the words fell, a few bold wolves had already pressed on and fiercely pounced on the fiery red lion. Roar! The fire lion let out a roar, and the flames on its body jumped up high, like an enraged volcano ready to erupt. It opened its mouth wide, and a mouthful of flames spewed towards the pouncing wolves. Ow! A few wolves couldn't dodge in time and were set ablaze by the flames, instantly letting out miserable cries and rolling on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies. Seeing this, the head wolf knew that a hard fight was not an option. It raised its head to the sky and let out a long whine, commanding the wolves to retreat and not to get close to the fire lion, obviously having suffered a great loss. The monkeys on the tree were so scared that they hugged the tree trunk tightly. One by one, their eyes stared like copper bells, for fear that the fire lion was not happy, and sprayed fire onto the tree. This sudden turn of events made the already nerve-wracking atmosphere even more tense to the extreme, and even the air seemed to have frozen. Auntie, I've just made a breakthrough, and I haven't had a chance to try my hand yet, Goddess Shura suddenly shouted, breaking the suffocating silence. Her pitch-black turtle shell, in the reflection of the firelight, was actually flooded with a bizarre luster, and it was really scary to look at. Today, let's take your head. A black aura violently erupted from her body, chilling and piercing, like a cold wind from hell, blowing a thin layer of frost on the surrounding grass and trees. Holy, are you for real? Lin Tian was startled and hurriedly reminded. Be careful, don't be too gullible. This isn't something to mess with. But before the words were even finished, Goddess Shura had already charged out like a black cannonball with a whoosh. heading straight for the fiery lion. Roar! The fire lion also sensed the threat of goddess Shura. It roared and violently opened its bloody mouth. A mouthful of blazing flames sprayed towards goddess Shura. The flame, which was more than 10 meters long, was like a fire dragon, flailing and clawing to devour everything. The surrounding trees were instantly set ablaze by the flames, crackling and popping. The wolves were so scared that they retreated and hid far away, fearing that they would be affected by the flames. The monkeys were even more scared out of their wits, and each one hugged the trunk of the tree tightly, squealing like a group of frightened quail. This silly girl, she really doesn't want to die. Lin Tian was so anxious that he stopped his feet, but he didn't dare to rush up, so he could only pray silently in his heart. Just in the nick of time, goddess Shura unexpectedly rushed directly into the sea of fire without flickering or avoiding. Ah! The Empress shrieked in fear and covered her eyes, not daring to look again. It's over. It's over. This is really going to be burned into a roasted turtle. A pang of sadness ran through her heart. However, just when everyone thought that goddess Shura was going to be buried in the sea of fire, a dark object suddenly flew out of the sea of fire and smashed hard on the ground like a discharged cannonball. Dang! There was a muffled sound and the ground trembled with it. Cough cough cough. Came a sharp cough. What the hell? The Empress cautiously opened her eyes, only to see a sight that left her dumbfounded. I only saw that black thing, but it was the turtle shell of the goddess Shura. Only, this turtle shell, which had now turned completely charred black with wisps of smoke rising from it, looked like a piece of coal that had just been fished out of the furnace. It's over. It's over. It's really been burned to carbon now, the Empress exclaimed, her voice tinged with tears. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You're the one who's been burned to a crisp. Just then, an exasperated voice came out from the turtle shell. Immediately after that, the goddess of Shura stuck her head out of the turtle shell, and other than the turtle shell being burnt to a crisp, she was actually unharmed. You are fine? The Empress opened her mouth wide in surprise, unable to believe her eyes. Nonsense! Who is Auntie? How could anything happen? The Shura goddess said smugly, completely forgetting that she had just looked like she was going to die. This turtle shell of yours? It's really fireproof. Lin Tian also let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the defense of this turtle shell was even more powerful than he had imagined. Moreover, these two girls had both made a breakthrough. Their strength had increased greatly, and with the help of the wolves and the little black bear, this crisis today might really be turned into a great success. Chapter 67 Water Ability. Humph, that's for sure. The Shura goddess raised her head proudly. This is something I've worked hard to cultivate. How can I be afraid of this mere flame? Thinking of this, Lin Tian didn't bother to talk nonsense with them and directly shrunk his head and limbs into the turtle shell and began to concentrate on cultivating. You guys hold on for now and buy me some time to break through, he said in a muffled voice. When I break through, we'll be able to kill everyone. You still cultivate at this time? The Empress and Goddess Shura were speechless. This heart was too big, right? It can't be helped. If you don't cultivate, are you waiting to die? Lin Tian said rightfully. Don't worry, I'll break through soon. After saying that, he completely stopped moving and focused on cultivating. Alas, I'm really convinced. The Empress sighed helplessly, but seeing Lin Tian's look of desperation, she too suddenly felt like she was ignited, surging with an inexplicable fighting spirit. Cheap brother is right. We can't just sit back and wait for death. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes. He has protected us for so long. This time, it's our turn to protect him. She took a deep breath and began to catalyze the aura in her body. This is... Goddess Shura suddenly widened her eyes and looked at the Empress in surprise. She realized that a crystal-clear water droplet was slowly emerging around the Empress. These water droplets, glistening charmingly under the moonlight, were like sparkling pearls. Ouch! I'm going. Goddess Shura let out a strange cry. Her eyes beads were almost glaring out. Really let you girl piece to blind, right? What kind of luck did you have, that you have awakened the ability of the water system? It is really a king's 8 fell into the vinegar tank. Coincidence on coincidence. Water and fire are incompatible. You are not just to restrain that head of fire setting? Before her words fell, the water droplets around the Empress, which were still scattered, as if they had suddenly received some order, dabbled and gathered together in one piece. 1, 2, 10, 100. More and more small water beads gathered together, and finally even formed a head-sized water ball, dripping in front of the Empress suspended, but also sparkling waves of light. That is a bright eye. Roar! The fire lion over there seemed to feel threatened as well, and his body, which was originally still quite stable, even slightly shrunk backward at this moment, and a trace of obvious panic flashed through those copper bell eyes. It let out a low growl, as if to embolden itself, and as if to warn its enemies. There's a show. The Empress was overjoyed when she took a look at the situation. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her excitement. Her small paw waved and commanded in a decent manner. Little ones, revenge for revenge, revenge for revenge, give me on, finish him off in one go, and give me an outlet for my old lady's bad temper. After saying that, she moved her mind, and the large suspended water ball seemed to have eyes, and flew towards the fire lion with a whoosh sound. Puff! The water balloon hit with precision, slamming solidly into the fire lion's body, just like a pot of cold water poured into a hot frying pan. Zero sound. The fire lion body immediately rose a white smoke. Those flames that were originally still formidable also looked like they had met their nemesis, and instantly wilted, and their originally fiery red fur was now wet and plastered on their bodies, looking woefully out of shape. Ow! The fire lion wailed in pain, clearly having suffered a great loss. Ha ha! Useful! Useful! Seeing this, the Empress almost jumped up in excitement. This water ball can really restrain it. It's really heaven's help. Ugly. See? This is the power of wisdom. The Shura goddess was also smug on the side. It felt even better than if she had done it herself. Little ones, charge me. The Empress was now bursting with confidence, and with a wave of her small paw, she was quite like a female general commanding 1,000 armies. She maneuvered those water beads to launch round after round of attacks on the fire lion, vowing to take down this fire setting. When Goddess Shura took a look at the situation, what's the point? She couldn't let this girl take the limelight by herself. She also screamed strangely, opened 4 short legs, ow screamed and rushed up, ready to fight with the fire lion in close combat. Ow! Once the head wolf saw this situation, how could he let the 2 little turtles steal the limelight? It let out a long whistle to the sky, as if giving some kind of order, and then took the lead and rushed out, pouncing straight on the fire lion's hind legs. Ka-ching! With one bite, the head wolf's sharp teeth bit down hard on the fire lion's leg, and blood immediately flowed out. Roar! The fire lion ate the pain and turned angrily, trying to attack the head wolf, but as soon as it turned around, the goddess of Shura had already rushed close, and relying on the hardness of her tortoise shell, she directly slammed her body hard against the waist of the fire lion. Dang! With a muffled sound, the fire lion's huge body was actually knocked into a stumble and almost fell. Good chance! Seeing the opportunity, the Empress moved her mind, and that water ball flew over once again, ruthlessly smashing into the fire lion's head. Puff! Another burst of white smoke rose, and the flames on the fire lion's body were almost completely extinguished, leaving only a few wisps of green smoke still lingering. This time, the fire lion was completely dumbfounded. How could it not have imagined that it would be pushed to such a point by a group of minions? Ow! It let out an unwilling roar, and the flames on its body suddenly burned once again, and they were even more violent and vigorous than before. As if it was a flashback, the firelight that had already dimmed down instantly became incandescent again, as if it was going to burn everything around it to ashes. Boom! Immediately afterward, the flames on the fire lion's body violently spread out in all directions, forming a huge circle of fire that wrapped itself in the center. Ow! The head wolf couldn't dodge in time and was grazed by this circle of fire, instantly letting out a miserable cry. The fur on its body was scorched a large area, causing it to roll around on the ground in pain. Not good. This is going to fight for its life. When the Shura goddess took a look at this situation, she was so scared that she hurriedly retreated back into her turtle shell. The Empress also changed her face greatly. She felt the temperature of this fire circle, much higher than before. This water ball of her own. I'm afraid that she can't resist it. Quick, get out of the way. She hurriedly greeted the goddess Shura and the wolves to take cover. But just then, the fire lion suddenly moved. It leapt up violently, and with a blazing ring of fire, it lunged towards the Empress and the goddess of Shura. Look out! Lin Tian's voice suddenly came out from the turtle shell with a hint of anxiety. But it was too late. The speed of the fire lion was so fast that the Empress and the goddess of cultivation couldn't dodge in time, and could only watch as the huge ball of fire smashed towards them. It's over. Chapter 68. Another fire lion? The Empress' heart was in despair, and she closed her eyes tightly, waiting for death to come. The Shura goddess was also in a state of shock. She wanted to escape, but her legs felt like they were filled with lead. She couldn't move at all. Dang! With a loud bang, the body of the fire lion ruthlessly crashed into the tortoise shells of the Empress and the goddess Shura. Click! Click! The 2 turtle shells made a shattering sound almost at the same time, obviously suffering from heavy injuries. Put! The Empress and the goddess of cultivation sprayed out a mouthful of blood at the same time, and their bodies flew backwards like kites with broken strings, falling heavily to the ground. Cough cough cough. Shura goddess stretched her head out from the turtle shell. A burst of violent coughing. She looked at her turtle shell that had become charred and black. She couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Hey, you're really right. I'm also black now. Let's not make fun of either of us. You're not any better than me. The Empress also poked her head out of the turtle shell, and her turtle shell also became charred and black, and the original jade-colored luster also disappeared, looking like a stone that had been burned by fire. She looked at her turtle shell and then at the goddess of cultivation, and said angrily, "It's already that time, and you're still in the mood to joke around. Is this tricking us? My little bit of water. It's not much use to it at all." Her voice was filled with frustration and unwillingness. She had thought that she would be able to restrain this fire lion after she had gained the water ability, but to her surprise, in the end, it was still a waste. Ouch! Just then, a wolf howled from the distance, its voice filled with sadness and despair. The Empress and Goddess Shura turned their heads to look, only to see that the head wolf was lying on the ground, panting heavily. The wounds on his body were still bleeding continuously. Obviously he was seriously injured and dying. Head wolf. The Empress let out a cry of alarm and wanted to go over to check the head wolf's injuries, but as soon as she moved, she felt a sharp pain all over her body and almost didn't pass out. "Don't move. You're hurt bad too." The Shura goddess stopped the Empress. Her situation wasn't any better than the Empress. With that collision just now, their turtle shells were almost shattered, and it was already a blessing to be able to save a life. But, the head wolf it. The Empress looked at the dying head wolf and felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Alas, let's listen to God. We can't care about it now that we're struggling to protect ourselves. The goddess Shura sighed, helplessly. "Oh, cheap brother, come out quickly. We can't hold out much longer." The Empress cried out with a sobbing voice. Her only hope right now was Lin Tian. However, it was as if Lin Tian had disappeared, not moving at all. "Stop yelling. That ugly bastard must be hiding in his turtle shell and doesn't dare to come out." Although Goddess Shura said this on her lips, she was also a bit anxious in her heart. What time is it now? Why is that ugly monster still hiding and not coming out? Is he really going to watch them get burned to death by this fire lion? Roar! Just then, the fire lion suddenly let out another earth-shattering roar, and it seemed to have recovered from the blow it had just received, and was approaching them step by step. "It's over. It's really over." A deep despair welled up in the hearts of both the Empress and the Goddess Shura. Rumble! Just then, there was a sudden, deafening sound of a violent explosion from behind them. "What's that noise?" The Empress and Goddess Shura were startled and turned their heads hastily, only to see, not far behind them, a huge firelight rose up to the sky, illuminating half of the sky. That firelight was even more dazzling and fiery than the flames on the fire lion. "What's going on here?" The Empress' mouth opened wide in surprise, completely confused. "Could it be another fire lion?" Goddess Shura's voice was trembling. If that was the case, then they would really have to account for themselves here today. However, when they got a good look at the figure in the firelight, they were completely stunned, only to see, in the midst of the burning flames, a small black bear, covered in fire, is standing there majestically. Its fur, which had completely turned a fiery red color, was like a burning flame. Its eyes, too, turned crimson, flashing with bloodlust. Its body, even larger than before, was gnarled with muscles and filled with explosive power. "This is Blackie?" The Empress couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at the powerful and domineering fiery red little black bear in front of her. "What the hell is going on here?" Shura Goddess is also a face of confusion. This little black bear, how to suddenly become so handsome? It's not logical. This damn bear, why did it suddenly mutate? Is it infected by the fire lion? But I've never heard of animals infecting each other with mutations. You guys don't get it, do you? Just then, a smug voice suddenly came from the side. The Empress and Goddess Shura turned their heads to look, only to see that Lin Tian had poked his head out of the turtle shell at some point and was looking at them with a bad smile on his face. He, let me tell you guys. In fact, the red beast element that I picked up earlier was this fire lion's. Lin Tian said proudly. I fed it to Little Black, so it now possesses fire abilities as well. What? That beast element belongs to this fire lion? The Empress and the Goddess Shura were stunned. This is too much of a coincidence, right? But how is this possible? Little Black, it's just an ordinary bear. How could it possibly absorb the beast element of a fire lion? The Empress was still a bit in disbelief. This was completely beyond her knowledge. What's so impossible about that? Don't forget, I'm the one who has the advanced chi luck pill. Lin Tian said smugly, with the addition of my chi, anything is possible. You guy, what a monster. The goddess of cultivation looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. She was now completely convinced of Lin Tian. This guy was simply an enigmatic existence. Right at this moment, the little black bear suddenly let out a long whine to the sky, then took 4 thick legs and charged towards the fire lion. Roar! The fire lion did not show any weakness either. opening its bloody mouth and spewing out a blazing flame towards the little black bear. Boom! The little black bear didn't flash or avoid, but actually rushed straight into the flames. Blackie! The Empress exclaimed in shock and tried to stop it, but it was too late. How is this possible? Goddess Shura also looked dumbfounded. This little black bear, actually not afraid of fire? Only to see that the little black bear was weaving in and out of the flames as if he were walking on the ground, not harmed by the flames at all. It quickly rushed to the front of the fire lion, then leapt up and fiercely slapped its claws on the fire lion's head. Dang! With a muffled sound, the huge body of the fire lion was unexpectedly slapped to the ground by the little black bear's paw. Ow! The little black bear gained momentum and rode on top of the fire lion's body, waving its sharp claws and slapping at the fire lion's head. Dang! 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 Chapter 69 Sacrifice. Dang! 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 The claws of the little black bear were like rain on that fire lion's head. Each hit caused the fire lion's brain to buzz, and it felt like the sky's aperture was about to be lifted off. Goo! Did this little black bear take the power pill? Why is it so fierce like this? Goddess Cultivator's eyes almost fell out as she watched, her mouth so open that she could stuff down a goose egg. On her pitch-black tortoise shell, there were still traces of the fire that had been set on her before, and she looked as wretched as if she had crawled out of a coal pile. The Empress also had a look of having seen a ghost, her small mouth open to the point where she could swallow her turtle shell that had become crystal clear. This is too much, isn't it? Xiaohei, this is to go against the heavens, ah? The two of them looked at me and I looked at you, both shocked by this sudden outburst from the little black bear, their brains buzzing as if there were hundreds of bees having a convention inside. Roar! Just as the two tortoises were in shock, the fire lion, which was originally beaten and unable to find its way out, suddenly roared violently like a cat that had its tail stepped on, shaking the leaves of the surrounding trees. Just see it that the original red hair, even swish a moment, all turned into snow white, just like bleaching, even with the body originally on the burning flame, also swish turned white. The temperature, across the distance can feel than just now. The temperature, from a long way away can be felt than just a long time ago. The surrounding air were baked twisted up, like in a steam sauna. My goodness, what is this? This can still transform? Shura Goddess was so scared that her voice changed tone. This fire lion, how is it like a big opera singer, but also with a costume change? The Empress is also a face of panic. Her small face is white and white. Her voice is a little shivering. What can we do now? Little Blacket, it can still beat it? Roar! The transformed fire lion looked like it had eaten stimulants, and with a fierce pounce, it overturned the small black bear that originally still had the upper hand on the ground, and that stance was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger. Unstoppable. Thunk! The small black bear's huge body fell heavily on the ground, smashing the ground followed by a few tremors, and the fire on his body went out all of a sudden, and his originally majestic fire-red fur changed back to its original black color. Ow! The little black bear ate the pain and let out a miserable cry, struggling to get up, but the fire lion bit the back of the neck and flung it fiercely to the ground. Thunk! Another muffled sound. The body of the little black bear was dropped on the ground like a broken sack, splattering a cloud of dust, and a low whimpering sound came out of his mouth, obviously seriously injured. Little Black! The Empress took a look at this situation and was so scared that tears were almost flowing out of her eyes. If this were to be hit by the fire lion a few more times, wouldn't the little black bear be bitten to death alive? What can we do about this? Goddess Cultivator also panicked. This transformed fire lion is too fierce, right? This bit of their ability. Rushing up is not enough for them to stuff their teeth. Ow! The little black bear lay on the ground, calling weakly, his voice full of pain and despair. No way! I can't just stand by and watch little black get bitten to death. The Empress gritted her teeth, and a layer of crystal clear water vapor surfaced on her body with a swish, as if she was wearing an armor made of water. She charged towards the fire lion regardless, and that stance was as if she wanted to fight the fire lion for her life. You're crazy! You're going to find death! The Shura Goddess took a look at the Empress stance and scared her soul. This is even fiercer now. Aren't you sending food by rushing up? But the Empress acted as if she didn't hear it, still rushing forward without any hesitation, shouting as she ran. Little Black, hold on! I'll save you! Roar! The fire lion saw the female emperor who rushed over. A hint of disdain flashed in its blood-red eyes. It violently opened its mouth. A white fireball that was fully twice as big as it was just a moment ago, quickly coalesced and took shape in its mouth. The surrounding air was all distorted by the heat of this fireball, and the people who watched it were in a cold sweat. It's over! It's over! It's really over now! When Goddess Shura saw that fireball, she was so scared that she directly shrunk her head and limbs into her turtle shell. If she was hit by this fireball, wouldn't she be burned to ashes directly? Just in the nick of time, Goddess Shura suddenly clenched her teeth, and as if she had made up her mind, she scurried over and shouted, "Silly girl, I'll save you, dang!" Just at the moment when the white fireball of the fire lion was about to spew out, the goddess of Shura slammed into the Empress's body like a cannonball, knocking her out a long way. "You dumbass! What's the point of being a hero at this time?" The Shura goddess scolded as she ran, but there was a hint of crying in her voice. Roar! The white fireball came out of his mouth, and with a heaven-destroying aura, he sprayed it towards Goddess Shura. Holy! Goddess Shura screamed in fear. Limbs and head swished back into the turtle shell. The whole turtle is like a gyroscope, on the ground rapidly rotating up. Boom! The white fireball ruthlessly slammed into the turtle shell of the Shura goddess with a deafening explosion. Rumble! The shockwave from the explosion uprooted all the surrounding trees, and the ground was blown out into a large crater, with flying sand and smoke rolling around for a while. Ugly! The Empress was knocked to the ground and managed to get up before she saw the scene of Goddess Shura being engulfed by the fireball, and was immediately scared out of her wits, her tears crackling down like broken beads. "You fool! Why did you save me?" she cried out tearfully, her voice filled with grief and despair. Dang! A dark object flew out of the smoke and fell heavily on the ground, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than the turtle shell of the Goddess Shura. Only, this turtle shell had now become charred black, with wisps of smoke rising from it, like a piece of coal just fished out of a fireplace. Ugly monster! The Empress rolled and crawled to the turtle shell of the Goddess of Shura, stretching out her trembling claws and gently knocking on the charred turtle shell. "Are you alright? You quickly come out, ah! Don't you scare me!" However, there was no movement at all in the turtle shell, as if it was dead. Wow! The Empress couldn't hold back any longer and let out a loud cry. "Ugly, you big dummy! Why did you have to be so stupid?" Woo woo! Roar! Just then, the fire lion once again let out a roar. It seemed to be very dissatisfied with the result of its attack. It had not even managed to kill it with a single blow, which made it feel very humiliated. Chapter 70: A Breakthrough. A close call. It took 4 stout legs and approached towards the Empress step by step. Those blood-red eyes flashed with bloodlust and a trace of white flame remained at the corner of its mouth, looking hideous and terrifying. Ow! The little black bear saw that the Empress was in danger, and struggled to get up, but it was really hurt too much. And when it just moved, it pulled the wounds on its body, and it hurt so much that it showed its teeth and shivered all over. "Blackie, don't you move. You rest well." Hearing little black bear's voice, the Empress hurriedly turned around and shouted, "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you." After saying that, she turned around, opened her arms, and blocked in front of the little black bear, with a look of death on her face. Roar! The fire lion didn't care about this. It only wanted to finish off all these eyesores in front of it now. It violently opened its mouth. A white fireball then just a few points larger than the rapid cohesion of its mouth molding. The surrounding air were baked by the high temperature of the fireball distorted, emitting a burst of crackling, popping, the sound of bursting. "It's over. This is really over." The Empress looked at the growing fireball. Her heart was cold. She knew that she was afraid that she would not be able to escape this time. At this critical moment of life and death, a lazy voice suddenly came from the side. "I say, your head. Think you are a Super Saiyan transformation? Dye your hair and come to old me to pretend?" Before the words fell, a black shadow suddenly sprang out from the side, so incredibly fast that it was like a bolt of lightning, rushing to the front of the fire lion in the blink of an eye. Dang! With a muffled sound, the black shadow ruthlessly crashed into the fire lion's chin. Ow! The fire lion let out a miserable scream. The white fireball that had already coalesced into shape was actually hardened by this collision. Boom! The fireball exploded in the mouth of the fire lion, blowing its mouth full of blood and chipping several of its teeth. Roar! The fire lion ate the pain, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang, splattering a cloud of dust. This is... The Empress and the little black bear not far away all looked dumbfounded. This sudden change made them unable to react for a moment, only to see, in the midst of that sky of dust, a familiar figure slowly walked out, and it was none other than Lin Tian. "Cheap brother, you're alright." When the Empress saw Lin Tian, she instantly cried tears of joy. She thought that Lin Tian had been hiding in the turtle shell and didn't dare to come out. She didn't expect that he would show up at this time and that he would take care of this fire lion with a single strike. "Humph! Of course I'm fine." Lin Tian raised his head triumphantly. This series of maneuvers just now was something he had calculated. It turned out that after he had swallowed that white beast element, the aura in his body had been in a state of frenzy, and it was only with all his strength that he had barely managed to control this aura from bursting into flames. Just a moment ago, he finally refined this aura completely, and his strength soared to a new realm as a result. And the reason why he had been hiding in the turtle shell and hadn't come out was that he was waiting for a chance. A chance to be able to kill him with a single blow. When the fire lion condensed the fireball just now, it was the best time. He used the aura that had skyrocketed after his breakthrough and released it, in a brainwave, from the back of his buttocks, like a rocket jet, giving him instantaneous and extremely fast speed. He, on the other hand, aimed at the fire lion's chin, the most vulnerable place in his entire body, and used his hard, unrivaled turtle shell to ram it hard. This time, not only did it interrupt the fire lion's attack, but it also made it swallow its own fireball, which could be described as killing two birds with one stone. Hey, what's it called? It's called using the other's way to return the favor, Lin Tian said triumphantly. Let you taste the flavor of your own fireball. Oh, the little black bear also screamed excitedly, as if cheering for Lin Tian. Cheap brother, you're really great, the Empress said excitedly. What's your move called? It's so cool. This move, let's call it Turtle Pai Qigong. Lin Tian casually made up a name. Turtle Qigong? The Empress repeated, always feeling that something was strange, but couldn't put her finger on it. Ow. Just then, the Shura goddess, who was already dying, suddenly stuck her head out of the turtle shell and weakly called out, Ugly. You're not dead yet? The Empress was first startled when she heard Goddess Shura's voice, then hurriedly ran over. Ugh, you're the one who's dead. Although Goddess Shura was badly injured, she still couldn't help but dislike the Empress. I'm coming back to life. You stop talking. Let me take a look. Lin Tian also walked over and checked out Goddess Shura's injuries. Only the turtle shell of the Shura goddess was covered with cracks, and there were multiple burns on her body, looking miserable. Can this still be saved? The Empress looked at the Shura goddess and tears began to well up in her eyes again. Alas, the injuries are too heavy. The internal organs are burned. I am afraid that it is hopeless. Lin Tian sighed and helplessly shook his head. This is almost baked. You guys are all sorry for your loss. Wow. The Empress couldn't hold back any longer and let out a loud cry. Ugly, you big dummy. Why did you save me? Woo. Oh, I don't want to. But I can't control my body. Shura goddess's voice is getting weaker and weaker. I may really have to die. I still have so many things I want to say to you. You don't say. You're not going to die. I won't let you die. The Empress cried while shaking her head. Hey, in fact, I have always been very envious of you. Shura goddess's voice is getting lower and lower. You are better looking than me. Your character is also better than me. Everyone likes you. I actually envy you. But I never really hated you. You'll always be a good sister to me. Oh, ugly, stop it. I beg you stop it, cried the Empress, sobbing uncontrollably. Cough. Goddess Shura suddenly coughed violently, a trace of black blood coming out from the corner of her mouth. I can't do it anymore. I have to go. No, you won't go away. You won't die. The Empress desperately shook her head, but there was nothing she could do. Hey, goodbye forever. Silly girl. The voice of the goddess Shura grew fainter and fainter, and finally disappeared completely. Ugly bastard. You wake up. Don't you leave me alone. The Empress hugged the turtle shell of the goddess of Shura and cried her heart out, but the goddess of Shura never responded to her again. Chapter 71 Back from the Dead. Alas, this girl, what a pity. Lin Tian also sighed as he looked at the Shura goddess. Although he and goddess Shura usually always quarreled, but after all, they were also considered partners who had fought side by side, and now that he saw her die just like that, his heart was still more or less sad. Right at this moment, Lin Tian suddenly felt a system beep ringing in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the impossible achievement, hitting the fire lion hard, rewarded with a marrow cleansing elixir and a hegemony skill card. Marrow cleansing pill? Bullying skill card? Lin Tian froze for a moment. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing as marrow cleansing pill. He hurriedly checked the introduction of the marrow cleansing pill. Marrow cleansing pill, it can cleanse the essence and cut down the marrow, change the skin and bones, and bring the dead back to life. Like a spring breeze, raise the dead? Is this an immortal elixir? Lin Tian looked at the introduction of the marrow cleansing pill and his eyes widened. This marrow cleansing pill, it even had the effect of bringing the dead back to life? Doesn't that mean that there is still salvation for the goddess Shura? The sky is the limit. Lin Tian laughed out loud in excitement as he hurriedly took out the marrow cleansing pill from his system space, only to see this marrow cleansing pill. The body was milky white, emitting a faint light, and smelling a refreshing fragrance. What is this? The Empress asked curiously when she saw Lin Tian suddenly take out a pill. This is the elixir that I secretly refined these days, on the basis that we are a wangba. Ahem, a turtle born, just give it to her to eat, Lin Tian said as he stuffed the marrow-cleansing pill into Goddess Shura's mouth. You also know alchemy? The Empress opened her mouth wide in surprise. She felt that this cheap brother of hers had more and more secrets in him. He. Slightly know a little bit, Lin Tian said modestly. You just blow it you. Goddess Shura's voice suddenly rang out. Ugly. You didn't die? The Empress cried out in surprise when she heard the voice of Goddess Shura. Nonsense. With such a good elixir, how can I be willing to die? Goddess Cultivator stuck her head out of the turtle shell and said without a trace of anger, only to see that the wounds on her body had healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the original charred black turtle shell had also begun to slowly regain its original color. This is too amazing, isn't it? The Empress looked at the changes in the Shura goddess and was so surprised that she couldn't keep her mouth shut. Ha, this is an immortal pill. Of course it's magical, Lin Tian said smugly. How about it? Now you know how powerful I am? Che, what's the big deal? It's just a pill. Although the Shura goddess was unconvinced on her lips, in her heart, she admired Lin Tian to the core. This guy, how many more secrets are hidden in his body? Just as they were talking, suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from behind them. What's that noise? Lin Tian and the others were startled and hurriedly turned around, only to see that the fire lion, which had originally collapsed on the ground, actually staggered back to its feet. Roar! It let out a long whistle to the sky, and the white flames on its body burned once again, and they were even more violent and more vigorous than before. How is this possible? It actually hasn't died yet? The Empress's voice trembled and her small face turned white. I've had bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Goddess Cultivator directly raised her voice to the sky. Auntie, I've only just come back to life. Can't you let me take a few more breaths? Thief God, do you want me to die? Before the words fell, the Empress had already blocked in front of Goddess Shura, a pair of eyes staring at the fiery lion, and despite her body shaking terribly, she gritted her teeth and said, Don't be afraid. This time I'll protect you no matter what. Lin Tian looked at these two crazy couldn't help but roll his eyes, and said in a bad mood, You too, with your small arms and legs, are not enough for others to stuff their teeth, so don't drag me down. After saying that, he sighed and thought to himself, it looks like he can only use that power one more time. Hopefully, I can last a little longer this time. It should be more than enough to deal with this head. Lin Tian secretly calculated in his heart. You too, Num, hurry up and get the hell out of here, he shouted at the Empress and Goddess Shura. Immediately after that, Lin Tian stretched out his claws and patted on the little black bear that was still a bit dazed. Although the wounds on the little black bear's body hurt terribly, it still forced itself together and obediently lay down low. As soon as the two turtles froze, they were picked up by Lin Tian and thrown onto the back of the little black bear. Run! Lin Tian let out a low roar, and the little black bear instinctively spread its hooves and ran when it was in pain. Cheap brother, what are you doing? The Empress was on the back of the little black bear, shouting anxiously. The Shura goddess also turned her head and yelled at Lin Tian. Ugly, what are you trying to pull again? Lin Tian didn't answer them. He was busy at the moment. How could he have time to pay attention to these two silly girls? He was deliberately creating a magnificent atmosphere so that these two girls would be grateful to him and obey him in the future. Lin Tian fumbled for a card from his arms. On it was drawn a gnarled muscular turtle that looked mighty. It was none other than the Hegemony skill card. He took a look at the instructions on the card, and this time he used it for, 40 minutes. 40 minutes. That's enough. Lin Tian grinned. It's more than enough to kill this head. It's not allowed to say, but I can also pack up a few more ungrateful ones along the way. Lin Tian thought prettily in his heart. Use, he mumbled in his mind. Boom! In an instant, Lin Tian felt like a volcano had erupted within him. A powerful force surged out from the depths of his dantian and quickly flowed throughout his body. The turtle shell on his body, even click 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 emerging from the golden yellow light. The whole turtle is like a layer of gold foil, glittering. Not only that, a yellow wave of chi, visible to the naked eye, erupted from his body, circling and flying around him, setting him off like a heavenly god descending from the heavens. It felt like that, like some kind of Super Saiyan transformation? No, more accurately, a Super Saiyan turtle. Lin Tian couldn't help but raise his voice to the sky and let out a long whistle. His voice was full of power and dominance, which shook the leaves around him and caused them to swish and fall down. The sudden change of events startled the wolves watching from a short distance away, each clapping their tails and whimpering as they backed away, fearing that they would be blinded by the sudden golden light. What is this situation? In the distance, the little black bear that was carrying the Empress and the goddess of cultivation had also stopped. It turned its head to look at Lin Tian, who was shining with golden light behind him. shock written all over the bear's face. Cheap brother he. What's wrong with him? The Empress' eyes widened. Her small mouth was open to the point where she could stuff an egg into it. She had never seen Lin Tian with this appearance. It was almost as if he had changed into a turtle. This ugly monster. It couldn't be that he ate something he shouldn't have and went off the deep end, right? Goddess Cultivator also looked incredulous as she rubbed her eyes vigorously, wondering if she was hallucinating. Chapter 72, Try Your Turtle Master. Goo. This ugly monster has taken the wrong medicine today, right? The whole turtle is glittering with gold, just like a layer of gold paint. Is this going to become a spirit rhythm? Goddess Shura's eyes were glaring out of their sockets, and she rubbed them vigorously, fearing that she had misread them. This cheap brother is too fierce, right? This is going against the heavens. The Empress also looked as if she had seen a ghost, her small mouth opened so wide that it could be stuffed into one of her jade-eyes turtle shells. Ow! The little black bear also followed suit, tilting his head, looking at Lin Tian, and then at the fire lion that was still lying on the ground. The bear's face was filled with question marks, as if to say, what's going on here? How can it still transform? Lin Tian has no time to pay attention to this group of unseen guys. He is now full of explosive power, feeling that he can kill a cow with one punch. Oh no! Is able to kill a lion with one punch. He took a deep breath, only to feel a rush of heat rushing through his body and eventually down his throat. Who? Lin Tian opened his mouth, and a stream of white smoke came out, similar to a boiling kettle. Come on, son thief, try your turtle master's power again. Lin Tian stretched out his turtle claw and hooked his finger at the fire lion that was lying on the ground not far away. That was arrogant. That was a triumph. Roar! The fire lion also slowed down a little bit of energy at this moment. It climbed up from the ground, shook the white hair on its body that had become a little sparse, and rushed at Lin Tian to let out a low roar, its voice full of indignation and unwillingness. Thinking about it, when has it ever suffered from this kind of humiliation? Today, it was even beaten up by a small turtle. If this is spread out, how can it still hang around in the beast world? The more the fire lion thought, the more angry. The body of the white flames tang arise again, although not as exuberant as before, but also enough to scare people. Its limbs were powerful, and its huge body violently lunged towards Lin Tian. That speed, it was like a white lightning, with a vicious energy, vowing to tear Lin Tian into pieces. Lin Tian was looking at the fire lion rushing over. He was unperturbed and calm. He even had the time to grin. Good timing, Lin Tian shouted. His right claw clenched his fist, his elbow pulled back, and he staged a standard turtle-style qigong preparatory stance. The fire lion rushed to the moment in front of him. Lin Tian violently turned around, his left paw snap pressed on the fire lion's head, 5 fingers together to make a milk strength down a pressure. Hard to the body than he was several times taller than the press down on the ground. That's not all. He backhanded the turtle shell to the ground, and his whole body spun up sharply like a gyroscope, aiming at the back of the fire lion, and slammed into it fiercely. Dang! A muffled sound. The huge body of the fire lion was actually Lin Tian's small turtle shell to fly out in the air through a beautiful arc, and finally boom sound, smashed in a dozen meters away from a large tree. The tree was broken. I go. Is this still a turtle? Goddess Cultivator's eyes fell to the ground as she looked at it. She swallowed hard and felt like her worldview had been turned upside down. This is too fierce, isn't it? Cheap brother, this is going to heaven. The Empress also looked like she had seen a ghost. She pinched her arm vigorously and it hurt so much that she grimaced before she was sure she wasn't dreaming. Ow! The little black bear also looked dumbfounded. It tilted its head, looking at Lin Tian, and then at the fire lion that had been knocked away. Question marks written all over the bear's face, as if to say, is this still the weak turtle boss that I know? Roar! The fire lion struggled to get up from the ground, and it shook its head, as if it hadn't recovered from the series of blows it had just received. Its blood-red eyes stared at Lin Tian with a deadpan expression, its eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How could this tiny turtle possess such a powerful force? It's not scientific. The fire lion couldn't figure it out. It wagged its tail, and the white flames on its body flourished a few more points. It decided to try again. It didn't believe that it could still be beaten down by a tiny turtle when it was the king of the forest. The fire lion adjusted his posture, his limb muscles bulging as he readied himself for another charge. Roar! It roared, and the white flame on its body swished up high, and the whole lion was like a big fireball, emitting a compelling heat wave, lunging towards Lin Tian. Come again? Lin Tian sneered, and instead of retreating, he charged up against the fire lion. A turtle and a lion, a large and a small, 2 figures, once again collided together. Dang! Lin Tian punched the fire lion in the stomach, causing the flames on its body to tremble. Roar! The fire lion ate the pain and opened its bloody mouth, biting towards Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian shortened his body and dodged the attack of the fire lion, then backhanded it and slapped it on the face. Pop! The slap was so powerful that it directly stunned the fire lion. Its huge body was actually sent backward several steps by Lin Tian's slap. Ow! The fire lion shook its head and let out a low whimper, as if it had been hit and hurt. Hey! You know what's great, right? Lin Tian smiled smugly. He now felt like he was filled with power, as if he had inexhaustible energy. He rushed forward with an arrow and punched and kicked the fire lion. Knock! Snap! Lin Tian's fists and claws fell like rain on the body of the fire lion, causing the flames on its body to tremble and make a crackling sound. Ow! The fire lion was beaten without any power to fight back, and could only let out a miserable scream. Is this still a turtle? This is simply a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Goddess Cultivator looked dumbfounded. She felt that her 3 views had been refreshed by Lin Tian. It's too awesome. Cheap brother is simply my idol. The Empress also had a face of adoration. She was now in awe of Lin Tian. Oh, the little black bear followed suit and barked excitedly, seemingly cheering for Lin Tian. Roar! The fire lion was beaten up by Lin Tian. The flames on his body became weaker and weaker, and in the end, it completely went out with a poof sound. Its originally snow-white fur had now also become charred and black, looking like a big cat that had been roasted, not to mention how wretched it was. Honest now, right? Lin Tian smiled triumphantly as he rode on top of the fire lion and patted its head with his paw. Convinced? Chapter 73. If you don't make it, you won't die. Ow! The fire lion barked breathlessly. His voice was full of aggression and unwillingness, but more than that, it was fear. It was truly frightened by the fight. This tiny turtle in front of it was simply a devil. It's good if you're convinced. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. Remember, in the future, when you see your turtle master, take a detour. Got it? Ow! The fire lion nodded obediently, like a tame kitten. That's more like it. Lin Tian laughed before jumping down from the fire lion. Cheap brother, are you alright? The Empress and little black bear rushed over and asked with concern. Ugly, you really defeated this fire lion? Goddess Shura also walked over, her tone filled with disbelief. That's for sure. Lin Tian raised his head proudly. Don't even look at who I am? I'm the man who's going to become Kame Sennin. Che, just blow it off you. The Shura goddess bristled, but a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. Right, cheap brother. You just said that the flames on this fire lion went out. What's going on? The Empress suddenly remembered something and asked curiously. Oh, this simply put, it was beaten by me. Lin Tian said lightly. This fire lion, it relies on the flames on its body. With the flames gone, it has nothing to fear. Am I being too cruel? I see. The Empress came to a realization. Then what do we do now? Kill this fire lion? What a pity to kill it. Lin Tian shook his head. Keep it. You can use it as a mount or something in the future. How cool. A mount? Just it? Goddess Shura pointed at the fire lion lying motionless on the ground. Are you sure it can obey? Don't worry. It's already been beaten by me now. It wouldn't dare to disobey. Lin Tian said confidently. Besides, even if it doesn't listen, I'll just beat it up again. Alright, your call. Goddess Cultivator shrugged her shoulders. She couldn't beat this fire lion anyway, so Lin Tian could deal with it however he wanted. By the way, cheap brother, you just asked us if we think you're too cruel? The Empress suddenly said. We don't think you're cruel at all. Really? That's right. The Shura goddess nodded as well. When dealing with this kind, we have to use some ruthless tactics, or else they'll think we're easy to bully. It's good that you guys can understand. Lin Tian laughed. As for me, I've always been a person who doesn't offend me. I don't offend anyone, but if someone offends me, I'll return the favor twice as much. Well, we're behind you, Empress and little black bear said in unison. Alright, since you all said so, then I'll be a bit more cruel, Lin Tian said, the corner of his mouth hooking up into an evil smile. He walked over to the fire lion, crouched down, and patted its head with his paw. Hey, big cat, wake up, don't play dead. The fire lion didn't move at all, like it had really fainted. Hey, you big cat, you're not dumb enough to get hit by me, are you? Lin Tian stretched out his paw and poked the nose of the fire lion. Seeing that it still didn't react, his heart also muttered. It won't be that it was too heavy-handed and killed it, right? How can this be? Just when Lin Tian was worried there, the original lying on the ground motionless fire lion suddenly swish opened his eyes, that pair of original blood-red eyes, at the moment full of cunning and ruthless, which still have half a bit before the appearance of the deputy was beaten confused. Roar! The fire lion roared violently, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Lin Tian's head. This fellow, surprisingly, was pretending to be dead. It wanted to launch a sneak attack while Lin Tian was off guard and swallow this damned turtle in one bite. Holy, you are playing dirty. Lin Tian was startled. How could he not expect that this fire lion would still play this trick, when it was too late? Seeing that the big mouth that emitted a fishy odor was about to bite his head, Lin Tian couldn't care less. He directly gathered his entire body's spiritual chi on top of his right paw, and then, with all his strength, he punched his fist towards the fiery lion's mouth and pounded it over. Dang! With a muffled sound, Lin Tian's fist ruthlessly smashed into the upper jaw of the fire lion, directly breaking two of its upper incisors. Ow! The fire lion let out a mournful scream. Blood flowed from its mouth, and the pain caused it to burst into tears. Its huge body was even sent flying backwards by Lin Tian's punch, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and then with a boom, it fell heavily on the ground, smashing the ground into a large pit. This is the end? Lin Tian looked at the fire lion that had fallen motionless on the ground, still somewhat unable to believe his eyes. The punch he had just thrown, although he had used his full strength, he was only holding the mentality of trying. After all, the size of this fire lion was really too big, and he didn't expect to be able to kill it with a single punch. But who would have thought that this fire lion would be so unforgiving, and that it would be dried out with a single punch? No way? Really dead? Lin Tian walked over and poked the body of the fire lion with his paw, realizing that it had completely lost its breath and its body was slowly starting to turn cold. Ugh, you say you? What's the point of pretending to be dead for a good reason? This is good. Play yourself to death, right? Lin Tian sighed, his tone filled with loss. He also wanted to keep this fire lion as a mount, but now it's not good. It was killed directly, and now the mount has nothing to do. Cheap brother. You killed this fire lion? It was only then that the Empress came back to her senses, shock written all over her face as she looked at the corpse of the fire lion that had fallen to the ground. Yeah, an accidental overexertion killed it. Lin Tian shrugged helplessly. He didn't expect this outcome either. Ugly, your fighting strength is too terrifying, isn't it? This is a fire lion, and you just killed it with one punch? The goddess of Shura also had a look of disbelief on her face. She now had a new understanding of Lin Tian's strength. Hey, it's okay, average, third in the world. Lin Tian smiled triumphantly. His heart was happy. He was about to say something else when suddenly his stomach growled. Hungry. Lin Tian touched his stomach and then remembered that it seemed like he hadn't eaten for a day and a night. Before, he was so focused on escaping and fighting that he didn't bother to eat, and now that he was relaxed, he immediately felt hungry in front of his chest. By the way, this fire lion, is it edible? Lin Tian's eyes suddenly lit up as he remembered something and turned his head to look at the still steaming corpse beside him. The fire lion is big, has a lot of meat, and is a fire attribute demonic beast, so eating it might even be a great tonic. Chapter 74 Partaking of the Fire Lion. After eating that white tiger before, all three of us made a breakthrough. And this time, after eating this fire lion, we won't fly straight into the sky? The more Lin Tian thought about it, the more excited he became, his mouth watering. Can this be eaten? It's not poisonous, is it? The Empress looked at the corpse of the fiery lion, but a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. After all, this fire lion didn't look like a good person. What if it was poisoned after eating it? What can't we eat? Didn't we eat that big white tiger before? It was fine, right? Goddess Cultivator didn't think about it that much. She was also starving right now, and as soon as she heard Lin Tian say that he wanted to eat fire lion meat, her eyes started to light up. Besides, this is a fire lion. Maybe it can enhance our fire resistance after eating it. In the future, if we encounter this kind of fire breathing again, we won't have to be afraid. Lin Tian felt that Goddess Shura had a point. He nodded and said, that's right, this fire lion meat, it's a great tonic. Eating it will only benefit us. There's no harm in it. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and start eating, Goddess Shura said impatiently. She couldn't wait to taste the flavor of this fire lion meat. Hold on a second. Let me see how this thing works, Lin Tian said, circling around the body of the fire lion and carefully observing it. This fire lion has thick skin and flesh, and those with bad teeth can't necessarily bite it. How can I get a bite out of this skin if it's so hard? The Empress also came over and looked at the body of the fire lion with worry. There! Lin Tian's eyes suddenly lit up as he remembered the dagger-like sharp claw he had gotten from the little black bear earlier. This thing, it might come in handy, Lin Tian said, pulling out the sharp claw from his arms before walking over to the body of the fire lion, finding a spot and stabbing it in. Put! With a soft thud, the pointed claws unexpectedly pierced through the fur of the fire lion with ease, sinking deep into its flesh. Ha ha! It worked! Lin Tian laughed out loud in excitement. This pointed claw, it was practically made for eating meat. With this dinner knife, they can enjoy the fire lion's meal. Come on, don't just stand there. Get over here and help. Lin Tian greeted the Empress and Goddess Shura and prepared to start dividing the corpse of the fire lion. Ow, ow. Just then, a wolf howl suddenly came from the distance. Wolves? Lin Tian and the others froze and turned their heads to look, only to see a group of grey wolves that were quickly running towards their side. At the head of the group was none other than the head wolf that had been subdued by Lin Tian earlier. How did they get here? The Empress asked with some confusion. Probably smelled it. Lin Tian guessed. After all, such a big fire lion died here. The smell of blood was so heavy, and the wolves' sense of smell was so sensitive. It was impossible that they couldn't smell it. They're not trying to come for the meat, are they? Goddess Shura looked at the approaching pack of grey wolves warily and worriedly. What are you afraid of? If they dare to rob it, I'll show them what I'm made of. Lin Tian said in a nonchalant manner. He was now much stronger and didn't put these wolves in his eyes at all. What's more, this group of wolves had already been subdued by him before, so they shouldn't attack them again. Ouch! The head wolf led the pack to Lin Tian and the others. They did not attack, but obediently lay down on the ground with a submissive look. Hey, count yourselves wise. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that this group of wolves were quite obedient. Ouch! The head wolf suddenly stood up and walked over to Lin Tian, gently rubbing his head against Lin Tian's leg before pointing at the corpse of the fire lion, seemingly asking Lin Tian if he could eat the meat of this fire lion. Want to eat? Then eat. Lin Tian waved his paw generously. Anyway, this fire lion was so big that the few of them couldn't finish it, so there was no harm in sharing some of it with the wolves. Ow! The head wolf howled excitedly, then greeted the wolves and began to enjoy the fire lion meal. For a while, the sound of wolves gnawing on chunks of meat rang out in the mountains, a scene that was both bloody and spectacular. Let's not stand around. Let's eat, Lin Tian said and joined in eating the meat. He tore off a piece of fire lion meat with his sharp claws and put it in his mouth and chewed it. The flavor was surprisingly not bad, just a bit old and faggy. This fire lion meat, the flavor is okay, it's just a little stuffed, Lin Tian commented as he ate. It's good to have meat, and you're picking and choosing. Goddess Cultivator blankly glanced at Lin Tian. She wasn't as preachy as Lin Tian, grabbing a piece of meat and devouring it. Cheap brother, do you think that if we eat this fire lion's meat, we'll also have fire abilities like Little Black? The Empress asked as she ate, her tone filled with anticipation. Well, I can't guarantee that, but it never hurts to try, Lin Tian said. Anyway, there's so much meat in this fire lion, let's eat it openly. Maybe we'll awaken our fire ability while eating it. Good, then I'll have more. The Empress sniffed, and also began to eat the meat in big gulps, in a manner that was almost as if she had been starving for 3 days and 3 nights. The little black bear also woke up, and as it smelled the aroma of the fire lion's meat, it couldn't help but come over as well, wanting a piece of the pie. Come on, Blackie, you have some too. Lin Tian tore off a large piece of meat and handed it to the little black bear. The little black bear swallowed the meat in one bite, then looked at Lin Tian with bated breath, as if he wanted to eat some more. Ha ha, you guys, you've got quite an appetite. Lin Tian smiled and tore off another piece of meat, handing it to the little black bear. In this way, Lin Tian's group, plus a group of wolves, surrounded the corpse of the fire lion and feasted on it. After he was full of wine and food, Lin Tian burped, touched his round belly, and said, "Alright, after eating and drinking, let's get down to business." What business? The Empress asked curiously as she licked the oil from her paw. Building a campground. Of course, Lin Tian said. We'll make our home here from now on. We can't keep sleeping in the wind, right? Anne's house? Here? Goddess Shura pointed at the surroundings. Are you sure? This is the middle of nowhere. There's nothing here. How can we live here? Who says there isn't? There are mountains and water, woods and beasts here. It's like a natural treasure trove, Lin Tian said. As long as we remodel a little, this place can be turned into a cozy home. Remodeling? How do you remodel? The Empress asked. Chapter 75, want to know? Beg me. Remodeling? How to remodel? The Empress blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Lin Tian, a big question mark written all over her small face. Hey, that's something you don't understand. When Lin Tian heard this, he came to his senses. He cleared his throat and patted the ground with his paw. See this pile of fire lion's bones? This is good stuff. Turn around and set it up. Burn it for 3 days and 3 nights. Guaranteed to burn a pile of crunchy bone crumbs. What's the use of bone crumbs? The Shura goddess skimmed her lips, her pitch-black tortoise shell reflecting oil under the moonlight, living like a black egg that had just crawled out of a coal pile. What do you know? Lin Tian rolled his eyes. This bone dregs in mud. smeared on wood. It's called strong. It's harder than steel and stronger than cement. When we build a house, not to mention wild animals, it won't even be washed away by a flash flood. As he spoke, he gestured with his paw. Spittle flying. When the time comes, let's put those alloy plates inside. And hey, a safe house is complete. A safe house? Just these pieces of broken tin? Goddess Shura was obviously not too convinced. What Thai tin? That's called alloy plate. Do you understand high tech? Lin Tian knocked his head. With your IQ, you still want to rob a house? It's hard to rob a lollipop. The Shura goddess was dumbfounded by her dislike, and could only glare viciously at Lin Tian, itching to take a bite out of his golden glittering turtle shell. And we need to get a water source. Lin Tian continued, pointing his paw at the stream not far away. See that stream? We have to think of a way to bring the water to our campsite, so that it will be convenient to drink and bathe in the future. Drawing water? How? With your mouth? Goddess Shura couldn't help but spit. Of course it's a pipe lead. Are you stupid? Lin Tian looked at Goddess Shura with an expression of looking at an idiot. There are so many trees in this forest. If you just cut down a few and hollow them out, wouldn't they be pipes? Hey, you ugly bastard. You still have a lot of ideas. After hearing this, the Shura goddess surprisingly felt that it made some sense. The Empress also nodded her head repeatedly, her big eyes shining. Cheap brother, you're so smart. So when are we going to start doing it? Now. Lin Tian waved his hand. Monkeys, all move. Those who cut down trees. Those who dig ditches. Whoever dares to be lazy, don't eat dinner today. Squeak squeak squeak. Upon hearing this, the monkeys immediately wailed like chicken blood and started working. Let's not be idle. Let's go. Let's go and clean up the bones of that fire lion first. Lin Tian greeted the Empress and Goddess Shura and walked towards the corpse of the fire lion. Although the meat of the fire lion had been pretty much eaten by the wolves, there were still quite a few bones left, which were precious and couldn't be wasted. The three turtles divided their labor. Lin Tian was in charge of dismantling the bones, the Empress was in charge of moving the bones to the side, and the Goddess Shura was in charge of scaring the beasts that wanted to come over and steal the bones with her burnt turtle shell. Don't say. This tactic was quite effective. Those beasts saw the honorable face of Goddess Shura. They all turned around and ran away in fear, more afraid than seeing a ghost. After working most of the night, they finally managed to clean up the bones of the fire lion. Lin Tian looked at the bones piled up into a small mountain and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. These bones, enough for us to use for a while. Cheap brother, what are you going to do with these bones? The Empress asked curiously. Well, you guys will know by then. Lin Tian smiled mysteriously and didn't answer directly. He now had a rough plan in his mind, but he still had to mull over how to implement it. Ugly, don't be so secretive. Goddess Shura urged. Quickly say, what exactly do you want? Want to know? Beg me. Lin Tian said smugly. Begging your ass. The Shura goddess rolled her eyes in anger. Don't say it. Who cares to know? He. It's best if it's not rare. Lin Tian laughed, then greeted the monkeys and started clearing the weeds and bushes around the campground. They're going to take this area, clean it out completely, and build a home of their own. In the next few days, Lin Tian and the others were busy. The monkeys were working feverishly under Lin Tian's command. Some monkeys used their sharp claws to cut down the trees, some used vines to bind the timber, while others were responsible for carrying the stones. They really followed Lin Tian's request, hollowed out the tree trunks and made a simple water pipe. Then, under Lin Tian's command, the monkeys began to dig a trench, connecting those water pipes one by one, and extending them from the creek all the way to the campground. Don't say. These monkeys are quite smart. They learn things fast, and it didn't take long to get the water diversion project done. The monkeys cheered excitedly as the clear water flowed down the pipe into the campground, each one dancing and happy. Lin Tian also felt a burst of relief. This was good. The water source problem was solved. In the future, there would be no need to worry about drinking water. The Empress, on the other hand, was in charge of setting up some traps and warning devices around the camp, using her water ability to create some mud puddles and puddles on the ground, as well as hanging some netting woven from vines from the trees. These traps, as simple as they seemed, were more than enough to deal with the average beast. The Goddess Shura is not idle. She is responsible for using her stinky mouth to scold those disobedient monkeys. Don't say. This tactic is quite effective. Those monkeys who originally wanted to be lazy were scolded by her. Immediately obediently work. With everyone working together, the camp is taking shape. They built a couple of rudimentary houses out of wood and stone, which didn't look very pretty, but at least they were sheltered from the wind and rain. They also put a fence around the camp, which was smeared with a mixture of ashes and earth made from the bones of a fire lion, which not only was strong, but also gave off an unpleasant odor, so that wild beasts in general did not dare to come near it. In the center of the camp was a fire made of stone with a large pot of fragrant broth simmering on top of it. This was a stew they had made with the wild boar meat they had stored earlier and some wild vegetables. The flavor wasn't exactly delicious, but it was a rare delicacy in this environment. Come, all come over and eat. Lin Tian greeted everyone. He was now the boss of this camp. His words naturally carried weight. When the monkeys heard Lin Tian's voice, they all obediently gathered around, each eyeing the cauldron with their mouths watering. The Empress and the little black bear also came over, and the little black bear's injuries had almost healed, and was now able to run and jump again, alive and well. On the other hand, Goddess Cultivator walked over with a reluctant face. She was still thinking about what Lin Tian had said about her being ugly earlier. Chapter 76 Fire Griffin. Lin Tian used a large wooden spoon and served everyone. Oh no! It was every turtle, every bear, and every monkey, a bowl of broth. Everyone was sitting around the fire, drinking broth and chatting. Cheap brother, this campground of ours, when will it be built? The Empress asked as she took a sip of the broth. Soon. In another 10 days and half a month. It should be almost done. Lin Tian estimated and said. It's going to take so long. Ha! The Empress was a little disappointed. This is already very fast. Okay? Lin Tian said. We're starting from scratch. Every brick and tile. Oh no! Every blade of grass and tree are all made by our own hands. It's good to have this speed. Ugh, I really envy you, living in such a big house. Goddess Shura suddenly came out with a sentence. What did you say? Lin Tian thought he had heard wrong. I say, this turtle shell of yours, it's a bit too big, isn't it? Goddess Shura pointed at Lin Tian's turtle shell. Doesn't it seem wasteful for a person to live in such a large house? Do I call this big? I call this spacious, Lin Tian said without a trace of anger. Besides, this turtle shell of mine is my defense weapon. It can save my life at critical moments. Can it be the same as a house? Che, speaking as if anyone doesn't have a turtle shell. Goddess Shura bristled. My turtle shell isn't much smaller than yours. Why don't I see you being so smug? Can your turtle shell be compared to me? Lin Tian rolled his eyes. That turtle shell of yours, it's so black. It's like a cinder block. What can it do? Who are you calling dark and unattractive? Goddess Shura was instantly enraged. I'm a healthy wheat color. Do you understand? Yours is a golden color. Tacky. Alright. You two stop arguing. The Empress hurriedly came out to round up the situation. We're a team now. We have to be united and help each other. Understand? Humph. Who wants to be in solidarity with her? Lin Tian and Goddess Shura said in unison before glaring at each other again. You. The Empress helplessly shook her head. She can see. These two guys, is a pair of happy enemies? A day without quarrel is all over the body. Ouch. Just then, the head wolf suddenly came running back from outside with several wolves, which were carrying several hares and mountain chickens in their mouths. Yo-ho, the harvest is good. Lin Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the prey that the wolves had brought back. We can have an extra meal tonight. Ow! The head wolf barked and placed its prey in front of Lin Tian before obediently retreating to the side. Ha ha, good job. Lin Tian patted the head of the head wolf, then greeted the monkeys and began to deal with the prey. With the wolves joining them, their hunting efficiency was greatly improved, and they were able to harvest a lot of prey every day, no longer having to worry about food. In this way, Lin Tian and the others lived the life of primitive people in this mountain forest. Chopping wood, hunting, and building camps every day is hard work, but it's also a lot of fun. Day by day, their camp was getting better and better, and it was becoming more and more like a real home. On this day, Lin Tian was making his rounds in the camp when suddenly, he realized that there seemed to be a black shadow in the distant sky, flying towards them. What is that thing? Lin Tian squinted his eyes and took a closer look. It seems like a bird? Birds? Why is there a bird here? The Empress also saw the dark shadow and asked curiously. I don't know. Let's see, Lin Tian said. The bird flew closer and closer, and Lin Tian and the others finally saw its true colors. Holy, what the hell is this? Lin Tian couldn't help but burst out. Just see that bird. Even grew a lion's head. Body covered with fire-red feathers. Wings spread more than 10 meters long. Looks like an enlarged version of the turkey. This is a fire griffin? Goddess Shura's voice trembled a bit. How did it appear here? A fire griffin? What is that thing? Lin Tian asked. This was the first time he had heard of this creature. Fire griffins, a very rare flying demonic beast. It is said that they are the hybrid offspring of a fire lion and some sort of giant eagle, possessing both the strength of a fire lion and the speed of a giant eagle. Very difficult to deal with, the Empress explained, and her face became grave. It sounds very powerful. Lin Tian stroked his chin. But what is it doing here? Could it be lost? Lost? Does it look like it's lost to you? The Shura goddess said without a trace of humor. I think it's 80% coming at us. Coming at us? Why? Lin Tian was puzzled. Idiot. Do you still need to ask? It must be the scent of that fire lion. The Empress said. The fire griffin and the fire lion. Even though they are not of the same race, they have some sort of special connection between them and are able to sense each other's existence. Are you saying that this fire griffin is here to avenge that fire lion? Lin Tian instantly understood. 8 or 9 is not far off. The Empress nodded. This is troublesome. We have to think of a way to deal with it in a hurry. What are you afraid of? Soldiers come to block. Water comes to cover. There are so many of us. Are we still afraid of a bird? Although Lin Tian said this on his lips, he was starting to drum in his heart. This fire griffin, at a glance, was not something to be messed with. In case he couldn't beat it, it would be troublesome. Roar! Just then, the fire griffin suddenly let out a roar before violently flapping its wings and swooping down towards them. Look out! Lin Tian cried out and hurriedly pulled the Empress and Goddess Shura to hide to the side. Boom! The fire griffin landed heavily on the ground, splattering a cloud of dust. Its sharp eyes stared at Lin Tian and the others with a deadly glare. Its eyes filled with anger and killing intent. Humans! How dare you kill my companions? I will make you pay in blood. The fire griffin spat out human words, and its voice was cold and piercing, sending shivers down one's spine. Companion? You mean that fire lion? Lin Tian froze. That wasn't killed by us. It was Little Black who moved. He pointed to the small black bear resting on his back next to him. Humph. I don't care who killed them. You all have to die anyway. The fire griffin obviously didn't put Lin Tian in its eyes. Even though Lin Tian had shown extraordinary strength before, it was still considered by it as a weak bug that could be taken at will. After all, its companion was just an ordinary fire lion, while it, on the other hand, was a noble fire griffin. As it said that, it violently opened its mouth, and a fireball the size of a faceplate quickly coalesced and took shape in its mouth. Not good. Get out of the way. Lin Tian's face changed drastically as he sensed that the power of this fireball was much more powerful than the fireball spewed out by that fire lion before. He hurriedly pulled the Empress and Goddess Shura and hid behind a large rock. Boom! The fireball slammed hard into the boulder and exploded, splitting the stone into pieces and sending debris flying. Chapter 77 Tornado. Cough cough cough. Lin Tian and the others were shaken by the sudden explosion, and each of them was gray and in a sorry state. This strength of this fire griffin is so strong? The Empress said with a palpitating heart. She was almost hit by that fireball just now. Looks like we've met a tough opponent this time. Goddess Shura's face also became grave. She didn't expect that the strength of this fire griffin would be much more powerful than that fire lion. What now? We're no match for it at all. The Empress was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. This fire griffin was powerful and could still fly. They had no chance of winning. Don't panic. I'll figure it out. Lin Tian forced himself to calm down. He knew that at this time, he absolutely could not mess up. He began to think about countermeasures, but after thinking about it, he couldn't think of any good ideas. The fire griffins were too strong, and they had no power to fight back. If we can't, we'll have to give up on this place, Lin Tian said helplessly. This was his last resort. Although he was not willing, it was better than losing his life. Give up? Then won't all our efforts this whole time be in vain? The Empress was resigned. The camp they had worked so hard to build, were they going to give it away like this? That's better than being lifeless. The Shura goddess was open-minded as she said, if we leave a green mountain behind, we are not afraid of having no firewood to burn. Let's withdraw first, and when we are stronger in the future, it won't be too late to come back for revenge. But, the Empress wanted to say something else, but Lin Tian interrupted. Well, no more buts. It's decided. Let's go now. As Lin Tian said that, he prepared to take the Empress and Goddess Shura away. Want to go? It's not that easy. Right at this moment, the icy voice of the fire griffin sounded once again. It had flown above their heads at some point and was staring at them intently. Today, none of you will leave here alive, the fire griffin said, violently flapping its wings, and a fierce wind suddenly rose out of nowhere, blowing the sand and rocks on the ground and shaking the trees. Not good. It's going to attack. Lin Tian's face changed drastically as he sensed that the gale contained a powerful energy that was definitely not something they could resist. Quick! Hide in the cave! Lin Tian shouted and pulled the Empress and Goddess Shura and ran towards the cave where he had hidden the alloy plates before. Ow! The wolves also sensed the danger and they got up, ready to follow Lin Tian and the others to hide in the cave. But it was too late. The attack of the fire griffin had arrived, only to see it violently open its mouth. A huge tornado, spewing out of its mouth, swept towards Lin Tian and the others. This tornado, much more powerful than the flames spewed out by the fiery lion before, Wherever it passed, everything was torn into pieces. Even the ground was scraped up with a thick layer of mud. It's over. Lin Tian and the others saw this terrifying tornado, and their hearts turned ashen. They knew that they were afraid that they would not be able to escape this time. Rumble! The tornado wrapped in sand, rocks and dirt, and ruthlessly slammed into Lin Tian and the others. Agu! The Empress screamed miserably, feeling like she had been hit by a large stone. Her eyes went black and she almost didn't pass out. Her turtle shell, which was originally quite strong, in front of this violent tornado, was just like paper mache, being scraped click straight. On the top appeared a few obvious cracks. Shura Goddess was not much better. Her burnt turtle shell was directly hit by a piece of stone the size of a basin. Click! Cracked a large hole. Pain! She grimaced. Tears were about to fall. Ugly, are you alright? The Empress forced herself to endure the pain and shouted at the goddess Shura. Die! Cannot die! Goddess Shura's voice came out from the turtle shell with a hint of crying. You silly girl! What are you still waiting for? Hurry! Hurry to hide in the cave. Us together! The Empress gritted her teeth and tried to pull goddess Shura up. However, she herself was unable to protect herself, and was so blown around by the wind that she couldn't even stand up, let alone pull someone. Leave me alone. You go. Goddess Shura was in a hurry. This silly girl, why is she still being silly at this time? Ouch. Just then, the wolves also hid in the cave, one by one, with their tails between their legs, cowering in the corners, shivering. Where was there any semblance of their previous prowess? The little black bear also wanted to run towards the cave, but as soon as it turned around, it was hit in the head by a flying rock, and fainted, its huge body falling to the ground with a bang and splashing a cloud of dust. Little Black! The Empress shouted in a rush when she saw Little Black Bear fall to the ground. She wanted to go over to save the little black bear, but as soon as she took a step, she was whipped back by a powerful wind and almost fell to the ground. Roar! Right at this moment, that fire griffin suddenly let out a deafening roar, and then violently flapped its wings, and that tornado unexpectedly became a few points larger and more powerful. Holy! This is still coming on strong. When Lin Tian saw this, he couldn't care about the pain on his body. He cursed and hurriedly shrunk his head and limbs into the turtle shell. His golden glittering turtle shell was like a lone boat that could be overturned at any time in this storming attack. Knock! 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 The rubble and dirt constantly smashed on Lin Tian's turtle shell, making dull ringing sounds that shook him, making him dizzy and feeling like he was on a roller coaster, going up and down in 7 different directions, which was hard to bear. What's this going to do? Lin Tian was so anxious in his heart. The attack power of this fire griffin was too strong, right? If this continued, I'm afraid that his turtle shell would be smashed. Turtle breath technique. Yes, turtle breath technique. Lin Tian suddenly remembered that he still had the turtle breath technique as a killer move. He hurriedly collected his mind and began to operate the turtle breathing technique. Breathing, exhaling, and breathing again. Gradually, his breathing became weaker and weaker. His heartbeat slowed down, and the entire turtle entered a state of fake death. Strangely enough, as soon as this turtle breath technique was activated, Lin Tian actually felt that the wind around him had become smaller, and the rocks and dirt that smashed on the turtle shell didn't seem to hurt as much as before. Hey, this turtle breath technique, it's really useful. Lin Tian's heart burst with complacency as he continued to run the turtle breath technique, completely hiding his aura, as inconspicuous as an ordinary stone. That fire griffin seemed to have sensed Lin Tian's change as well, and its sharp eyes swept around but found no trace of Lin Tian. Roar! The fire griffin cocked his head, seeming a bit puzzled as to where the damned turtle had run off to. Chapter 78 Beating a Falling Dog. Roar! The fire griffin cocked its large head, its eyes dripping with a fierce light, sweeping around the ground that it had tossed around. It wondered, just still here in the golden light of the turtle, how a blink of an eye on the work of no shadow. Can it still hide? He turtle big master. This eyes are quite good. Lin Tian cursed in his heart. The turtle breath technique operated to the extreme. Even his breathing almost stopped. The entire turtle's breath almost completely disappeared, blending in with the surrounding messy rocks. He is now close to the feet of that fire griffin, but wherever this lowers his head a little, he can see his golden, still scratched turtle shell. However, thanks to that tossing and turning just now, a layer of mud was wrapped around Lin Tian's body as well, covering up a few points of that solid golden light, allowing him to remain undetected for the time being. The fire griffin circled around again and still didn't find any traces of Lin Tian. It got a little impatient and craned its neck up, wanting to come back with another hard hit and lift the whole place. It's now! Lin Tian saw his chance. His limbs and head violently popped out of the turtle shell, and like a small cannonball, he slammed into the hairless claws of the fire griffin. Thud! Right on target. Ow! The fire griffin ate the pain and screamed miserably, and that claw that was hit subconsciously retracted back. Lin Tian had used all his strength this time. He had originally relied on his hard turtle shell and brute strength to rampage, and now after his breakthrough, his strength was even more frightening, coupled with the turtle breath technique that converged all of his breath, and then this sudden attack. That fire griffin didn't react at all, and was solidly hit with this vicious blow. How dare you play hide and seek with me? Let's see if I don't dismantle this roasted chicken of yours. Lin Tian was unforgiving. His entire body pounced over, using all 4 claws and holding the injured bird's leg, scratching and scratching, gnawing and biting. The pieces of dirt carried on the turtle shell also shook off a lot under this action, revealing the golden body. But at this time, no one had the heart to pay attention to this. The fire griffin wailed in pain and fluttered its wings vigorously, trying to shake Lin Tian off his body. But who is Lin Tian? He's a cowhide. Once he's stuck, how can he get rid of it so easily? He clung to the bird's leg with a death grip, letting the fire griffin toss and turn, but not letting go. Not only that, but he also saw an opportunity to hit the joints on the fire griffin's legs hard with his head. Let you fool around again. Let you breathe fire again. If I don't knock the out of you today, I'll count it as a clean poop. Lin Tian growled frantically in his heart, while the movements of his hands became even more ferocious. The fire griffin was completely out of temper by Lin Tian's life-threatening fighting style. All it wanted to do now was to hurry up and get this sticky little turtle off of its body. It screamed miserably as it flapped its wings haphazardly, trying to slap Lin Tian away. However, it was as if Lin Tian had grown on it, and no matter how much it fanned it, it just didn't move. Goo, I'll go. This stupid bird's fur is pretty hard. It hurts my brain. Lin Tian spat in his heart as he banged his head against the fire griffin. Kuro, get over here and help. Seeing that Lin Tian had the upper hand, how could the Empress let go of this good opportunity to beat up on her dog? She hurriedly greeted the little black bear, who was still trying to get up not far away, and came over to help. Inverted hanging man, don't just stand there. Do something. The Empress shouted towards the Shura goddess again. What can I do? This firebird can fly. I can't reach it with my short arms and legs. The goddess of Shura had a helpless look on her face, and she was now in a position of powerlessness. The fireball and the tornado just now made her suffer enough. It's a miracle that she can even stand now, but to expect her to fight with the fire griffin? That's not a joke. Ow! The little black bear waddled over when he heard the Empress call. It had just been hit by a rock and was still a bit dazed. But when it saw that Lin Tian was riding on top of the fire griffin and beating it violently, it came into the spirit and sprinted towards the fire griffin with its 4 little short legs. Roar! The fire griffin's eyes turned red when he saw the little black bear charging at him. It's this stinking bear that beat it so badly before, and now it dares to come here to die? He really doesn't know how to die. It snapped its wings and tried to flap the little black bear, but it had forgotten that Lin Tian was still riding on it. Once Lin Tian saw this situation, how could he let it do what it wanted? He saw his chance and hit the root of the fire griffin's wing hard with his head. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, the wings of the fire griffin were actually broken by Lin Tian. Ow! The fire griffin let out a mournful scream in pain, and his entire body lost its balance, falling headfirst to the ground. Good chance! Blackie, get on it! As soon as Lin Tian saw this, he hurriedly greeted the little black bear and attacked together. Although the little black bear was still a bit dizzy, it knew that now was a good time to beat the dog. It wailed and pounced, opening its big mouth and biting towards the neck of the fire griffin. Roar! The fire griffin was also in a hurry. It opened its beak and wanted to spew out flames to counterattack, but how could Lin Tian let it have its way? He took a bite out of the fire griffin's beak and stiffly held back the flames that were about to spew out. Well, cough cough. Lin Tian was choking and coughing on that flame, and tears were coming out of his eyes. This fire griffin's flames were much more powerful than normal fires. The temperature was frighteningly high, and it also carried a sulfurous smell that almost didn't make Lin Tian faint. I go. This flavor is also too up. Lin Tian coughed while spitting in his heart. However, he also knew that now was not the time to complain, and he forced himself to endure the discomfort and continued to bite the fire griffin's beak with a deadly grip, not allowing it to have a chance to breathe fire. The little black bear took the opportunity to bite the neck of the fire griffin, its sharp teeth piercing deep into the flesh of the fire griffin. Ow! The fire griffin let out a yelp of pain and struggled as hard as he could, trying to shake the little black bear off his body. However, the little black bear was like crazy, biting the neck of the fire griffin and not letting go. No matter how much the fire griffin struggled, it just wouldn't let go of its mouth. Click, click. A creepy bone cracking sound came from the fire griffin's neck, which was actually bitten off hard by the little black bear. Puff! The fire griffin's huge body fell to the ground with a bang, splattering a cloud of dust, and those eyes, which had originally flashed with a ferocious light, gradually lost their luster and became dull. Phew! Finally done! Lin Tian let go of his mouth and sat on his butt, breathing heavily. This battle had really worn him out. But luckily, he had finally finished off this damn fire griffin. Ouch! The little black bear also let go of its mouth as it staggered over to Lin Tian and rubbed its head against Lin Tian's body as if inviting credit. Well done, Blackie! Lin Tian stroked the little black bear's head and said with a smile, "Cheap brother, are you alright?" The Empress also ran over at this time, asking with a concerned face, "It's okay, just a little tired." Lin Tian waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. "Ugly, you're really something. You actually took out this fire griffin." Goddess Shura also walked over, her tone filled with awe. Hey, average, third in the world." Lin Tian smiled smugly. "Che, just blow it off you." The Shura goddess bristled, but a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. "Alright, don't be poor. Let's hurry and see what goodies are on this fire griffin." As Lin Tian said that, he prepared to search the corpse of the fire griffin. Chapter 79 Taking a Bath. This is a fire griffin. There must be a lot of treasures on its body. This time it can't be missed. This fire griffin has nice feathers. It can be used to make a fan. It's definitely very windy, Lin Tian said as he plucked a few fiery red feathers from the fire griffin. And the claws, they're so sharp, they must be awesome to use as weapons. He cut off the claws of the fire griffin again, preparing to save them for later. And these teeth, and these eyes, and this. Lin Tian was like a diligent little bee, working on the corpse of the fire griffin and collecting everything that could be used. The Empress and Goddess Shura couldn't help but roll their eyes when they looked at Lin Tian's appearance. This guy, simply more than bandits, really pulling hair from the goose, not sparing anything. By the way, where is the beast element of this fire griffin? Why don't we see it? Lin Tian suddenly remembered something as he searched around, only to find that there was no beast element in the corpse of the fire griffin. Could it be that this fire griffin doesn't have any beast element? Lin Tian frowned. This shouldn't be. Such a powerful demonic beast. How could it not have beast yuan? Let me see, the Empress said, closing her eyes and beginning to sense. After a moment, she opened her eyes and pointed at the head of the fire griffin and said, "There it is." In the head? Lin Tian froze. He had never heard of a beast element growing in his head before. However, since the Empress had said so, it certainly couldn't be wrong. He picked up the feather that he had plucked from the fire lion. Then with all his strength, he slashed down towards the fire griffin's head. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, the head of the fire griffin was split in half by Lin Tian. A fist-sized bead that shimmered with white light rolled out of the fire griffin's head. Is this beast yuan? Lin Tian's eyes went straight as he looked at the bead. This beast yuan was even bigger than the previous white tiger's beast yuan, and the energy fluctuations emitted were even more intense. Developed. This time it's really developed. Lin Tian laughed out loud in excitement. This beast element. It was absolutely priceless. He hurriedly picked up the beast yuan, wiped it clean, and then carefully put it away. With this beast element, I'll be able to increase my strength quite a bit again, Lin Tian said triumphantly. Cheap brother, what are you going to do with this beast element? The Empress asked curiously. Well, I haven't thought about that yet. Lin Tian stroked his chin. However, I definitely won't put it to waste. Hey, that's good. The Empress smiled. She was sure that Lin Tian would definitely use this beast element in the most appropriate place. Well, we've been working all day, so let's all take an early rest, Lin Tian said, yawned, then found a comfortable place and got down to sleep. The Empress and the Goddess Shura also each found a place and went to rest. The little black bear, on the other hand, obediently lay down beside Lin Tian, like a loyal guard, guarding him. The wolves, on the other hand, were scattered around the camp, vigilantly watching the surrounding area for movement and protection. The next morning, Lin Tian was woken up by a cooing sound. He opened his eyes and realized it was a couple of monkeys picking fruit from a tree to eat. These guys, they're up early. Lin Tian stretched and rose from the ground. He moved his muscles and bones and felt energized. It seemed that last night's rest was effective. What's that smell? Lin Tian suddenly smelled a strange odor. He followed the smell and found that it was actually emanating from his own body. Holy, how long has it been since I took a shower? Why does it smell so bad? Lin Tian pinched his nose and said with a disgusted expression. He then remembered that he hadn't bathed for what seemed like days, and with all the fighting and running for his life earlier, he hadn't had time to care about that. No, I have to take a quick shower, Lin Tian said, and prepared to go bathe in the small stream next to the campground. Cheap brother, where are you going? Seeing that Lin Tian was about to leave, the Empress hurriedly asked. I'm going to take a shower. Do you guys want to join me? Lin Tian asked. Yeah. When the Empress heard this, she immediately came to her senses. She had also wanted to take a bath for a long time, but she just hadn't been able to find the right opportunity. I'll pass. You guys go ahead, the goddess Shura said lazily. She wasn't really interested in taking a bath. She'd rather bask in the sun. Okay then, let's go. As Lin Tian said that, he took the Empress and the little black bear and walked towards the creek. Arriving at the stream, Lin Tian first observed the surroundings and made sure that there was no danger before he took off his turtle shell and jumped into the stream. Ah, comfortable. The cold stream water soaked his body and Lin Tian felt a wave of relief as he closed his eyes and enjoyed this rare and cozy moment to the fullest. Cheap brother, let me rub your back. As the Empress said that, she also jumped into the stream, and with her own little paw, she gently rubbed Lin Tian's back. Not bad, just the right amount of force. Lin Tian nodded his head in satisfaction. This girl, the Empress, although she was usually a bit silly, her ability to serve people was still good. Hey, that's for sure. The Empress smiled smugly. I'm pretty good at this. By the way, cheap brother, did you feel, last night, that your body had changed in any way? The Empress suddenly asked. Change? What changes? Lin Tian froze. He felt it carefully. It seemed that apart from his strength becoming a bit bigger and his speed becoming a bit faster, there wasn't any special change. It just feels like you seem like you're getting hot. As the Empress said that, her cheeks actually blushed slightly. Getting hot? Lin Tian was even more confused. He didn't understand what the Empress meant. Could it be the fire lion meat? Lin Tian suddenly remembered the fire lion meal he ate last night. Could it be that it was because he ate the fire lion meat that his body turned hot? I suppose so. Lin Tian nodded. I feel like my body is full of power right now. And it does feel a little hot. As he said that, he suddenly felt that his body, surprisingly, really started to heat up. And it was getting hotter and hotter, as if there was a fire burning in his body. What's going on here? Lin Tian was startled as he hurriedly climbed out of the stream. What's wrong with you, cheap brother? Seeing Lin Tian's appearance, the Empress asked with concern. I don't know. Lin Tian shook his head. I feel like I'm about to catch fire. Just as he finished speaking, he saw that fire was actually coming out of his body. Holy, no way? Lin Tian was so scared that he almost jumped up. This fire? How was it so similar to the flames on that fire lion before? Could I really be turning into a fire turtle? Chapter 80 Fire Turtle. What's going on here? Lin Tian was a bit confused as he looked at the flames coming out of his body. The fire is quite bright red, similar to the fire on the fire griffin that was stabbed by 1,000 times before. And it looks like it is really going to mutate into a fire turtle. He tried to put his paw on a small tree next to him. And hey, the tree hula burned up, like pouring gasoline. And the flames were sky high. Holy crap, this is going to become a spirit, isn't it? Lin Tian was so scared that he hurriedly retracted his claws back. If this fire could not be controlled, what if this precious turtle shell of his body was burned? Cheap brother, what about you? The Empress also realized that something was wrong. Her voice was tinged with trembling, obviously a bit scared. Her little paws clutched at the little black bear's fur for fear that the fire would reach her. Just now she got on her hands and tried it out. And man, it almost didn't burn the blisters out of her delicate little hands. This fire is a bit hot. With a bitter face, the Empress shouted at Lin Tian. You'd better go back to the water for a while. If this fire spreads, our forest will suffer. Lin Tian also felt that the fire was burning, so hot that his turtle shell was about to crack. He couldn't think of anything else at the moment and dove back into the stream. Puff! Water splashed everywhere, and Lin Tian's entire turtle sank into the water. But as soon as he entered, he felt something was wrong. Why is this water getting hotter? He looked down, and goodness gracious, he was gurgling and bubbling around himself, like boiling water. Looking more closely, the stream, which was originally crystal clear, began to become turbid, and a few fish with white bellies fluttered up. What is this? This? Lin Tian was completely dumbfounded now. How did this fire even burn into the water? He tentatively opened his mouth to say something. The result was that when he opened his mouth, he breathed out a ball of fire. The flame was quite tenacious in the water and fluttered several times before it went out. I'm becoming a fire-breathing baby? Lin Tian was completely confused as he looked at the sparks of fire coming out of his mouth. This fire is a little too dominant, isn't it? It can burn in the water. What if it's on the shore? Gobble gobble. The water bubbled even more, and the stream actually began to boil, like a boiled dumpling. The temperature of the water around him was also rubbing up, and Lin Tian felt like he was about to be cooked. Goo. I'm going. This is not a bath. This is a stew. Lin Tian let out a strange cry and hurriedly climbed out of the water. If he stayed here any longer, he'd have to turn into a boiled turtle. Once on shore, Lin Tian hurriedly shook the water from his body, which made him feel slightly cooler. He looked down at himself, the embers of the fire still whistling out of his body, and it was truly frightening to watch. What can we do about this? Lin Tian anxious round and round. If this fire cannot be controlled, not to mention burning this forest, is his own, also have to be roasted into a tortoise dry. Right. System. Lin Tian suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called up the system in his mind. System, are you there? Come out and save me. Ding. A crisp beep sounded in Lin Tian's mind. Then, a familiar system interface appeared in front of his eyes. Lin Tian hurriedly checked. He found the column of attributes and realized that there was indeed an additional word fire on it. Fire attribute, primary, upgradable, abilities, fire breathing, fire control, beginner. Introduction, a special ability gained after consuming fire lion meat and fire griffin feathers, possessing a powerful fire attack, but currently the host's ability is too limited to fully control it. Holy, it's really a fire attribute. Lin Tian's eyes went wide as he looked at that introduction. This fire lion meat really wasn't in vain. It had actually awakened his fire attribute ability. But what does it mean that this ability is followed by cannot be fully controlled? Lin Tian's heart thumped, suddenly having an ominous premonition. He tried to control the flames on his body, but it was a shock. The flames didn't listen to him at all, and took it upon themselves to run all over his body, burning his turtle shell to the point of smoking. Goo, I'm going to go. Why does this fire still have enemy in self? Lin Tian grimaced in pain. This fire burning on his body was really painful. Cheap brother, are you okay? The Empress was so frightened that she was on the verge of crying when she saw Lin Tian in this state. No, it's fine. I'll try again. Lin Tian clenched his teeth and continued to try to control the flames on his body. However, this flame was like a wild horse out of control, not subject to his control at all, leaping east for a while and west for a while, burning Lin Tian wailing. Ouch! Hot. Why is this fire so disobedient? What can be done about this? Lin Tian was sweating anxiously. If this fire continued to burn like this, he would have to be burned to ashes. Calm down. Be calm. Lin Tian forced himself to calm down as he began to recall those methods of controlling his aura that the system had taught him earlier. Qi sinks into the dantian. The mind guards the lingtai. Lin Tian recited the mantra in his heart while trying to channel the aura in his body to his limbs and bones. Strangely enough, once this mantra was recited, Lin Tian actually felt that the flames on his body seemed to actually obey some of them, and no longer fluttered around like before. There's a show. Lin Tian's heart was delighted as he continued to run his aura, guiding the flames to flow through his body. Slowly, those flames that were originally still flailing and clawing, actually really started to become docile, like a tamed lamb, obediently following Lin Tian's intention as it traveled around the body. Phew, finally got it under control. After a while, Lin Tian let out a long breath and the flames on his body gradually went out. He looked down at his turtle shell and realized that it was surprisingly burned with black and white patches, making it look like a splotchy turtle. This is too ugly? Lin Tian was bitter. This was good. His strength had increased, but this face value had also dropped along with it. Cheap brother, you're okay? Great. Seeing that the flames on Lin Tian's body had gone out, the Empress ran over excitedly and hugged Lin Tian with tears in her eyes. It's okay, it's over. Lin Tian patted the Empress's head and comforted her. Ugly, you scared the hell out of me. The goddess of Shura also came over, with a hint of post-apocalyptic celebration in her tone. Hey, it's not alright. Lin Tian laughed, then pointed at the cooked fish on the ground and said, Come, all of you don't freeze. Try my handiwork. This is an authentic fire-roasted fish. Chapter 81. Is it about to break through? Fire-roasted fish? Why does this name sound so strange? Goddess Shura skimmed her mouth, looking at the fish that were cooked to the point of turning white with a look of disgust. Can this stuff be eaten? You ugly bastard wouldn't be trying to poison us, right? Nonsense. This is my well-cooked delicacy. Lin Tian raised his head proudly. Eat it or leave it, he said. He himself first tore off a piece of fish with his claws and stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it. Well, the flavor isn't bad. It's just that this fire is a bit too much, and the fish is getting old. The Empress looked at the fish and was also a bit hesitant. She carefully went over and smelled it. A burnt smell mixed with a faint fishy odor. It really didn't smell very good. Cheap brother, are you sure this fish is okay? The Empress was still a bit uneasy. What's wrong with it? It's just cooked, Lin Tian said nonchalantly. Besides, in the middle of nowhere, it's good to have a hot mouthful, and you're still picking and choosing. Ow, The little black bear didn't think about it so much. It came over and swallowed a fish in one bite, didn't even chew it, and swallowed it directly. Look, little Blackie has eaten it. What are you guys afraid of? Lin Tian said as he pointed at the little black bear. Seeing this, the Empress had no choice but to take a hard taste. Ha! The flavor is really okay. The Empress's eyes lit up. Although this fish meat sold poorly, the flavor was unexpectedly delicious, and there was even a faint trace of spiritual chi in it. Ha ha, I told you. Lin Tian smiled triumphantly. This is a fish that I roasted with true fire. Can it not be delicious? You just blow it, you. Though the Shura goddess was unconvinced with her mouth, she couldn't help but take a taste. Not to mention, this fish is quite flavorful, Goddess Shura said vaguely as she ate. That's right, don't even look at who roasted it. Lin Tian became even more complacent. A few people, oh no, a few turtles, a bear, gathered together, ate this special fire-grilled fish meal. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Tian patted his round belly and began to ponder over his new ability. How do I use this fire-breathing thing? Lin Tian scratched his head. He tried opening his mouth, imagining that he had a ball of fire in his mouth, and then sprayed it with force. Phew! A fist-sized ball of fire spewed out of Lin Tian's mouth, flying a few meters away and crashing into a tree, burning a black hole in the trunk. Holy, it can really breathe fire. Lin Tian himself was shocked. This power, it was much more powerful than a lighter. Cheap brother, you really turned into a fire turtle. The Empress looked dumbfounded. It was the first time she had seen a turtle breathe fire. This was simply more magical than the divine turtles in the taught books. Ha ha, that's for sure. Lin Tian laughed triumphantly. If anyone dares to mess with me in the future, I'll kill them with a mouthful of fire. He tried a few more times, and realized that he could control the size and power of the fireballs he spewed out, and that he could aim at his target, as if he had eyes. This is great. I won't be afraid of that group of fire breathing anymore. Lin Tian said excitedly. The next time I encounter that fire griffin, I'll have to burn it into a roasted chicken. Right. I can still control fire. Lin Tian suddenly remembered something. He focused his mind and tried to control the flames around him, only to see that the several trees that were still burning, the flames on their bodies were slowly extinguished, as if they had been extinguished with a fire extinguisher. Ha ha, it worked! Lin Tian jumped up excitedly. This fire control ability of mine, when used to extinguish fires, it's definitely a masterpiece. The Empress also tried her water control ability, only to see her small paw wave. The water in the stream next to the well flew up, in the air into a water balloon. Then, with another movement of her mind, the ball of water turned into a water dragon, circling and flying in the air, looking alive and well. Cheap brother, see how powerful I am, the Empress said triumphantly. She was now becoming more and more skilled at her water control abilities. Awesome, awesome. Lin Tian nodded his head repeatedly. In the future, the two of us will join forces. One will set fire and the other will set water. We'll definitely be invincible. Che, who wants to team up with you? The Empress arrogantly turned her head away. Ha ha, Lin Tian laughed and didn't say anything. Just out of the blue. The Shura goddess on the side watched Lin Tian and the Empress show off there, but her heart was as sour as if she had overturned a jar of vinegar. She looked down at her own pitch-black turtle shell, and then looked at her own short and thick limbs, and then thought about the fact that apart from her shell being harder and stronger, it seemed that she really didn't have any special abilities. On what grounds? It's not fair. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and she couldn't help but complain. One can breathe fire, the other can control water, so I can't do anything. What am I? I'm a fire stick. She huffed and sat down on her butt, smashing a small crater in the ground. If only I had any special abilities. Like, for example, being able to fly like that fire griffin would be fine. Goddess Shura looked at the sky and muttered to herself. But just as she finished speaking, she shook her head mockingly. Come on, with my physique, it would be strange for me to be able to fly, unless the sun comes out of the west. The more she thought about it, the more depressed she became, so she simply retracted her head and limbs directly back into the turtle shell, coming to a blind eye. Alas, it's really a turtle than a tortoise that's so angry. Goddess Shura sighed from inside her turtle shell. Why am I so miserable? She retracted this and never came out again. After showing off for a while, Lin Tian and the Empress didn't feel like there was much point anymore, so they each found a place to rest and went. The little black bear, on the other hand, obediently lay down beside Lin Tian and huffed and puffed. It was not known how long it had been, but Goddess Cultivator suddenly felt a hot current surging within her body, a hot current that traveled along her limbs and odd meridians and veins, and wherever she went, there was a warm and comfortable feeling. What is going on here? Goddess Shura, inside the turtle shell, was surprised to find that she was able to clearly perceive the existence of this heat flow, and was even able to control it as it flowed through her body. Could it be that I'm going to make a breakthrough? Goddess Shura's heart stirred as she suddenly remembered what Lin Tian had said earlier about breaking through. It is said that when animals make a breakthrough, a powerful energy is generated in their bodies, an energy that can help them awaken special abilities. Could it be that I'm going to awaken special abilities as well? The more the Shura goddess thought about it, the more excited she became, and she hurriedly focused her mind, guiding the hot stream towards her dantian. She's going to make a breakthrough and break through the bottleneck to become a turtle with special abilities. Chapter 82 Boiling the King's Bastard. Time passed minute by minute, and that heat flow within Goddess Shura's body became stronger and stronger, and in the end, it even formed a vortex in her dantian, constantly rotating and absorbing the surrounding aura. Boom! Suddenly, a soft sound came from within the body of the Goddess of Shura, and the vortex unexpectedly exploded violently, transforming into an even more powerful energy that instantly flowed throughout her body. Ha ha! I did it! I've broken through! The Shura goddess exclaimed excitedly as she felt her body filled with power, more than several times stronger than before. She couldn't wait to try out her newly acquired abilities, but when she tried to stick her head out of the turtle shell, she realized something that shocked her beyond belief. How is this possible? Goddess Shura's voice was tinged with tears. Where's my head? Why is my head gone? She tried her best to stretch her head outward, but she couldn't, as if her head and her body were completely separated. What the hell is going on here? Goddess Shura was completely flustered. It was the first time she had encountered something so bizarre. This was simply more terrifying than seeing a ghost. She began frantically banging her turtle shell, trying to get her head out. But, no matter how hard she tried, it was futile. Her head, as if imprisoned by a mysterious force, could not move at all. Help! Help! Is there anyone out there? The Shura goddess began to cry out for help. The only thing she could do now was to ask for help from the outside world. However, the surroundings were quiet. There was no movement at all. Lin Tian and the Empress, they all seemed to be asleep. They didn't hear her cries for help at all. It's over. It's over. This is really over. Goddess Shura closed her eyes in despair. She could, for now, only pray for a miracle to happen. Ha! What's that sound? Why does it feel like something is screaming around here? Inside a humble tent, two men wearing gray robes with thieving eyebrows suddenly opened their eyes. They glanced at each other and both saw a hint of doubt in the other's eyes. It seems like a turtle calling? One of the sharp-tongued men said, not quite sure, as he strained his ear sideways to listen carefully. Listen, isn't it? It's still true. Where is a turtle screaming at this time of night? Another thieving man also heard the sound. He frowned with a puzzled look. Go out and take a look. The two men walked out of the tent, one after the other, and slowly felt their way over in the direction from which the sound had come. Hey, have you heard? Recently in this forest, a lot of good things have come out. The sharp-tongued man lowered his voice and said mysteriously. What's so great? More powerful than that fire griffin? The thieving man was obviously not very convinced. That's for sure. I've heard about it. Someone found a 10,000-year-old turtle here, and it said that the turtle shell, harder than fine steel and brighter than a gemstone, and that if you eat its meat, you'll live forever. The sharp-tongued man spoke as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Really? You can't bluff me. The thieving man was still a bit skeptical. These days, where are the 10,000-year-old turtles? It would have been captured and stewed long ago. Don't believe it. I believe it anyway. The sharp-tongued man bristled. If you don't want to get rich, hurry back to bed and don't delay my treasure hunt. Don't. I believe it's okay. The thieving man heard the word fortune, immediately came to the spirit. Let's look for it together, and we'll share it equally if we find it. That's more like it. The man with the sharp mouth and monkey cheeks nodded in satisfaction. We have to hurry. The news is expected to spread soon, and when more people come, we won't have a chance. Well, you're right. The thieving man nodded repeatedly. We have to hurry. The two spoke and quickened their pace, soon arriving near the goddess Shura. Ha! Why is there a turtle here? The sharp-eyed man with the sharp mouth saw the Shura goddess, who was lying motionless on the ground. At a glance, it's still true. This turtle, it looks pretty big. The thieving man also saw goddess Shura. He walked over and kicked goddess Shura's tortoise shell with his foot. Hey, little tortoise, why are you here alone? Where is your family? When goddess Shura heard the sound, she knew that someone was coming, and she hurriedly shouted, Help! Help! I'm trapped! Ha! This turtle, it can even talk? The two men glanced at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. Is this the legendary 10,000-year-old turtle? The sharp-tongued man said excitedly. Who cares if it's not? Let's grab it back first. The thieving man said. and reached out to grab the Shura goddess. What are you doing? Let go of me! Let go of me! The Shura goddess struggled desperately, but her head and limbs were imprisoned in the turtle shell, so she couldn't exert any strength at all. He, little turtle, don't waste your energy. The thieving man grabbed the turtle shell of the Shura goddess and said smugly, come with us, we'll take good care of you. Help! Help! Lin Tian, Empress, come save me! The Shura goddess cried out in despair. The two men carried the goddess Shura, stumbling all the way back to the camp, and after setting her down with great difficulty, they set to work to prepare the water for boiling. They were going to stew the turtle alive. Don't be anxious, it will be ready in a while. The thieving man added firewood to the fire while comforting the goddess Shura. When the water boils, throw you into the pot, and you will soon be cooked. You two goddamned ones. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Goddess cultivator cursed. She was now truly regretting it. Had she known this would happen, she shouldn't have sneaked out alone to cultivate. He, little turtle, don't struggle. You'd better wait obediently to be eaten. The sharp-tongued man picked up a large pot from the side and set it up on the fire, then began to pour water into the pot. Lin Tian, Empress, where are you guys? Come and save me. The Shura goddess continued to cry out for help, hoping that Lin Tian and the others could hear her. Stop yelling, they can't hear you. Besides, even if they heard it, they wouldn't necessarily dare come over to save you. We're disciples of that Heaven's Remnant sect. Who dares to mess with us? The Heavenly Brutal sect? What is that? Goddess cultivator froze. She had never heard of this name before. Chapter 83 Distress Signal. He. Now you know you're afraid, right? The man with the thieving eyebrows smiled smugly. Our Heavenly Crippling sect is the most powerful sect within 100 miles of this area. Our tenet is, those who obey me will be injured, those who go against me will die, and missing an arm or breaking a leg is not bad at all. You guys are simply a bunch of... Goddess Shura cursed angrily. Curse, the harder you curse now, the more miserable you will die later. The man with the sharp mouth and monkey cheek said unconcernedly, we, the Heavenly Crippling sect, are not any kind of good men and women. We've killed more people than you've ever seen. You shall not die. Goddess Shura continued to curse. Ha, shall not die well? I think the one who shall not die well is you. The thieving man laughed out loud. When you die, I'll cut the flesh off your body, piece by piece, and feed it to my precious pet. What did you say? You're going to feed me to the pets? Goddess cultivator trembled in fear. She didn't expect that these two people would be so vicious. That's right, my precious pet loves to eat fresh turtle meat, the sharp-tongued man said, pulling out a black gourd from his pocket, opening the lid, and releasing a large spider the size of a man's head, with a black body and 8 legs. What is this monster? Goddess cultivator looked at the huge spider and was scared out of her wits. She had never seen anything so terrifying in all her life. He, this is my precious pet, that 8th spider, the thieving man said smugly. It loves to eat fresh meat, especially like you, a fine-skinned, tender little turtle. You stay away, don't you come over. The Shura goddess was so frightened that she retreated back and forth, but her head and limbs were imprisoned in the turtle shell, so she couldn't move at all. 8 spiders, go, grab this little turtle for me. At the order of the thieving man, the gigantic spider, immediately waving its 8 long legs, pounced towards Goddess Shura. Help! The Shura goddess screamed in terror. She was now, truly, screaming for help. Ha, don't waste your energy. You'd better wait obediently to be eaten. The thieving man looked at the Shura goddess and laughed triumphantly. Lin Tian, Empress, where are you guys? Come and save me. The Shura goddess closed her eyes in despair, knowing that she was afraid that she would not be able to escape this time. At the same time, the monkeys at the other end of the camp had also discovered the human fires over here, and the monkeys were in an uproar, chattering and calling. What's going on? Why are these monkeys suddenly screaming so much? The Empress awoke from her sleep, rubbing her eyes and looking toward the monkeys that were stirring in the distance. I don't know, maybe they found some prey? Lin Tian also woke up. He yawned and said lazily, no, this sound is not right. The Empress listened carefully and her face suddenly changed. How does this sound? Feel like a signal for help? A distress signal? Who would call for help from a monkey? Lin Tian was still a bit confused and didn't react for a while. Oops, it's Goddess Shura, the Empress suddenly exclaimed. Didn't she go off to cultivate alone? Could it be that she's in danger? What? Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's sleepiness disappeared, and he got up from the ground with a dab. Quickly, go over and take a look. After saying that, he rushed out with an arrow step. His speed was astonishingly fast. The Empress also hurriedly followed, and as she ran, she shouted, "Little Black, quickly wake up, something's wrong." Ow! The little black bear was woken up by the Empress. It opened its eyes in a daze, and when it saw that Lin Tian and the Empress had both run away, it hurriedly followed. Lin Tian and the Empress followed the direction from which the monkey's cries had come and ran furiously. Quickly arriving near the place of the incident, they hid behind a large tree and peeked ahead, only to see a pile of bonfire burning in a clearing not far away. Beside the bonfire, two thieving men were busy around a large pot, which was steaming hot and seemed to be cooking something. The goddess Shura, on the other hand, was tossed aside, tied up, with a rope tied to her tortoise shell, and the other end of the rope, tied to a tree. What is going on here? The Empress was stunned when she saw this scene. They're not going to cook the goddess Shura, are they? By the looks of it, 8 or 9 is not far off, Lin Tian said in a deep voice, and his face became ugly. He didn't expect that the goddess of Shura would fall into the hands of humans, and by the looks of it, it was about to be a catastrophe. What should we do? We have to save her quickly. The Empress was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Don't be anxious, let me think of something. Lin Tian forced himself to calm down. He knew that at this time, he absolutely couldn't mess up. He took a closer look at his surroundings and realized that beside the two men, in addition to the cauldron, there was a huge black spider that was lying there staring intently at them. That spider? It doesn't look simple. Lin Tian frowned. He could feel a dangerous aura emanating from that spider. Then what should we do now? The Empress asked. She was now completely out of ideas and could only count on Lin Tian. In this case, you wait here, I'll go lure those two guys away. Then you take the opportunity to save goddess Shura. Lin Tian thought about it and said, "What about you?" The Empress asked worriedly. "I'm fine. I have a way to deal with them." Lin Tian said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." But, the Empress was still a little uneasy. "No buts, it's settled." Lin Tian interrupted the Empress. "Remember, make sure to take advantage of the chaos to save the goddess Shura. Then hurry and run. Got it?" The Empress nodded. She knew that now was not the time to hesitate. She had to act quickly. "Alright, I'll go then." Lin Tian took a deep breath before violently rushing out from behind the tree. "What man?" Lin Tian's sudden appearance startled the two men, who immediately turned around and looked at Lin Tian warily. "Who are you people? Why are you arresting my friend?" Lin Tian questioned loudly as he slowly approached. "Yo-ho, another turtle." The sharp-tongued man's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Tian, and it's a talking turtle. This is really rich. He. This turtle looks even bigger than the one just now. There must be more meat. The thieving man followed suit, licking his tongue with a look of impatience. "8 spider, get on. Get this turtle too." At the order of the sharp-tongued man, the huge black spider immediately waved its 8 long legs and pounced towards Lin Tian. Chapter 84 Burning Spider. I'll be damned. That big bug has fast legs. Lin Tian let out a strange cry, and saw that the 8 spiders were like a small tank, dancing with their 8 big black shiny legs, baring their teeth as they rushed to the front. The fuzz on those legs was visible, like steel needles, glistening with a cold light, and it was creepy to look at. Lin Tian rolled to the side and narrowly avoided the cordial greeting of these 8 long legs. He jumped up from the ground with a turtle punch, and backhanded a ball of fire, which was sprayed towards the 8 spiders with a huff. "Let you all taste the power of your turtle master. This is a purely natural, non-polluting and green new energy flame." This fire was no ordinary fire. It was a special ability that Lin Tian had awakened after he had swallowed the meat of a fire lion and fused the feathers of a fire griffin. Fire with the wind. More and more burning. With a smell of charred paste 8 spider face. Hisses. The 8 spiders were sprayed by this sudden fireball, and it hurt so much that its 8 legs shivered and made a strange hissing sound, like a boiling kettle. Although this thing looks quite bluff, it is a bug after all. How can a bug not be afraid of fire? This can burn it badly. The original oily black hair was burned to pieces. Some places are bald skin, emitting a smell of roasted meat. Hey, I told you to fool around. Still want to eat your turtle master? I think you're tired of living. Lin Tian looked at the 8 spiders' unlucky look. His heart was so beautiful. This fire of his is not a joke. The temperature is so high that it is scary. Not to mention this bug. Even steel can be burned for you. He. The flavor isn't bad. I just don't know if it's cooked. Lin Tian sucked the saliva from the corners of his mouth and smashed his mouth contentedly. He rubbed his fists together, ready to take advantage of the victory, and directly burned this big bug into ashes. But at that moment, those 2 guys from that heavenly cripples sect quit. "Damn, how dare you hurt my baby?" The sharp-tongued man wailed in heartache, a voice that was even worse than the death of his own father. His eyes were red, as if he wanted to eat someone, pointing at Lin Tian's nose and cursing. "I'll have to skin you alive today." 8 spider, tear him apart for me, the thieving man called out after him, commanding the large spider to attack again. Gu, I'm going, are you in a hurry? When Lin Tian took a look at this situation, he didn't dare to be careless. He didn't want to flip the boat in the gutter. His body shrank, his head and limbs retracted into his shell, and the whole turtle was like a golden ball, dripping on the ground. He is not stupid. Hard contact cannot take advantage of, or must be wise. Ugly, what are you hiding for? Hurry up and come out and with them. The cultivation goddess, who was tied up by the side, was so anxious to see Lin Tian in this state that she stomped her feet and cursed. You know, this is called a strategic retreat. Lin Tian jarred back from the turtle shell. The 8 spiders also slowed down and continued to attack, their 8 legs raining down on Lin Tian. Knock, knock, knock. A dense knocking sound came from the 8 spiders' sharp claws, which ruthlessly smashed onto Lin Tian's turtle shell. However, what it didn't expect was that Lin Tian's turtle shell was surprisingly hard, and it didn't even leave a white mark on the turtle shell, not to mention smashing it. This turtle shell of mine, but it's fused with the bones of a fire lion, and it's also been specially refined. How can you break it? Lin Tian hid in his turtle shell and thought triumphantly. He was now, as if he had taken refuge in an impregnable fortress, standing firm in the face of the storm outside. Damn it, why is this turtle shell so hard? The sharp-tongued man cursed furiously. 8 spider, use your spider silk and tie it up for me. The thieving man's eyes twinkled as he thought of an idea. When the 8 spiders received the order, they immediately opened their mouths and spewed out a stream of sticky white spider silk, which wrapped around towards Lin Tian. This spider silk is not an ordinary spider silk. It is tough and incomparable, but also with a strong poison. Once entangled, it is 9 deaths. Want to tie me up? Dream on. Although Lin Tian was hiding in the turtle shell, he could see the situation outside clearly. Seeing his chance, he violently stuck his head out of the turtle shell, opened his big mouth, and took a bite at the spider silk. Phew! A stream of flames erupted out, directly burning that spider silk into ashes. Eat another fireball from your turtle master. Lin Tian was reasonable, and while the 8 spiders hadn't reacted yet, he sprayed another fireball over. Boom! The fireball hit with precision, directly blowing the 8 spiders away, falling heavily on the ground, the 8 legs twitching a few times, completely immobilized. Gu, I'm going. The power of this fireball. It's too big, right? Lin Tian himself was shocked. He didn't expect that this fire-breathing ability of his to be so powerful that he killed this 8 spiders in a single move. My 8 spiders! The thieving man let out a heartbreaking wail, his eyes reddening as he looked at the corpse of the 8 spiders with heartache. You actually killed my 8 spider. I want you to pay for your life. With a loud roar, he pulled out a dagger from his arms and lunged towards Lin Tian. Ugly! Watch out! Goddess Shura cried out in terror at the sight of this scene. Humph! Out of your depth! Lin Tian snorted coldly, not putting this person in his eyes at all. He dodged the man's attack and then kicked him in the stomach. Ouch! The man screamed miserably. The whole person flew out backwards, hit a big tree, and then plop fell to the ground, covering his stomach, grimacing in pain. With those 2 tricks, you still want to fight me? Lin Tian disdainfully skimmed his mouth. This guy, he was simply weak. He couldn't even block one of his kicks. Shidoshi, when the sharp-tongued man saw his companion being knocked down, he became anxious, and with a loud roar, he pulled out a long sword from his arms and stabbed it towards Lin Tian. Hey, it's still coming on, isn't it? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed and his body sidestepped, dodging the man's long sword before slapping a claw on his wrist. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, this person's wrist was directly broken by Lin Tian, and the long sword in his hand also fell to the ground with a dang sound. Ah! The man let out a pig-killing scream in pain, covering his wrist and rolling back and forth on the ground. Now you know what's great, don't you? Lin Tian walked over and stepped on this person's chest and said coldly, "The great king spares his life. Great king, spare your life." This person was in pain with tears and snot running down his face. How could he still have the arrogance he had before now? And he begged for mercy from Lin Tian one after another. Chapter 85. Hitting you is too light. I have to kill you. Humph. Now you know to beg for mercy? It's too late. Lin Tian snorted coldly. He wasn't a soft-hearted master. When dealing with this kind of person, he had to use some ruthless tactics. He was about to stomp this guy to death when suddenly, an ow came from the distance. Not good. It's Blackie. Lin Tian's face changed. He could hear that the sound was coming from the little black bear, and it sounded as if it was carrying a hint of pain. He couldn't be bothered to clean up these 2 guys. He turned around and ran in the direction the sound came from. Cheap brother, help me. Just a few steps into his run, Lin Tian heard the Empress's cries for help. He looked up. only to see that the Empress was riding on the back of a small black bear, running wildly towards this side, and behind them was the sharp-tongued man he had injured. This guy, surprisingly, hadn't died yet and was still trying to disadvantage the Empress and the girls. Seek death. Lin Tian was furious as he increased his speed and rushed towards the Empress and the girls. Ow! The little black bear carried the Empress and ran as fast as it could. Its injuries had almost healed and now it ran like a gust of wind. The Empress sat on the back of the little black bear, clinging to its neck for fear of being thrown off. Faster! Faster! The Empress prodded the little black bear as she looked back, only to see that sharp-tongued man, who was wielding a long sword, in hot pursuit behind him. On his face, a hideous smile appeared, looking like a demon. Little turtle, you can't get away. Be a good boy and stand still. The man shouted as he gave chase. What to do? What to do? He's coming after us. The Empress was so anxious that her eyes were on the verge of tears. She had never encountered such a dangerous situation before, and her heart was terrified. Ow! The little black bear also sensed the danger, and it ran forward with all its strength, but it was still no match for the man's speed. Seeing the man getting closer to them, the Empress's heart was in her throat. Could we really be dying here? The Empress closed her eyes in despair. At that moment, she suddenly felt a lightness in her body, and then heard a thud, as if something had collided. She opened her eyes and saw that Lin Tian had, at some point, blocked in front of them and was wrestling with the man. Cheap brother! When the Empress saw Lin Tian, she immediately shouted in excitement. Are you okay? Lin Tian asked as he wrestled with the man. I'm fine. You be careful, the Empress said with concern. Don't worry, this guy is no match for me. As Lin Tian said that, he punched the man in the face, directly knocking him back several steps. Ouch! You damn turtle! How dare you hit me? The man covered his face and grimaced in pain. Beat you? Beating you is light. I'm going to kill you, Lin Tian said and punched again. This time, he used his full strength, and his fists were still powerful with flames. Boom! The man's body was directly sent flying by Lin Tian's punch, crashed into a large tree, and then fell to the ground with a plop, spitting out blood, and it looked like he wouldn't survive. Cheap brother, you beat him to death? When the Empress saw this scene, her face turned white with fear. If you're dead, you're dead. This kind of scum is a waste of air to live, Lin Tian said in disbelief. He wouldn't show mercy to this kind of person. Let's get out of here. This place is not suitable to stay for long. Lin Tian greeted the Empress and the little black bear and prepared to leave this place. But right at this moment, the man with the thieving eyebrows who had already been stepped on by Lin Tian suddenly climbed up from the ground. You're not going to run. He pulled out a piece of talisman paper from his pocket, bit his finger, drew a few strokes on it, and then slammed it on the ground. Boom! A puff of smoke rose, and the man unexpectedly disappeared. Where is everyone? Where did they go? The Empress asked in surprise. It should have used some sort of recluse technique to escape. Lin Tian frowned. This fellow, he's quite difficult to deal with. So what do we do now? Empress asked. What else can we do? First go back and see how Goddess Shura is doing, Lin Tian said as he turned around and walked in the direction of Goddess Shura. Yes. It's important to save the ugly monster first. The Empress also hurriedly followed. The two men arrived at the place where the Goddess Shura was trapped and found her still tied up and motionless. Ugly bastard. How are you doing? The Empress cried out anxiously. Ahem. I can't die yet. Shura Goddess's weak voice came out from the turtle shell. How are you doing? Is it all right? Can you come out? The Empress asked with concern. Stuck? How can it be stuck? The Empress wondered. How do I know? I just practiced for a bit, and then this. Goddess Shura was in tears. You guys quickly help me think of a way. I don't want to be a shrinking turtle for the rest of my life. The Empress looked at Lin Tian, not knowing what to do. Lin Tian walked forward and carefully examined the Shura Goddess's situation, and found that her head was indeed stuck in the turtle shell, and it was stuck so tightly that she couldn't pull it out at all. What's gotten into you? How did you get yourself into this state? Lin Tian was also speechless. How was I to know? If I knew, would I have gotten myself into this mess? Goddess Shura's voice was filled with aggravation. Quickly help me think of a solution. I really don't want to be a shrinking violet for the rest of my life. Hold your horses. Let me think. Lin Tian said. I haven't seen your situation before. I have to study it. He circled around the Goddess Shura a few times, then reached out a claw and tapped it on her tortoise shell. Knock knock knock. Any response here? Lin Tian asked. No. What about here? Neither does. What about here? Ouch. You're gentle. Goddess Shura suddenly screamed. There's a reaction, huh? Let me take a look. Lin Tian said. using his claws to feel around the turtle shell of the Shura goddess. After a while, he seemed to have realized something and his eyes lit up. Found it. Found what? The Empress and Goddess Shura asked in unison. The reason why this head of yours can't come out is because the aura in your body isn't functioning properly, causing part of your body to swell up and get your head stuck. Lin Tian explained. I just checked and found out that here in your turtle shell, there is an acupoint. As long as you open this acupoint and let the aura resume its normal operation, your head will be able to come out. Chapter 86 Precognition. Really? That's great, Goddess Shura said excitedly. Hurry up and help me open my acupoints. Just bear with it. It might hurt a bit, Lin Tian said. Stretching out his claw, he aimed at that acupuncture point on the turtle shell of the Shura goddess and poked it down with a sharp jab. Ah! The Shura goddess let out a heartbreaking scream, and her entire turtle trembled. Ugly, are you alright? The Empress was startled and hurriedly asked. I'm fine. The Shura goddess's voice was filled with pain. You go on. Lin Tian took a deep breath and continued to press and rub his claws on that acupoint, and after a while, he stopped. Alright, try and see if you can stick your head out now, Lin Tian said. The Shura goddess sniffed and carefully tried to stick her head out, and this time, surprisingly, it actually worked. Ha ha, I'm out. I'm finally out, Goddess Shura exclaimed excitedly, sticking her head out of the turtle shell and shaking it vigorously, as if celebrating her rebirth. Great, Ugly, you're finally okay. The Empress also jumped up happily. Thank you, Ugly, Goddess Shura said gratefully to Lin Tian. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have really had to be a shrunken head turtle for the rest of my life. Hey, thanks for nothing. We're brothers. Lin Tian waved his hand, looking unconcerned. Brothers? Who's a brother to you? Goddess Shura just poked her head out and immediately rolled her eyes, unceremoniously disliking her. Don't be so smug there. Don't even piss on yourself. She said this while craning her neck and scratching her chin with her paw, looking like she was finally comfortable. But at that moment, it was as if she was suddenly struck by lightning, and her entire turtle froze. What is it? Just got out and you're sick again? Lin Tian couldn't help but mutter as he looked at her like this. I seem to have a bad premonition. The voice of the goddess of Shura was trembling, and the originally pitch-black turtle face, at this moment, it is even more covered with a layer of gray defeat, like brushing a layer of pot-bottom gray. What bad feeling? Don't scare me. As soon as the Empress heard this, she also tensed up. She came over and patted the Shura goddess's tortoise shell with her small paw. Are you still not feeling well anywhere? It's not. I don't know what's going on. Goddess Shura shook her head vigorously. It's just that I'm panicking in my heart, and it feels like we're going to have bad luck. As soon as she said this, Lin Tian didn't have time to laugh at her blind thinking. Suddenly, several torches were lit up in all directions. The firelight was particularly eye-catching in the dark night, like a signal light for death, emerging one after another, accompanied by a burst of chaotic footsteps, and was rapidly approaching their side. I'll go. It's not, is it? Did someone really get it? Lin Tian was dumbfounded. Where did so many torches come out in the middle of the night, and they were all aimed at them? This seems to be human torches? The Empress was a bit more knowledgeable in the end. As she looked at the style of the torches and smelled the humans wafting through the air, her heart was half cold. It's over. It's over. We're surrounded by humans. How do you know? Lin Tian was still a bit confused, although he had good eyesight, but in this darkness, he couldn't see what exactly those silhouettes in the distance were. I don't know. Goddess Shura couldn't care less about fighting with Lin Tian at this moment. I just suddenly felt it. As if I had awakened a kind of ability to foresee dangerous ability. She stumbled over the words, a bit in disbelief herself. Foreseeing danger? Really? Lin Tian looked at her in disbelief, but the situation at hand didn't allow him to think too much. Those torches are getting closer and closer. Already can vaguely see the firelight reflection of those saving the human head. A fierce and vicious. At a glance is not a good thing. These guys, they're coming from a bad place. Lin Tian's heart thumped. He didn't think that these humans had come to the middle of the night to have a picnic in the middle of nowhere. These small animals of theirs, against humans, it's not like a mouse meeting a cat, only to be slaughtered. Never mind that much. Hurry up and run. Lin Tian made an instant decision and shouted at the top of his voice. Retreat first. He couldn't be bothered to explain. Saving his life was important at this moment. Run? Where to run? The Empress panicked. There were torches in all directions. It was simply hard to escape. Take the waterway. It's cooler in the water and there are no footprints, Lin Tian said as he led the way towards the nearby stream. All follow. His brain is spinning fast. This time to go by land. That is not waiting to be caught. The only way to have a chance of survival is to take the water. Upon hearing this, the Empress, the goddess of Shura, and the little black bear also felt that it made sense, and hurriedly followed Lin Tian, running towards the creek. Puff, flop, puff. 3 turtles and a bear jumped into the water one after another with a plop, causing a splash. The stream was flowing pretty fast, and as soon as they jumped in, they were wrapped up in the current and rushed downstream. Agoo, why is this water so cold? As soon as Goddess Shura got out of the water, she was iced to the point of shivering, and her burnt turtle shell, once it met this cold stream water, it hurt even more, causing her to grimace. Shut up, you want to invite all those people here. Lin Tian lowered his voice and chided. Only then did the Goddess Shura reluctantly shut her mouth. Where are we going now? Should we go back to the campground? The Empress asked Lin Tian as she flopped around in the water. Go back to your ass. If we go back to the camp at this time, we're just throwing ourselves into a trap. Lin Tian didn't even think about it and directly rejected the Empress's proposal. Those people will definitely search our camp. If we go back now, that's just like a sheep in a tiger's mouth, he said as he fought with his paws, trying to swim faster. Then where are we going? The Empress was also out of ideas at this moment, and could only look at Lin Tian blearily, hoping that he would come up with an idea. Let's follow this river downstream first. When we get rid of those people, we'll find a safe place to land. Lin Tian swam while saying, it's a big night, they shouldn't be able to catch up with us. I hope so. The Empress sighed, still a little apprehensive in her heart. I say, can you still use your foreseeing danger ability? Lin Tian suddenly remembered something and turned his head to ask Goddess Xioluo, can you give us another fortune telling to see if we can turn good luck into good this time? Chapter 87 A bunch of mad dogs. Telling fortunes? Where would I be able to tell fortunes here? Upon hearing this, the Shura goddess immediately shook her head like a rattle, resistance written all over her pitch-black turtle face. This premonition of mine is at best a crow's mouth passive skill. Good but bad. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. No. So you were talking like it was true before? Still feeling like it's going to be bad luck? Lin Tian stared at her black head that was bobbing in the water. That's I really feel panicked in my heart. Shura goddess also had a bit of heart weakness. Her speaking voice was much smaller. But this thing it doesn't have an accurate It is not the kind of skill that can be calculated. More like a kind of intuition. Yes, is intuition. She struggled to organize her words, trying to explain clearly. It's like when you're eating ice cream in the middle of the summer, and suddenly your head buzzes. That icy jolt of feeling. You understand, right? This premonition of mine is almost like this. It comes out of nowhere and makes one's heart flutter. But what exactly is the danger? Where is the danger? And when will it come? How can I know? So this hunch of yours is a sixth sense? Or a defective sixth sense? Lin Tian sort of understood, and rolled his eyes in dismay. You can interpret it that way too. The goddess of Shura scowled, her voice even lower. That's useless. Lin Tian couldn't help but burst out. It's just like nothing. I can't say it's completely useless. Goddess Shura was still trying to struggle a bit. At least you can know something in advance. Know what? Knowing that you're going to be unlucky and then watching yourself be unlucky? Lin Tian now really wanted to pry open the turtle shell of this cultivation goddess to see what kind of paste was loaded inside. Don't you care? This premonition of mine is just like this anyway. I can't do anything about it. Goddess Shura was also anxious. It's not like she could control this thing. She was helpless as well. The sound of the water in all directions. Except for the sound of the water lapping on the rocks. A few small animals have a conversation. It does not seem to be cold. The little black bear is obedient at this moment. Honestly follow the 3 turtle big brother behind. For bear paws vigorously paddling the water. Like a small motor. Swim quite fast. They followed the river all the way downstream. And they didn't know how long they had been floating. And the scenery around them gradually changed. The originally dense woods gradually became sparse. And the river became wider and wider. And the water flow became more and more turbulent. Where are we floating to? The Empress poked her head out and looked around, asking in a somewhat bewildered manner. I don't know. Anyway, it should be quite far from that forest from before. Lin Tian paddled while looking around. This forest was surprisingly large, and they had drifted for so long that they hadn't even reached the end yet, and could only look into the distance to see the still continuous canopy of trees. You guys, look, what's that? Goddess Shura suddenly said, pointing ahead, a hint of surprise in her voice. Lin Tian and the Empress looked in the direction she was pointing, only to see that at the end of the river, an open area of water appeared, like a lake, the surface of the water shimmering in the early morning breeze. It was very beautiful. On the other side of the lake, there was a vast plain, which was covered with all kinds of weeds and some low bushes. completely different from the primitive forest they had stayed in before. It looks like we've drifted to the furthest downstream of this forest, Lin Tian said. Just then, the sky was flooded with a splash of fish belly white, and the light sunlight poured through the clouds, spilling onto the earth, coloring everything with a layer of gold. The sunrise rose slowly, tinting the edges of the clouds, with a brilliant orange-red color, like the yolk of a perfectly cooked egg, so beautiful that it was intoxicating. A thin layer of mist also rose from the river, misty, adding a bit of mystery to the tranquil waters. A few unknown waterfowl, flying in from a distance, circled the river, emitting crisp calls as if celebrating the arrival of a new day. So beautiful. The Empress couldn't help but marvel at the scenery in front of her. Yeah, it's beautiful. Lin Tian also nodded. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful sunrise and his mood followed suit. The little black bear also poked his head out and looked around curiously, seeming to be attracted by the beautiful scenery as well. Only Goddess Shura, at this moment, did not have the heart to enjoy the beautiful scenery. She had a dark face and did not know what she was thinking. Right. Those people just now said that they were from some heavenly brutality sect. Do you guys know what that is? Lin Tian suddenly remembered those two fierce men from before and opened his mouth to ask. The Heavenly Remnant sect? The Empress shook her head. I've never heard of it. I guess it's some small sect that doesn't make the grade. Although she is young, but in the family is also considered to be well informed. All kinds of strange and unusual things have heard a lot, but just have not heard of this heavenly cruelty sect. I know. Goddess Cultivator suddenly spoke up. This Heavenly Remnant sect, in that I've heard of it, has a terrible reputation. Oh, how? Lin Tian immediately became interested. He was worried that he didn't know how to inquire about these human cultivators. He didn't think that Goddess Shura would know. This Heaven's Remnant sect, to put it bluntly, is just a bunch of guys who don't do their jobs and like to follow crooked paths. Goddess Shura's tone was filled with contempt. They don't cultivate much themselves, and spend all day pondering how to catch us animals, take the beast's energy, suck the essence blood, and call it imperial beasts. Imperial beasts? I think they're just a bunch of perverts. The Empress also said angrily. It's simply unconscionable. That's right, Goddess Shura said indignantly. This group of guys, their favorite thing to do is to capture those animals with spirituality, refine them alive, extract the beast element inside, and then use it to enhance their own cultivation. It's simply worse than beasts. They are also not picky about what they eat. No matter what flies in the sky, runs on the ground, swims in the water, as long as they have opened up their spirit, they are all their targets. The animals in that area before I was reborn were pretty much scourged by them, and quite a number of clans were directly wiped out by them. So cruel? Lin Tian frowned straight away as he listened. He didn't expect that this Heavenly Remnant sect would be so cruel. That's not true. Goddess Shura's tone was filled with resentment. These guys, they're just a bunch of mad dogs, biting anyone they catch. Our turtle clan, because of this body turtle shell is still quite strong, can still barely withstand a bit. Those who do not have much defensibility, such as rabbits, foxes and so on, caught by them, that can really only be a dead end. Then aren't they afraid of retribution? The Empress asked indignantly. Chapter 88 Loyal Monkey. Retribution? Who believes in that these days? Goddess Cultivator laughed coldly. These guys, each and every one of them is ruthless and will do anything in order to enhance their strength. They aren't afraid of any retribution. According to you, wouldn't this Heaven's Remnant sect be lawless? Lin Tian stroked his chin and said thoughtfully. That's about right. Anyway, in our area, no one dares to mess with them, Goddess Shura said. However, as powerful as they are only playing around in front of us little creatures, and compared to those really big sects, they are just a bunch of small minions that can't get on the stage. Then in this forest, are there any powerful sects? Lin Tian asked. His main concern right now was how to survive in this strange world. I'm not so sure about that. Goddess Shura shook her head. I've always lived in that forest, never coming out, and I don't know much about the outside world. Alas, it seems that we still have to rely on ourselves. Lin Tian sighed. His current understanding of this world was still too little. He had to gather more information as soon as possible before he could do so. What are we going to do? Will we continue to stay here, or leave this forest? The Empress asked. She now had a shadow over this forest, fearing that a group of people like the Heaven's Residue sect would pop up again at some point. Staying here is definitely out of the question, Lin Tian said. Although this forest is rich in resources, there are also too many dangers. This amount of strength we have is simply not enough here. After thinking for a moment, he continued. I plan to, first, leave this place and go to the world of humans to take a look around, inquire about the situation, and in the meantime, see if I can find any resources for cultivation. To the world of humans? Wouldn't that be dangerous? the Empress said with some concern. In case those human cultivators find out, we'll be in trouble. Yes, humans are the most cunning animals, Goddess Shura agreed. Our little skill is simply not enough in front of them, so it's better not to take any chances, right? What are you afraid of? We're not going to fight them, Lin Tian said. As long as we are careful and don't expose our identity, there shouldn't be any problems. Besides, those big sects don't look at this amount of our cultivation. But, the Empress was still a little hesitant. Don't but, Lin Tian interrupted. It's settled. Let's find a place to rest first. Then we'll set off. Alright. The Empress had no choice but to agree when she saw Lin Tian's resolute attitude. We're all flying separately. Why do we care about them? Lin Tian waved his hand in a don't mind your own business manner. Besides, we can't even protect ourselves right now, so how can we care about their lives? But, Goddess Shura was about to say something else, but was interrupted by Lin Tian. No more buts. It's settled, Lin Tian said. With our current strength, it's fine to deal with a few small minions, but if we really have to face those experts from the Heaven's Residue sect, we'll only end up dead. We still need to save our own lives first. Although Lin Tian's words were a bit ruthless, they were indeed the truth. Their current strength was just too weak to be qualified to meddle in other people's business. The goddess of Shura and the Empress were also silent when they heard Lin Tian's words. They knew that Lin Tian was right. Their current strength was indeed too weak. It was even a problem for them to defend themselves, let alone save those monkeys and wolves. Alright then, let's listen to you and let's get out of here first. Goddess Shura sighed and said helplessly. Well, let's go, Lin Tian said and prepared to lead the way out. But just then, a monkey, covered with blood, suddenly ran over from the distance, and in its hand, it was holding a peach. Squeak! The monkey ran to Lin Tian and handed him the peach in his hand, then pointed to the distance and squeaked, seemingly asking Lin Tian for help. This is. Lin Tian looked at the monkey and froze. He recognized the monkey. It was one of the previous group of monkeys and was usually witty and delightful. What happened to it? How did it get like this? The Empress looked at the blood-covered monkey and said heartily, by the looks of it, it should have been injured by those people from the Heaven's Remnant sect. Lin Tian frowned as he took the peach handed over by the monkey, realizing that the peach actually still had a hint of warmth. Obviously it had just been picked not long ago. This monkey, it can't be that he's risking his life to pick peaches for us, right? Goddess Shura looked at the monkey and said in a somewhat complicated tone. Squeak! The monkey seemed to have understood Goddess Shura's words as it nodded, then pointed to the distance again, squeaking and squealing, its eyes filled with anxiety and pleading. Is it asking us to save its companion? As the Empress looked at the monkey, an inexplicable emotion suddenly welled up in her heart. Cheap brother, let us go save them. The Empress turned her head and looked at Lin Tian, her eyes filled with pleading. But, we're at our current strength. Lin Tian was a little hesitant. It wasn't that he didn't want to save those monkeys, it was just that he was worried that he would be sending himself to death for nothing if he went. I know we're not strong enough, but those monkeys, they're usually so nice to us. We can't just see them die, the Empress said, tears coming to her eyes. She felt a pang of sadness as she remembered how those monkeys usually played with them, picked fruit together, and built camps together. Squeak! The injured monkey, which seemed to have seen Lin Tian's hesitation, suddenly knelt down in front of Lin Tian and kept kowtowing as if begging him to save his companion. Lin Tian's heart was also a little shaken as he looked at that monkey. He knew that he couldn't see death, but what was he supposed to do? Cheap brother, please, let's go save them, the Empress pleaded again. Ugh, okay, there's really nothing I can do about you. Lin Tian sighed and finally agreed to the Empress's request. But we have to think of something first. We can't just go charging through it foolishly, Lin Tian said. We have to outsmart them. We can't fight hard. Well, you're right. The Empress nodded her head repeatedly. What should we do then? Let's see. Lin Tian stroked his chin and began to think. Squeak! The injured monkey, it seemed, couldn't wait any longer, as it tugged on Lin Tian's pants leg, then pointed to the distance, and then to itself, as if it was saying something. Are you saying that you are willing to take us there? Lin Tian asked tentatively. Chapter 89 No Enemies Forever. The monkey nodded. Well then, you lead the way and we'll follow you, Lin Tian said. Squeak! That monkey shouted excitedly, then limped ahead to lead the way, with Lin Tian and the others following closely behind. This monkey, he's pretty smart. Goddess Shura couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the monkey leading the way in front of her. That's right, and don't look at whose little brother it is. Lin Tian smiled proudly, although he did not know when this monkey became his little brother. You just stink you. The Empress rolled her eyes at Lin Tian. She was now becoming more and more speechless towards Lin Tian. This guy, He really boasted about himself whenever he caught a chance. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the side, scaring a few of the critters. What the hell? Lin Tian had a jolt and almost didn't jump up from the ground. He hurriedly stopped and looked around vigilantly. Rumble! The ground trembled. A large tree two people embraced thick, directly by some kind of creature, knocked down. Click fell to the ground, stirred up a burst of dust. Immediately after that, a lion, covered in fire, came out from the woods, strutting out. It was huge, even bigger than the one Lin Tian had killed earlier. The fiery red fur on its body, glistening under the sunlight, looked formidable. Holy crap! Another fire lion? Goddess Shura's face turned green with fear, and she hurriedly shrunk her head back into her turtle shell, her voice taking on a sobbing tone. What's this going to do? The Empress was also in a state of shock, as she tightly hugged the little black bear, her body trembling unceasingly. Although the little black bear was scared, he bravely stood in front of the Empress and bared his teeth at the fiery lion in an attempt to scare it off. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Lin Tian forced himself to calm down. He knew that at this time, he absolutely could not panic. He shielded the Empress and Goddess Shura behind him, then stared at the fiery lion with a deadly stare, ready to fight at any time. That fire lion walked up to Lin Tian and stopped. It looked down at Lin Tian's little animals. A hint of doubt flashed through its blood-red eyes. It cocked its head and seemed to be thinking about something. What is this thinking? Lin Tian looked at the fire lion's appearance and his heart was a little hairy. He didn't think that this fire lion was thinking about life. Roar! Suddenly, the fire lion looked up to the sky and let out a long whistle. And then it even fell on the ground, with a submissive look. What is this? This? Lin Tian was completely confused. This fire lion? How did it suddenly surrender? Is it hard to be shocked by my kingly aura? Lin Tian stroked his chin and said to himself. The Empress and Goddess Shura were also in disbelief as they looked at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. Ouch! The fire lion roared lowly. Its forelimbs crouched on the ground, and its large furry head lowered, and it even moved towards Lin Tian. What does this mean? The Empress asked cautiously, still a bit in disbelief of her eyes. Is it hard to believe that it wants us to ride on it? The Goddess Shura poked her head out of the turtle shell and guessed. You're silly. This is a fire lion. If you sit on it, you're not afraid of being burned into a roasted turtle. The Empress said without a word of humor. Hey, you guys don't get it, do you? Lin Tian suddenly smiled as he walked over to the fire lion and reached out to touch its fiery red fur. Ouch! I'll be damned. That's pretty hot. Lin Tian hurriedly retracted his hand back. This fire lion's fur, the temperature was really high, like a small fireplace. Cheap brother, what are you doing? The Empress asked in disbelief. Have you guys forgotten that there are no eternal enemies? Only eternal interests. Lin Tian looked inscrutable. What does this have to do with this fire lion? Goddess Shura was also confused. Of course it's related. Lin Tian explained. Previously, those people from the Heaven's Remnant sect, didn't they capture a lot of animals in this forest? Perhaps including this fire lion's family, or friends or something. And then? The Empress blinked, still not understanding what Lin Tian meant. Stupid you. This fire lion is now alone, and definitely wants to find a backer. Lin Tian had a look of children can't be taught. Think about it. This forest is now being targeted by the Heavenly Remnant sect's gang of grandchildren. There will definitely be no good days ahead. This fire lion is no longer powerful, but it can't withstand the crowds. So, it now wants to join forces with us and deal with the Heaven's Remnant sect together? The Shura goddess finally reacted. That's right. Lin Tian nodded. I reckon. This fire lion is 80% coming to us to ask for cooperation. I just don't know what kind of medicine is in its gourd. So, what do we do? Promise it? The Empress was a bit hesitant. After all, this was a fire lion. In case it suddenly backtracked, then wouldn't they be dead? Promise. Why not? Lin Tian said. More friends, more roads, more enemies, more walls. This fire lion is so strong. If it can join forces with us, then dealing with the heavenly crippling sect will be much easier. But, the Empress was still a little worried. Don't but, Lin Tian interrupted. It's settled. Let's make an alliance with this fire lion now. As he said that, he walked over to the fire lion again and said, Hey, big guy, you want to cooperate with us and deal with the heavenly cripple sect together, don't you? The fire lion nodded. It couldn't speak human language. It could only show with its actions. Good. Since that's the case, then we'll be partners from now on. Lin Tian extended his claws. The fire lion hesitated for a moment, then also extended its own huge paw and clasped it with Lin Tian's. Ha ha, happy cooperation. Lin Tian laughed. Roar! The fire lion also let out a low roar. seemingly in response to Lin Tian. Cheap brother. You really want to work with this fire lion? Ah? The Empress was still a bit uneasy. Don't worry, it's fine. Lin Tian comforted. This fire lion is now alone. It wouldn't dare to do anything to us. As he said that, he looked at the fire lion again and asked, by the way, what's your name? We can't keep calling you big guy, right? The fire lion shook his head, indicating that he had no name. In that case, then I'll give you a name. Lin Tian thought about it and said, from now on, you'll be called Hot Pot. Hot Pot? The Empress and Goddess Shura froze. What the hell kind of name is that? What? It's not good to hear? Lin Tian asked. It's not bad. It's just a little weird, Empress said. What's so strange about it? Hot Pot. Hot Pot. Hot and fierce. How nice. Lin Tian said. It's settled. From now on you'll be called Hot Pot. The fire lion. Oh no. Now it should be called the Hot Pot. It seemed to be quite satisfied with this name. It nodded and then gave a woo as if responding to Lin Tian. He. Nailed one. Lin Tian smiled triumphantly. He hadn't expected that he would be able to take in a fire lion as a little brother so easily. But before he could rejoice, another loud eagle cry came from the sky. Fresh. That sound. Lin Tian looked up and saw a huge, fire-red flying bird that was descending from the sky and flying towards them.